If it is in the little thousand god realm, even if there is a god king, the level will not be too high, and the foundation will not be too good. Such a god king Han Feng is not afraid at all. However, it is now in Zhongqian god realm. It's still the top-tier Zhongqian god realm, and many god kings and powerhouses are not low in level, and their foundations are not bad. Such a god king is no match for the god kings of Shaoqian god realm. Han Feng's foundation surpasses the Emperor of Heaven, and he is far from being the opponent of this kind of god king. For example, the 4 transformation god king who is currently ranked on the list of god kings in the Z family is based at the level of Tianzuan. If he slaps it casually, Han Feng can't resist it with all his strength. That's the difference. Withdrawing his gaze, Han Feng stopped paying attention to the 8th prince. In the world of Purple Mirror, there is always a time to fight. Not long after the 8th prince arrived, a majestic force suddenly swept over, a force that made people surrender, and the faces of many high-ranking ancient gods changed suddenly. These high-ranking ancient gods are all very ambitious people, such as the ancient god Jin Lin and the ancient god Tianchi. Their eyes are aimed at the realm of the god king, and they practice with the goal of the god king. Once ZD changed to the realm of a god king, they still couldn't make them surrender. They didn't think they were much worse than ZD. Many ancient gods secretly resisted, and cold sweat gradually broke out on their foreheads. The difference between the upper limit of the ancient gods and the king of Yicheng is only 1 level, and there is a huge difference in both strength and status. It didn't take long to resist, and the oppression that continued to spread like a tide made Jinlin ancient god and other powerhouses still bow their heads. But from beginning to end, they did not kneel down. On the other hand, more than a dozen princes had already half kneeled down. Han Feng is unremarkable among a group of people. ZD's oppressive aura may be useful to others, but it has no effect on Han Feng. Once the Chi of Chaos moved, it was enough to resist ZD's aura. It's just that Han Feng didn't want to attract the attention of ZD and others, so after resisting for a while, he deliberately lowered his head as if he couldn't support it. ZD quickly put away his oppressive aura. Some of these ancient gods have not simple origins, nor are they under his command, so it is not good to be too strong. Only. ZD narrowed his eyes slightly, and glanced over the 2 people beside the 8th prince. That power. It should be the God King, but I didn't expect the God King to seal part of the power in these 2 people. It's just a mere low-level ancient god, how much can it bear? I'm afraid that the strongest power it exerts is only equivalent to the ordinary half-step God King realm, and it only has the power of 1 blow. The 2 people beside the boss are not ordinary ancient gods, and the half-step God King cannot be their opponent. Withdrawing his gaze, ZD's majestic voice came out faintly, "Get up." A group of princes stood up immediately, and many ancient gods also raised their heads, looking up at the Purple Emperor. Han Feng's eyes were fixed, and the Purple Emperor was surrounded by the power of the world, making it impossible to detect, but judging by his aura, he was not far from the 2nd transformation God King. The Purple Emperor's sleeves were rolled up, and an ancient mirror was thrown out. Under the sunlight, the ancient mirror reflected Taoist rays of light. Wisps of starlight appeared, gathered around the ancient mirror, and finally turned into an illusory figure. This illusory figure holds an ancient mirror with a serious expression. The 2nd prince said via voice transmission, "This is Liuhe Zijing's weapon spirit Liuhe. Don't look at it as just a tool spirit. The king of gods will not be the opponent of this Liuhe." Han Feng said via voice transmission, "This Liuhe body is the weapon spirit of Liuhe Purple Mirror. It should have a strong control over Liuhe Purple Mirror. It won't secretly trip us up in the world of Purple Mirror. Don't worry." The Purple Mirror world was forcibly placed into Liuhe's body by the ancestors, and Liuhe was forced to upgrade to the level of a world artifact because of this. Since he didn't advance by his own strength, Liuhe didn't have much control over the Purple Mirror world. Just let some purple apes come to trouble us, no more will be possible. Hearing this, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. For world artifacts, they are the masters of their own world, controlling everything in the world. In the world of world artifacts, the world artifact spirit is the supreme existence, which can easily kill a person, even if the person is a god king. It is estimated that only when the emperor is deeply trapped in this situation, can he rely on the power of immortality to resist and break through forcibly. Therefore, if Liuhe completely controls the world of Purple Mirror, people who enter the world of Purple Mirror will be in danger. Liuhe held the ancient mirror, his hands formed complex handprints, and streaks of purple light were shot into the ancient mirror by Liuhe. Xiaopeng's voice sounded from Han Feng's divine soul. As the artifact spirit of the world, it needs to rely on fingerprints to open its own world. It seems that this artifact spirit does not have a deep control over the world of Zijing. Han Feng, your previous worry, you can let it go. Just as Xiaopeng's voice fell, on the other side, Liuhe had already completed all the handprints. Suddenly, the ancient mirror flew into the air, and wave after wave of strange power fluctuated out. Sensing carefully, I found that this power is roughly similar to the power of the world, but it is somewhat different. This is probably the power of the world artifact. The power fluctuated out, and the ancient mirror lay flat in midair, and the space above gradually rippled, eventually forming a circle 10 feet long. Through the circle, you can see mountains, land, rivers, sky, etc. in another world. It is a beautiful paradise, with beautiful mountains and rivers, blooming flowers, and blue sky. The majestic voice of the Purple Emperor came to everyone's ears. The Purple Mirror world has opened, everyone please enter. All the princes immediately tensed up, looking at each other. They could see the hostility and fighting spirit in each other's eyes. The second prince took a deep breath. Ancient God Dong Song, Brother Han, let's go. Han Feng jumped up immediately, spread the mysterious dragon wings, and the three of them cut into the circle of light like a sharp sword. One after another princes entered the world of Zijing, and soon only Zidi and Liuhe, one person and one weapon spirit were left on the scene. There was a strange smile on Zidi's face, and he murmured, perhaps it won't be long before this emperor will become the only one in the Z family who has the blood of an intermediate king. Purple Mirror World. The second prince, ancient god Dong Song, and Han Feng were randomly teleported to a valley. The second prince poked out his soul and found the nearest purple ape. Let's go. The second prince shouted, and flew away first, followed by Han Feng and ancient god Dong Song. It didn't take long before a large group of purple apes appeared in the sight of Han Feng and the three of them. These purple apes were of different sizes. The tallest one was about 10 feet high, with a strong body and a ferocious look on their faces. Counting carefully, there are about 30 or 40 purple apes in this group. It is worth mentioning that these resources have no wisdom, only instinct, so they all live in groups, which is one of the reasons why princes need helpers. For example, the second prince is not afraid of the 6th level purple ape, but if he encounters hundreds of 6th level purple apes besieging him, he will still have a headache. The first update. Ho 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 ho. The strongest 5th level purple ape had spotted Han Feng and the other three, and roared immediately. Following the roar of the leader of the purple ape, the rest of the purple apes also roared angrily. The second prince was about to make a move, but the ancient god Dong Song stretched out his hand to take a look. It's just a group of 3 and 4 level purple apes, the strongest of which is no more than 5 level purple apes. Why do you need His Royal Highness, the second prince, to do it? Leave it to Dong. Then Dong Song smiled wryly. Dong is just an ordinary high-ranking ancient god, and he is still in the early stage, so he can only play such a role. Hearing that, the second prince didn't stop him, so he handed over these 3 and 4 level purple apes to ancient god Dong Song. Golden Light Buddha Fist. The ancient god Dong Song yelled, and a huge phantom of the Buddha appeared behind him, and behind the phantom, there was another golden flame burning blazingly. Ancient god Dong Song let out a low shout again, and slapped out his palms again, and the golden streamer swept away like a storm. In the blink of an eye, dozens of purple apes were involved and wiped out. At this moment, the second prince took a step forward and let out a long howl, which gradually turned into a roar, which was exactly the same as the roar of the purple ape. At the same time, the second prince's body changed from a human to a beast in an instant. It was a huge ape that was bigger and more ferocious than the purple ape. Purple-eyed demon ape. Where dozens of purple apes fell, beams of light flew out and gathered on the purple-eyed magic ape transformed by the second prince. The magic ape roared continuously, and the sound shook the sky. After about a cup of tea, the purple-eyed demon ape stopped roaring, and crackling sounds kept coming out of its body, as if something was changing. After a while, the purple-eyed demon ape slowly disappeared, and it was the second prince himself who reappeared in front of Han Feng. The second prince shook his head slowly. Sure enough, the improvement of my purple-eyed demon ape bloodline is very small for those below the 7th level demon ape. It seems that we can only hunt the 7th level demon ape. Seeing the change of the second prince, Han Feng also touched his chin and said. The three set off again, looking for Xuanhuan. It's just that this time, the three of them consciously searched for the 7th level purple ape. As for the 4th level and 5th level purple apes, even if they found the three of them, they would not take any action. The soul of the purple ape of the 3rd and 4th ranks. The promotion of the bloodline of the second prince is close to nothing, which cannot be compensated by the quantity. It is estimated that there are tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of purple ape souls, and it is difficult for the second prince's purple-eyed demon ape blood to be greatly promoted. Found it! Ancient god Dong Song shouted suddenly. In terms of quality, Han Feng's soul is naturally far from being comparable to the ancient god Dong Song, but it is not as good as the ancient god Dong Song in other aspects. No matter what the ancient god Dong Song said, he was also a high-ranking ancient god. Therefore, the area searched by the three souls is actually the farthest to ancient god Dong Song. Therefore, it was also ancient god Dong Song who first discovered the 7th level purple ape. The second prince was overjoyed. Have you found the 7th level purple ape? Let's go. The three of them immediately turned into 3 rainbow lights and shot away. Halfway through the journey, Dong Song's expression suddenly changed. Second prince, there seems to be more than one 7th level purple ape, and... Hearing that there was more than one 7th level purple ape, ancient god Dong Song's eyelids twitched. He can handle one level 7 purple ape with a little ease, but 2 level 7 purple apes will be more difficult. If there are more of them, it is estimated that they will have to run away. And what? The second prince asked immediately after noticing what ancient god Dong Song had said. It seems that there is someone on the other side near the 7th level purple ape. I wonder which prince it is. The second prince's face turned cold, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Are you going to fight this king's brother so soon? Brother Han, if you meet the 4th prince or the eldest prince, please take action. The second prince said solemnly. Don't worry, the second prince, Mr. Han, guarantees that the second prince can successfully become the successor of Zidi. Han Feng promised. For some reason, the second prince was relieved to hear what Han Feng said. Han Feng has always been very mysterious in the eyes of the second prince, and the power he has shown now is not weaker than that of the ancient god Juesha. This is still shown, what is not shown? 3 rays of light galloped past, leaving deep marks in the void. A valley gradually appeared in front of everyone, and 3 huge auras suddenly rolled up, rushing toward Han Feng and the others like a flood. Apparently, the 3 7th level demon apes in the valley had already spotted Han Feng and the others. Your Highness, the second prince, the 7th prince is approaching rapidly, and I'm afraid it won't be long before we arrive. What if we sneak in while we are fighting with the 7th level purple ape? Ancient God Dongsong said anxiously. As the distance got closer, not only Ancient God Dongsong, but also Han Feng and the second prince naturally noticed a few auras flying rapidly through their souls. The second prince immediately recognized one of them as the 7th prince. The two ancient gods beside the 7th prince, one is called the ancient god Ling Kong, and the other is called the ancient god Wu Shi. The strength of ancient god Ling Kong and ancient god Tianhe is about the same, while the strength of ancient god Wu Shi is comparable to that of ancient god Juesha. It is enough to compete against the ancient god Juesha for a long time. In the eyes of ancient god Dongsong, this is already a great enemy, so he was anxious and even had the idea of persuading the second prince to leave. With the strength of the second prince, he can fight in his heyday, and the possibility of winning is not impossible. But after fighting the 7th level demon ape, it might not be as good as the ancient god Ling Kong and the ancient god Wu Shi joining forces. How could the second prince give up on these 3 7th level purple apes? But Gushen Dongsong's reminder was also correct. Or, after the 7th prince arrives, hunt down the 7th level purple ape together and share the benefits? But at this moment, Han Feng said, "Second prince, you are here to deal with one of the 7th level purple apes, and leave the remaining 2 to me. Ancient god Dongsong, those 4th, 5th, and 6th level purple apes will be handed over to you. I don't ask you to kill those purple apes, just block them for a moment. Brother Han, those are 2 7th level purple apes. Brother Jiuyan, you can't." The second prince and the ancient god Dongsong were shocked. Han Feng's tone sank. "The 3 beasts are here, there is no need to persuade them. The second prince believes that Han is the one. Okay, then I'll leave it to Brother Han." The second prince's expression froze, his breath exploded under his feet, he transformed into a purple-eyed demon ape, and bumped into one of the 7th level purple apes rushing from the valley. Ho ho! Ho ho! The 2 demonic apes immediately started fighting, you came and went, punching each other, the momentum was astonishing, and the earth shook. The terrible breath spread like a tide. Every time the fists collide, there will be invisible fluctuations overflowing like a torrent of rivers, and mountains and rivers will be collapsed by this invisible fluctuations. So strong. Gushen Dongsong saw the second prince make a move for the first time, and suddenly realized that he still underestimated the second prince. Is this the huge gap between the foundation of Tianzuan and the foundation of Tianjun? Then, when ancient god Dongsong turned his gaze and landed on Han Feng's side, he was immediately taken aback. How is it possible? Ancient god Dongsong looked shocked. Now that Han Feng's bare hands are enough to contend with the god king who has changed the foundation of Tianjun, the 2 ends are only the peak of the ancient gods who are equivalent to the foundation of Tianjun, so it is naturally difficult to put pressure on Han Feng. Ho ho! The 2 purple apes roared angrily, and one of the purple apes roared and grabbed it with its giant claws, but it couldn't even grab Han Feng's side. With a flash of Han Feng's figure, he appeared directly above the purple ape, punched out, and smashed hard into the head of the 7th level purple ape, and the 7th level purple ape died instantly. Ancient god Dongsong turned his head and saw this scene, so he was extremely shocked. How long is this? In just a few breaths, such a powerful 7th level purple ape was killed in Han Feng's hands. Ancient god Dongsong swallowed a mouthful of spit. If he faced the 7th level purple ape, he would definitely end up being torn apart by the 7th level purple ape's claws. Even many powerful 6th level purple apes are beyond his ability to compete with ancient god Dongsong. However, Han Feng was able to kill the 7th level purple ape with one punch. For the first time, Gushen Dongsong felt that the gap between him and Han Feng was so large. So big, that he felt that he was just a small true god, while Han Feng was the real high-ranking ancient god. At the moment when ancient god Dongsong was shocked, Han Feng had already attacked another purple ape. The purple ape saw his companion being killed, a trace of fear flashed in his huge purple eyes, and then he turned around and wanted to run away. Han Feng punched through the air, and the powerful force blasted a big hole in Ziyuan's abdomen from a long distance. In a blink of an eye, the two purple apes were killed in Han Feng's hands. At this time, Han Feng also turned to look at the second prince. The second prince also gradually gained the upper hand, and gradually widened the gap with the 7th-level purple ape. Judging from this situation, it may be enough to kill the 7th-level purple ape in a few minutes. Han Feng's judgment was very accurate. A few minutes later, the second prince roared up to the sky, and his body became huge again. The former body of the purple-eyed demon ape was a real height, but the current gigantic size is purely a means of supernatural powers, or a means of magical skills. The body of the purple-eyed demon ape was getting taller and taller. With one palm, it fell like a hill. It hit the 7th-level purple ape fiercely, crushing the 7th-level purple ape to pieces. The second prince gradually withdrew the body of the purple-eyed demon ape, revealing his human form. His face paled slightly. Obviously, the method of enlarging is also very expensive. Brother Han, although I already knew that you were hiding something deep, and the methods you showed before may be just a drop in the bucket, but if you really see it, it's better to let Xiaoyu not know what to say. The second prince smiled wryly. Just because he knew from the beginning that Han Feng was not easy, unless there were too many people present or in public places, the second prince always called himself Xiaoyu instead of me. Ancient god Dongsong was overjoyed. Great, brother Jiu Yan is so powerful, the possibility of defeating the eldest prince is greatly increased. Perhaps. However, the second prince's greatest opponent this time may not be the eldest prince. Han Feng smiled, but he thought of the two lower ancient gods beside the 8th prince, so he couldn't help saying this. Ancient god Dongsong wondered, who is it? With the means of ancient god Dongsong, he couldn't see the difference between the two lower ancient gods beside the 8th prince. The second prince guessed a little bit, but he also didn't know what was unusual about the two lower ancient gods. Just as he was about to ask Han Feng what he saw, at this moment, dense rays of light shot out from the place where the 3 7th-level purple apes fell. These rays of light are countless times more than the dozens of 4th and 5th-level purple apes at the beginning, and the rays of light are also much thicker. These rays of light are naturally the soul of the purple ape. Seeing this, Han Feng quickly said, "Second prince, hurry up and absorb it." The second prince didn't bother to ask Han Feng what, and immediately revealed the body of the purple-eyed demon ape, absorbing the power of the light. If it is delayed for a long time, these rays of light will return to this world. And the moment the second prince revealed the body of the purple-eyed demon ape, many lights frantically poured into the second prince's body as if Chi had found some destination. Numerous rays of light enveloped the second prince and swallowed him. Han Feng smiled, "Ancient god Dongsong, it seems that we are going to fight against a prince." Ancient god Dongsong just saw Han Feng's great power, and he didn't take the coming 7th prince seriously at all. Hearing this, he laughed loudly, "Brother Jiuyan is here, so what if the 7th prince is here?" The corner of Han Feng's mouth curled up. Indeed, even the current purple emperor Han Feng doesn't care much, let alone a mere 7th prince. Not long after, 3 rainbow lights fell in the distance, revealing 3 figures. One of the young men was wearing a prince's robe and looked quite extraordinary. It was the 7th prince. The 7th prince naturally noticed the scene in the sky, seeing the soul of the purple ape that almost devoured the second prince. The 7th prince was very jealous. The ancient god Ling Kong and the ancient god Wushi are entrusted to you too. The second brother and the others just killed the 7th-level purple ape, and they must have consumed a lot of energy. They will not be your opponents. As long as the second brother is killed, the soul of the purple ape that has not been absorbed yet and the soul of the purple ape that has been absorbed before, can still be absorbed by this king again. When I become the purple emperor, I will grant you the title of national teacher, and I will also release the practice treasures in the treasury for the two of you to practice. The God King does not guarantee it, but the half-step God King will definitely let the two achieve it. The seventh prince did not make any guarantee to be promoted to the God King. This is unrealistic. Even members of the Z family enjoy the cultivation resources in the treasury, and there are not many people who break through to the God King, let alone others. Beside the seventh prince, ancient god Ling Kong and ancient god Wuxia didn't take it seriously. If the seventh prince really made any guarantee to ensure their advancement to the God King, they would have doubted the seventh prince's sincerity. God King, is it that easy to break through? The ancient god Ling Kong took a step forward, and said with a strange smile, "You too, did you take the initiative to step aside? Or let me do it?" Ancient god Dong Song, an ordinary high-ranking ancient god, was still in the early stages, and the ancient god Ling Kong didn't take it seriously at all. Only Han Feng, the middle-ranked ancient god, made ancient god Dong Song a little afraid. Unless there is something wrong with the second prince's head, it is impossible to find an ordinary middle-level ancient god. Ancient god Dong Song looked at Han Feng, and Han Feng lazily said, "Will you retreat on your own initiative? Or let Han kill you? You choose." Han Feng didn't reply to ancient god Ling Kong's words, but instead asked the same sentence, which immediately annoyed ancient god Ling Kong. "Boy looking for death?" Ancient god Ling Kong roared and shot out, without seeing the flash of pity in the eyes of ancient god Dong Song on the other side. Spiritual Sky God's Palm. The green divine palm is like the palm of the sky, covering the entire sky, pressing towards Han Feng at a speed that seems slow but actually extremely fast. Han Feng said lightly, "You didn't even use your full strength, and you underestimated Han, you will regret it." As soon as the words fell, with Han Feng's angry shout, the surging chaotic energy quickly condensed like a torrent, turned into a giant finger, and instantly rushed towards the green palm in the sky. The first update. The moment the finger of chaos collided with the green god's palm, the complexion of the ancient god Ling Kong changed drastically, and the sneer in his eyes disappeared, replaced by horror. The green divine palm is like a fragile layer of ice, which can be broken with a single poke. The next moment, the giant finger came down with a bang amidst the horrified expression of the ancient god of Ling Kong. Boom boom boom. Before the ancient god Ling Kong could even scream, he was crushed and exploded with a finger full of unwillingness. That's right, the ancient god Ling Kong was full of unwillingness. Because he has not displayed the most powerful divine skills, has not taken out the chaos artifact, and has not unfolded his own chaos god body. He wasn't doing his best at all. It's gone. What? Both the seventh prince and the ancient god Wuxia were shocked. The opponent just used the chi of primal chaos to condense a finger casually, without even using a decent magical skill. He killed the ancient god Ling Kong instantly. This guy is not simple. Ancient god Wuxia's expression froze, and his heart sank, but he didn't think he was inferior to Han Feng. Ancient god Wuxia could naturally see that ancient god Ling Kong died before even revealing 70% of his strength. If he tried his best, he would definitely not be aggrieved like ancient god Ling Kong. Han Feng grinned, "Seventh prince, if you leave now, Han can spare your life." Even if the seventh prince had intended to retreat, he did not intend to do so when he heard Han Feng's words. "Damn bastard, do you really think this prince is afraid of you? Ancient god Wuxia, kill this son for this king, and afterward, this king will add 10% to all the conditions that I promised you." The seventh prince roared loudly. A gleam flashed in the eyes of ancient god Wuxia. "Seventh prince, you said this, don't go back on your word." Although this king's talent is not as good as that of the eldest prince and the second prince, his reputation is not bad. "Don't worry, ancient god Wuxia." the seventh prince said in a deep voice. Okay. Ancient god Wuxia roared angrily, and a burst of colorful colors bloomed on his body in an instant, and then a layer of colorful armor was put on ancient god Wuxia. The 7 crystal god armor, the top-grade chaotic god armor, has an extremely powerful defense. In the face of Han Feng, ancient god Wuxia did not dare to be careless and hold his hand. Ancient god Lingkong is a lesson from the past. Then, a thunder hammer appeared in the hand of ancient god Wuxia, and terrifying thunder power surrounded the thunder. Thunder and lion roar. The thunder hammer in the hands of ancient god Wuxia fell fiercely, and terrifying thunderbolts shot out one after another, directly turning into a 100-foot thunder lion in the air. The thunder lion roared furiously, and streaks of thunder radiated in all directions, exploding in the air, causing space distortion. Too weak. Han Feng let the opponent do his best, giving him enough time without interrupting at all. For Han Feng at this time, this attack was completely tickling. The thunder lion struck, and Han Feng's black dragon wings spread out behind him, turning into a beam of light and rushing into the thunder lion. Then the chaotic energy in Han Feng's palm burst out, spreading around like a sharp sword. Vaguely, it seemed that Lei Shi's scream could be heard. The next moment, under the shocking eyes of the 7th prince and the ancient god of martial lions, the huge thunder lion, with its power to destroy heaven and earth, was torn apart by Han Feng forcefully. Impossible! The ancient god of martial lion roared. He tried his best to strike, but he was unable to defeat the opponent, and was even easily defeated by the opponent. Is the other party really a middle ancient god and not a god king? What kind of terrifying foundation is needed for a person to have such a terrifying blow in the middle of the ancient gods? Death. Han Feng's eyes were condensed, and he pointed at the ancient god Wuxia suddenly with a finger, and the chaotic air burst out from his fingertips, and shot away in a spiral shape. No. Ancient god Wuxia turned and ran, but just as he jumped out, his head was hit by the energy of chaos and burst instantly. Including the soul, it also disappeared under Han Feng's blow. At the moment when the attack came, the 7 crystal divine armor shot out the 7 crystal divine light in an attempt to obstruct it, but it was still pierced by a finger, and it did not play any role. The ancient god Wuxia has just fallen. The 7th prince's expression suddenly froze. He never imagined that the other party was such a terrifying person, with such strength. Even those ancient gods with golden scales and ancient stones were incomparable. No, the two parties are not in the same dimension at all. Although ancient god Jin Lin and ancient god Tianchi are powerful, it is impossible to kill ancient god Wuxia so easily, not to mention that ancient god Wuxia is also wearing the 7 crystal god armor. A top-grade anti-chaos artifact, even if an ordinary high-ranking ancient god Peak tried his best, he would never leave any traces on it. Such a 7 crystal armor is like nothing in front of the opponent. 7th prince, completely stupid. When Han Feng's eyes fell, the 7th prince was horrified. This king is the 7th prince, you can't kill me, father will not let you go. However, Han Feng ignored the secret threat of the 7th prince, and simply killed the 7th prince. The purple mirror world is a strange space. Here, killing the purple ape can get the soul of the purple ape, and people with the blood of the purple-eyed demon ape can use the soul of the purple ape to improve the bloodline level. Similarly, if you kill a person with the bloodline of the purple-eyed demon ape, you can also gain the power of the other party's bloodline to improve the bloodline level. In every battle of the Purple Emperor's successor, all the participating princes rarely come back alive. It's not bad to be able to leave a third. The reason is here. Between the prince and the prince, once they meet, it will be an endless situation. Han Feng also knew this, so he would not let the 7th prince go, just like the 7th prince planned to kill the 2nd prince at the beginning. The talent of the 7th prince is not as good as that of the 1st and 2nd princes, but it is not bad, and the bloodline level of his purple-eyed demon ape is also among the high-level chaos. With the power of the seventh prince's blood, the second prince's face was obviously happy, and the blood in his body had grown significantly. Han Feng and ancient god Dong Song stood by to prevent other princes from attacking. Purple Emperor Palace. Liuhe's eyes flashed, and he came to Zidi's side. Liuhe, what's the matter? Zidi frowned slightly. Liuhe said, Master Zidi, something has happened in the world of Zijing. I'm afraid this person will become an obstacle to your plan. As he said that, with a wave of Liuhe's hand, a light curtain appeared in front of Zidi, and the scenes that flashed in the light curtain were exactly the scene where Han Feng killed the ancient god Ling Kong, the ancient god Wuxi and the seventh prince in seconds. Zidi's eyes became more serious, and it was the first time that he paid attention to the helper beside the second prince. After a while, Zidi's face darkened a lot. It is indeed very strong. The ancient god Jin Lin and the ancient god Tianshi, beside the eldest prince, are probably not opponents. If the second prince is qualified for the blood baptism, Lord Zidi, your plan to raise the blood to the middle king rank will come to naught. Liuhe also said. The second update. Liuhe will not stop it either. In the final analysis, if an existence with the middle-level blood of the king rank can be born, the strength of the Z family will also increase a lot. Zidi is now only in the realm of a god-king transformation, but if the bloodline of the king rank reaches the middle level, he is fully qualified to fight against the ordinary god-king of transformation. Even if he is promoted to the second transformation god-king in the future and possesses the middle-level blood of the king rank, he will be the best among the second transformation god-kings. The ancestor of the Z family, who is ranked on the list of gods, if he can raise his bloodline to the intermediate king rank, his ranking on the list of gods can be raised by at least a dozen places. The God King list, also known as the Spirit King list for some people of the spirit race, records the 108 most powerful god kings in the entire spirit world. The higher the ranking, the higher the prestige, the greater the influence, and the more beneficial it is to the status of the forces in the spiritual world. Liuhe, is there a way to weaken this guy's strength? After pondering for a moment, Zidi asked. Zidi naturally has ways of arranging himself with the eldest prince, but that way is at most used to deal with the half-step god king, who has the foundation of Tianjun. As usual, Zidi thinks this method is enough. But now, the half-step god king of Tianjun's foundation may not be able to compare with someone in the picture. Z Emperor, you should know that I am not a world artifact promoted through normal means. I don't have deep control over the purple mirror world. This is the result of such a long time. At the beginning, I couldn't influence the operation of the purple mirror world at all. The Emperor only asked if you can do it. You didn't ask you to talk so much. Zidi was in a bad mood and growled. Liuhe twitched the corner of his mouth, and said, yes, he can, but at most he can suppress his power. In addition, he can use the power of the purple mirror world to make the opponent collide with high-level purple apes as much as possible, and meet more 8th-level monsters, level 9 purple ape. But this also has disadvantages, that is, if this person is stronger than what he has shown now, the high-level purple ape will only become their prey, and they will take the soul of the purple ape. Once the second prince gets more purple ape souls, and is the first to raise his bloodline to the king-level threshold, the second prince will win the battle for air. Zidi's face was uncertain, and then he said coldly, just do what you say, no matter how powerful that kid is it possible that he can still be stronger than the 8th level and 9th level Zun? 8th grade purple ape. It is equivalent to the realm of the God King who changed the foundation of Tianjun. The 9th level purple ape is already equivalent to the realm of the second changing God King. Zidi is now just a change of God King from the foundation of Tianjun. However, the purple ape does not know how to use any divine body or blood, nor does it have a divine weapon, let alone a magical power. Putting it all together, Zidi's combat power is actually infinitely close to level 9 or even comparable to level 9 purple ape. In addition, Zidi has the power of the world, but Ziyuan does not, so if it is really necessary to fight, Zidi is stronger than most of the 9th level purple apes. These purple apes don't have the same world power to resist the suppression of them by the Purple Emperor world. Purple Mirror world. Han Feng suddenly sensed some power descending on him. Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, he felt his own power carefully, and found that his own power was limited by half to 10%. This kind of suppression is a bit like the appearance of the Shangui God King at that time, could it be? Not long after, the second prince absorbed all the power of the purple ape's soul and bloodline, and the bloodline of the top chaos divine grade, which was originally at a low level, had a faint tendency to rise to the middle level. Among them, it was the blood power of the 7th prince that improved the second prince the most. Han Feng told the second prince what he had discovered. The second prince took a deep breath and laughed at himself. Father really values the boss. I just found out that you are a threat, and immediately suppressed you through Liuhe. Fortunately, Liuhe doesn't have a deep control over the purple mirror world. Brother Han, how do you feel now? It's only suppressed by less than 10%, and it's still enough to deal with Jinlin Ancient God and Tianchi Ancient God. Han Feng replied. That's right, that's good. The second prince heaved a sigh of relief. Han Feng shook his head. That's not necessarily the case, the eldest prince may have cards that none of you know about. Han Feng thought of the strangeness when Xiaopeng saw the eldest prince. What? The second prince looked puzzled, but Han Feng didn't explain. Seeing this, the second prince had no choice but to take back what he wanted to ask, and set off again. The three of them continued to search for the purple ape in the purple mirror world, and soon they discovered to their astonishment that the probability of the resources they encountered was getting higher and higher. Not only that, the number and quality of the purple apes encountered were much higher than those of the previous few days. The most dangerous time encountered 10 7th level purple apes at once. Up to now, they don't understand. It must be that Liuhe artifact spirit secretly tripped them up again. Fortunately, Han Feng was strong enough, and the 10 7th level purple apes were still killed. Not only did they not suffer heavy injuries, but the second prince absorbed enough purple ape souls, and the bloodline of the top chaos divine grade was upgraded from the low among the top to the middle among the top. And then promoted to high and top. This battle of successors is over. Restricted by the order of the ancestors, no matter how secretly Liuhe stumbles, he can only baptize the second prince with blood. None including Zidi can stop it. Except for the three of Han Feng, the rest of the princes gradually gained their own achievements. The eldest prince was surrounded by the ancient god Jinlin and the ancient god Tianchi, and the 7th level purple ape could not pose a threat to them. The blood of the eldest prince has also been successfully promoted from the top high-level Chaos Divine grade to the top Chaos Divine grade, but it is in the low ranks, one rank lower than the second prince. On the other hand, the third prince encountered the 8th prince. The two ancient gods next to the third prince are Wushan Ancient God and Duantian Ancient God. Ancient God Wushan and Ancient God Duantian are not weaker than Ancient God Wushi. With these two ancient gods, the third prince can't be considered weak among the princes. Unfortunately, he met the 8th prince. The third prince was indeed afraid of the two low-ranking ancient gods beside the 8th prince, but after thinking for a while, the third prince decided to make a move. What if it was really just an ordinary low-ranking ancient god? He has made a lot of money, and he can easily obtain the blood power of the high-level Chaos Divine grade. Facing the killing intent eyes of the third prince, the 8th prince frowned. Third brother, since you are the first to attack, don't blame the younger brother for being cruel. You two Lord Demon Kings, come down. The third prince shouted suddenly, and the two lower ancient gods beside him suddenly roared, their voices rolling, not human voices at all. The third update. The two low-ranking ancient gods who had seemed sluggish suddenly showed pain and howled miserably. However, the howling sound only lasted for a breath before disappearing completely. The demonic energy had completely swallowed the two lower ancient gods, and then, two figures sprang out of the demonic energy. These two figures were wearing black robes, their faces were completely covered by the black robes, only red and green pupils were exposed. At the same time, two terrifying auras filled the entire world. Half-step God King. These two breaths have reached the half-step God King realm. Half-step God King. How is it possible? Ancient God Wuxian and ancient God Duantian were about to make a move, and they all paled in astonishment when they saw this scene. Jia Jia, Holy Sun, I didn't expect you to summon the two of us so soon. The red-eyed and black-robed man, Jia Jia, laughed strangely. The eighth prince said indifferently, let's do it, you two are god kings, you can't even kill two little ancient gods, right? The man in black robe with green pupils said in a hoarse voice, Holy Sun, you don't need to provoke me, the queen has an order, let me wait for the two of you to fully assist you in the blood baptism, so that the blood can be raised to the level of the king. We will deal with these obstacles on our own. Let's get rid of it. As soon as the words fell, the man in the black robe with red pupils had already made a move, almost as if teleporting, and swept away, leaving only a dark afterimage in the void. Not good. The faces of ancient god Wuxian and ancient god Duantian changed drastically, and they immediately displayed their powerful bloodlines or divine bodies. Ozen Divine Fist. Heavenly Slash. Humph, even if this seed is only possessing a specially made avatar, and its strength can only display half a step to the level of a god king, it is not something two little ancient gods like you can compete with. The man in black with red pupils waved his hand, and the pitch-black devilish energy rolled away, swallowing the attacks of ancient god Wuxian and ancient god Duantian. The next moment, the devilish energy surged behind the red-eyed and black-robed man, turning into two huge hideous black bone wings. The bone wings spread out, and the demonic energy was overwhelming. Death, the red-eyed and black-robed man roared. In the next moment, he arrived in front of ancient god Wuxian and ancient god Duantian, grabbed out with two claws, directly penetrated the bodies of the two ancient gods, and grabbed their hearts. Not only that, but the devilish energy invaded the bodies of the two, completely shattering all the vitality of the two ancient gods, including the souls. At this point, the red-eyed and black-robed talent smiled strangely and turned his gaze to the third prince. The third prince was completely stupefied by fright. When the man with red eyes and black robe saw him like this, his legs immediately went limp and he fell limply to the ground. You, who are you? The third prince's eyes were full of fear. The eighth prince walked slowly with his hands behind his back. Third son, if you want to blame, you will blame me for provoking this king first, so please go to death. Old Ba, I'm your elder brother, don't you think a little brotherly love? The third prince yelled as he sensed the murderous intent of the two men in black. Brotherly love? The eighth prince's face was full of sarcasm. Third brother, can you swear that you didn't intend to kill before? The third prince's face froze, and in such a moment of hesitation, the red-eyed man in black robe shot and killed the third prince. The blood of the third prince is not very advanced, it is only the top of the middle-level chaos god grade, and it does not improve the power of the blood of the eighth prince much. Outsiders only thought that the bloodline of the eighth prince's purple-eyed demon ape was at the high level of the chaotic divine grade, but in fact, the bloodline of the eighth prince had reached the top level. It's still the middle level of the top. Compared with the second prince, whose bloodline has been raised to a higher level, he is even stronger. The red-eyed man in black robe and the green-eyed man in black robe gathered around the eighth prince again, only to hear the eighth prince say calmly, "You two Lord Demon Kings, let's go, it's time to meet my other brothers." Purple Emperor Palace. One picture after another was presented in front of Zidi. Zidi's face was as black as ink. First there is Han Feng and then the old eighth, why are there so many existences that disrupted his plan in this battle of Zidi's air? This old bastard hides so deeply, I never thought he was the holy son of the Dark Demon Palace. Zidi took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and even deceived him. The Dark Demon Palace is another major force in the Four Spirits God realm that has eliminated the four great empires. It is no different from the four great empires in terms of top powerhouses. It's just that the Dark Demon Palace pursues an elite policy, and the number of people is small. In addition, the lair is secretive and always hidden in the dark, so it is not included in the four major forces of the West Spirit God territory. But if there is any force that dares to underestimate the Dark Demon Palace and provoke the Dark Demon Palace, it is courting death. Even the four great empires dare not be careless in the face of such forces as the Dark Demon Palace. The supreme ruler of the Dark Devil Palace is the Devil Emperor, and the Devil Empress is not necessarily the Devil Emperor's wife. Next, there are 8 demon kings, all of whom have the power of the next God King. Further down, there is the Holy Sun, equivalent to the prince of the four great empires, which is similar to the position of the heir of the Purple Emperor. The Holy Sun is inferior to the 8 demon kings in strength, but equal to the 8 demon kings in terms of status. Zidi never expected that his 8th son would unknowingly become the Holy Son of the Dark Demon Palace. If the news spread, it would probably cause an uproar from the other 3 empires. Look at the bone wings and red pupils. They should be the Night Demon God King, one of the 8 demon kings in the Dark Demon Palace. Another green pupil, with this characteristic, I'm afraid it's the Black-Browed God King. These 2 are also well known among the 8 great demon kings, and both have the power of the peak of the second transformation God King. Fortunately, they are only possessed by the 2 ancient gods and can only exert half of the power of the God King. Even so, I'm afraid the boss will. My Lord Zidi, I have an idea. How about letting Han Feng and the 8th prince meet? From what I see, the middle-ranked ancient god named Han Feng is no less powerful than the Night Demon King at the moment, and the Black-Browed God King. It doesn't matter if both of them suffer losses, or if one side wins over the other, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. It should be difficult to resist the eldest prince, the ancient god Jin Lin and the ancient god Tianshi. Liuhe suddenly said. Zidi nodded with a sullen face. Act according to what you say, try to rely on the power of the rules of the Purple Mirror World, and let them meet by chance. Liuhe's eyes were closed tightly, and he had obviously begun to use his own power to influence the rules and regulations of the Purple Mirror World. Under such rules, if the probability of encountering Han Feng and the 8th prince was only 1 or 2 before, it is as high as 50 to 60% now. That's all Liuhe can do. Liuhe doesn't have the ability to directly teleport both parties to one place. By the way, Lord Zidi, the reason why the 8th prince can become the Holy Son of the Dark Demon Palace should be not simple, but I remember that the mother of the 8th prince is just a lowly servant girl, true identity. The first update. At the beginning, the Emperor knew that the woman was not simple, and now it seems that she is indeed so. Since Lao Ba has become the Holy Son of the Dark Demon Palace so easily, that woman must be a member of the Dark Demon Palace, and her status is not low. Zidi suddenly has some guesses about the identity of Lao Ba's biological mother. If this guess is true, then Lao Ba in the Purple Mirror World really disturbed his plan, and he can only admit it. Unless the Purple Ape Empire wants to fight the Dark Demon Palace thoroughly. Don't look at him as Zidi. He doesn't have that much right to decide on such matters. Everything depends on whether the only middle god king in the Z family is willing to fight the Devil Emperor. The Devil Emperor is also a super strong man in the realm of the 4 transformation god kings. Purple Mirror World. The 3 of Han Feng found that finding the 7th level purple ape was not as easy as before. This is not because Liuhe's previous methods have failed, but because there are only so many 7th level purple apes in the Purple Mirror World. If more people are killed, the remaining number will naturally decrease. 10 days later. A 7th-level purple ape was killed by Han Feng, and the blood of the second prince improved after absorbing the soul of the purple ape, but that was all. One reason is that more purple ape souls are needed to upgrade from middle to high level, and the second reason is that there are not many 7th-level purple apes hunted in the past 10 days, and the total number of them is less than 10. Another 4 days later, Han Feng and the other 3 found a prince flying towards them in a panic. Looking at the situation, he was hunted down by some powerful existence. "It's the 4th child." The second prince gloated. Before the 4th prince poached the ancient god of Tianhe from him, the second prince had already disliked the 4th prince. Right now, the 4th prince is running away in a hurry. It would be good if the second prince didn't get into trouble. But soon the second prince couldn't laugh anymore. As the 4th prince approached, Han Feng and the 3 naturally found out through their souls that the one chasing and killing the 4th prince was an 8th-level purple ape. The 7th-level purple ape and the 8th-level purple ape, although it may seem that there is only a difference of 1 level, they are actually very different. The 7th-level purple ape is still in the realm of the ancient gods. The 8th-level purple ape is already in the realm of a god king. "No, run away." The second prince immediately set off to flee. Facing the realm of the god king, even if he had a heavenly foundation, he would still be crushed. Ape. Han Feng wanted to make a move, but the 2 princes escaped, so Han Feng could only follow closely behind. "Second child, save me." The 4th prince shouted in despair. The second prince ignored the 4th prince. He already had a grudge. How could he fall into a big crisis just to save the 4th prince? "Second, even if I die, you can't escape." The 4th prince suddenly yelled and cursed. The speed of the 8th-level purple ape was too fast. The 2 ancient gods beside the 4th prince had already sacrificed, and no other ancient god could sacrifice themselves to buy time for him. Not long after, with the shrill screams of the 4th prince, he was chased by the 8th-level purple ape, biting and tearing. The 4th prince was torn apart. Roar. The 8th-level purple ape killed the 4th prince, roared excitedly, and kept beating his chest with both fists. Then, the ferocious eyes of the 8th-level purple ape focused on a certain direction in the void. That's where the 3 of Han Feng flew. The 8th-level purple ape roared again, and went after it directly. "Damn it! That 8th-level purple ape is catching up." The second prince's face was ugly. After killing the 4th prince, the 8th-level purple ape should not have pursued them. The current results are undoubtedly the fault of Liuhe again. The speed of the 8th-level purple ape is far from being comparable to that of the ancient god Dongxing and the second prince, and the distance between the 2 sides is gradually shortening. With Han Feng's full firepower, his speed surpassed that of the 8th-level purple ape, but it was obviously impossible for Han Feng to keep the second prince and ancient god Dongxing here. Seeing that the distance between each other was getting closer, the second prince turned around abruptly. "Brother Han, ancient god Dongxing, let's fight." The ancient god Dongxing laughed. Let Dong also see how the 8th-level purple ape, who is comparable to the realm of the god king, has the means of harmony? As the wind howled, the auras of the second prince and ancient god Dongxing surged out, creating a monstrous storm. Facing the 8th-level purple ape, the second prince and ancient god Dongxing did not dare to be careless. "Here we come." The second prince shouted, and the huge body of the 8th-level purple ape rushed towards him fiercely like a cannonball. Boom! The speed of the 8th-level purple ape was so fast that it rubbed against the surrounding air violently, splashing out a large amount of flames. Golden light Buddha fist. Ancient god Dongxing's face was solemn, with golden light shining behind him. At this moment, a sense of mystery appeared on Dongxing ancient god. The golden light turned into endless Buddha fists, and it went away in a mighty way. This punch was enough to kill a large number of 4th and 5th level purple apes, but it was not close to the 8th level purple ape, and it stopped under the roar of the 8th level purple ape, and then collapsed. The power of ordinary high-ranking ancient gods is still in its early stages, and it is too weak for the 8th level purple ape. Ho ho! The 8th level purple ape roared angrily because of the attack of the little bug, the ancient god Dong Song. The roar was so loud that it exploded in the ears of the three of Han Feng like thunder. Puff! Ancient god Dong Song couldn't bear it at first, spewing out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The second prince let out a low cry, and instantly turned into a purple-eyed demon ape. The purple-eyed demon ape tightly covered its ears, resisting the sweep of the sound waves. Han Feng directly let the power of the soul spread around him. The soul that surpasses the imperial grade, after being promoted to the middle ancient god, the quality is even more extraordinary. Although the roaring attack of the 8th level purple ape was strong, it couldn't penetrate Han Feng's soul defense. After roaring a few times, the 8th level purple ape rushed towards the second prince and Han Feng again. The second prince turned into a purple-eyed demon ape, and relying on his huge body, which was no different from the 8th level demon ape, the two demon apes fought together in an instant. Boom! Boom! The second prince punched the 8th level demon ape, and the 8th level demon ape seemed to be nothing, not even retreating. On the contrary, it was the punch of the 8th level demon ape, which directly sent the purple-eyed demon ape transformed by the second prince flying. If it wasn't for the fact that the blood of the second prince had reached the top level of Chaos Divine rank, this punch might have pierced through the body of the purple-eyed demon ape directly. The 8th level demon ape sprayed it out of its nostrils, and opened its mouth to bite. But at this moment, Han Feng finally made a move, the mysterious dragon wings spread out, and Han Feng quickly attacked the 8th level purple ape. At the same time, attacks formed by the condensed energy of chaos continuously landed on the 8th level purple ape. Boom boom boom. In the end, the 8th level purple ape failed to bite successfully, but was bombarded by successive attacks and retreated again and again. The second prince was able to escape, and quickly retreated to Han Feng's side. The second update. This is still a powerful skill that Xuanhuan doesn't know. Wouldn't the real Lichang God King be more terrifying and powerful? Fortunately, the second prince had turned into a purple-eyed demon ape, even though he was covered in cold sweat, he couldn't tell from his appearance. Brother Han, thank you. When he came back to his senses, the second prince couldn't help being grateful to Han Feng, but also shocked by the power Han Feng displayed. It seems that every time Han Feng encounters a stronger existence, Han Feng will erupt with stronger power. From the ancient god Juesha to the 7th level purple ape, then to the ancient god Wuxia, and finally to the 8th level purple ape, it seemed like a bottomless pit. Han also wants to use the Digon Xuanhuan to break through the middle stage of the ancient god, of course he must protect the second prince. Han Feng smiled lightly. Roar. Before the second prince could say anything, the 8th level purple ape on the other side had already roared. The sound rolled out, raging the sky like a storm. A terrifying soundstorm came, and the second prince immediately resisted it with all his strength, but was still blown away after a while. Han Feng slapped his palm, and the air of chaos burst out, directly offsetting the soundstorm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 8th level purple ape kicked in the void with its thick and powerful thighs, its huge body leaped forward, and its claws tore down fiercely. The strong claws seemed to tear apart the space. Han Feng was not afraid, gathered the chaotic energy in his body together, and then burst out together, punching the opponent hard. Compared with the huge claws of the 8th level purple ape, Han Feng's fist looked so vulnerable. But in fact, when Han Feng's fist collided with the paw of the 8th level purple ape, the 8th level purple ape let out a miserable howl and was pierced by Han Feng's punch. Han Feng's full-strength bare-handed strike was close to that of the second transformation god king in terms of strength. Even if Han Feng didn't use all his strength now, his power was still beyond the ordinary Ichang God King by a lot, which is not comparable to the 8th level purple ape. A punch pierced Ziyuan's palm, and the chaotic energy from Han Feng's feet also exploded, kicking Ziyuan away. Then, the Xuanhuan Zhanshan sword appeared in Han Feng's hand, and he threw it out quickly. Xuanhuan Zhanshan knife turned into a flame beam, cut through the space, and fell on the 8th level purple ape in an instant. The same chaos artifact, in the hands of different people, has different powers. With the power of Han Feng's current cultivation base to activate the Xuanhuan Zhanshan saber, if the ordinary second transformation God King doesn't pay attention, he may be severely injured. It is even more impossible for a mere 8th level purple ape to be able to resist Xuanhuan's divine slashing saber. Amidst the screams of the 8th level purple ape, the 8th level purple ape was dismembered by Han Feng and turned into a mass of intense purple ape souls, which flew towards the second prince and surrounded him. The purple ape soul of the 8th level purple ape is far from comparable to the purple ape soul of the 7th level purple ape, which is almost equivalent to a transformation. Seeing the enjoyment expression on the second prince's face, and the fluctuating aura, Han Feng reckoned that the second prince's bloodline was about to be upgraded to a higher level, from the top chaotic god rank to the middle class. Level up to a higher level. In the first 10 days, although there were not many 7th level purple apes hunting, there were more than 10 of them anyway, and the progress of the middle level was almost halfway. This time, after absorbing the soul of the 8th level purple ape, less than half of the remaining progress can be fully satisfied immediately, and maybe it can go further and reach a higher level. The purple ape soul of the 8th level purple ape is not so easy to absorb. Han Feng and ancient god Dong Tsang waited quietly, and the wait did not end for 7 or 8 days. Ancient god Dong Tsang didn't dare to call Han Feng brother Jiuyan any more like before. Whether it was defeating the 7th level purple ape or killing the ancient god Wushi, even though the ancient god Dong Tsang knew that Han Feng was powerful, he still treated Han Feng as if he was at the same level. Everyone was an ancient god. However, Han Feng killed the 8th level purple ape neatly, which awakened the ancient god Dong Tsang. Han Feng and him are really not from the same world at all. Therefore, at this moment, ancient god Dong Tsang faced Han Feng, as if he was facing a god king, one bite at a time, Lord Zhou Yan. Han Feng corrected it a few times, seeing that ancient god Dong Tsang does not repent at death, he can only let ancient god Dong Tsang call him that. Purple Emperor Palace. Liuhe and Zidi both looked solemn. They had looked up to Han Feng a lot before, but they still didn't expect Han Feng to kill the 8th level purple ape so easily. With a tired face, Liuhe guided the 8th level purple ape, but it consumed too much of his strength. Zidi said solemnly, "The second guy, where did you find the helper?" The middle ancient god has such power, at least it is the foundation of the inferior, or even the middle emperor. Seeing how he can do it with ease, maybe there is a superior emperor foundation. The foundation of the emperor of heaven? When Liuhe heard Zidi's judgment, he also gasped. This is the foundation of hopeful god emperor realm, and can achieve great achievements in the god emperor realm. The possibility of being promoted to the God Emperor with 4 transformations is less than half, and even because of insufficient foundation, it will be even more difficult to break through to a higher level of God Emperor in the future, which has been maintained at around the first level. The ancestor of the Z family has never chosen to be promoted to the God Emperor. First, the success rate of breakthrough is too low, which may lead to the collapse of the inner world. Change and even the 6th God King, then consider comprehending the power of immortality and being promoted to God Emperor. If the ancestor of the Z family had the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, he might have reached the realm of the Upper God King at this moment, and he could consider being promoted to the God Emperor. Seeing that Zidi's face was not looking good, Liuhe suddenly smiled. This Han Feng is so strong, doesn't it happen to match up with the 8th prince? At first, I was really worried that this son would lose to the 8th prince, but now it seems that it is not necessarily so. Look, the 8th prince is here. Liuhe pointed to the light curtain in front of Zidi, where 3 figures were rapidly approaching the 2nd prince's side. I just hope that they can fight to the detriment of both sides, otherwise the emperor will not have to do it himself. Zidi snorted coldly. Purple mirror world. Han Feng's eyes moved slightly, and there was something disappointing. There, 3 auras were rapidly approaching. Han Feng, who had seen the 8th prince, quickly recognized one of them as the 8th prince. But the other 2 breaths are not only unfamiliar, but also very powerful, reaching the half-step God-King realm. At this moment, the breath of the 2nd prince suddenly improved significantly, and the souls of the purple apes around him were all absorbed by the 2nd prince. An indescribable force surged out from the 2nd prince's body. The 2nd prince opened his eyes, and there was a flash of excitement in them. His bloodline has already broken through to the advanced stage of the top Chaos Divine grade. The first update. Where are the companions with you? Don't they need to be together? Thrush pointed to Himiko and Xuanhuan, who came in from the entrance and found something to lean against the wall. I have to say that these 2 children with different hair, Yan's beautiful combination is still quite eye-catching, attracting the attention of most people as soon as he entered. It's okay, we will leave soon, and we won't stay with you all the time. After all, this is a cooperative investigation, not joining. Dialect waved his hand and explained. I understand. Thrush nodded, and walked forward without asking too many questions, and said, in that case, then follow along carefully, and I will let you see our funeral home. Okay. Fang Yan followed behind with a smile. Pray, who is that man? It just happened to happen, the purpose is unknown, but it should not be someone from GHQ. Should it be? Ye sighed, and his eyes stopped on the blood-red infusion bag, which was full of donated blood just taken out of the girl's body. His life was short enough to have to rely on this thing to maintain. It's great that you survived. Ye murmured. Well, but the mission failed, I'm sorry. Chi apologized in a low voice, his voice was still slightly ethereal, which was a symbol of not knowing what emotion to add into it. It's okay. Although I want to say that, if we don't get that thing, the next plan can't be implemented. Ye showed a wry smile, and sighed, in the worst case, it's even difficult for us to get the next wave of aid. Luckily, this guy who just arrived brought us a clue. Emochi listened silently, not knowing what to reply. Pray, do me a favor. Ye suddenly said. What's the matter? Chi raised his head. Spy on that man for me. A gleam of coldness flashed in Ye's eyes. I see. Maki nodded and stood up. Inori's answer was 0.5 seconds slower than usual, and Aya, who noticed this, didn't say much. He just lowered his head silently, no one knew what he was thinking, not even himself. Just when Chi-Chi was about to open the door and think about a wave of silence, there was a sudden knock on the door. The iron door was knocked loudly. The big thing is bad, yeah. Don't panic. What happened? Ye replied in a calm voice. Yes. Last night, the white server took everyone in the area hostage and told us to surrender. Our plan yesterday seemed to be exposed. And it touched the bottom line of those guys. Let everyone wait for me in the combat hall, I'll be there right away. Ye's eyes froze, and he said decisively. Yes, I know. The visitor left in a hurry. Yeah, I'll go first. Hearing the reporter leave, Meichi turned around and took a look at Ye, then opened the door and walked out first. Well, let's go. Ye slightly nodded. At the same time, an announcement sounded on the wireless earphones of everyone in the funeral home base. Wang Qi, something went wrong, do you want to come with me? Thrush raised his head and said to the dialect after listening to the instruction. Such an interesting thing, please be sure to take me along. Fang Yan smiled. You bastard. A little cold sweat dripped down Thrush's forehead. Soon she puffed up her cheeks again and said, speaking of which, where is my funeral, how is it doing? Close your eyes. Fang Yan showed a mysterious smile. What? Wang is in a hurry now. If you still plan to play tricks on me, I will make you suffer. Thrush showed a vigilant look. Don't you want funeral anymore? Dialect asked in surprise. Okay. Thrush gritted her teeth and closed her eyes lightly. In order to obtain information that could no longer be obtained by other means, she had to obey the orders of the person in front of her. Thrush is really a lovely child. Gazing at that pretty face. Among them, the long eyelashes are still flicking mischievously, obviously squinting. Fang Yan couldn't help shaking his head, and sighed with a gentle expression. Immediately afterwards, he took out the mechanized automatic beetle, Funeru, which had been completely depressed by himself in the backpack. Funeru? Thrush, whose eyelashes were not closed at all, immediately widened his eyes, staring stupidly at the thing that suddenly appeared. I'm not very good at machinery. Whether I can continue to use it depends on you. Dialect handed Funeru to the opponent. Probably not bad. Seeing the whole shot out of Funeru's head, Tsugumi also smiled wryly. Don't worry about the hostages. In the war room, Quadrant, who was fully aware of the situation, said without a trace of hesitation. If the hostages are ignored, our existence will be meaningless, right? Everyone in the funeral home glared at him in surprise. That's true. If we surrender, isn't everything we did before also meaningless? Even if we go to rescue, the risk is quite high. With the current gap in combat power, we may all be wiped out. Quarter said calmly. Analysts countered. Then we're going to die, do you mean that? That's right, I just want to see death. Quartet nodded slightly. You bastard. The guy glared, but couldn't refute. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Ya is here. Let's see what ya has to say. 2. Ya, who had just arrived at the scene, saw this situation, walked to the center, and said without hesitation, everyone, calm down a little, I have understood the current situation, this battle, we give up. Hey. Everyone's eyes widened. But if we don't save them, isn't our existence meaningless? Ya sighed helplessly, and explained, that's true, but with our current combat power, there is no chance of winning if we want to save people under the premise of white clothes fully armed in ambush. No matter how I calculate, we are here, at least 85% of all people will be lost. As the leader, I must be responsible for these lives. Although we are a revolutionary army, it is true, but the revolutionary army also needs to be rescued. It is meaningless to die. Hearing what you said, the members of the funeral club also knew that the matter was almost over. The leaders all took pictures of the chopping boards, so naturally no one could continue to refute, and Si Fenyi, who is the 2nd Military Division, was also very concerned about this matter. Agree with this point of view. The other side. Seeing this scene, Dialect, who arrived a little later, couldn't help revealing a subtle expression that he could only understand. In the original work, Chi Hui, who obtained the void genome, was accidentally used by Sakura Manji, and showed the power of the armed void gene, coupled with Major General Yang's void mirror, which can rebound attacks. You should make a move without hesitation. And put the funeral home on the stage. But the appearance of the supreme game player has greatly changed the plot, and now even the void genome has been robbed and disappeared. If the power of the void genome is lost, the funeral house will probably only become a second-rate underground organization forever, influencing the uprising. Our top priority now. It should be to investigate the whereabouts of the lost void genome. If we don't get that power, the Undertaker's ambition cannot be implemented, and we can only keep hiding behind the shady scenes. Ya is also very clear about this. The matter is being explained with the subordinates. I see. If the leader says so, then that's the only way to go? There's no way. Hey, why are you smiling so weirdly? Thrush next to Fang Yan couldn't help poking him with his elbow, and asked in a low voice. That's because I think his judgment is wrong. Fang Yan glanced at the other party. Said, flatly. Question? Thrush showed a confused look. As the leader of the funeral home, Ye's wisdom from the beginning to the present can be said to be among the people she knows. They all firmly occupy the primary position, but this guy in front of him actually questioned that level of guy. Wait, yeah. Just when Thrush wanted to turn his head to continue asking, Dialect had already walked towards Ye's dialect, and his moving figure was slightly conspicuous among the countless standing figures. What's the matter? Ye turned his head and said. Let's attack. Dialect said softly. I've made it clear just now that the funeral home will give up this mission. Ye frowned slightly. There was a little anger on his face, but at the same time, he still didn't understand what the other party was thinking. He didn't think that the shrewd guy in front of him would do something stupid like challenging his own authority. If you don't participate, everyone there will die. Even so, it's okay? Those white clothes, whether they are children or women, will be killed without mercy. The dialect said lightly. You mean to let the members of the funeral club sacrifice themselves to die? Ye said with a sneer. No, as long as there are countermeasures to eliminate them. Right? Fang Yan looked up at the other party and said lightly. Destroy them? Of course we can, but even if that's the case, we still need to pay a huge price. Ye raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression slightly dissatisfied. Ye seems to be ruthless, but he is actually a guy who values his companions very much. This attribute of being cold on the outside and hot on the inside makes those insiders like him even more. Now the void genome has fallen on the international mercenary. As a mercenary, he must have his reasons here, that is, the mission. If we don't participate in this operation, we may miss it again. The opportunity or clue to regain the void genome. At the same time, the funeral society will be looked down upon by others, and its status will also decline. At that time, it will be more difficult to get assistance from foreign aid forces, right? I believe you know better than me, yeah. Looking at the slightly displeased expression, Fang Yan smiled instead and continued to persuasion. What's more, I still have a way to minimize the cost of this battle. I have a trump card in my hand. Oh? Tell me about your plan. Yue frowned, he was suddenly interested, and wanted to see what kind of strength the man in front of him had. On the other hand, the reason why Dialect is so obsessed with this action is not entirely because of the reasons above, but more importantly, he has to complete his mission and bring himself closer to the inheritance power in the mission goal. To be precise, it is a process of gaining prestige and gaining the trust of members of the funeral agency, and Xiaoshan's task completion also requires this process. If you don't participate in this operation, and if you lose the void genome, no one can come up with a specific answer for what the funeral society will become. Dialect must stabilize the situation, even if you pay some price. Okay. Dialect raised his eyebrows slightly, turned back to the assembled members of the funeral club, and continued, I know that everyone present may still have doubts or dissatisfaction with me as a newcomer, so this battle with me and my companions as the vanguard. Wait, I don't know what your plan is, but I'll be the vanguard. Iace frowned, showing a dissatisfied look. The other party's behavior of mocking Ye in front of her just now really made her feel unhappy. Of course, Iace, you also have a heavy responsibility. I have investigated each of you before coming here, and I will be responsible for bringing your power to the limit. The trump card of the GHQ security force, Second Lieutenant Dali Luyang, depends on you. Fang Yan stared condescendingly at the girl in the wheelchair, and said decisively. Really? The corners of Ia's mouth twitched, her voice suppressed her anger, and she sneered privately. She didn't believe that everyone could plan strategies like this, accurate within milliseconds. Well, so, let's go. Feng Yan smiled. Eh? Huh? What did that guy say just now? Set off? What about the plan? Do you really want us to die? The feeling of being tricked made everyone's faces full of moving anger. Dialect ignored those guys, just gave you a veiled look, then shook his hands and walked outside, saying as he walked, "Yeah, you lost the void genome, but got something more powerful than the void genome. I will replace it for you. Find something that cancels out the kaleidoscope, trust me." Kaleidoscope? How could that guy know? Ye's pupils shrank suddenly, staring at the figure leaving the battle hall, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, then suddenly opened them, and said in a loud voice, "All members of the funeral club obey the order. We will now annihilate the Special Virus Disaster Management Bureau and rescue the residents of the enemy's fortress. The battle has begun. Let's fight to the fullest." Oh. Is it going to start again? We have only one leader. Also. Ye paused, and continued, "Wang Chi will do his best to help if anyone needs help during this battle." I see. Learn. Although the expression was resigned, the guys at the funeral agency were not fools who played house. They knew the importance of coordination and strategy in real gun combat better than anyone else. After Zai gave the rest of the instructions, the members of the funeral club separated. Although the funeral club is not yet on the stage, it already has its own internal system, and its combat effectiveness is approaching first class. Yeah, it's not like you that you actually choose to believe in the uncertain factors and choose to gamble. On the other side, Quartet cast doubts on ya, but compared to the doubts, the frivolous tone was more like sarcasm. To be continued. Congratulations to your Royal Highness, the second prince's bloodline has improved, and his strength has greatly improved. Dongtsong Gushen congratulated with a happy face. Top point small 2-3. The improvement of bloodline also means the increase of strength, and the second prince also beamed with joy when he received the congratulations from ancient god Dongtsong. Han Feng poured cold water on him. "Your Highness, second prince, get ready to fight, another prince is coming." The second prince was indulging in the joy of bloodline promotion. Hearing what Han Feng said, he was greatly surprised, and immediately his spirit surged out and he looked around. The aura of the eighth prince and 3 people was quickly sensed and captured by the second prince's spirit. It turned out to be the eighth prince. The second prince's face changed slightly, and the eighth prince was fine, but the Night Demon King and the Black-Browed God King beside the eighth prince made the second prince's heart sink. As the prince of the Purple Ape Empire, the second prince is not uncommon for half-step God Kings. He can't see the realm of the Night Demon God King and the Black-Browed God King. Fortunately, he has a Korean style here. The second prince glanced at Han Feng, feeling very grateful for his decision on the Xuanhuan merchant ship. I didn't expect Lao Ba to have a half-step God King assistant. Could it be those 2 low-ranking ancient gods? But how did a mere low-ranking ancient god suddenly become a half-step God King? The second prince was puzzled. Ancient god Dongtsong chuckled, "So what about the half-step God King? Master Jiuyan can easily kill even the 8th level purple ape, let alone 2 half-step God Kings." Han Feng glanced at ancient god Dongtsong, and said, "That's not necessarily the case." Huh? Ancient god Dongtsong looked puzzled. The second prince's eyes were fixed. Could it be that? Han Feng raised his head suddenly, and there, the 3 figures were getting closer and closer. Han Feng's eyes fell more on the 2 half-step God Kings next to the 8th prince, without the slightest underestimation. Seeing these 2 people again, Xiaopeng was very sure what was going on with them, and after telling Han Feng naturally understood everything. The incarnation of a God King, even if it's only half a step into the realm of a god king, but the combat experience, awareness, and magical skills mastered are all at the level of a god king. I'm afraid it's enough to kill an 8th level purple ape. Change the realm of the god king. Han Feng thought to himself. As for what grade can be compared with the king of Yicheng? Is it last? Ordinary? Powerful? Then it depends on the state and grade of the god king, who possesses the 2 lower ancient gods. The second brother is lucky. He has raised his bloodline to this level. If he raises another level, I'm afraid the heir to the Purple Emperor will belong to the second brother. The prince's unsteady bloodline breath could tell the second prince's current bloodline state. The 8th prince originally had no intention of killing the second prince. After all, the original second prince's helper was too weak. Unless the second prince's own combat power was against the sky, it would be difficult to win the position of Zidi's heir. But the 8th prince never expected that the second prince has raised his bloodline to such a high level now. These days his bloodline is still at the top middle level, and has not been promoted to a high level, which made the 8th prince want to kill the second prince. Only by being the successor of the Purple Emperor can he accept the baptism of blood, and make another breakthrough with the help of the Digong Xuanhuan, breaking through from the early stage to the middle stage of the high-ranking ancient god, and his strength has greatly improved. Sensing the 8th prince's killing intent, the second prince's expression became tense. This king's luck is indeed good, and this luck will always follow me. Is that so? It's a pity that the second brother's luck will be ended by the younger brother today. The 8th prince sneered. Night demon god Wang Jiejie smiled. My lord, do you need me to get rid of these 2 princes? It's just an ancient god, and I can get rid of him just by stretching out my fingers. No need, leave it to me. I really want to know what level is the second brother's strength? Second brother, how dare you? The 8th prince took a step forward, looking directly at the second prince, provocatively. The second prince snorted coldly, why don't you dare? The ancient god Dong Song supported the second prince. No matter how powerful the 8th prince was, he was only the foundation of the heavenly monarch, and he could never be the opponent of the second prince. Han Feng is not so optimistic. The 8th prince is hiding everything, and his strength is certainly not as it appears. Is it really just the foundation of the heavenly king? Han Feng could clearly hear the words Master Xingzi of the 2 half-step god kings before. How could it be possible for the 8th prince, who was based on the foundation of the heavenly monarch, to be subdued by the 2 god kings, who were honored as holy sons? Either this Tianjuan's foundation is fake, or there must be something different about Hakioji. All in all, Han Feng is not optimistic about the second prince. However, Han Feng didn't stop the second prince, so he could use the power of the second prince to see what the 8th prince really has. Ho ho! The second prince and the 8th prince turned into purple-eyed apes almost at the same time, looked up to the sky, roared, and rushed towards each other. When 2 behemoths collide, it must be earth-shattering and earth-shattering. The collision of each punch caused the earth to tremble, the void trembled, and the terrifying aftermath spread to the surroundings. The second prince knocked the 8th prince back with 1 punch, and said a little proudly, Old 8, although you are the early stage of the high-ranking ancient god, you are only the foundation of the heavenly king, and even the strength of your blood is not comparable to this king. You can't fight this battle, win. The 8th prince didn't care, and after the huge body stopped backing, he grinned grinningly, Second brother, you think too highly of yourself, and look down on me too much. I just used the strength that I showed on the surface before, for the purpose of testing your strength, second brother, and now it seems that it is nothing more than that. Boom! The powerful blood power erupted from the 8th prince's body, and the body of the 8th prince's purple-eyed demon ape was raised a lot at this moment. His expression became more ferocious, and his figure became stronger. The bloodline of the top chaos god grade. It has even reached the top middle level. Old Ba, you have hidden it so deeply that you have kept this bloodline as a high-level chaos god grade. However, based on this alone, he still won't be my opponent. The second prince shouted, and the purple-eyed demon ape jumped up and slammed into Han Feng fiercely. Before the fist came, the terrifying wind of the fist blasted the entire mountain range behind Hakioji to pieces. The Hakioji looked fiercely, and also punched him. What surprised ancient god Dongsong happened. It was not the eighth prince who was blown away, but the second prince. Rumble. The second prince was punched into the ground by the eighth prince, hitting a huge deep hole in the ground. Standing up with difficulty, the second prince's eyes showed disbelief. You are also the foundation of the heavenly venerable. The eighth prince snorted, is it not enough to only allow you to be the foundation of Tianzuan? Don't think too highly of yourself. There are not a few people in the spiritual world who are stronger than you in terms of foundation. The eighth prince, is also the foundation of Tianzuan? Ancient god Dongsong was completely dumbfounded. The first update. There was a flash of understanding in Han Feng's eyes, and it was true. To be protected by the two incarnations of God Kings, and to be honored as the Holy Son, how could his foundation be poor? The foundation of Tianzuan is in line with the situation of the eighth prince. But even Xiaopeng didn't see it, so the foundation of the eighth prince was sealed, so that outsiders could see the God King who thought it was the foundation of the heavenly king, at least the middle God King. What is the origin of the eighth prince? I am more and more curious about the origin of Hakioji. Knowing that the eighth prince is the foundation of Tianzuan, the second prince's expression changed. Both had the foundation of Tianzuan. The second prince is the late stage of the middle ancient god, and the eighth prince is the early stage of the upper ancient god. The gap is self-evident. It can be said that the second prince has no chance of winning. Impossible. It is also the foundation of Tianzuan. How can the eighth prince surpass the second prince by so many? Ancient god Dongsong still couldn't believe it. Although the foundation of Tianzuan is strong, it is more difficult to improve each time. The second prince is talented, and he is only in the late stage of the ancient gods. Han Feng took it for granted, perhaps the second prince's talent is better than the eighth prince's, but so what? The second prince is not loved by the Purple Emperor, and the eighth prince seems to be backed by a powerful force. The resources are far from comparable to that of the second prince, and it is only natural that there is such a gap. Ancient god Dongsong immediately thought of the situation of the second prince among the many princes of the Purple Ape Empire, and fell silent. The second prince suddenly roared and rushed towards the eighth prince. Even if there is a gap between the two sides, the second prince will never allow himself to surrender. Heh! The eighth prince sneered, and also greeted him. The two behemoths collided again, and there was a constant rumble, but this time the second prince was at a disadvantage again, and kept retreating. The second prince suddenly raised his head to the sky and screamed angrily. The body of the purple-eyed demon ape continued to grow in size, and it fell with fists like a huge mountain peak. Although the eighth prince did not realize the supernatural powers of the second prince, he was not bad. He punched out, and the terrifying wind of the fist carried the aura of chaos, turning into a sharp cone-like existence, which collided with the second prince's fist in an instant. The second prince suddenly let out a scream. The fist was covered with blood, falling from the void. Han Feng's eyes froze. The second prince was able to comprehend the top-grade chaos magic skills in the realm of the Middle Ancient Gods, which was already very impressive, but the eighth prince was even more amazing. The cultivation base is not as good as that of the eight princes, and the divine skills are not as good. If two people collide, the one who suffers is undoubtedly the eight princes. Lord Zhuyan, let's do it. If this continues, His Royal Highness, the second prince, will probably. Ancient god Dong Song became anxious. Han Feng breathed out a turbid breath, and was about to make a move. Just as the ancient god Dong Song said, the second prince couldn't last much longer. Hey, if you want to make a move, you have to see if I agree or not. A strange laugh sounded. It turned out that the Night Demon King had been paying attention to Han Feng and ancient god Dong Song a long time ago. Seeing that Han Feng had a tendency to make a move, he immediately showed up to block. The black-browed god king didn't make a move on the other side. Han Feng's superficial cultivation was only in the realm of the Middle Ancient gods. The black-browed god king didn't think that Han Feng could break through the Night Demon King's defense. The Night Demon god king opened his hand, and the rolling demon turned into a long spear. There are two magic guns in the left and right hands, and the surrounding magic energy is violently rolling, exuding boundless coercion. Han Feng was fearless and rushed over. Courage, but courage and strength are two different things. Night Demon God King didn't take Han Feng seriously at all. How could there be so many abnormalities like the eighth prince in this world? The Night Demon King flapped his wings and moved instantly. The two magic spears passed through layers of space and threw them at Han Feng at an extremely fast speed. The peak of the ancient gods with the Tianjun Foundation, if one is not paying attention, the body will be pierced by these two magic spears. But Han Feng condensed the energy of chaos in his right fist and blasted it fiercely. The fist of chaos collided with the magic spear, and there was a rumbling sound immediately, and the aftermath of the wave spread violently around. An incomparable force blasted towards the Night Demon God King. The Night Demon God King sensed something was wrong, and with a movement of bones and wings behind him, he retreated instantly. This guy has such a strong foundation. The energy of chaos is obviously not much, but the quality is so strong. I'm afraid the eight princes can't match it. After all, the Night Demon King has rich experience, and he immediately realized Han Feng's difficulty when he first fought. A gleam of interest flashed in the eyes of the black-browed God King. Besides the eighth prince, he was the second middle-ranked ancient god who could not be instantly killed by the Night Demon God King. Even if the state of the Night Demon God King at the moment is only a half-step God King. Very good, you are qualified to let me attack with all my strength. Night Demon God King was full of fighting spirit, and the bones and wings on his back stretched out, exuding a stronger demonic energy, and his aura became more fierce. Night Devil's Claw. The arm of the Night Demon God King suddenly extended, and his claws magnified in the void, finally covering Han Feng. Han Feng spread the dragon wings behind his back and dodged the claw directly. The Night Demon King Jia smiled, and his castration did not decrease, but changed his position. Night Devil's Claw kept tracking Han Feng, but no matter what he couldn't catch Han Feng. With the mysterious dragon wings, Han Feng's speed was too fast, almost to the point where even the ordinary God King couldn't react in time. Ancient God Dong Song's eyes widened. It's not that ancient God Dong Song has seen Han Feng display the Xianlong wing before, but this speed is unprecedented, and it is by no means comparable to before. Up to this point, ancient God Dong Song could not have imagined that Han Feng still retained his strength before. At least this speed has not used his full strength, but he does not know whether the current speed is the strongest speed. Han Feng used the Xianlong wing almost at full strength, while constantly dodging the Night Demon's claws. He was also gradually approaching the Night Demon God King. The Night Demon King apparently discovered Han Feng's intentions, and suddenly put away the Night Demon claw. Night Demon Attack. The demonic energy kept tumbling, condensing around the Night Demon God King, and then densely packed pitch-black bats came out overwhelmingly. It's just that these bats have red eyes, sharp beaks and fangs, and their wings are in the state of bone wings. Han Feng felt a strange energy that was completely different from the chaotic energy attack. Han Feng, who had met the God King several times, already understood that it was the power of the world. Only this night, the demon god king is obviously unable to fully exert the power of the world because of his possession. Therefore, this move should be regarded as a powerful skill of the god king skill, but it did not fully display the full power of the god king skill. Even so, the overwhelming number of bats should not be underestimated. When an ordinary half-step god king meets the night demon god king, he might fall if he can't resist a few moves. It's a pity that the night demon king met Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes moved slightly, and with a wave of his sleeve robe, the golden flames covering the sky and the sun surged out. It is the immortal golden flame. The second update. The quality of Han Feng's primal chaos chi is indeed extremely high. In terms of strength alone, it is far beyond the realm of the first transformation god king, and it is directly catching up to the second transformation god king. But the reason why the god king is naturally different from the ancient gods. It is the existence that has mastered the power of the world. The chi of chaos is naturally weak in the face of the power of the world, so even if the power exceeds that of the god king, it will inevitably be restrained in a real fight. So Han Feng knew that his burst of chaos chi with all his strength should be enough to defeat the opponent's attack, but he still didn't do it, because it was more reliable to use the inextinguishable golden flame. Immortal golden flame currently does not have the ability to devour the power of the world to make up for itself, but it will not be restrained if it competes with the power of the world. The overwhelming golden flames devoured all the magic bats that covered the sky and the sun. The bats, like soldiers who looked at death like home, kept rushing towards the monstrous golden flames, and were then burned into slag by the golden flames. The night demon god king looked embarrassed. He couldn't do anything to the little middle ancient god. The black-browed god king finally realized something was wrong at this time, and his companion couldn't help him at all. Thinking of this, the black-browed god king's eyes suddenly darkened, and an astonishing demonic energy shot straight into the sky. Ancient god Dong Song wanted to stop him, at least to buy time for Han Feng, but in front of the terrifying demonic energy, ancient god Dong Song moved his throat, sadly finding that he couldn't move at all. Night of silence. As soon as the black-browed god king made a move, it was the god king's skill, a jet-black mask surrounded by demonic energy, directly covering everyone. Han Feng also found that his surroundings suddenly became dark. If someone is outside now, they will find that the black existence of a hemisphere in the void accommodates that space. This is. Han Feng stepped back suddenly, and found that the demonic energy in this space hadn't affected him at all. The ones who were affected were the night demon king and the black-browed god king. The devilish energy on the two of them was stronger than before, at least 20 to 30% stronger. So that's it, how to improve the cultivation of the demon warrior? Han Feng murmured, understanding the ability of another god king. If the two sides are at the same level, this skill is undoubtedly against the sky, and it is definitely a good skill to turn defeat into victory. It's a pity that they competed against Han Feng with the realm of half-step god kings, and they were not at the same level at all. Han Feng urged the inextinguishable golden flame with all his strength, continuously impacted towards the surroundings, and slammed into the magic energy barrier fiercely. Just one impact caused the barrier to crack countless cracks, almost torn apart. The face of the black-browed god king is about to crack. Is this still the power of the middle ancient god? Although the eighth prince also changed his mind, he also used the power of his blood, and this sun in front of him. The afterimage is destroyed. The black-browed god king's sleeves trembled, and afterimages came out densely, displaying 18 kinds of martial arts, such as boxing, saber, or sword, all attacking Han Feng. As soon as Han Feng pointed out, the immortal golden flame swept away directly, devouring all the afterimages of the devilish energy. Now Han Feng can be considered to have tested the combat power of the two god kings. He is possessed by others, and his cultivation base is limited to half-step god kings. There is a great distance. Such incarnations, 5 or 6 more times, may pose some threats to Han Feng, forcing Han Feng to use the Chaos Divine skill. Under the power of Han Feng at this moment, the immortal golden flame is amazingly powerful. With just 2 or 3 blows, it completely broke through the night of silence of the black-browed God King, and then rolled towards the night demon God King and the black-browed God King without changing their direction. Eyebrow King. The pitiful 2 God Kings were the 2 God Kings in their heyday, and they were the peak existences among the 2 God Kings. They possessed powerful God King skills and the power of the world. They were obviously powerful existences that could threaten Han Feng, but at this moment they were, after being easily crushed by Han Feng, he was devoured by the inextinguishable golden flame not long after, and the 2 lower ancient gods who possessed him completely disappeared, leaving no soul behind. Dark Magic Palace. There was a roar from the 2 palaces. This is the Demon King's palace, which belongs to the Dark Demon Palace. It belongs to the forbidden area of the Demon Palace, and only some powerful ancient gods guard it here. Hearing the roar of the Demon King in the Demon King's palace, these high-ranking ancient gods all shrank their heads, trembling with fear. Worried about being angered by the devil, but also curious about what happened to make the devil so angry. The 2 God Kings who roared were naturally the Night Demon God King and the Black-browed God King. Since they became God Kings, especially when they were about to become the 3 Transformation God Kings, they hadn't been so aggrieved for a long time. Thinking that their majestic Demon King of the Dark Demon Palace had suffered a big loss at the hands of a small middle ancient god, he gritted his teeth, wishing to tear Han Feng to pieces. The black-browed God King quickly found the Night Demon God King, and said, "Our 2 incarnations are gone, what about the Holy Sun?" The Night Demon God King frowned. "Don't worry too much, the power displayed by the Holy Sun is just the tip of the iceberg. Apart from the identity of the son of the Demon Queen, his own ability is also a major reason for being able to become the Holy Son of our Demon Palace. That kid is strong, but he may not be the opponent of the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun has left a soul lamp in our magic palace, let's go and see what is going on with the Holy Sun." "Okay." The black-browed God King nodded, and the 2 God Kings immediately went to the Soul Palace. The Hall of Souls is where the King of the Dark Demon Palace, the Holy Sun, and the soul lamps of some powerful ancient gods are located. Purple Mirror World. After killing the Night Demon God King and the Black-browed God King, Han Feng immediately went to rescue the second prince. From the battle between Han Feng and the Night Demon God King to the time when the 2 God Kings were eliminated, not much time has actually passed. At this time, although the second prince was in a state of distress, even the purple-eyed demon ape's body could not hold on, but he was still alive and was not killed by the 8th prince. The 8th prince sideways avoided Han Feng's blow, and was greatly surprised. "You actually killed 2 God King incarnations?" Taking advantage of the surprise of the 8th prince, Han Feng brought the second prince back to the ancient god Dong Song, and then said, "The 2 incarnations of the God Kings are dead, don't you plan to escape? Or does the 8th prince feel that he is better than the 2 God Kings? The avatar is still powerful." The 8th prince withdrew his surprised look, and said coldly, "It's just killing 2 incarnations of the God King. Do you really think that you are so powerful that no one can compete? I thought it would be a simple matter for this king to be the successor of the Purple Emperor, and to accept blood baptism is a very simple matter. I didn't expect that you, an alternative, appeared. The second brother is lucky. He was able to die in the next form of this prince. Under the circumstances, you can be regarded as an honor to die." The 8th prince suddenly returned to the form of the purple-eyed demon ape, and a strong evil spirit suddenly burst out from the 8th prince. Rumble. The purple evil energy soared into the sky, stirring up the sky and changing the color of the sky, and the power of the world surrounded the 8 princes, and the terrifying power erupted. Han Feng took a deep breath. The 8th prince was really hiding something, besides the blood of the purple-eyed demon ape, he actually had a second blood. And this bloodline has reached the king rank. The third update. More. Both the bloodline of the king rank or the divine body of the king rank have the power of the world. Is proportional to Vertex Fiction 23. The bloodline of Wangjia exists in the bloodline, and the divine body of Wangjia exists in the divine body. Once the bloodline or divine body is used, the power of the world hidden in the bloodline or divine body will burst out. Of course, such power of the world is not pure, it belongs to the power of the incomplete world, and only when the martial artist has completely reached the realm of the God King can he master the real power of the world. And the power of the world that exists in the bloodline or the divine body will be integrated into the inner world and merge with the power of the world in the inner world. Therefore, a God King with king-level bloodline or divine body, even without using bloodline or divine body, the power of the world is better than the powerhouse of the same level. A God King powerhouse without royal bloodline or divine body. At this moment, the blood power displayed by the eighth prince is the power of the incomplete version of the world. However, even the incomplete version of the power of the world has a natural suppression effect on the energy of chaos. In the void where the power of the eighth prince's world is constantly spreading out, Han Feng already feels that he is being suppressed vaguely. Coupled with the suppression of him with the help of the power of the purple mirror world, Han Feng found that his own strength could only burst out about 85% of it. Han Feng didn't know what kind of blood the eighth prince had. He only knew that when the purple light burst out from around the eighth prince like a beam of light slowly disappeared, the original black-haired and black-eyed eighth prince had turned into purple-haired and purple-eyed. There is a purple mark between the eyebrows of the eighth prince, wearing a purple robe, fluttering in the wind, emitting strange fluctuations. Inside the purple robe, she wore a purple divine armor with delicate patterns. Obviously, whether it is the purple robe or the purple armor, it is actually transformed by the power of the eighth prince's blood. In the Zidi palace before, the Loki eighth prince was very inconspicuous, but the previous eighth prince was a bit gloomy. The current Hakyoji looked a bit evil, his purple eyes flickered, and there was always an evil spirit permeating. Han Feng's expression froze slightly. As expected of the king's bloodline, the eighth prince's aura had soared to such a level that no ordinary god king would be able to match it. Boom! The eighth prince's eyes fell on Han Feng, and his whole body instantly turned into a purple light, rushing towards him. Boom! Han Feng swung his fist suddenly. It just happened to collide with the palm of the eighth prince, and the power of the world and the power of chaos burst out, rolling around. The strong shock force made both Hakyoji and Han Feng retreat. The second prince is guarded by the ancient god Dong Tsang, seeing this scene with bitterness on his face. Is this the real power of the eighth prince? If he had fought against such a Hakyoji before, he would have been instantly killed with one move. Not to mention the second prince, even Zidi, who was watching the battle, was shocked by the performance of the eighth prince. Especially the king-rank bloodline, which made Zidi very envious. He raised his bloodline to the king rank after going through blood baptism, but the eighth prince was born with king rank bloodline. Once the eighth prince raises the bloodline of the purple-eyed demon ape to the king rank, it will be two bloodlines of the king rank, and if they are used at the same time, how terrible the increase will be. The superimposition of the two king-level bloodlines is enough to allow a strong man who has just entered the realm of the first changing god king to have the ability to kill ordinary second changing god kings in an instant. While the eighth prince kept retreating, he touched the void with his hand, and a long chain appeared in his hand the next moment. This chain has reached the level of the best chaos artifact in terms of level, dancing like a real dragon, and constantly slamming at Han Feng. Han Feng's chaotic air exploded, punching out punch after punch, like cannonballs. Throughout the void, the sound of chains colliding with fist wind continued to be heard. The eighth prince has a broken version of the power of the world, and Han Feng's strength has been suppressed again. Now the gap between the two sides has shrunk to a very small range. Without using magical skills, it is already difficult for Han Feng to crush him with overwhelming power. Press Hakyoji. Han Feng took a deep breath, and suddenly retracted his fists. Layers of energy emerged from his whole body, wrapping Han Feng, and turned into a huge fox coat. It is the magical skill of chaos called the clothes of the god fox. The 6 fox tails suddenly shot out like sharp swords, and sometimes swung them like whips, but they fought extremely fiercely with the chains in Hakyoji's hands. Suddenly, Han Feng saw the opportunity. A fox tail pierced through the layers of chains and slapped Hachi Prince's body in an instant, and directly sent him flying. Smash into pieces. At the same time, the fox's mouth opened, and a ball of chaotic energy compressed to the extreme burst out, piercing through the sky, and ruthlessly bombarded the unprepared Hakyoji. This blow shattered the Hakyoji divine armor that was directly bombarded, and his entire body was blasted to the ground, creating an extremely wide and deep chasm along the way. Han Feng didn't let the 8th prince go, instead he took the opportunity to make trouble, and the 6 fox tails swung wildly in the air, piercing like a divine sword. However, Han Feng's 6 fox tails didn't hit the 8th prince, instead they were blocked by something. The smoke and dust dissipated slowly, and the 8 princes slowly rose from the gap. The chains of the ultimate chaos artifact level had retracted and revolved around the 8 princes, forming a shape similar to a pyramid, completely protecting the 8 princes. Han Feng's 6-tail attack was blocked by the defense of the chain. A trace of hatred flashed in the 8th prince's purple eyes, and he wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. The 8th prince said bitterly, very good, you are the first one to be forced into such a situation by the ancient gods. However, as a mere ancient god, if you can force out all the tricks of this king, it would be a pity for you to die. When Han Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, a strong demonic energy erupted from Hakyoji's body, and the magical energy rolled over, forming a large cloud of demonic energy directly above the void. Looking from afar, the sky is covered by magic clouds, as if the end is coming. With a few chi-chi sounds from behind the 8th prince, 8 pitch-black bone spears were stretched out directly. The ends were extremely sharp and shone with a cold light. The 8th prince's purple eyes did not change, but the whites of his eyes were pitch black, and his face was bulging with blue veins, which was really ferocious, and there were many black runes spreading out. The current Hakyoji looks like a devil who returned from hell. There was another sound of, and a ferocious and long scorpion tail appeared directly behind the 8th prince. The scorpion tail cut in the void at an unresponsive speed, and Han Feng's 6 fox tails were directly cut in half. For the first time, Han Feng's face showed a look of shock. Two royal bloodlines. Han Feng really didn't expect that the 8th prince, a high-ranking ancient god with the foundation of Tianzuan, would have 2 bloodlines of the king rank. 4th update. This level of power is enough to be at the top of the God King candidate list. Zidi clenched his fists tightly. If it wasn't for his plan, he really wanted to raise such a son. Unfortunately, between the 8th prince and his own strength, Zidi still chose the latter. No matter how strong the 8th prince is, it is also the power of the 8th prince. Zidi is not reconciled to being an ordinary king of Yicheng, only his own power is in his hands. He is bound to win the middle-level king bloodline, and anyone who stands in the way of his plan will be his enemy. The 2nd prince is like this, and so is the current 8th prince. The 8th prince's aura has reached its peak, and that aura has already surpassed the realm of a king of transformation. Although he has not yet reached the 2nd transformation god king, but he is already very close. Under such pressure of breath, the ordinary 1st transformation god king would hardly be able to breathe. The next moment, the scorpion tail behind the 8th prince slashed at Han Feng. After dodging a few times, Han Feng was stabbed by the scorpion tail. It's dangerous. Han Feng also broke out in a cold sweat. The 8th prince, who has 2 king-level bloodlines, has amazing fighting power. Fortunately, his foundation has surpassed the level of the Emperor of Heaven, otherwise he really doesn't know what to do at this moment. Although the king's bloodline is powerful, it needs to reach the realm of the God King to fully display it. In addition, the primary bloodline of the royal rank is only the lowest grade of the bloodline of the royal rank, so the 2 major bloodlines of the royal rank are not enough to make up for the gap between the 8th prince and Han Feng's foundation. The foundation of surpassing the Emperor of Heaven is unprecedented, only Han Feng is alone, but it is not uncommon for some geniuses to have 2 primary bloodlines of the king rank at the same time. Especially for those heaven-defying geniuses in the great thousand-god realm, it is not impossible to have the blood of the middle or even high-level kings, or even the top-level blood. If it doesn't work, there may be immortal blood. In terms of the degree of cherishment, it is naturally the rarest foundation for Han Feng to surpass the Emperor of Heaven. The reason why Han Feng will be suppressed at this moment is that in the final analysis, Liu He used the rules of the purple mirror world to affect Han Feng's strength, and the other is the restraint of the power of the 8 princes world on Han Feng's chaotic power. Otherwise, in terms of strength alone, the 8th prince at this moment is still inferior to Han Feng in his heyday. Magic Scorpion Slash. The end of Hakuoji's scorpion tail suddenly turned into a divine sword. He slashed at Han Feng fiercely. Han Feng was wearing the clothes of the fox, and the power of chaos was condensed in front of his mouth, which was compressed to the extreme, and then exploded. Rumble. An astonishing amount of energy burst out in an instant, bombarding the surroundings like monstrous waves. The light that burst out at that moment, like the sun descending, radiated in all directions. Hakuoji and Han Feng retreated one after another, being shocked by the strong aftermath. Both of them have defensive means, such as the 8th prince's chain guard, and Han Feng's Guyan armor. Therefore, in this tragic aftermath bombardment, the 2 of them did not suffer much damage. However, Han Feng was still quite embarrassed in comparison. The Guyan divine armor on his body was hit by the remaining power of the scorpion slash, and it was full of cracks. I believe that with a few more attacks, it would be unbearable and collapsed. At this moment, the 8th prince froze in the void, stabilized his body, and then rushed towards Han Feng fiercely. The scorpion tail behind him pierced through many spaces with incomparable flexibility, and aimed directly at Han Feng. At the same time, the 8th prince swung the chain and also attacked Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes froze. At this time, the 8th prince had overwhelming power, crushing him completely. Now that things are up to now, it is naturally impossible for Han Feng to hide his strength anymore, and immediately the 3 major gods burst out together. Guyan Divine Body. Tai Immortal Physique. Great Sun Flame Body. The strong power forms a powerful chaotic magnetic field. Rao Hakuoji possesses the power of the world and has the effect of restraining the power of chaos. When he comes to this magnetic field, he has a faint tendency to be suppressed. Both the strength and speed of his shots are greatly slowed down. At this moment, Han Feng punched out, and a terrifying force descended into the world like a meteor. It was Guyan's divine fist. What? Hakuoji's eyes flashed with deep surprise. In the next moment, the powerful Guyan Xuanhuan directly defeated the demon scorpion slash, knocked back the chains, and the remaining power directly blasted the 8th prince into the air. Imperishable Golden Flame, go! The 8th prince was blown away with one punch, and the immortal golden flame in Han Feng's dantian spewed out with all his strength, and he went away. The 8th prince managed to stabilize his body, his face sank, and the 8 bone spears sprayed out billowing magic flames. In the void, the black, magic flame and golden flame instantly collided and rolled continuously. Han Feng stepped on the indestructible golden flame, and the first-class dragon was crowned. 1 dragon and 1 dragon surrounded Han Feng. The eighth prince also stepped on the black magic eye, and slashed at the scorpion tail, from behind again. The Jiaolong guarded Han Feng, and the real dragon fought directly with the eighth prince's scorpion tail. The eighth prince's scorpion tail was flexible, and the speed of the real dragon was not bad. In a short period of time, it was even the same, and no one could do anything about it. Han Feng stared at occupation, waiting for the eighth prince to reveal his flaws. About the time of a cup of tea, Han Feng's eyes lit up, and he sensed a gap, and immediately threw the Xuanhuan Zhanshan knife out. Xuanhuan's slashing sword escaped into the void and attacked the eighth prince in a sneak attack. The sneak attack of the high-grade chaos artifact was enough to cause the eighth prince to be seriously injured. However, just as the Xuanhuan Zhanshan knife was about to approach, the eighth prince suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and turned his head in the direction of the Xuanhuan Zhanshan knife. Then, the imprint on the center of the eighth prince's eyebrows directly turned into the third eye, shooting out a purple light, which happened to be bombarded with the Xuanhuan Zhanshan saber. This time, Xuanhuan's god-slashing saber was exposed. The eighth prince sneered, "This king is of the blood of the ancient evil god, and possesses the eyes of the evil god. How can such a low-level method be able to succeed in a sneak attack?" Evil god light. Blasts of purple light blasted out, also carrying the power of the soul, affecting the spirit of Xuanhuan's Zhanshan knife, making it impossible for Xuanhuan's Zhanshan knife to get close to the eighth prince. On the scene, it seemed that he had fallen into a state of anxiety for a while. Ancient god Dong Tsang and the second prince were completely dumbfounded. This is not a battle between ancient gods. The battle between gods and kings is nothing more than that. The second prince even suspects that his father may not have such power. In fact, Zidi was really stunned, and at the same time a deep jealousy arose in his heart. If he also had two bloodlines of the king rank, how good would it be? Purple Mirror World. Han Feng was the first to break the state of anxiety. The Heavenly Flame Divine Halberd, the ultimate chaos artifact, was slammed by Han Feng at the eighth prince. Stimulating the ultimate chaos artifact, Han Feng's power increased again, and that level of power was far superior to that of the eighth prince. The power of Tianyan swept away, whether it was the magic flame, the magic scorpion, or the evil god light, they were all invincible. The eighth prince was blasted into the ground by Han Feng again, and the power of Tianyan chased after him and blasted into the pothole on the ground, igniting raging Tianyan. The first update. Whether it is ancient god Dong Tsang or the second prince, they all said cautiously. In that deep pit, the power of heavenly flames constantly fluctuated, and every wave of heavenly flames made ancient god Dong Tsang and the second prince feel palpitating, as if they could kill them at any time. Han Feng's eyes were condensed, and he still felt a strong vitality in the pit, and the pit was constantly fluctuating with powerful power, which made Han Feng dare not be careless. Thinking of this, Han Feng held the Tianyan Divine Halberd in his hand, and the power of Tianyan burst out again, blasting directly into the deep pit on the ground. Just at this moment, a red crescent-shaped slash suddenly came out of the deep pit, directly cutting the power of Tianyan in half. That's... Han Feng's pupils shrank slightly. In the deep pit, a figure in a state of embarrassment passed through the power of Tianyan and returned to the void. What he held in his hand was no longer the chain of the ultimate chaos artifact, but an artifact like the Scythe of Death. The artifact exudes waves of the power of the rolling world. It is a world artifact. World artifact, also known as Wangjia artifact, means king of artifact. Every world artifact in attack form is extremely rare and precious. Once they show up, it will set off a battle between the gods and kings, causing competition among the gods and kings. And now, such a world artifact appeared in the hands of Hakioji. When Zidi saw this scene, he was about to go crazy with jealousy. Even the Purple Ape Empire didn't have many world artifacts, and the Z family only had 4 world artifacts. One of them is the Liuhe purple mirror, the second one is from the ancestor of the Z family, and the other one is also from a powerful three-change god king. Zidi obtained a world artifact by relying on his position as Zidi. Once he leaves office, this artifact of the world will no longer belong to Zidi. There should not be many world artifacts in the Dark Demon Palace. The eighth prince was also the holy son, and the queen was the mother, so he got such a world artifact. World artifact. The second prince and ancient god Dong Tsang were both stunned. What kind of force did this old eight join? Even such artifacts can be owned. The second prince smiled wryly, because he thought he was the strongest among all the princes, but now it seems that he is like a frog at the bottom of a well. Compared with Hakioji, these princes are simply weak. The second prince was once again thankful that he had found a helper like Han Feng, otherwise, thinking about what would happen today would make him shudder. Very good. I didn't expect you to push me to such an extent. The eighth prince stared at Han Feng with gloomy eyes, full of killing intent. Han Feng also cursed loudly in his heart, this eighth prince is too difficult to deal with, he can be said to be the most difficult one among the ancient gods he has come into contact with. Although Han Feng knew that he was not the only ancient god against heaven, he never expected to meet the second one so soon. The so-called heaven-defying ancient god refers to a perverted ancient god who can fight against the realm of a god king in the body of an ancient god. There are also strong and weak ancient gods against the sky. At this time, Han Feng and the eight princes are obviously not weak among the ancient gods against the sky. Death brand. The death scythe in the hands of the eight princes suddenly cut across the void, and the red crescent-shaped blade slashed towards Han Feng. On the sword light, Han Feng felt a strong threat. The power of this sword has basically reached the level of the second transformation god king, and it cannot be said to be the bottom of the second transformation god king level. Han Feng's face changed wildly. If this knife fell on him, it would be useless to defend with the Gaian god armor and the dragon crown, and he would be severely injured if he didn't die. At this time, Han Feng couldn't care less about hiding his strength. The immortal golden flame instantly merged into Gu Yan's divine body, De Rion's body, and Tai's immortal body. Golden flame sprayed out from Han Feng's body, and the power of the three major divine bodies increased greatly after being integrated with the inextinguishable golden flame, which directly caused Han Feng's overall strength to rise to a higher level again. Gu Yan Divine Fist. The inextinguishable golden flame turned into a divine fist, penetrated the space, and bombarded away. Rumble. In an instant, Han Feng felt tremendous pressure, as if his punch might be cut in half at any time. The death scythe slash and Gu Yan's divine fist collided fiercely, and the unceasingly fluctuating power made ancient god Dong Tsang and the second prince tremble with fear, and they had to keep backing away from them. After finally resisting the blow of the eighth prince, Han Feng smashed the heavenly flame divine halberd with his left hand at the eighth prince, and the power of the heavenly flame shot away. This time, it was the eighth prince who slashed down with his sword and collided fiercely with the power of Tianyan, only then was it difficult to cut the power of Tianyan into pieces. Purple Emperor Palace. Zidi looked at the evenly matched scene in the light curtain, and his eyes lit up. Very good, that's it. Whether it is the power displayed by the eight princes, or the power displayed by Han Feng, it is a bit terrifying to Zidi, but if both of them are hurt by each other, it is another matter. Liuhe, where is the eldest prince now? Hearing Zidi's inquiry, Liuhe immediately used his authority to inquire about the position of the eldest prince in the Zijing world. After a while, Liuhe said, "It's not too far from where the eight princes are. If you fly with all your strength, you should be able to arrive within half an hour." Zidi's eyes were deep. Old Ba and that kid still fight, but it shouldn't take half an hour, at most a quarter of an hour or so. The winner will be completely determined, or both of them will lose the chance to fight again. If one person dies, and the other is severely injured, it is a good opportunity for this emperor. If you don't get rid of them at this time, how can you compete with them in the future and compete for the position of Zidi's successor? The speed of the boss is too slow. It seems that the emperor is going to use the power of the third reincarnation formula. Liu He was extremely surprised. Do you really want to use that power? In this case, the consciousness of the eldest prince will be completely annihilated. Zidi didn't care, and even showed a sneer. The eldest prince is the emperor's chess piece, and it is useless now, so why keep his consciousness? Liu He sighed and mourned for the eldest prince, then he didn't care. Zidi made seals with his hands, and Zidi opened his eyes suddenly after a while, and closed them tightly the next moment. He sat there quietly, his aura disappeared, and his vital signs almost disappeared. The third reincarnation formula is a kind of heaven-defying technique that Zidi got through an adventure when he was a prince. Reincarnation, as the name suggests, practice the 3 reincarnation formulas, and you can separate a part of the soul for reincarnation, just like a clone. When the reincarnated body reaches a certain level, it can be fused with the main body. At that time, the main body has all the memories and understandings of the reincarnated body, and the reincarnated body will also inherit all the memories and understandings of the main body. After the two are completely fused, not only will the cultivation base increase greatly, but other aspects will also undergo earth-shaking qualitative changes, such as the power of blood. The eldest prince is the reincarnation of the Purple Emperor. The second update. Right now, Zidi is going to devour the consciousness that is suppressed in the corner to swallow the consciousness of the eldest prince, completely take over the body of the eldest prince, and transfer the power of the main body to the reincarnation body. With the help of the special means of the 3-tone reincarnation formula, let the reincarnated body temporarily have 80% of the power of the main body. Only in this way can we reach the area where Han Feng and the 8 princes are fighting as soon as possible, and take advantage of the fact that Han Feng and the 8 princes have been hit hard. Originally, Zidi didn't want to swallow the eldest prince's consciousness so quickly. According to Zidi's original plan, he wanted to help the eldest prince seize the position of Zidi's successor, undergo blood baptism to reach the king rank, and later ascend to the position of Zidi and break through. It will be devoured after the king of gods. At that time, the fusion of the 2 god kings would inevitably lead to Zidi's cultivation base skyrocketing, not to mention being promoted to the realm of the 3 transformation god king. At least he could be promoted to the peak of the 2nd transformation god king. In addition, the fusion of the 2 primary king-level bloodlines will most likely lead to the promotion of Zidi's purple mirror ape demon bloodline to the middle-level king line. After that, Zidi also plans to have a 2nd reincarnation and a 3rd reincarnation. And let the 2nd reincarnation and the 3rd reincarnation become the heirs of the Purple Emperor, enjoy the baptism of blood, and raise the blood to the rank of king. The fusion of several generations of god kings, plus the fusion of several king-level junior bloodlines, is it afraid that he will not be able to become a middle god king in the future? And the power of the bloodline at that time is more likely to surpass the intermediate king rank and reach the high rank of king rank. Even the foundation, maybe it will break through the limit, from the level of Tianjun to the level of Tianzhu. At that time, the entire Z family will be his strongest. In the Purple Mirror world, beside ancient god Jin Lin and ancient god Tianchi, the eldest prince suddenly screamed, clutching his head and writhing on the ground in pain. His Royal Highness. What's wrong with you? Ancient god Jin Lin and ancient god Tianchi were shocked. If something happened to the eldest prince, not to mention how Zidi would treat them, just saying that their purpose of coming here would not be achieved. The 2 ancient gods were about to help the eldest prince, when they saw the eldest prince's original struggling movement stagnate, and then an unprecedentedly powerful aura burst out, stirring up the storm. In this breath, wisps of power of the world fluctuated out, and this fluctuation became stronger and stronger, and the pressure it brought to ancient god Jin Lin and ancient god Tianchi became greater and greater. This aura is... Ancient god Jin Lin felt that this aura was somewhat familiar. It's unbelievable. Ancient god Tianchi also said in a blank tone, This is clearly the aura of the Purple Emperor, how could it appear on His Highness the First Prince? The eldest prince got up suddenly and floated in the air, his cold and heartless eyes fell on the ancient god Jinlin and ancient god Tianchi. Boom! As soon as he changed the aura of the god king, he directly made the two powerful ancient gods kneel down. At this time ancient god Jinlin and ancient god Tianchi didn't know why the eldest prince had indeed become the Purple Emperor. As for why this kind of thing happened, the two ancient gods came from extraordinary backgrounds anyway. Although they don't know such heaven-defying techniques as the third reincarnation formula, they have also heard that some god kings would take away some ancient gods in order to have more strong foundation. In the eyes of ancient god Jinlin and ancient god Tianchi, the fact that the eldest prince suddenly became the Purple Emperor was similar to seizing a house. You too, since you know the Emperor's secret, I will keep you. The murderous intent appeared in the Purple Emperor's eyes, and in the next moment, two palms were slapped, and the power of the world surged away. Not good. The two ancient gods looked horrified, immediately unfolded their blood, and then broke out their strongest moves. Bighorn Impact. Magic Stone Strike. Humph. Ziti snorted coldly, with a look of contempt on his face. The ancient god Jinlin and the ancient god Tianchi are strong, and they are already considered first class in the level of ancient gods, but it is a pity that they are still not the ancient gods against the sky. The full blow of the two ancient gods only surpassed the limit of the ancient gods, and they were close to the king of Yicheng. Facing the Purple Emperor, they had no power to fight back. Even if the two ancient gods reached the realm of a god-changing king with a full blow, which could reach the threshold of the ancient gods against the sky, Ziti could still crush the two ancient gods by relying on the power of the world to restrain the power of chaos. Boom! With two loud bangs in succession, the ancient god Jinlin and the ancient god Tianchi, who were not bad on the list of candidates for god kings, fell into the hands of Ziti. After killing the two ancient gods, Ziti turned around and flew towards the place where Han Feng and the eighth prince were fighting. As a god king, Ziti's speed is extremely fast, and the distance is not far away. With the current speed, it takes about a quarter of an hour to arrive. Purple Emperor Palace. Liuhe glanced at Ziti, and then at Ziti in the light curtain. Perhaps Ziti I should be the most accurate description, which is the first reincarnation of Ziti. Liuhe secretly regrets that the eldest prince has not yet broken through to the realm of the god king, and he has no understanding of the god king at all. That is to say, Ziti swallowed up the consciousness of the eldest prince now, and after merging with Ziti's body, his bloodline will be significantly improved, and his cultivation may not be the case. Because the eldest prince doesn't have a deep understanding of the realm of the god king at all. Liuhe speculates that it is unlikely that Ziti will break through to the second transformation god king. Even if he breaks through, it will still be at the initial stage. The position of Purple Emperor, I am afraid that he will be given up immediately. The third reincarnation formula, this exercise has not been fully created, it is a semi-finished product, otherwise Ziti would not have the consciousness of a prince after his reincarnation, and the secret method will make the reincarnated body temporarily have 80% of the body's power. After the meeting, it must be fused with the main body, otherwise the reincarnation body will collapse. Liuhe shook his head. As expected, Ziti should have made up the third reincarnation formula first, and then went to practice reincarnation. But having said that, the heaven-defying skills such as the three reincarnation Ju are probably not something that Ziti can just make up for if he wants to make up for it. After about a quarter of an hour, Purple Emperor I appeared at the place where Han Feng and the eighth prince fought. At this moment, the battle between Han Feng and the eighth prince was coming to an end. Both the eighth prince and Han Feng had consumed a lot and suffered serious injuries. Right now, the two of them may not have 30 to 40% of the power they had in their heyday. Eldest prince? No, this aura is the Purple Emperor. Han Feng was extremely astonished. The eldest prince turned into the Purple Emperor. Sure enough. Xiaopeng's voice reached Han Feng's ears. As early as the first time he saw the eldest prince, Xiaopeng knew something was wrong, but it was only a guess. Now that he saw it for himself, he immediately confirmed his original thought. The eldest prince is the reincarnation of the Purple Emperor. Han Feng's eyes widened when he heard Xiaopeng's words. God, this is something he hadn't expected at all before. The first update. For Zidi, the eldest prince is him, and if the second prince oppresses the eldest prince, isn't he oppressing Zidi? Even if the second prince is Zidi's son, it is impossible for Zidi to ignore it. Compared to Han Feng, the eighth prince, the second prince, and the ancient god Dongxang didn't know that the eldest prince was the reincarnation of Zidi, but this did not prevent them from recognizing the aura of Zidi. Father! Father! Master Purple Emperor! After recognizing Zidi's identity, all three of them exclaimed. Zidi said coldly, if you interfere with my plan, don't blame me for being cruel. For Zidi, nothing is as important as his strength and cultivation, even if it is his son. As long as he is hindered, Zidi can still kill him. Sensing the vigilant expressions of Han Feng and the eighth prince, Zidi shot, without hesitation. The power of the world turned into two palms, like palms holding up the sky, piercing the sky and pressing down on Han Feng and the eighth prince. Both the eighth prince and Han Feng, in their heyday, were as powerful as the second transformation god king, especially Han Feng, whose strength was even stronger than the eighth prince's, but they were tied by the eighth prince's world power. Such two people, if they were in good condition, how could they take Zidi's attack seriously? But it's a pity that now the two of them are not only exhausted, but also seriously injured, but they have to use all their strength to resist this palm. Zidi raised his eyebrows and his expression became more gloomy. Sure enough, it's hard to deal with. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand this emperor's blow with such exhaustion, but what about this palm? The wrath of the demon ape. Suddenly, two incomparably huge vortices of devilish energy rolled out of the void, and within the vortex of devilish energy, two huge arms of devilish ape suddenly stretched out. The arm of the demon ape swept across, as if it wanted to smash the entire space into pieces. Death Brand. Gu Yan Divine Fist. Both the eighth prince and Han Feng tried their best to resist, but when the arm of the demon ape came with unparalleled power, the two of them were still sent flying, and were smashed hard into the ground. The eighth prince had the immemorial evil god armor transformed from the blood of the immemorial evil god, and Han Feng had the ancient yen god armor. He didn't die because of it, but he didn't feel well either. Die! Zidi roared angrily. The arm of the demon ape came with a roaring momentum. A piece of talisman paper suddenly appeared in the hand of the eighth prince, which was suddenly crushed, and then a powerful force of space enveloped the eighth prince, and the next moment the eighth prince disappeared directly in front of everyone. No, I left the purple mirror world directly. Space Talisman. Zidi recognized the talisman paper crushed by the eighth prince, with a gloomy expression. The space talisman is a talisman that has a similar function to the teleportation array, but the teleportation function is more powerful than the teleportation array. Therefore, the eighth prince not only left the world of Purple Mirror, but also returned directly to the Dark Magic Palace. Now, only Han Feng is left to face Zidi. The second prince and ancient god Dongxang looked desperate, and now Han Feng, who only had 20 to 30% of his fighting power left, could be Zidi's opponent. When Han Feng died, they would be the next to die. The second prince didn't think that Zidi would let him go, just because he was his son. Before Zidi attacked the eighth prince, he didn't hold back at all, which made the second prince very disappointed. The arm of the demon ape lost the goal of the eighth prince, so it naturally turned all its attention to Han Feng, and Han Feng's pressure suddenly increased. Xuanhuan spread its wings and flew with all its strength. Han Feng narrowly escaped the bombardment of the demon ape's arm countless times. Han Feng understands that going on like this is not the same thing. Sooner or later he will be hit by the arm of the demon ape. At that time, with his broken body, even if he is not dead, he will be severely injured to the point where he almost loses his combat power. Well, now we can only. Han Feng really didn't want to expose all his trump cards, but the reality forced Han Feng to expose them. "ZD, do you really think you're sure to win?" Han Feng said coldly after dodging an attack from the demon ape's arm in embarrassment again. At this point, is it possible that you still have the possibility of turning things around?" ZD sneered, already running away from an eighth prince, and ZD would not let Han Feng escape again. In other words, the eighth prince was able to escape because the Purple Emperor had saved his hand. Now that the eighth prince has been determined to be the holy son of the Dark Demon Palace, ZD will naturally not really kill the eighth prince and become enmity with the Dark Demon Palace. Although the Purple Ape Empire is not afraid of the Dark Demon Palace, it is also unlikely that they will fight the Dark Demon Palace completely for the sake of changing God Kings one by one. Furthermore, if there is a war, it will undoubtedly be the result of mutual losses, and in the end the other three empires will be cheap for nothing. Han Feng took a deep breath, and when the arm of the demon ape came again, he waved his hand, and 7 huge monsters appeared in front of him, and 7 extremely terrifying auras swept across the sky. It is the 9 heavens Xuanfeng, Vermilion Skylark, Vajra Giant Crocodile, Aoyan Tunshan Wolf, Flying Flame Six-Tailed Cat, Flying Flame Lion, and Phantom Thunder Leopard 7 beasts. The 7 beasts roared like a rainbow, and 7 extremely powerful attacks hit the 2 arms of the devil ape one after another, smashing the arms of the devil ape to pieces. What are the foundations of the 7 beasts? That is the foundation of the Peak Emperor. In addition to Han Feng, the foundation that surpasses the Emperor of Heaven, the Emperor of Heaven is the strongest foundation. In addition, the 7 beasts have all reached the peak realm of the Middle Ancient Gods, and their strength is no less than that of the Ichang God King. Even among the Ichang God Kings, they are definitely not considered weak. If it weren't for the power of the world of the God King to restrain the chaotic power of the 7 beasts, 1 beast would be enough to deal with the Purple Emperor. But even if the ZD restrained the world power of the 7 beasts, it was in a one-on-one situation. Now, even if ZD has the advantage in the world power, it is impossible to be the opponent of the 7 beasts. Under Han Feng's order, the 7 beasts all besieged ZD, and for a while, ZD frequently fell into a disadvantage. Damn it, how could this happen? ZD was terrified. He never thought that Han Feng had such a trump card. Once his reincarnation body fell, wouldn't it be a waste of a chance to reincarnate? The third reincarnation formula, there are only 3 chances of reincarnation. If you use it once, you will get 1 less chance. Liuhe was also anxious in ZD Palace, but he couldn't do anything. The second prince and ancient god Dong Song had a feeling of surviving after a catastrophe, but the second prince had a complicated face, not only chilling his father's cruelty, but also a little hopeful that Han Feng would really kill his father. However, no matter what the second prince thought, he changed into a mere god king, and was still the Purple Emperor with only 80% combat power, and was killed by the 7 beasts in a short time. Han Feng also breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time asked Xiaopeng to capture the soul of ZD into the soul search space. Han Feng was very curious about how the ZD was reincarnated with his body intact. The Purple Emperor's spirit was arrested, leaving only the body of the eldest prince, with the power of the unceasingly fluctuating blood, rushing towards the second prince. The power of the second prince's bloodline fluctuated again. The second update. The power of the blood of the second prince has just reached the top level, but now it has directly soared to the limit of the top level, and it is only 1 step away from reaching the top level of the bloodline of the top chaos gods. After absorbing the power of the eldest prince's blood, the second prince woke up faintly, and the three of them fell into silence. The second prince and ancient god Dong Song didn't expect Han Feng to be so powerful, let alone the eldest prince being suddenly taken away by Zidi, so they didn't know what to say. Han Feng was silent because of the silence of the second prince and ancient god Dong Song. After a long while, Dong Songu still said, "His Royal Highness, basically all the princes who competed with you have fallen. Now is the time to take the opportunity to seize the position of Zidi's heir. Don't think about Zidi's thing again. It's over." Speaking of Zidi, ancient god Dong Song also felt a palpitation. Anyway, the eldest prince is also Zidi's son, so he was taken away, just like that. Han Feng naturally knew that the second prince and ancient god Dong Song had misunderstood, but he didn't explain it, otherwise he would have to explain how he saw it. No way, it will attract the attention of Zidi himself outside at that time. Zidi Han Feng is not afraid, but if Zidi invites out the guardians of the Z family, those god kings who have changed twice or even changed 3 times will be in danger. Especially the ancestor of the Z family, even if there is the Xuanhuan temple, Han Feng can't guarantee that he can leave safely. It is not impossible for the God King powerhouses, especially the high-level God King powerhouses, to find the Xuanhuan temple. Anyway, when the second prince and ancient god Dong Song leave the purple mirror world and see the Zidi body outside, they should know that the eldest prince is not simply taken away, so naturally there is no need to explain it. The so-called seizing the house usually means that the strong have lost their physical body and still have the power of the soul, so they can use the power of the soul to seize the house. Naturally, the original body cannot be intact. Furthermore, even if the original body is intact, the seized body and soul are destroyed, the original body is nothing more than a shell. The second prince and ancient god Dong Song were definitely not stupid. Seeing that the Zidi himself was intact, even if they didn't think that the eldest prince was the reincarnation of the Zidi, they would definitely not take it for granted that it was an ordinary seizure. However, in the eyes of the two of them, the impression that Zidi personally killed his eldest son, and then wanted to kill the 8th prince and the second prince, must not be able to get rid of. The second prince came back to his senses and realized that it is most important for him to win the position of Zidi's successor, so he immediately said, "The ancient god Dong Song said it well. There is only one step away from success, and the fruit cannot be picked by the rest of the princes." After a while, the 3 of them soared into the sky and left the place to look for the rest of the purple apes. On the way, Han Feng asked Xiaopeng to interrogate the soul of Zidi, which is a part of the soul that Zidi allocated, and finally asked about the skills such as the 3rd reincarnation formula. There are still such skills. Han Feng was surprised, and then he was a little moved. If he also reincarnated in the 3rd life, and then completely merged, what level would he reach? With Xiaopeng and Zhouyan Tianhua Pagoda, Han Feng is not worried about the growth rate of his reincarnated body at all. If he is reincarnated into a certain big force, his growth will only be faster. It's just that the 3rd reincarnation formula is not complete, and there are still various flaws, which makes Han Feng a little regretful. Anyway, with the Xingtian monument and the time room, I have plenty of time to perfect this exercise. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of Han Feng's mouth. The harvest this time seems to be good. The soul of Purple Emperor I in the soul search space was searched again, and after confirming that it was useless, it was completely solved by Xiaopeng. Purple Emperor Palace. Zidi let out a muffled snort, and his breath weakened instantly. Damn it. The Emperor's soul actually. He didn't have time to take back the soul, but the part of the soul that was allocated was destroyed, which also affected the Purple Emperor. This is the result of the incomplete reincarnation formula of the 3rd generation. If it is a perfect 3rd life reincarnation formula, the fall of the reincarnated body should not have affected the main body. Liu He comforted, the reincarnated soul is eliminated, and the news of the third reincarnation formula will not be revealed. This is still good news. Hearing this, the corner of Zidi's mouth twitched, but he had to admit that this was indeed a good thing. When the second prince and ancient god Dongsung came out, even if he was a little surprised to see him intact, so what if he knew that the eldest prince was not simply taken away? So what if I told the ancestors of the Z family? The soul of the first life has been wiped out, is it possible to force him to ask him if he is the Purple Emperor? The soul of the first life is eliminated, so naturally, there is no need for fusion, let alone retreat to break through. As long as he does not resign, he will still be the Purple Emperor, representing the face of the Z family. If the ancestors of the Z family want to move him, they must consider it. Similarly, as long as he stays in Zidi's position for a day, it is impossible for Liu He to leak the news of the third reincarnation formula. But this loss, no matter what I think, I am not reconciled. Zidi was filled with all kinds of unwillingness, but he also knew that he could not do anything to Han Feng alone. Then, the only option is to seek the help of the ancestors. No matter how bad it is, the guardians of those three changing god kings must take action. But, how can we get the ancestor and those guardians to take action? Zidi thought hard. Purple Mirror World. Perhaps it was Liu He who made a secret move again, and the probability of Han Feng and the three finding the 7th level purple ape was greatly reduced. But no matter how low it is, there will always be some. After about 2 months, the second prince finally accumulated the soul of the purple ape, and his bloodline has also stepped from the top level to the top level, only half a step away from the king's bloodline. It's just half a step away, but countless people with the blood of the best chaotic gods can't cross it. At the same time, the second prince also became the successor of the Purple Emperor. When the blood of the second prince was approaching the royal rank, a huge opening suddenly opened above the Purple Mirror World, a huge altar slowly fell, and an incomparably majestic aura swept the world. Seeing this scene, Liu He was also a little helpless. He couldn't completely control the Purple Mirror World, so he couldn't stop the coming of the Bloodline Altar. After the Bloodline Altar descended, another divine ladder extended out. As soon as ancient god Dongsung was about to approach, he saw the god ladder booming and bursting out a powerful aura. The oppressive aura of ancient god Dongsung backed away again and again, with a look of fear on his face, as if any closer, that aura would kill him. Get rid of the ancient god Dongsung. Seeing this, Han Feng didn't know what was going on. Han Feng smiled slightly. Second prince, it seems that only people with the blood of the purple-eyed demon ape can enter this bloodline altar. We are waiting for the second prince here. Thank you, brother Han and ancient god Dongsung. The second prince clasped his hands, stepped onto the divine ladder, walked towards the altar step by step, and finally disappeared from the sight of Han Feng and ancient god Dongsung. As for the other princes, they left the Purple Mirror World one after another. This waited for half a year. Half a year later, a powerful aura containing the power of the world suddenly emerged from the bloodline altar. After fighting the 8th prince, Han Feng knew very well that this was the unique aura of the king's bloodline. Han Feng said lightly, "It seems that the second prince has completed the baptism of blood, and has been promoted from the Chaos Divine rank to the King rank." Ancient God Dongsung nodded excitedly. Can ancient God Dongsung not be excited? Once the second prince ascends to the position of Purple Emperor, his status will also rise, and it is possible that he will become a half-step God King in the future. As for the state of God King, ancient God Dongsung didn't think about it at all. With his foundation, the possibility of being promoted to God King is infinitely close to none. The two raised their heads, and saw a divine ladder extending from the bloodline altar. The second prince stepped on the divine ladder and walked slowly. Every time he took a step, the aura on the second prince's body became stronger. About halfway through the journey, the blood aura on the second prince's body reached a peak, which can be said to be an extremely top level among the primary bloodlines of the king rank. Afterwards, the blood aura of the second prince gradually subsided. After the second prince left the divine body and the blood altar slowly merged into the void vortex and disappeared, the blood aura of the second prince had completely calmed down. Unless the second prince took the initiative to expose it, it would be difficult to feel the aura of the king's blood above the chaos from the second prince. Congratulations to the second prince's bloodline improvement and his strength. The ancient god Dongtsang cupped his hands in congratulations. The bloodline has been directly promoted from the chaotic level to the king level. Even if it is the junior level of the king level, it means that the combat power of the second prince in the same level has been greatly enhanced. It can be said that the current second prince has initially embarked on the path of defying the ancient gods, and is completely capable of fighting against the weakest Yicheng god king. Congratulations are not limited to bloodline promotion. Congratulations to the second prince for breaking through the bottleneck and stepping into the peak of the middle ancient god. Han Feng said with a smile. That's right, with the bloodline baptism, not only did the second prince's bloodline undergo a qualitative change, but his own cultivation also stepped from the middle ancient god stage to the middle ancient god peak. Ancient god Dongtsang was startled, and after careful inspection, he found that the second prince had broken through from the late stage of the middle ancient god to the peak of the middle ancient god. The second prince couldn't hide his joy. I didn't expect that blood baptism could help me break through the bottleneck and reach the peak. Han Feng shook his head. That is also thanks to the second prince, you have accumulated a lot. Bloodline baptism is just a means to improve the bloodline, and it has little effect on the improvement of cultivation. The reason why the second prince was able to break through and condense the 10th lotus petal was because the second prince himself was only half a step away from the breakthrough. The second prince understood Han Feng's meaning, just smiled, and said, "You too, since this king has become the successor of the Purple Emperor, it's time to fulfill the promise. You two come with me." Han Feng and ancient god Dongtsang focused their eyes and nodded. Since becoming the heir of the Purple Emperor, the second prince seems to have acquired some kind of inheritance, and he has a clear understanding of the world of the Purple Mirror. The core of the Purple Mirror world is surrounded by mountains, and there is a misty spring in the depths. Here is the Digong Divine Spring. Digong Xuanhuan, including the surrounding mountains on all sides, is surrounded by a layer of enchantment, and no one can enter it normally. However, the second prince became the heir of the Purple Emperor, and after being baptized by the blood, he got the Purple Emperor's mark. With the Purple Emperor's mark, the second prince can enter and exit the barrier surrounding the Digong Xuanhuan at will. At the same time, the mark of the Purple Emperor is also a symbol of the second prince being the successor of the Purple Emperor. As long as the mark of the Purple Emperor exists for a day, the second prince is the heir of the Purple Emperor, and no one can shake it. Until the second prince officially becomes the Purple Emperor, the Purple Emperor's mark will disappear, waiting for the next Purple Emperor successor. The three of Han Feng jumped into the Xuanhuan without hesitation. According to what was agreed earlier, most of the Xuanhuan belonged to Han Feng for Han Feng to absorb. The three of them were in the Divine Spring, and wisps of the power of the Divine Spring surrounded the three of them, and were then sucked into their bodies by the three of them. In Han Feng's Dantian, the Lotus of Chaos is surrounded by white mist energy. The mist gathers in the second layer of the Lotus of Chaos, continuously condenses and compresses. Faintly, there is a tendency for the seventh lotus leaf to condense successfully. Of course, it's just an inclination. With a foundation beyond the Heavenly Emperor, Han Feng's every step of improvement will far surpass the other ancient gods. But in the same way, with the same level of improvement, Han Feng's improvement in combat power is also a lot behind the rest of the ancient gods. The three were immersed in cultivation, and ancient god Dongtsang was the first to wake up. At this time, about 80 years had passed since the three of them entered the Digong God Spring. At the realm of the ancient gods, if you practice casually, many years will pass, and 80 years is still a little. Although ancient god Dongsung's cultivation base is a high-ranking ancient god, he has the weakest foundation. Therefore, he is the one who has improved the most. The late stage of god is only one step away. The second prince woke up after 40 years, which means that the second prince spent about 120 years from the practice to the end. The second prince's improvement was not too remarkable. He had only raised from the peak of the middle ancient god to the limit of the peak of the middle ancient god, and had not stepped into the upper ancient god. The lotus of the second layer of the lotus of chaos has condensed from the 10th petal to the 12th petal. There are roughly 3 reasons for all this. One is that the bottleneck from the middle ancient god to the upper ancient god is quite large, and it is not so easy to break through. Secondly, the foundation of the second prince is at the level of Tianzuan, which is far stronger than the foundation of the ancient god Dongsung. Thirdly, and most importantly, the second prince did not get too much Digong Xuanhuan. 3/4 of the power of Digong Xuanhuan was absorbed by Han Feng. The second prince wiped his face. This was assigned before. The second prince would not blame anything, so he could only leave Xuanhuan and wait with ancient god Dongsung for Han Feng to finish his training. However, in fact, Han Feng, who was practicing in the Xuanhuan, absorbed the power of the Digong Xuanhuan at a speed that the two could not understand. Beyond the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, and the 9 flames and different fire Ju, in the later stage of the 8th layer, Han Feng's efficiency in absorbing and refining the Digong Xuanhuan far exceeded that of the second prince and ancient god Dongsung. Before he knew it, Han Feng had crossed the bottleneck, breaking through from the middle stage of the middle ancient god to the late stage of the middle ancient god, and an 8-petaled lotus had condensed on the second layer of the lotus of chaos in his dantian. The Digong divine spring was almost exhausted, which allowed Han Feng to raise 2 lotus petals, which is enough to show that the foundation surpasses the strength of the Emperor of Heaven. The first update. But in terms of combat power, the high-ranking ancient god who is no less than the foundation of Tianjun has been directly promoted from the initial stage to the peak. This is the heaven-defying thing that surpasses the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. There are only 2 petals of chaotic lotus, but Han Feng's increase in combat power is extremely terrifying. If it is said that Han Feng condensed all the power of chaos in his body before, and the power that erupted was comparable to that of the king of 2 transformations, then now he has truly achieved it. 2 changes to the realm of the king of gods. Even the second transformation god king with a weaker foundation needs some other means to increase his strength in order to reach Han Feng's current level of strength. Even if the second transformation king can use the power of the world to suppress Han Feng can still compete with the second transformation god king in terms of strength. If it is combined with various means, such as the immortal golden flame, Gu Yan's divine body, etc., Han Feng's explosive power will undoubtedly be terrifying. Perhaps, Han Feng's comprehensive strength has already surpassed many ordinary 2-change god kings. Of course, there is still a long way to go from the 3 transformations god king. In the realm of the god king, every time there is a difference in the calamity of the world, the difference in power can be described as terror and qualitative change. The first 3 world catastrophes were okay, but from the 4th world catastrophe to the 6th world catastrophe, it has reached an incredible level. If you want to fight at a higher level, you can basically only rely on your foundation. With the blood of the king rank, the god body, and the god king skills, it is already difficult to leapfrog the battle. At most it can be powerful at the same level. And from the 7th world catastrophe to the 9th world catastrophe, it is even more terrifying. This is also the reason why the level of the god king before breaking through the god emperor is different, and the gap between the god emperors of the same level is also very different. The god king who broke through the 4 transformations god king may not be as powerful as the 7 transformations god king who is the foundation of Tianzuan. In those great thousand god realms, it is not uncommon for a powerful god king to rival the power of the god emperor in the body of a god king. However, the gap between each level of the god emperor is also astonishing. Basically, at the second level of the god emperor, no matter how powerful the god king is, it is difficult to compete with the god emperor, including the god king who is the foundation of the heavenly emperor. Han Feng's practice has basically come to an end. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The Digong Divine Stone in the depths of Digong Xuanhuan. For some unknown reason, it was overloaded to operate, and the energy of the heaven and earth in the entire purple mirror world gathered towards the Digong Divine Spring, penetrated into the Digong Divine Stone, and was then spit out by the Digong Divine Stone. The spit-out energy has been transformed into the Digong Xuanhuan. Han Feng is in a state of deep cultivation, that is to say, in this state, Han Feng will wake up automatically after the local Gangshan spring is completely absorbed. But in the same way, once the god of Earth Gang appears continuously, Han Feng will not wake up, and will always be in the state of cultivation. Han Feng, who was about to stop practicing, began to practice again. The second layer of Chaos Lotus in the Dantian, the ninth petal of the Chaos Lotus, has a tendency to condense indistinctly. What happened? Ancient god Dongsong was startled awake by the vision in the purple mirror world, and was in a state of panic. The second prince has the seal of the purple emperor, and knows many secrets that he didn't know before. Now he sees the changes in the purple mirror world, and he doesn't know what happened. The Earth God Stone suddenly increased the efficiency of absorbing the energy of the world of purple mirror. The second prince's face became extremely ugly. Ancient god Dongsong suppressed his panic, and hurriedly said, "That is to say, there will be a steady stream of Digong Divine Springs appearing? Wouldn't that be a good thing for Master Zhuyan? And the second prince, we can also absorb more Daigangs. Xuanhuan, maybe you, second prince, can break through the shackles in one fell swoop and break through to become a high-ranking ancient god?" Seeing that the second prince's expression didn't ease in the slightest, Dongsong Gushen murmured, "Could it be that the second prince was dissatisfied with the Digong Xuanhuan that Han Feng had absorbed too much?" Then ancient god Dongsong listened to the second prince and said, "Where is it a good thing? The Digong Divine Stone not only maintains the operation of the purple mirror world, but also the key to the reproduction of the purple ape, and is also the key to condensing the Digong Xuanhuan. It has reached a certain limit. If the Earth Gang God Spring is condensed at the previous speed, the Earth Gang God Stone is still too early for an accident. But now the sudden acceleration of the speed of condensing the Digong God Spring will undoubtedly cause irreparable damage to the Digong God Stone. Once the Digong Divine Stone is damaged, there will be no Digong Divine Spring in the future. It will be difficult for purple apes to reproduce. The purple mirror world will also collapse completely." What? Ancient god Dongsong couldn't calm down when he heard that such a terrible thing would happen. From the mouth of the second prince, the Digong God Stone is obviously the key to the Z family's ability to maintain its glory and development. If the Digong God Stone is damaged, can the god kings of the Z family spare Han Feng? Quickly stop it. Dongsong Gushen was anxious. The second prince smiled wryly. "I really want to, but I don't know how to organize it, and if I force it, I don't know if it will affect the Digong God Stone and cause problems with the Digong God Stone. Furthermore, Brother Han is at a critical moment of cultivation. If he is disturbed, what if we are finally blamed?" Hearing what the second prince said, ancient god Dongsong fell silent. Han Feng's terrifying combat power made ancient god Dongsong directly treat Han Feng as a god king, and it was not the first transformation god king, but the second transformation god king. Thinking of angering a second transformation god king, ancient god Dongsong shuddered all over, and immediately fell silent. Therefore, ancient god Dongsong did not notice the obscure glint in the second prince's eyes. Purple Emperor Palace. Liuhe said with satisfaction, Master Zidi, I have used various means to operate the Digong God Stone to the extreme, and soon there will be some minor problems. By the way, as far as I can see, the second prince seems to have feelings for Han Feng at present. Dissatisfied. Zidi sneered, although the eldest prince is the reincarnation of the emperor, the second prince is also the son of the emperor. How can the emperor really not pay attention at all? That kid, the modesty on the surface is just the state shown in the unfavorable state. Once the unfavorable state disappears, he will reveal his true appearance. As a prince, he is still an ambitious prince and the son of the emperor. Naturally, it is impossible to be merciful, and it is impossible for this kid to say that there is no dissatisfaction in his heart after having been allocated so many Daigangshan springs by others. Of course, this is not enough to make the second child confront that kid named Han Feng. The second child is not stupid. Offending that Han Feng is not beneficial, and it will also damage his image. Once the image of crossing the river and demolishing the bridge spreads, there is still who dares to help him sincerely. However, it's different now. The Digong God Stone has already started to have problems. The former Zidi of the Z family, that is, the Guardians, will never let it go. As the successor of the Zidi, the second child will also be angered, is to transfer the anger of the Guardians to this kid named Han Feng. The second update. And once the Guardian's anger is transferred to someone else, even if that person is killed, the image of the second child will not be affected in any way, and no one will say that the second child crosses the river and demolishes the bridge. Zidi sneered, maybe the second child would win the sympathy of his subordinates as a victim. Everything is the fault of the guardian of the Z family, and everything has nothing to do with the second child. Liuhe is silent. After a while, Zidi said again, how long will it take before there will be problems with the Digong God Stone? Even if we use all our strength to mobilize the Digong God Stone now, it will take about 70 or 80 years for a problem that is not too big to appear. For a relatively big problem, it will take at least 1,000 years to solve it. It will take at least tens of thousands of years for cracks to appear. If that's the case, tell those guardians about the matter in a few decades. Zidi immediately made a decision. If it is said now, the problem is not big, and it will not attract the attention of those guardians at all. Of course, it is even more impossible for Zidi to wait hundreds or thousands of years for a major problem with the Digong God Stone, or for a crack to appear in the Digong God Stone. Once a crack occurs, the Digong God Stone will be considered useless. But just because of some problems with the overload operation, it only takes time for the Digong God Stone to recover. Zidi is still waiting for the next few generations to use the blood baptism to reach the blood of the king. How could it make the world of Zijing collapse? In the purple mirror world, decades have passed in a flash. The second layer of the lotus of chaos in Han Feng's Dantian, the ninth lotus, has been fully formed, which also means that Han Feng's cultivation has reached the level of the middle ancient gods in the late stage. At the limit, it only needs to condense one more lotus petal to enter the peak level of the middle ancient god. Naturally, Han Feng's comprehensive strength has been further enhanced, and he can also deal with the stronger two-transformation king, but there is still an indescribable gap in the distance from competing with the three-transformation king. Under normal circumstances, the second transformation god king can instantly kill the first transformation god king, and the third transformation god king can also instantly kill the second transformation god king. Every calamity of the world is equivalent to a qualitative change, which is equivalent to the promotion of a true god to an ancient god, and an ancient god to a god king. Even if Han Feng has the foundation to surpass the heavenly emperor, at least his overall cultivation needs to reach the late stage or even the peak of the upper ancient gods in order to compete against the three transformation god kings. Just to counter, not to kill. Want to kill the king of three changes. Unless Han Feng's cultivation reached the peak of the high-ranking ancient gods, other aspects would also get the same qualitative improvement. For example, Tai immortal physique, Gu Yan divine physique, immortal golden flame, etc. Purple Emperor Palace. Seeing that the time had come, Zidi immediately used Zidi's power to meet a guardian of the Z family. This guardian is the 16th Zidi, and the third existence among the current Z family god kings. He is a three-change god king. Ranked second is the 13th Purple Emperor, who is also a three-change god king, but is at the peak level among the three-change god kings. Ranked number 1, of course, is the ancestor of the Z family, the super god king who was listed on the list of god kings, the peak cultivation level of the 4 transformation god kings, and only one step away from the 5 transformation god kings. At the same time, this patriarch of the Z family is also the 6th Z emperor after the establishment of the Z-Ape Empire. It is worth mentioning that the current Purple Emperor is the 44th Purple Emperor. Each of the Purple Emperors reigned for a very long time, ranging from hundreds of thousands of years to millions of years or even longer. The 44 reigns show the long history of the Purple Ape Empire. Over the years, there have been a total of 44 Purple Emperors. It cannot be said that all the Purple Emperors have been promoted to the realm of God Kings, but there is at least a 60% to 70%, 70% to 80% probability. However, the Z family's God King will not exceed 2 palms at present. Some of the God Kings who disappeared fell during the battle, and some fell under the catastrophe of the world. Those who are still alive are called the guardians of the Z family, and they are also called ancestors. The palace where the 16th Purple Emperor lived was huge and luxurious, and the guards outside were no worse than those of the Purple Emperor Palace. See Patriarch 16. Zidi came to Patriarch 16, pretending to have a bad expression on his face. The 16th Patriarch withdrew from the retreat state, and said calmly, "You are the current Zidi? It seems that this is the first time this emperor has seen you. I specially used Zidi's full strength to meet the old man." What happened? Zidi immediately told about the Dagon God stone. Of course, he dug himself out of it, not saying that he ordered Liuha to influence the Dagon God stone. What? The 16th Patriarch, who was originally calm, immediately lost his composure. If the Zijing world collapses, although it cannot be said that the Z family will fall, it can be said that the idea of giving birth to a descendant of the king's blood every once in a while will come to nothing. Since we found the problem, why didn't we stop it? Patriarch 16 angrily asked Zidi. Zidi smiled bitterly. This junior also wants to stop it, but this junior is no match for that kid at all. Zidi told the story of the battle between Han Feng and the 8th prince, and the 16th Patriarch was shocked. Ancient God against heaven? He is still able to match the God King of 2 transformations, and is not even weaker among God Kings of 2 transformations. God? It's no wonder, you are indeed no match, given your state of becoming a God King. Hearing this sentence, Zidi's cheeks twitched, only feeling that a knife had been inserted into his body. The 16th Patriarch immediately set off. "We can't let the Dagon God stone go wrong, you come with me, and the old man will capture that kid himself." Seeing that the scheme had succeeded, Zidi's mouth curved into a smile. There are 3 changes to the King of the Gods, so he wants to see how the other party will fight. Zidi couldn't be more clear about the gap between the 2nd transformation God King and the 3rd transformation God King. Purple Mirror World. Suddenly, a breath that suffocated all life descended, and the void of the entire Purple Mirror World shook at this moment. The 2nd prince and ancient god Dong Song raised their heads abruptly, only to see a middle-aged man in a dragon robe coming from the sky, followed by 2 people, namely Zidi and Liuha. That's... The 2nd prince's pupils shrank. As a prince, the 2nd prince had seen the portrait of the 16th Patriarch even if he hadn't seen the 16th Patriarch in person, so he recognized the 16th Patriarch at a glance. The soul of the 16th patriarch lingered around the Digong divine stone through the Digong divine spring. Seeing that the Digong divine stone was far from collapse, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, when the 16th patriarch's eyes fell on Han Feng, he suddenly burst into a torrent of anger. Sinner of the Z family! Go to hell! With the roar of the 16th patriarch, the power of the vast world surged out like a flood, and blasted fiercely at Han Feng. This palm undoubtedly possessed the ability to destroy Han Feng. Feeling the threat of his life, Han Feng was broken and withdrew from his cultivation state. The third update. But this kind of protection is simply ridiculous for the 16th patriarch. The 16th patriarch's blow smashed Han Feng's Gaian divine fist like a bamboo, and then fell heavily on Han Feng. A dragon and a flood were easily torn apart in front of such forces, and Guyan's divine armor didn't last long before it was completely shattered. Puff! Han Feng's face was pale, and he was directly blown away. Rumble! Han Feng's body directly pierced through one after another of the mountain peaks, and fell into a deep valley. His bones were almost broken, and his internal organs were also greatly traumatized. After many obstacles, the attack of the 16th patriarch was weakened step by step, otherwise Han Feng would not have been severely injured at this moment, but would have been directly killed by the 16th patriarch. The horror of the three-changed God King can be seen from this. Huh? Not dead? A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 16th patriarch. The gap between the second transformation God King and the third transformation God King is huge, about 4 times the difference between the early stage of the lower ancient god and the peak of the upper ancient god. Many God Kings, with 2 transformations, are invincible in the same realm, but they are still powerless against the God Kings, with 3 transformations. Han Feng was the body of an ancient god, but he forcibly took his full blow, and was still alive. How could he not surprise the king of 3 transformations? Thinking of what Ziti said, Patriarch 16 sneered coldly, sure enough, he is an ancient god against the sky. He does have the ability to counter the second transformation God King, but in the eyes of this old man, he is still fragile. Wait. Why did the senior suddenly kill the junior? Han Feng felt the murderous intent and threat, so he was forced to end his training, and he rushed to meet the enemy, without knowing what happened at all. He was obviously still absorbing the power of the earth god spring with the second prince and ancient god Dong Song. Before retreating, why was he suddenly attacked by someone? The sneak attacker is still an incomparably powerful 3-change God King. Hee. Sinner, you almost caused a big problem with the Digong God Stone in my Z family, but now I ask why the old man attacked you. How important is the Digong God Stone to my Z family? How can I allow you to destroy it? Say. Who sent you? You came to my Z family to destroy the Digong God Stone. Patriarch Shirlu felt more and more that there was someone behind Han Feng, and asked in a bad tone. Han Feng's face changed slightly. There is a problem with the Digong God Stone? Also related to yourself? How is this going? Facing the eyes of the 3-changing God King, Han Feng searched hurriedly, and finally landed on the second prince. Your Highness, what is going on? Before the second prince could speak, the 16th patriarch had already glared at the second prince. With the aura of the 3-changing God King, how could the second prince be able to compete, and the second prince was directly oppressed and knelt on the ground. You are the heir of the Purple Emperor? What crime should you have for bringing a person who harbored ill intentions towards my Z family into the Purple Mirror world? The ancestor was wronged. Brother Han really just came to help the younger generation to seize the position of Ziti's successor. As for why there was a problem with the Digong God Stone, the younger generation didn't know. Brother Han was just practicing at that time. Turning his anger on himself, he said the words he had prepared long ago. In any case, Han Feng was the helper who helped him seize the position of Ziti's successor. The second prince knew that in his own capacity, he had to show an attitude of pleading, otherwise the ancient god Dong Song was by his side, so wouldn't he be disappointed? Moreover, the second prince knew that he was already the heir of the Purple Emperor. No matter how angry the 16th Patriarch was, he would not be able to kill him, so what a show. As long as the 16th Patriarch firmly believes that the problem with the Digong God Stone is related to Han Feng, he will be fine. The second prince said in his heart, "Brother Han, although I'm sorry for you, I can only say sorry, who told you to be too greedy, and really enjoyed 3/4 of the Gangshan Spring." The second prince has long been dissatisfied with Han Feng's direct sharing of 3/4 of the Digong Xuanhuan. At the beginning, he was desperate, so he made such concessions and promises, but when the position of Zidi's successor was confirmed, the second prince burst out with arrogance. He was the future Zidi. The second prince thought that Han Feng would take the initiative to give up some of the Daigang Shengquan, but Han Feng really enjoyed 3/4 of the Daigang Shengquan with peace of mind. This made the second prince, who regarded himself as the future Zidi, began to feel dissatisfied. But such dissatisfaction, under Han Feng's powerful combat power, did not dare to show his head at all. Until, there was a change in the purple mirror world, and a large amount of energy from the heavens and the earth converged on the Digong God Stone, which made the second prince feel a little bit cautious. As Zidi said, these princes are all selfish people, and some modesty and gentleness are just illusions. The eldest prince was favored, so he showed his temperament to the fullest without any scruples, resulting in a very bad reputation. But so what? As long as he is favored, no strong man dares to say anything, no matter how bad his temper is. The second prince was different. He was already suppressed by the Purple Emperor. No matter how unscrupulously willful he was, how could he still compete with the eldest prince? He could only pretend to be gentle, modest and generous. At least in terms of reputation, the second prince is far from comparable to the eldest prince. Now that he has won the position of Zidi's successor, the second prince gradually began to reveal his true nature, and his narrow-mindedness was exactly the same as Zidi's. In order to get rid of Han Feng, Zidi can attack Zijing World and Digong God Stone frantically. Because of the little dissatisfaction in his heart, the second prince was able to make Han Feng, who was an eyesore, disappear. That's why the second prince allowed the Digong Divine Stone to continue to overload, waiting for the ancestor to get angry and get rid of Han Feng. Moreover, at the moment when he saw the changes in the Zijing world, the second prince guessed that his father was definitely not dead, and roughly guessed Zidi's plan. The second prince dared to contend with the eldest prince, but he didn't dare to confront Zidi directly, letting Zidi design Han Feng. He also didn't want to confront Zidi again. The second prince could see that his father had already made up his mind to kill Han Feng. Why bother to carry on for Han Feng and his father? Anyway, the position of Zidi's successor has been obtained, and Han Feng is useless. Cultivation? A person who has long harbored ill will towards our Z family's Digong God Stone, how could he let you see the problem? On the surface, he is cultivating, but in fact, he. The 16th Patriarch definitely believed that the Digong God Stone, the problem is related to Han Feng. The second prince doesn't have that ability yet. Zidi and Liuhe are fine, but Patriarch 16 eliminated them from the very beginning. Apparently, Patriarch Shirlu didn't expect Zidi to be so frenzied. In order to use his hands to get rid of Han Feng, he dared Liuhe to do something to Digong Shenshi. The first update. No matter who dares to hit my Z family's idea, the old man promises that he will definitely make him pay the price. The power of the void world gathers together like a storm, and the whole world seems to be swallowed by a dark world, which is the inner world of the 16th Patriarch. In this inner world, all of Han Feng's states were suppressed. A big hand, composed of the power of the world, whizzed over and locked Han Feng firmly. Not good. Han Feng took a deep breath, and somehow he was accused of destroying the Digong God Stone. What if he was really caught? I'm afraid that, as the old guy on the opposite side said, he will be directly searched for his soul by violence, and his end becomes an idiot if he doesn't die. Han Feng immediately unfolded the Xianlong wing, pushed it to the extreme, and poured the immortal golden flame into the Xianlong wing continuously. The Xianlong wing spread to the extreme, and the golden flame wings made Han Feng as majestic as the god of flames. It's a pity that Han Feng, who looks majestic, is the author's embarrassing escape. At this moment, Han Feng has amplified all the places that can be amplified, but it is still extremely dangerous, and he has repeatedly brushed against the giants of the world's power. The King of Three Transformations is indeed powerful, but Han Feng is not weak either. To kill Han Feng, with the ability of the 16th Patriarch, it would take no effort at all, but to capture Han Feng alive, it would be different. Zidi watched impatiently, and couldn't help but move. Compared with Zidi, Zidi's body is obviously stronger. Zidi only had 80% of the cultivation base of Zidi, and in terms of blood, it was not as good as Zidi's junior royal rank, and he didn't have the world's artifact. There is nothing comparable between Zidi and Zidi himself. The Purple Emperor roared and turned into the body of a purple-eyed demon ape. Holding a grey magic stick in his hand, he smashed hard at Han Feng and flew away through the air. Although Han Feng has not had time to think about how he ended up in this situation, one thing Han Feng is sure of is that Zidi must have played a big role in it. Enemies met each other and were extremely jealous. With Zidi's move, Han Feng directly took out the Tianyan Divine Halberd, and the power of chaos in his body was poured into the Tianyan Divine Halberd. The power of Tianyan erupted, like a volcanic eruption, violently roared away. Han Feng can't compete with Han Feng. But the Purple Emperor is mere, but Han Feng can be crushed at will. Even if the Purple Emperor has the royal bloodline and world artifacts. The power of Tianyan collided with the magic stick, and the dazzling black and flame light burst out, sweeping the sky and the earth, and the stars shattered. Then, a lot of Tianyan's power broke through the defense of the magic stick and spread to Zidi's body. Zidi snorted and backed away in the void. Damn it, this kid is even stronger. A turbulent wave arose in Zidi's heart. It's just an increase from the middle stage of the Middle Ancient God to the limit of the late stage of the Middle Ancient God. How could the combat power increase so much? If this kind of power hadn't been suppressed by the power of the world of the 16th Patriarch, it would be only a gap of an entire Ancient God level away from the Three-Change God King. After repelling Zidi, Han Feng didn't have time to kill them all. The giant hand behind him was getting closer and closer. As a last resort, Han Feng turned around immediately and urged the Tianyan Divine Halberd again. The power of Tianyan pierced through the void and blasted fiercely. Throwing the palm of the hand, the Zhangyan Zhanshan saber also slashed towards the giant hand. However, that giant hand continued to grab Han Feng after only a pause in the void, completely ignoring the power of Tianyan. As for the Zhangyan God slashing knife, it only left a faint trace on the giant hand, and did not break the giant hand at all. Damn. There is not a small gap with the Three Transformations God King, and the restraint of the Three Transformations God King's world power. I am not the opponent of the Three Transformations God King at all. At the critical moment, Han Feng suddenly thought of Xiaopeng. Immediately, the power of chaos in Han Feng's body poured into the Skyfire Pagoda like a torrent, and the Skyfire Pagoda appeared instantly, and a burst of light overflowed, causing the giant hand to pause in the void. Immediately afterwards, the Skyfire Pagoda turned into a stream of flames of purple and gold, and slammed into the limit of the sky in the Purple Mirror World. Once it is broken, you can leave the Purple Mirror World completely. Now the level of the 9 flames and different fire art, the power of the Skyfire Tower after it is unsealed is only comparable to the best chaos artifact. However, in the heyday of the Skyfire Tower, as an existence beyond the immortal artifact, even if it is only equivalent to the chaos artifact in the degree of unsealing, it still has the effect that all chaos artifacts do not have. For example, to penetrate the purple mirror world, other chaos artifacts cannot do it, but the Skyfire Tower can do it. Not to mention, the purple mirror world is inherently unstable, and it is even easier for the Skyfire Tower to break through this space. Zijing Liuguang hit the barrier of Zijing world almost in the blink of an eye. Patriarch 16 had a sneer on his face. Even he, the king of three changes, had to fight with all his strength to break the purple mirror world. A mere middle-ranked ancient god also wanted to break through by brute force? What a joke! The 16th patriarch still unhurriedly urged the giant palm transformed by the power of the world to grab Han Feng. The next moment, the purple mirror world shook, the void shattered, and the stars shattered. A vision of the end of the world. Not good. Patriarch 16's complexion suddenly changed, with a look of horror on his face. Can this kid really break through the barrier of the purple mirror world? How did it work? Then Patriarch 16 suddenly thought that once the purple mirror world barrier was broken, this world would be equivalent to a big hole being broken, and it would never recover. With the passage of time, the world of purple mirror is bound to collapse. The 16th patriarch regretted that he hadn't used all his strength to make a move before. If he had known, he would rather not know who was behind that kid than to kill him first. The giant hand transformed by the power of the world suddenly accelerated, but it was still too late. The Skyfire Tower had already broken through the barrier of the purple mirror world and flew out of the purple mirror world. Rumble. A big hole was opened in the barrier of the purple mirror world, and everything in the purple mirror world began to collapse. If this situation continues, it will not take many years for the purple mirror world to disappear completely. This kind of collapse cannot be saved by the Digong God Stone at all. No. Patriarch 16 uttered a terribly stern roar. Under his eyelids, the purple mirror world had been destroyed to such an extent, he was a sinner of the Z family. Damn boy, I will never let you go. Patriarch 16 was so angry that he roared up to the sky, and then directly transformed into a huge body of a purple-eyed demon ape, rushing away with a billowing demonic energy, chasing Han Feng straight away. The soul of the three transformations God King is so powerful, the search range is extremely huge, and the speed of the Skyfire Pagoda is fast, but it is still impossible to leave the 16th ancestor's soul-locking range in an instant. The spirit of the 16th patriarch locked onto the Skyfire Pagoda, smiled coldly, and chased after him. If you don't kill Han Feng, it's hard to vent the hatred in his heart. The second update. In the purple mirror world, ancient god Dong Song and the second prince looked blank. Unexpectedly, in the end, the purple mirror world would still collapse. It was just a pity for ancient god Dong Song. Although the second prince was also heartbroken, no matter what, the ZD heir was obtained. After a moment of heartache, he regained his composure. Only ZD couldn't calm down. In fact, ZD was roaring with anger in his heart now. The purple mirror world is over. The purple mirror world is finished. Then he will be reincarnated later. How to raise his bloodline to king rank. How could this happen? ZD felt a deep sense of disbelief in his heart. Now, how could ZD have thought that things would have developed to this point? His ambitions, his mid-level royal blood, were all in vain. Even if you can reincarnate 2 lives by running the 3rd reincarnation formula, so what? Anything can happen in reincarnation, maybe the reincarnation becomes a waste? If you don't die, you won't die. ZD has a narrow mind. In order to get rid of Han Feng who offended him, he did not hesitate to let Liu He manipulate the Zijing world and the Digong God Stone, so as to attract the 16 patriarchs to kill Han Feng. But the result? That Han Feng escaped, and the purple mirror world collapsed. Even if Han Feng really died, ZD couldn't bear such a loss. If I knew it earlier, ZD would rather not tamper with the Digong God Stone. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in the world. Seeing the continuous rumbling sound from the purple mirror world, the landslides, and the ground cracking, the stars shattering, and the scene of the end of the world, Ziti completely lost his words. Among the crowd, the one with the most complicated mood is probably Liuhe, the artifact spirit of Liuhe Purple Mirror. Liuhe knows that once the Purple Mirror world collapses completely, he can no longer maintain this illusory body, and will even fall to the level of a chaotic artifact. But if you can't break it, you can't stand it. For Liuhe, this is likely to be a new life. Breeding a world of artifacts by oneself, and then promoting the world of artifacts, is much more powerful than being forced into a world, and can be perfectly controlled. Liuhe sighed deeply, not knowing whether to resent Han Feng or be grateful to Han Feng. Not to mention what a few people in Purple Mirror World think. At this time, in the void of the Purple Ape Empire, a purple golden flame fell like a star, shooting violently into the sky, leaving a deep trace of purple golden flame burning in the void. In the rear, the demonic energy was billowing, and a huge figure kept roaring in the magical energy, chasing after the golden flame in front. As the God King of Three changes, and with the primary bloodline of the king rank, Patriarch 16 almost caught up with the Skyfire Pagoda soon. Inside the Skyfire Pagoda, the more Han Feng thought about it, the more wrong he became. Before, he was only concerned with fleeing in embarrassment, but Han Feng hadn't had time to sort out his thoughts. With such a slight stroke at the moment, Han Feng immediately found out that something was wrong. Damn it, I was tricked by the second prince, and I missed it. Han Feng castigated at himself angrily. Judging from the current situation, Ziti must be playing a leading role if he will be reduced to such a point. Maybe there is still the Qi Ling Liuhe. Only the spirit of heaven and earth can tamper with the Purple Mirror World and the Digong God Stone. But the second prince may not have contributed a lot. Han Feng didn't believe that the second prince who got the seal of the Purple Emperor would not know what happened. Now that he was clear, he didn't wake himself up, but waited for the 16th ancestor of the Z family to make a move, which was obviously intentional. Han Feng asked himself that he was benevolent to the second prince, so there was only one reason why the second prince could attack him, and that was the Digong Xuanhuan. It should have been thought of earlier. The princes of the Z family are all selfish and have no brotherhood at all. They are cruel to their brothers like enemies. The Z Emperor even devoured the consciousness of the eldest prince and seized his own reincarnation. There is no father-son relationship at all. As the brothers of the princes of the Z family and the son of the Emperor Z, how can we believe that the second prince is really a corporal, gentle, selfless, and generous? Obviously, they are all pretending. Han Feng gave a wry smile. He had practiced for so many years, yet he was deceived. But Han Feng can't be blamed for this. The second prince has been pretending for tens of thousands of years. If he can be easily seen through, then it's useless. In addition, Han Feng himself needed the power of the Purple Ape Empire to find Lin Qingshan, so naturally he didn't think too much about the authenticity of the second prince's character. Being inside the Skyfire Tower, Han Feng could still see what was going on outside. Seeing the 16th patriarch getting closer, Han Feng's face became more and more ugly. Xiao Peng, can you do something? As a last resort, Han Feng asked Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng smiled lightly. Of course, otherwise, even if the second prince doesn't wake you up, I will wake you up. Hearing what Xiao Peng said, Han Feng suddenly thought that not only the second prince, but Xiao Peng could also wake him up and block his cultivation. And compared to the second prince, Xiao Peng, as the weapon spirit of the Skyfire Pagoda, can not only wake him up, but also keep him safe and sound. It should be noted that some people have fallen into deep-level cultivation, and once they are disturbed, accidents are easy to happen. Even if you don't go crazy, you have to suffer for a while. Little fatty, did you know that the second prince had a problem? Of course it's impossible. The second prince pretends to be so similar. If I could see it, I would have reminded you. The reason why I found out that the second prince was wrong is that the second prince was indifferent to the vision of the Digong God Stone and the Purple Mirror World, and he was in the dark. Knowing that it might attract the attention of the ancestors of the Z family, they still found reasons to keep silent, which attracted my attention. Anyway, there are treasures to escape, so I let you absorb them, so I didn't disturb you. At first, I thought that you would be able to rise to the peak of the Middle Ancient God by leaps and bounds, but I didn't expect that the 16th patriarch appeared too early. It's a pity. Xiaopeng looked regretful. Han Feng had no regrets. Originally, Han Feng thought that the death of Digong Xuanhuan would allow him to break through to the late stage of the Middle Ancient God, and condense the 7th lotus petal. Who knew that even the 10th petal almost came out? Han Feng has already. I am very satisfied. To be a man, one must be content. It is already difficult to advance beyond the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, but how long has it taken him from the beginning of the ancient gods to the late stage of the Middle Ancient Gods? It's already against the sky. Han Feng couldn't wait to say, "Little fatty, what treasure do you have to escape?" Xiaopeng smiled. Han Feng, did you forget the treasure house of Xuanhuan Temple? Han Feng's eyes narrowed. So that's the case. It seems that you have browsed through the treasures in the Xuanhuan Temple a long time ago. The treasury of the Xuanhuan Temple is divided into 7 floors. Now that Han Feng has broken through to the Middle Ancient God, he has been able to open 5 floors. These treasures were all left to his descendants by God King Zhu Yan, and Han Feng had no intention of taking the treasures inside. It's just that Han Feng can't care so much about the current situation. The first update. This is the talisman I found from the treasure house on the 5th floor. It is called the Instantaneous Talisman, and it possesses the power of space. If you crush the talisman paper, you can cross 100,000 kilometers in an instant. There are 8 cards in total. That is to say, you can teleport 800,000 kilometers in one go. 800,000 kilometers is enough for you to ask for the lock of the 3 transformations God King in an instant, and then hide in the Xuanhuan Temple and escape, and the 3 transformations God King will never find you again. Han Feng took the talisman paper, his eyes flashed with joy. The next moment, Han Feng left the Skyfire Tower and was exposed to the lock of the 3 transformations God King. The 16th patriarch's face was ferocious, and he no longer thought about catching him alive. The power of the world surged away, causing the void to vibrate, and he was about to kill Han Feng with one blow. At this moment, Han Feng crushed a fleeting talisman, and the majestic power of space enveloped Han Feng, and the next instant Han Feng disappeared in front of the 16th patriarch. The 16th patriarch was shocked, and then he was surprised to find that the other party had appeared 100,000 kilometers away. 100,000 kilometers is undoubtedly a long distance, but the territory of the Purple Ape Empire is huge, especially the Shieling God realm. If it expands to the entire spiritual world, it will be even bigger. 100,000 kilometers, not to mention compared to the spirit world, even compared to the West Spirit God realm and even the Purple Ape Empire, it is not that far away. At the very least, Han Feng is still within the territory of the Purple Ape Empire. The soul is still locked on Han Feng. The 16th patriarch smiled coldly, and the demonic energy rushed to the sky, without any intention of letting Han Feng go. Unexpectedly, at the next moment, Han Feng, who was locked by his soul, disappeared again. What? Patriarch 16's complexion changed suddenly, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent teleported far away, but he was still able to lock onto it. But after a few times, Han Feng has already teleported far, a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, allowing Han Feng to completely break away from the lock of the 16th patriarch, the 3 changing God King, and finally hid in the Xuanhuan Temple and escaped into the void run away. The 16th patriarch's face was distorted and stopped at the bottom of his eyes, his spirit expanded desperately, causing a storm to surge in the void. Wherever the soul of the 16th patriarch was affected, all living beings trembled. Trembling. Quite a number of high-ranking ancient gods who were overlords looked at the void in fear. This kind of terrifying soul suppression, the opponent is undoubtedly a god king, or a powerful god king. It is not as simple as one transformation or two transformations. The search turned out to be fruitless. The Patriarch 16 flew back to Ziti City with a dark face. There, Ziti and the second prince were waiting for news from Patriarch 16. Old ancestor, have you ever dealt with that kid? The first person to ask was actually Liuha, the artifact spirit. It's just that the Liuha figure at this time is erratic, sometimes illusory and almost transparent, and sometimes close to reality. Patriarch 16 had a gloomy face. Let that kid run away. Ziti's face was even paler. After paying such a high price, he still hasn't dealt with the other party? The second prince's cheeks also twitched, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. The second prince believed that with Han Feng's intelligence, he might be able to guess his behavior of crossing the river and demolishing the bridge soon. The second prince had seen Han Feng's perversion, so I am very worried that Han Feng will cause trouble for him when he grows up. The realm of the Middle Ancient God has already defied the sky to such an extent, so how about reaching the realm of the Upper Ancient God or even the half-step God King in the future? The Purple Mirror world is about to be destroyed. This kind of thing is too important. It must be reported to the 6th Patriarch. The 16th Patriarch looked extremely ugly. The 6th Patriarch is the strongest patriarch of the Z family, with the cultivation of the 4 transformation God Kings, and he is on the list of God Kings. As soon as the news that the Purple Mirror world was about to collapse came out, all the ancestors could not calmly leave the customs. This is related to whether their next generation will have the appearance of royal blood. Although the 6th Patriarch is the oldest patriarch, he looks like a young man, only his eyes are full of vicissitudes. The 6th Patriarch wandered around the Purple Mirror world with his hands behind his back, and then returned with a gloomy expression. It is irreparable, unless the old man can be promoted to the King of 7 changes in a short period of time, it may be possible to save it. The rest of the ancestors smiled wryly. After tens of millions of years, the 6th Patriarch has not broken through to the 5 transformations God King, so how could he be promoted to the 7 transformations God King in a short period of time? In the entire spiritual world, whether there is a high-ranking God King is still a matter of debate. Humph. Damn Junior, look at what you've done. Patriarch 16 suddenly roared angrily, and grabbed Ziti with one hand. In front of the 16th Patriarch, Ziti, the King of Change, had no power to resist. The gap between the first transformation God King and the second transformation God King is like heaven. Patriarch 16 was not stupid either, he just came out at the beginning and didn't understand everything, so Ziti naturally used him as a spearman to deal with Han Feng. Now that Han Feng has fled, the 16th Patriarch opened up a gap and noticed something was wrong when he took a closer look. The 16th Patriarch was also the Purple Emperor at any rate, so he quickly guessed the whole story. At this time, Patriarch 16 wished to kill Ziti. Many ancestors glared at Ziti one after another. The weakest of these ancestors is also the peak of Ichang God King, no worse than Ziti. Most of them are in the realm of the second transformation God King. With so many God Kings glaring at him, one can imagine the pressure on Ziti. The 6th Patriarch spoke at this time. Old 16, let go. The collapse of the Zijing world is unstoppable, and this kid also has the blood of the king. Our Z family may not have the blood of the king in the future. Can't lose one more. However, this son has done such things, and he must not be lightly forgiven. He can no longer hold the position of Purple Emperor. Abdicate to become the Patriarch? The 16th Patriarch was a little unwilling. To become an ancestor, even if the strength is far inferior to him, the status is equal. The The sixth patriarch said in a cold tone, "How is that possible? The so-called guardians can only act when the Z family is in danger. They need to retreat and practice on weekdays, and it is also to improve their strength and better protect the Z family." What this son did, the old man does not believe that this son will be able to protect the Z family wholeheartedly in the future. Since the purple mirror world is gone, let this son have intercourse with many women. After giving birth to more children, there will always be a few of them who will mutate and have royal bloodlines. If 10,000 children are not enough, then there will be 100,000, and if 100,000 children are not enough, then there will be 1,000,000. The Z family can afford it. This old man doesn't believe that there will never be a king-level bloodline born among the younger generations. No. Patriarch, you can't do this. Zidi's face turned pale. If he really wanted to do this, wouldn't he become a boar? What face is there? 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000, how much energy is needed, not to mention the improvement of the cultivation base in the future. It will be considered good if it is not exhausted. On the side, the second prince trembled, feeling unspeakable fear of the sixth patriarch. It's too ruthless. This is simply a double torture of body and spirit, making life worse than death. The second update. Not only is his cultivation base terrifying, but the things he does can drive people crazy. As for suicide? Not to mention whether his father is willing or not, even if he is really forced to commit suicide, it is absolutely impossible to succeed with the sixth patriarch. Zidi was imprisoned by several ancestors, and his tragic career for millions and tens of millions of years in the future has almost been confirmed. Millions of offspring, even one woman a day, and they all win the bid at once, will take thousands of years. That day, just thinking about it makes people shudder. And this is still on the premise of giving birth to descendants of the king's bloodline, if there is no. But the second prince didn't have time to pay attention to his father's end, because the eyes of many ancestors soon fell on him. These ancestors could find out the problem of Zidi when they calmed down. How could they not find out about the problem of the second prince? But in the eyes of these ancestors, the fault committed by the second prince is much lighter than that of Zidi. Moreover, the second prince is not only the heir of the Purple Emperor, but also the last owner of the royal bloodline so far. It is impossible for the ancestors to punish him too severely, let alone imprison the second prince. Otherwise, who will be the Purple Emperor? Are they ancestors who have already abdicated? What does it mean for the ancestor who has abdicated to be the Purple Emperor? In the eyes of the other three empires, it is a symbol of the weakness of the Purple Ape Empire, and it is likely to start the battle of empires. For the Purple Ape Empire, this is very unfavorable. Therefore, the sixth patriarch and other patriarchs only punished the second prince symbolically, even if the matter was exposed. Seeing that the problem was solved, Patriarch 16 said again, "Then, what about that kid named Han Feng?" Although it was confirmed that Han Feng was innocent at first, the Purple Mirror world was indeed destroyed by Han Feng, and the Patriarch 16 did not reduce his hatred and murderous intentions towards Han Feng. The sixth patriarch's eyes froze. A mere mid-level ancient god has the combat power equivalent to a second changing god king. Such a heaven-defying ancient god is rare in the spirit world. In normal times, such a heaven-defying ancient god don't offend if you don't offend, but since you have already offended, then you must kill the grass and roots. Otherwise, in the future when this ancient god against the sky grows up and breaks through to the realm of a god king, our Purple Ape Empire, no, it should mean that our Z family is in danger. All the ancestors nodded their heads. Agree. With as much experience as them, they naturally know the consequences of letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Even if it is just a small tiger, it will sooner or later become the overlord tiger in the mountain. Furthermore, the sixth patriarch's eyes fluttered. Although the Purple Mirror world was forcibly stuffed into Lioha Purple Mirror, the stability is not as good as the world bred by the artifact itself, but it is not something that can be destroyed by a mere artifact of chaos. Even the top chaos artifact. But, the old man has carefully felt that the power of the purple golden fire tower is indeed at the level of a chaos artifact. Patriarch 16 frowned. Suddenly, the 16th Patriarch seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes widened. 6th Patriarch, did you mean? The 6th Patriarch nodded. I have asked those world artifacts of our Z family. It is not impossible for them to destroy the purple mirror world, but it is outside. If you are in the purple mirror world and influenced by the purple mirror world disturbed by the internal rules, it is almost impossible to break the purple mirror world and escape. Even if it succeeds, it will consume a lot of money. However, from what you said, the purple gold fire tower broke a big hole and escaped almost in an instant, which can only show one thing, that is the purple gold flame pagoda, but for some reason it is restricted, so it can only exert the power of the chaos artifact. But because the essence is too high, it can easily break through the purple mirror world and escape. That pagoda is at least a medium-grade world artifact, or it's top grade, and it may even be top grade. World artifacts are also graded, just like artifacts and chaos artifacts. They are divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade. In the spirit world, there are not many world artifacts, and most of them are lower grade world artifacts. Take the Z family as an example. The few world artifacts they own are all low grade. If you can get a mid-tier or even top-tier world artifact. The 6th Patriarch's eyes shot brightly. Can those empires in the West Spirit God realm and forces similar to the Dark Demon Palace be able to resist his Purple Ape Empire? Even on the list of gods and kings, it can improve a lot of rankings. The old man's order is to arrest that kid in the entire West Spirit God realm. 16, 13, you also go after that kid. It doesn't matter whether that kid lives or dies, but the artifact of the world must be taken. Yes. Patriarch 16 got up and replied respectfully. The 13th Patriarch also got up as well. The 13th Patriarch originally retreated to pursue a breakthrough. As the foundation of the heavenly monarch, the possibility of breaking through to the middle god king is very small, but if he doesn't work hard, there is even a small possibility of that. However, the affairs of the purple mirror world are of great importance, so the 13th Patriarch had to leave the customs. Soon, the entire Purple Ape Empire issued an arrest warrant for Han Feng, and promised many good treasures. This promise has tempted many warriors. Some of the treasures that can allow true gods to break through to ancient gods are considered to be of the lowest value, and the treasures with the highest value can even help upper ancient gods to be promoted to half-step god kings. This can be said to be a big deal, which moved some god king families of the Purple Ape Empire, and even the other 3 empires were amazed by it. This kind of handwriting, even if the Z family is rich and powerful, is also a hemorrhage, which makes people wonder what kind of person Han Feng is, and the Z family paid such a price for being wanted. What makes everyone even more curious is that the wanted arrest issued by the Z family only requires that someone find Han Feng to notify them, and there is no requirement to catch Han Feng. As long as they notify the strong Z family, and then the strong Z family catches the other party, those who report will be rewarded. For those who reported it, it was too easy. How did these people know that the Z family had no choice but to do so? They have experienced Han Feng's fighting power. In the entire Z family, only the 6th Patriarch, the 13th Patriarch, and the 16th Patriarch are capable of capturing or even killing Han Feng. Counting on those ancient gods who are not even god kings is better than counting on Han Feng to throw himself into the trap. The arrest warrant has been issued completely. Apart from the Purple Ape Empire, the other 3 major empires are also searching for Han Feng. They don't believe that a mere middle ancient god is worth such a big move by the Z family. This middle ancient god must have secrets. This is also the second purpose of the Z family's large-scale arrest of Han Feng. They earnestly hope that Han Feng will have a conflict with the three empires. It would be even better if they can kill several god kings of the three empires. The first update. At the same time, the Z family secretly searched for a certain person, and this person was Lin Qingshan. The name Lin Qingshan was known by the ancestors from the mouth of the second prince. Since this woman named Lin Qingshan is extremely important to Han Feng, as long as she is caught, will Han Feng not take the initiative to come? As long as they catch this woman named Lin Qingshan, the Z family will not be afraid that Han Feng will leave the West Spirit God realm and they will end up with nothing. But since it was a secret search, the progress was much slower. The few ancestors didn't care too much, they all practiced for tens of millions of years, and they had a lot of patience. Even if they searched for thousands or 10,000 years, they could afford to wait. Han Feng hid in the Xuanhuan temple, flew all the way across the territory of the Purple Ape Empire, passed through the land of several small countries, and landed within the territory of the Yingyue Empire. The Yingyue Empire is a powerful empire alongside the Purple Ape Empire. However, the number of people in the Yingyue Empire is far less than that of the Purple Ape Empire. Within the huge territory, there are pitifully few big cities, and the population in the cities is not large. Gain, the residents of the Yingyue Empire, are all spirit race, and their royal family possesses the Yingyue spirit body. The spirit race has always been difficult to reproduce, and this is not even comparable to 1/10 of the human race. But don't think that because of this, you can underestimate the Yingyue Empire. The number of people is small, but the combat power at the overall level is not weaker than the other three empires. It can be seen that the spirit clan of the Yingyue Empire is powerful in terms of personal combat power. For example, the strongest patriarch of the Yingyue Empire is also a four-change god king, and his combat power is stronger than the sixth patriarch of the Purple Ape Empire. Because this ancestor possesses a king-level intermediate spirit body. The Yingyue spiritual body has different levels. The lowest Yingyue spiritual body is also equivalent to the Chaos Divine body, and the most powerful Yingyue spiritual body is comparable to the top king rank. A long time ago, the entire Shilin God realm was ruled by the Yinlings. At that time, the Yinlings were extremely powerful, and there was even a half-step god emperor. The current Yinling clan can't do it anymore, they can only form the Yingyue Empire, and jointly rule the world of Shilin God realm with the other three empires. Entering the territory of the Yingyue Empire, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the Purple Ape Empire wanted him, the strength of the Yingyue Empire would weaken a lot. Found a valley. A cave was opened, and Han Feng immediately hid in it to recover from his injuries. He was severely injured by the 16th patriarch before, and Han Feng was seriously injured in his body, and his body was almost shattered. Such injuries cannot be recovered casually. This recovery took Han Feng nearly 100 years. 100 years later, in the cave, the dense light gathered and shrank, and was inhaled by someone in the dense atmosphere. A certain person looked inside his body and felt that all the injuries had fully recovered. He couldn't help but sigh. The three-change God King is indeed extremely powerful. I'm sure that the 16 ancestors are not the best among the three-change God Kings, but even so, and it's not something I can compete with. Afterwards, Han Feng's expression was uncertain. I'm sure that the Purple Ape Empire must be full of people who want me now, and with the influence of the Z family in the West Spirit God realm, maybe the entire West Spirit God realm also has people who want me wanted. Right now, I'd better leave the West Spirit God realm, it will undoubtedly be much safer. But I don't know where Qingshan is. What if it's in the West Spirit God realm? If I leave the West Spirit God realm, wouldn't I miss Qingshan? And the second prince knows Qingshan's existence. Maybe I have already told the ancestors of the Z family that if Qingshan is really in the Western Spiritual God realm, it is absolutely not safe. But now I have no way to blatantly look for Qingshan. At that time I will attract the 16th patriarch to chase and kill me. Even Qingshan's situation will become more dangerous. Right now, I can only practice in seclusion. When my strength improves to the point where I am not afraid of the Z family, I can find whatever I want in the West Spirit God realm. If I can find the best one, I will go to other God realms if I can't find it. Find Qingshan one step at a time. As long as my strength improves, I can also rescue Qingshan. Having made a decision, Han Feng immediately released Tiangang Fendi and others, and ordered these people to go to the Purple Ape Empire to inquire about news, and at the same time secretly search for Qingshan. Once you find Qingshan's trace, or the Purple Ape Empire captures Qingshan, you must come to inform him immediately. As a reward, he can give Tiangang Fendi and others enough chaos stones to help them break through the shackles and be promoted from the Heavenly Emperor True God to the Ancient God. After that, Han Feng took out all the resources and started a thorough retreat. The first thing Han Feng improved was the 9 flames and different fire Ju. With a large amount of red lotus flame jade, the 9 flames and different fire Ju has no shortage of resources. The artifact of time is suspended above the head, surrounded by wisps of power of time. Beside Han Feng, there are 7 beasts entrenched. The 7 beasts have cultivated through the source liquid of the Stone of Chaos, and they are also shrouded in the power of time. With the power of time, 9 flames and different fire Ju easily broke through from the late stage of the 8th layer to the peak of the 8th layer, and reached the peak limit of the 8th layer, only 1 step away from the 9th layer. But just this 1 step away blocked Han Feng, making it impossible for Han Feng to break through no matter what. If you want the 9 flames and different fire art to break through to the 9th floor, you must have a powerful fetish that contains the power of the world. Even so, Han Feng is also very satisfied. The 9 flames and different fire art has broken through to the peak limit of the 8th layer. The power of the inextinguishable golden flame is terrifying. A few flames that fluctuate casually can kill ordinary high-ranking ancient gods. The strong even including the half-step god king. Similarly, the immortal golden flame has reached such a level, unless it is a complete world power, like the half-step god king's incomplete world power, and the incomplete world power of the king's junior bloodline, it can no longer restrain Han Feng. In other words, only the power of the complete world is left that can restrain the power of chaos in Han Feng, that is, the power of the world possessed by the King of Gods. Furthermore, it is the power of the incomplete world contained in the middle, high, and top bloodlines of the king rank. But in the spirit world, there are quite a few people who have the bloodline of the primary king rank, but there are very few people who have the bloodline of the middle rank or even the high rank of the king rank. It can be said that only the King of Gods can restrain the power of chaos in Han Feng in the future. The 9 flames and different fire Ju broke through with the power of time, which saved a lot of time. After that, Han Feng only had to continue to be proficient in the immortal golden flame until he completely controlled the immortal golden flame. This process took Han Feng nearly 200 years. In the past 200 years, the 7 beasts have broken through to the early stage of the upper ancient gods in one fell swoop by relying on the power of time and the stone source liquid of chaos. Then, the 7 beasts fell into a deep sleep, and when they woke up, it was time for them to fully control the initial power of the upper ancient god. The second update. The quality of each piece of red lotus flame jade is quite high. Even if Han Feng is now in the realm of the middle ancient god and has the inextinguishable golden flame, if he wants to absorb enough energy to make the 9 flames and different fire art break through the peak of the 8th layer, he still needs it takes a lot of time, not to mention reaching the peak limit of the 8th floor, which is almost half a step to the 9th floor. Normally, it would take at least 1,000 years or even longer. With the power of time, Han Feng only needs to spend 200 years to get familiar with the 9 flames different fire art and the immortal golden flame after the breakthrough, which definitely saves a lot of time. Looking at the red lotus flame jade in the Skyfire Pagoda, there are obviously some remnants. These remaining red lotus flame jades are no longer enough to make the 9 flames different fire art go further. Therefore, Han Feng is fully familiar with the peak limit of the 8th floor. After the inextinguishable golden flame, he turned to practice the 4 major martial arts including Gu Yan Divine Body. Of course, during these 200 years, Emperor Tiangang Fendi and other heavenly emperors who came out of the forbidden ancient realm also returned several times and brought Han Feng a lot of news, but these news were not what Han Feng wanted, and there was still no Qingshan. Bits of news. The West Spirit God realm is too big. It is easy for Tiangang Fendi to fly back and forth in the West Spirit God realm, but it is more troublesome and difficult to go from one place to another to find Qingshan secretly. Qingshan was not found, Tiangang Fendi and others continued to search, and Han Feng was still practicing in seclusion. In the cave, the source fluid transformed from the red lotus flame jade has been completely absorbed by Han Feng. At this moment, what Han Feng has absorbed is no longer the source fluid of the red lotus flame jade, but the source fluid of the Xuanhuan stone. Compared with the red lotus flame jade, the profound flame stone is far inferior in grade, but it is better in quantity. It was Xuanhuan stone mine that Han Feng met at the beginning. Even in the deepest part of the Xuanhuan stone mine, they got the Xuanhuan divine spring. With Xuanhuan stone mine and Xuanhuan Xuanhuan, the 4 major martial arts of Han Feng have improved rapidly. From the early stage of the 3rd stage to the middle stage of the 3rd stage, then from the middle stage of the 3rd stage to the late stage, and finally to the peak. The 3rd realm is equivalent to the top-grade chaos magic skill. The 3rd peak has actually surpassed the top-grade chaos magic skill, and the 4th level is equivalent to the top-grade chaos magic skill. From the 3rd level breakthrough to the 4th level, there is no doubt that it is a huge leap. If it is the red lotus flame jade, Han Feng can easily break through, but if he uses the profound flame stone, he needs a lot of profound flame stone source liquid. Fortunately, the number of profound flame stones that Han Feng possessed was indeed incomparably sufficient, so under the influence of the power of time, Han Feng still broke through to the 4th level with ease. After that, there was the source liquid of Xuanhuan Xuanhuan. The progress of Han Feng's practice is still not slow, and he didn't stop until he reached the 4th peak state. Reaching the 4th peak, the 4 major martial arts of Gu Yan's divine body have basically reached their limit. Only by refining a powerful fire-attributed fetish that contains the power of the world will it be possible to transform the 4 major martial arts of Gu Yan's divine body and be promoted to a higher level. High level. The 4th peak of Gu Yan's divine body is almost equivalent to a half-step God King skill. It is integrated with the inextinguishable golden flame that has reached the peak level of the 8th level. Its power is definitely not inferior to that of the primary divine body of the king rank, is also extremely top-notch. Han Feng couldn't hide his joy, which meant that he was no longer weak compared to those geniuses with royal blood. With the foundation of surpassing the Emperor of Heaven, he can crush them even more. The 4 major martial arts have jumped from the early stage of the 3rd level to the peak of the 4th level. This is undoubtedly a huge improvement. As soon as Gu Yan's divine body was activated, Han Feng felt an incomparably majestic force in his body. It erupted, and this force could not be controlled by oneself at all. Allowing this force to erupt will most likely lead to the collapse of one's own body, and one will suffer severe injuries even if one is not dead. Han Feng's face changed slightly, and he quickly stopped the operation of Gu Yan's divine body. The increase is too huge, it seems that it will take a long time to get used to it. Han Feng murmured, simply closed his eyes, and silently adapted to the soaring power. This time, it took Han Feng 400 years to do it. During the period, the 7 beasts had already awakened, and with the help of the power of time, they were directly promoted to the middle stage of the upper ancient gods, and then fell into a deep sleep again. Han Feng adapted to the improvement of the 4 major martial arts, so he turned his attention to Tai immortal physique, Great Rian Physique, Xuanhuan's Clothes, and Xianlong Transformation. Both the Great Sun Flame Physique and the Divine Fox Clothes require essential conditions if they want to improve. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, Han Feng directly gave up these two great skills, and turned to practice Tai Immortal Physique and Xianlong Transformation. Han Feng took out the Holy Heaven Monument and entered the time room again. This kind of unique knowledge that needs to be improved by comprehension cannot be easily improved by the power of time. The Xianlong Transformation has 8 levels in total, namely 2 wings, 4 wings, 6 wings, 8 wings, 10 wings, 12 wings, and 14 wings. Theoretically, the Xianlong Transformation has the level of the 16th wing, which was created by the ancestor of the Xianlong, but it was created in a hurry at that time, and the level of the 16th wing of the Xianlong Transformation is not perfect. Under the circumstances, the possibility of being able to break through to this level is very small. After reaching the high level of the 14th wing, Han Feng stagnated. After decades of comprehension of the Xingtian monument, he perfected the 16th wing and broke through to the 16th wing level. However, the Xianlong Transformation was not created by Han Feng after all, and some of the ideas in it are not in line with Han Feng's own philosophy. Therefore, even if there is a Holy Heaven Monument to comprehend, the Xianlong Transformation can reach the limit of 16 wings, is not a weak move among the best Chaos God skills, but it's just that, it definitely can't reach the top level, let alone reach the level of half-step God King skills. After the Xianlong Transformation reached its limit, Han Feng turned to comprehend the Tai Immortal Physique. As for the peak level of Tai Immortal Physique, Han Feng's understanding is extremely deep. After comprehending the Holy Heaven Monument, he quickly crossed the peak level and reached the perfect level of Tai Immortal Physique. The perfect level, Tai Immortal Physique, is definitely not weaker than the top Chaos Divine Physique. However, Han Feng was not satisfied with this, but continued to study, at least to understand how to break through and improve the Tai Immortal Physique in the future. Tai's Immortal Physique is no different than Xuanlong's, and this comprehension has taken 1,000 years. Of course, the millennium in the time room has not been long outside. If it weren't for the fact that in the time room, he could only understand Taoism but not practice, Han Feng would like to improve his cultivation in the time room. Ascension to the peak limit of the 8th floor, the effect of the time room to assist comprehension is even better than Han Feng imagined. With the Holy Heaven Monument, Han Feng not only comprehended the path after Tai Immortal Physique, but also let Tai the Immortal Physique directly completed the breakthrough, was promoted, and reached a super strength level comparable to the King rank Divine Physique. The first update. Gods, 2 more. At this level, Han Feng called it the Great Luo Immortal Physique. Although the Great Luo Immortal Physique is a God King skill, it plays a similar role to the Wang rank Divine Physique, directly enhancing the combat power of the caster. Now that De Luo's Immortal Physique has reached the realm of Xiaocheng, Han Feng's improvement is equivalent to that of the primary divine body of the King rank. Once it is integrated into the Immortal Golden Flame, even if it does not reach the intermediate level of the King rank, it will still surpass the elementary rank of the King rank. A smile appeared on the corner of Han Feng's mouth. Now, I can be regarded as possessing 2 king-level gods, not weaker than the 8th prince, and even occupying the upper hand. And my foundation is beyond the level of the Emperor of Heaven. I'm afraid it won't take a few tricks to meet again. You can kill the 8th prince. The current Han Feng is no longer at the same level as before the retreat. The different Fire Ju broke through to the peak limit from the late stage of the 8th layer. The 4 unique skills have been promoted from the early stages of the 3rd level to the peak of the 4th level. Tai Immortal Body was promoted to De Luo Immortal Body. Now Han Feng's overall power far exceeds the combat power possessed by the God King of the 2nd transformation, and can even be said to have reached the level possessed by the God King of the 3 transformations. It can be seen from this that De Luo's Immortal Physique and Gu Yan's Divine Physique have greatly improved Han Feng's terror. If there were no these two great skills, only relying on Han Feng's foundation of surpassing the Emperor of Heaven, only by becoming the pinnacle of the upper ancient gods would he have the power he has now. However, even though he has reached the level of the three-change God King in terms of strength, if he really wants to contend with the three-change God King, I am afraid that there is no possibility of victory. It is impossible for the three-change God King to not have mastered the God King skills, nor maybe the bloodline is too low, and the power of the world is able to restrain my power of chaos. Combined, it is still much better than me. So, Han Feng let out a sigh of relief, and decided to continue to practice in seclusion until all the resources in his hands were exhausted. For hundreds of years, Tiangang Fendi and others still haven't found Qingshan, not even the slightest news about Qingshan. Fortunately, Tiangang Fendi and others couldn't find Qingshan, and the news that Ziyuan Empire didn't catch Qingshan made Han Feng heave a sigh of relief. Perhaps Qingshan is really no longer in Shilin God realm? Thinking about it carefully, Qingshan has already become a spirit body. As a spirit tribe, she is naturally in a place with the most spirit tribes. The spirit world is divided into the West Spirit God realm, the East Spirit God realm, the North Spirit God realm, the South Spirit God realm, and the Linghuang God realm. The Spirit Emperor God realm is located in the center of the spirit world. It is the domain of the gods where the Linghuang Palace is located. More than 90% of the practitioners here are from the spirit race. Of the other four major god domains, the number of spirit race in the West Spirit God domain is the least. Since Qingshan felt that it was unlikely that she would be in the Western God realm, Han Feng had the idea of leaving the Western Spirit God realm. After all, with the influence of the Purple Ape Empire in the West Spirit God realm, as long as he stayed in the West Spirit God realm for a day, there would be constant "you will be in trouble," unless you are not afraid of the ancestor of the Z family who is the king of four transformations. But before you leave, let's push ourselves to the limit first. 600 years later. In the cave, clouds of chaotic air floated in the air, enveloping a person. This person was wearing a long robe, his face was calm, and with every breath, there was a chaotic air pouring into this person's body. After a while, all the chaotic energy poured into the person's body, and a colorful chaos lotus suddenly appeared behind the person, spinning at a slow speed. 12 petals have already bloomed on the first and second layers, and 6 petals have already condensed on the third layer. A total of 30 petals are completely condensed from the air of chaos, which is extremely stable without any waves. As early as 600 years ago, Han Feng used the power of time to inhale a large amount of chaos stone and other resources into his body, making a big breakthrough in cultivation, from the late-stage limit of the middle-ranked ancient god to the mid-stage limit of the current high-ranked ancient god. With such a breakthrough, it took Han Feng 600 years to completely stabilize his skyrocketing cultivation base. At the same time, the 7 beasts have also reached the peak limit of the upper ancient gods. If it weren't for the fact that the half-step God King needs other conditions to achieve it, and the 7 beasts are not as good as Han Feng's foundation, they would have become half-step God Kings with the same resources. So far, Han Feng's accumulated resources over the years have been exhausted, leaving only some chaos stones for Tiangang Fendi and the others to break through the ancient gods. Although Tiangang Fendi and others are also the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor, they only break through from the true god to the ancient god. Compared with the other true gods, the amount they need to consume is terrifying. Putting it on Han Feng at this moment, it is not enough to condense the first level of the third layer. 10 petals. After all, this is a mid to late stage breakthrough for the high-ranking ancient gods, and the consumption can be seen. Therefore, Han Feng doesn't mind leaving some chaos stones instead of absorbing them all. Looking inside Han Feng's body, a steady stream of powerful power rises up. Han Feng feels that he has great power in every gesture, which is enough to easily kill the second transformation God King. I am now probably the one who really has the ability to contend against the three-change God King. In terms of strength alone, I am stronger than those who have just entered the three-change God King. As long as the three-change God King does not have a strong bloodline and a God King, although it is difficult for me to win the three transformations God King, it is almost impossible for the three transformations God King to kill me. I can run away completely. It's just, if I have a powerful bloodline and a God King skill, or a three-change God King with a powerful world artifact, I'm far inferior. But if I want to escape, I should still be able to escape, and I won't be like 1,000. It was as desperate as it was years ago. Han Feng thought about the speed of the 16th patriarch back then, and had a clearer judgment on his current strength. The next time I see the 16th patriarch, as long as the 16th patriarch has not mastered the powerful God King skills, he will be able to completely compete with the 16th patriarch. If the 16th patriarch had mastered the powerful God King skill, he would be able to escape easily. In other words, the only one in the Z family who can easily crush him and catch him now is the patriarch of the four transformations God King. Suddenly, Han Feng's face changed slightly, and he took out the jade slip and glanced at it. The next figure swayed and disappeared directly into the cave. Outside the cave, Emperor Tian Gangfen had not yet arrived at the cave, when he suddenly saw an extra figure in front of him. Tian Gangfendi was taken aback, only to see that the person opposite was Han Feng. "See Sect Master." Tian Gangfendi saluted immediately. Han Feng stretched out his hand to help in the void. Tian Gangfendi was lifted up before he could bend down. Han Feng said, "You sent a letter saying that you have something important to say. Could it be that you have found Qingshan?" Tian Gangfendi smiled wryly, "Not at all." "No." Han Feng was disappointed at first, and then a little curious. "Then what is the important thing you said?" "The second update." However, tens of thousands of years ago, a flame from the sky passed through the fetal membrane of the God realm and landed on that mountain range. In an instant, the mountain range was completely destroyed, and there were no living creatures. They were all reduced to ashes. The people in that place were burnt, and the whole ground collapsed. However, the flames continued to burn that day, and finally turned the sunken place into a raging sea of flames. Therefore, it is called the Falling Flame Sea. It is said that the 5 sacred mountains many fire attribute cultivators in the empire will go to practice, and many cultivators have gained a lot of benefits because of this. The flame power in the Sea of Fire, whether it is tempering the body or practicing secret methods, has a lot of benefits. Benefit. Of course, these are all on the edge of the Luoyan Sea. As for the inner core, it is said that it is where the outer flames are located that day. Its terrifying temperature makes the God King and the strong dare not approach it. It is possible for the weak point to change to the God King. Burn to ashes. At the beginning, Ling Huang also went to Luoyan Sea to see it, and finally the shocking news came out. That day, the outer flames were surrounded by the power of heaven and earth, which contained the power of the great way of heaven and earth. Although the power of the great way of heaven and earth is not strong, it can stop any the strong approach, including the Ling Huang. Not long ago, the Sea of Flames suddenly shrank, and all the Sea of Flames condensed towards the center, causing the Sea of Fire to dry up. Many practitioners' ideas of practicing with the power of the Sea of Flames fell into disuse. And as the Sea of Flames continued to shrink condensed, obscure energy fluctuations emanate from the flames outside the sky, and there are faint fluctuations of the power of the great way of heaven and earth and the power of the world. It is said that the outer flames of that day have been cultivated by the great way of heaven and earth for so many years, plus the thousands of years of falling into the Sea of Flames. The resulting environment is very likely to give birth to a special innate artifact. And it's probably a world artifact. Special innate artifact. Han Feng's eyes narrowed, and then there was a trace of fire. There are many types of artifacts, including innate artifacts, acquired artifacts, and special artifacts, and now there is a special innate artifact. Special artifacts are bred from heaven and earth, but there is no specific level, and some are so powerful that they may be able to compete with world artifacts and even immortal artifacts. There are also some weak ones that people can't bear to look at directly, even inferior to low-grade artifacts. Although there is no vague level, there is one thing that is certain about special artifacts, that is, it is difficult to promote. 99% of the special artifacts are difficult to break through the limit in a lifetime and rise to an unknown higher level. For example, the Order of the Bone. Acquired artifacts are artificially refined. As for the power, it depends on the methods and materials used by the person who forged the artifacts. It can be said that as soon as the acquired artifact is released, the level is basically fixed. To be promoted, the refiner needs to do it, and a lot of precious resources need to be consumed during the process, which is enough to make people feel heartbroken. Innate artifacts are also artifacts formed by the birth and nourishment of heaven and earth. The difference from Hotian artifacts is that they can practice on their own, step by step through a long time accumulation, and go through 9 calamities just like true gods, and then condense the seeds of chaos, refine the energy of chaos, and be promoted to the artifacts of chaos. Then form the inner world and promote to the world artifact. In the end, like the god kings of other races, they need to comprehend the power of immortality to promote immortal artifacts. Once promoted to the immortal artifact, the artifact will truly have the day of turning into a human form and possessing a human body. In the case of Liuhe, it is just a human figure transformed by a special item, not a real human body. Of course, such an improvement takes a long time, and it is easy to collapse during the period because it cannot withstand the tempering of God's tribulation. Theoretically, they can improve without limit until they reach the ultimate immortal artifact. However, for so many years in the 3000 god realm, there are very few who can really upgrade to the immortal artifact, let alone the best among the immortal artifacts. The special innate artifact is different from the innate artifact. Ordinary innate artifacts, after being conceived by heaven and earth, are divine artifacts of one calamity. You need to pass through the tribulation slowly in order to be continuously promoted to the second, third, fourth, and so on. The special innate artifacts are uncertain, depending on the power of the avenue provided during the gestation period of the heavens and the earth, and the differences in the gestation environment of the foundation. The final level of formation may also be different. It may be a middle-grade artifact when it is born, or it may be a top-grade artifact when it is born. It is also possible that it will be a chaos artifact once it is born, and it is even more likely to be a world artifact. And at the same level, special innate artifacts are much more powerful than ordinary innate artifacts. This is powerful, not to say how powerful it is, but that special innate artifacts have many skills and other functions compared to ordinary innate artifacts, which are far superior to ordinary innate artifacts of the same level. Moreover, the speed of promotion of special innate artifacts is far faster than that of ordinary innate artifacts. However, special innate artifacts are so powerful, their functions exceed those of ordinary innate artifacts of the same level, and their improvement speed is far from comparable to ordinary innate artifacts. Naturally, they also have their limitations. Generally speaking, special innate artifacts have their own limits of improvement. For example, if an ordinary innate artifact is a one-time artifact, as long as it does not fall and collapse on the way, it can continue to improve. As for the special innate artifact, even if it is born at the middle grade, top grade, or even the highest grade, or even the Chaos God grade level, if its limit is the best Chaos God grade level, then after it is promoted to this level, the special innate artifact will no longer have the possibility of promotion. Even if the hope of promotion for a special artifact is slim, as long as you find the right path and have some chances, it is not impossible. Once the special innate artifact reaches its limit, it is impossible to improve at all. This is a limitation of heaven and earth on special innate artifacts. Therefore, special innate artifacts are not necessarily stronger than ordinary innate artifacts, and have a future for development. But the divine weapon that is about to be born in Luo Yanhai seems not easy. Are you sure that what will be born there will be a world artifact? Han Feng asked solemnly. Tiangang Fendi shook his head. It's not very sure, because in the past, Luanhai was not a big threat to the realm of the God King, and the environment was just average. But the fluctuation of the power of the world at the core is also real, so there are strong people. It is said that a world artifact is likely to be bred there. Han Feng pondered. In this way, both the ultimate chaos artifact and the world artifact are possible. Since there are fluctuations in the power of the world, the possibility of the world artifact is relatively high, but it is probably only a low-grade world artifact. The first update. Let's go to Luo Yanxi. Han Feng set off first, with the mysterious dragon's wings spread out behind him, and with the fanning of the mysterious dragon's wings, a gust of wind burst out and swept away in all directions. The next moment, Han Feng's speed was astonishing, and he had already disappeared into the sky. Tiangang Fendi tried his best to catch up, but he couldn't catch up at all. Seeing this, Han Feng slowed down. Tiangang Fendi hurriedly said, "Master, don't worry about it, you go first. If it's late, it will be troublesome if you are caught by others. And even if I get there, I won't be able to provide any help to the sect master, but will hinder the help, so I decided to continue looking for the sect master's wife." Hearing this, Han Feng nodded. "Okay, I leave everything to you. If you really find Qingshan, I can give you a chance to break through to the ancient god realm in the shortest possible time." Heavenly Emperor Satan and others have been in seclusion for a long time, and have not yet successfully broken through, because the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven needs too many resources, and the time consumed is naturally extremely long. Without exception, the same is true for Tiangang Fendi. But if there is the power of time, Tiangang Fendi probably only needs to be familiar with the cultivation level after the skyrocketing for decades or hundreds of years, and then he can fully exert the power of the lower ancient gods. With the foundation of Tiangang Fendi, the peak of the Heavenly Emperor, and the cultivation base of the lower ancient gods limit in the later stage, in terms of combat power, it is close to the peak of the upper ancient god with the foundation of Tianjun. And if one wants to approach the Ichang God King in terms of combat power, one must at least reach the mid to late stage of the middle ancient god. When Emperor Tiangang Fen ascended to the peak of the ancient gods, in terms of strength alone, he was comparable to the king of the second transformation. Every ancient god who is the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, once he really rises and is successfully promoted to the king of the gods, will be a giant in the world of 3,000 gods in the future. It is the 3,000 gods, not a giant of the gods. After parting from Tiangang Fendi, Han Feng swiftly swept all the way, and the Xianlong wing left a long trace of energy in the void. Even if Han Feng is not in any state now, and is in a normal state, his speed, combined with the Xianlong wing, is infinitely close to the realm of the three-changing God King. Once the various states of increase are unfolded, the speed can be imagined. Falling Flame Sea is located in the east of the Five Sacred Mountains Empire, and further east is another great empire, the Yunhao Empire. The closer it was to the Falling Flame Sea, the higher the temperature of the entire space, and the empty blue sky and white clouds were almost dyed red. These are all the effects of Luo Yanhai. Falling flames around the sea. There are many strong people gathered here, staring eagerly at the core of Luanhai, where the flames are soaring into the sky, and there is a strange energy barrier that surrounds the flame area, and no one can enter. This strange energy barrier is transformed by the rules of the Great Tao. Even if the Emperor Ling comes personally, it is impossible to break such a barrier. Ling Huang's comprehension of the power of immortality and the power of the Great Way is still at a relatively low level. Swipe. More and more warriors are coming quickly. On the edge of the Falling Flame Sea, the sea of fire here has completely dried up, leaving a bottomless pit, exuding a fiery aura, which some weaker ancient gods could hardly bear. And above the deep pit, 3 figures stood. Countless eyes fell on these three people, all showing a strong color of fear. The power of the world fluctuated around these three people, and they were truly god kings. Everyone, these artifacts are not something you can covet. If you don't want to die, you'd better leave as soon as possible. One of the green-haired youths had a cold tone, and his cold eyes fell on every ancient god powerhouse. Why? That's right, if you want to obtain a special innate artifact, you have to go through normal competition. What kind of a hero is it to drive us away? Special innate artifacts, those who are predestined to live in it, and the predecessors are not necessarily predestined. Why? It's because of our strength. The green-haired young man sneered, and his powerful aura shot straight into the sky. The two people beside him also took a step forward, and the three god kings gathered together like an ancient giant beast roaring, oppressing everyone. Countless ancient gods were horrified, the weaker ones had already vomited blood under such pressure, and the stronger ones also showed fear. Only then did they realize that the three in front of them were real god kings. As the three demon kings of looting, they had already stepped into the realm of god kings for thousands of years, and their cultivation was unfathomable. What are the little demon kings of looting prefecture proud of? Just when the three demon kings of looting were secretly proud of their aura, a young man walked out of the crowd proudly, and a powerful aura roared out, faintly, to be able to compete with the looting three demon kings. That's Holy Wing Ancient God. Hiss. It turned out to be him. This is a half-step god king. If it's just an ordinary half-step god king, how can it be the opponent of looting's three demon kings? This holy-winged ancient god has the foundation of a low-level god, and even has the blood of a king. It is said that he has also comprehended half-step god king skills. Perhaps in terms of divine skills, the Holy Wing Ancient God's accumulation is not as deep as that of the looting three demon kings, and the god king skills he masters are not as powerful as the looting three demon kings, but the foundation of Tianzuan and the junior blood of the king rank are enough to make up for the gap in god king skills, but able to overtake the looting three demon kings. Holy Wing Ancient God. The three demon kings of looting came from looting prefecture, and they also knew this powerful half-step god king who was also well known in the Wuyue Empire. With all his strength, he is also among the top candidates on the list of god kings, and can almost be ranked in the top 50. Back then, the 8th prince was also at the top of the list of candidates for the list of god kings. The solemn look in the eyes of the looting three demon kings flashed past. These half-step god kings, they are one-on-one, and they have no intention of winning. Luo Yanhai actually provoked the ancient god, Xingyi. But after thinking about it, it's relieved. Luo Yanhai was originally in the territory of the Five Sacred Mountains Empire, and as a member of the Five Sacred Mountains Empire, it was not surprising that ancient god Xingyi could come here. They looting prefecture, also because they are close to here, the three god kings can arrive first. Perhaps, it won't be long before the princes of the Five Sacred Mountains Empire and the powerful god kings of the Five Sacred Mountains Empire will all arrive. The prince of the Five Sacred Mountains Empire is a heaven-defying ancient god no worse than the ancient god of the Holy Wing, but the power behind him is far from comparable to the ancient god of the Holy Wing. The backer of the ancient god Xingyi is just a three-changed god king master with ordinary blood, and his foundation is only at the level of a heavenly monarch, so he can't compare with the backer behind the Five Mountains Prince. Thinking about this, the three demon kings of looting discussed and made a decision. The green-haired young man stepped forward. It turned out to be the ancient god, Xingyi. As the king of gods, I have heard of your name a long time ago. As an ancient god against the sky, you are naturally not comparable to those ordinary ancient gods. You are qualified to stay here. But you should also understand that in a short time, there will be more and more god kings here, and it is more likely to attract the god kings of the Five Mountains Empire. Our three demon kings are weak, and your backing should also be. How about we form an alliance if we are not as good as the god king of the Five Sacred Mountains Empire? The second update. The green-haired God King said, "Of course we have to send them all away. Ordinary ancient gods have no right to compete with us. Even if these ancient gods may have a destiny with the newly born artifact, they cannot be allowed to get it. For the birth of this special innate artifact, people often don't go after those powerful fighters, but seek people with predestined relationship." At the moment when the special innate artifact was conceived, it was also the time when the power of the great way of heaven and earth was the strongest. At that moment, the spirit of the special innate artifact could fully sense which person would help him the most. Of course, if you can't perceive it, you will naturally submit to the strongest. How is it so easy to find someone with predestined relationship? The green-haired God King doesn't think that there will be a predestined person with a special innate artifact among these ancient gods, but he is not afraid of 10,000, just in case. What if there really is one? It is better to drive away these ancient gods first. The Holy Wing ancient god nodded slowly when he heard the green-haired God King. "I agree." In the final analysis, ancient god Saint Wing made a move, because he was one of the many ancient gods that the three demon kings wanted to drive away. Now that he has not been driven away, ancient god Saint Wing would naturally not care about the fate of the other ancient gods. Asshole. What? Damn it. Many ancient gods cursed in their hearts, but the three demon kings at the level of god kings were already terrifying, and the anti-sky ancient god, Holy Wing ancient god, whose single-body combat power was even higher than the demon king, was even more terrifying. With these four people present, many ancient gods are helpless. The green-haired God King can naturally see that these ancient gods are unwilling, but as a God King, the green-haired God King doesn't pay attention to these ordinary ancient gods at all. Don't be so unwilling. If you want to stay, you can, as long as you are the ancient gods against the sky. The green-haired God King sneered. The ancient gods were silent. In a way, there were fewer ancient gods than God Kings, so they were so easy to meet. Seeing the three God Kings, the ancient gods had no choice but to turn around and leave. They didn't want to be dealt with by the three God Kings. Some small-minded people have already secretly remembered the three demon kings of looting, that is, the Heiyao demon snake, Black Snake King, the blazing warrior lion, Flame Lion King, and the 9 thunder mantis, Mantis King. Now it is not them. His opponent doesn't mean he won't be in the future. Sooner or later, he will repay today's humiliation. However, just when they were about to leave, a burst of startled rainbow came from a distance, and the aura that fluctuated was clearly that of a high-ranking ancient god. Huh? Another ancient god is here? The green-haired God King, that is, the Mantis King, showed impatience, and the God King showed his majesty, and sternly shouted, "No approach here, get out." The aura of the God King surged out, and the wind and clouds surged, and all the surrounding space was replaced by the inner world of the Mantis King. Boom boom boom. Before many ancient gods had time to leave, they were immediately drawn into this inner world. They felt that monstrous power was descending, like a huge wave, trying to swallow them all up. This is the power of the God King? Some ancient gods who have only seen the God King but never felt the power of the God King, and some ancient gods who have not even seen the God King, are all horrified at the aura displayed by the Mantis King. This is just an ordinary Ichang God King, the best of those Ichang God Kings, and the Ichang God King promoted by the ancient gods against the sky, so how terrifying should it be? Mantis King originally planned to use his aura to stop the opponent, but he didn't expect that the opponent did not slow down his speed at all. This made Mantis King's face darken, and he felt that he was underestimated, or that he was underestimated by a mere ancient god. Court death. The Mantis King's sleeves were rolled up, and the gust of wind suddenly rose, turning into wind blades that shroud the sky, and crazily shot towards the person facing him. Humph. The ancient god who flew towards him snorted coldly, and a pair of huge dragon wings behind him blocked his whole body, then swung it suddenly, and then the power of chaos erupted completely, and swept away like a whirlwind. The boundless wind blades had no power to resist the power of the whirlwind chaos, and were cancelled out one by one. Not only that, the whirlwind-like power of chaos also broke through these wind blades, attacking the Mantis King like a bamboo. The shot was undoubtedly Han Feng. Today's Han Feng, in a normal state, also has the power close to the 3 Transformation King, far surpassing the 2 Transformation King, and can easily crush the 2 Transformation King, not to mention the Mantis King, who is only a 1 Transformation King. Not good. It was obviously the power of chaos, not even the power of the world, but the Mantis King felt a strong threat. Mantis King was sure that once he was hit, he would be torn apart in the next instant. "Big brother and second brother, help me!" Mantis King roared, and then he turned into a huge body, and the mantis knife danced wildly. Each knife has the power to tear open the void. The Black Snake King and the Flame Lion King couldn't see the situation of the Mantis King, and secretly groaned in their hearts, why so many anti-sky ancient gods appeared today. The previous Holy Wing ancient god was nothing more than that, at least he didn't have time to make a move, so he couldn't be considered offended. This one, they shot directly. However, the 2 demon kings are god-level masters at any rate. Seeing that the third brother has already made a move, they are still in a disadvantageous situation. The 2 of them can't make a move to give up the third brother and beg for mercy. The majestic God King, if he really did this, he would be looked down upon wherever he went. Magic Sylviantion. 9-turn lion roar. The blow of the 3 great demon kings was earth-shattering, especially when the inner world of the 3 great kings came out. The surrounding area was suppressed by the power of heaven and earth in the inner world. It was the same for those many ancient gods, the ancient god Xingyi, and Han Feng too. In this way, the inner worlds of the 3 great god kings are jointly suppressed, and the effect cannot be underestimated. However, the gap between the 3 great demon kings and Han Feng is too great. Even if he is suppressed, Han Feng still has overwhelming power. Just relying on the mysterious dragon wings, the 3 god kings were completely defeated. The 3 behemoths were directly swept away, and their bodies were covered with injuries caused by the power of chaos. Rumble. When the 3 god kings came to the end, their huge bodies shook the ground. Many ancient gods opened their mouths in surprise. Another ancient god against the sky? Moreover, this anti-sky ancient god was so powerful that he defeated the 3 Ichang god kings with just a few gestures. Ancient god Xingyi raised his eyebrows. Ancient god against heaven? Where did he come from? As an ancient god against heaven, ancient god Xingyi naturally became interested in Han Feng. In the 5 Sacred Mountains Empire, this person has never been heard of, and the same is true for the other 3 empires. Could it be a genius hidden secretly by the other 3 empires, so it has been hidden from view? Or from a small place? Or someone outside of Shilin God realm? Han Feng Xian closed his dragon wings and stood in the void. A stern light flashed in his eyes. Han Feng obviously didn't like Mantis King, the divine king who attacked him suddenly, so he didn't let it go. Pointing in the void, the power of chaos crazily condensed, and a power that even the 2nd Transformation God King felt trembling swept across the world. The first update. Seeing Han Feng's behavior, ancient god Xingyi became anxious immediately. He still needs to rely on the power of the 3 demon kings in the future. How could he let the 3 demon kings fall here? The Mantis King didn't do it on purpose. Are you being too fussy about killing the Mantis King and the others? The powerful chaos power of the ancient god Holy Wing swept out, and an astonishing roar spread out. Han Feng paused, and said coldly, "If Han was weak before, I'm afraid he would have fallen into the hands of this god king." At that time, why didn't your excellency say that this god king was ruthless? Ancient god Saint Wing's expression froze. It was very ugly. Before Mantis King made a move, of course he wanted to establish his prestige, but he didn't expect to kick an iron board and meet the ancient god against the sky. Seeing that Han Feng would continue to attack, ancient god Xingyi's face darkened. Are you not paying attention to me? Excuse me, who are you? Han Feng sneered. Speaking of which, since Han Feng came to the spirit world, he immediately went to the Purple Ape Empire with the second prince, and was chased and killed by the 16th patriarch afterwards. He really didn't have time to understand the genius of the spirit world. Don't talk about the entire spirit world, let's talk about the Western spiritual god realm. Apart from the 8th prince, Han Feng knows nothing about the other ancient gods. The ancient god Xingyi was about to explode. He was an ancient god who was defiant against the sky. He once killed the existence of the Yicheng god king, but he was so underestimated. That's okay. I'm so angry, kid, you're courting death. The holy wing ancient god was furious, and suddenly stretched out 2 golden wings from behind. The holy light shone everywhere, and the third eye, the golden eye, opened on the forehead of the holy wing ancient god. Broken golden flood wings. Knowing that Han Feng is not easy, the ancient god Xingyi is an extremely powerful move when he makes a move. With the primary bloodline of the king rank and the half-step god king skills, the ancient god Xingyi's attack is huge, and there is the sound of a dragon roaring in this world faintly. Behind the holy wing ancient god, the golden light became brighter and brighter, as if a great sun had come, illuminating the entire sky. The dazzling golden light, even though the eyes of many ancient gods have already transformed, still has a stinging feeling, as if you continue to look directly at the golden light, your eyes will be pierced by the golden light. The next moment, the roar of the flood dragon suddenly increased, and in the golden light, dozens of golden flood dragons rushed towards Han Feng. The fluctuations around each dragon made many ancient gods faintly frightened. Such power. It is no longer in the category of ancient gods, even if it is in the level of Yicheng god king, it is still in the upper middle class. Ancient god against heaven? Sensing the strength of ancient god's attack, Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder this ancient god is so angry. As an ancient god against the sky, he is probably well known in the entire Western spirit god territory. But it's also the ancient god against the sky. This guy is much weaker than the 8 princes. Han Feng didn't care about the attack of the ancient god Xingyi at all. When the sleeves were rolled up, the power of chaos was blown out like a hurricane, and the roaring golden flood dragons were all swallowed by the wind before they approached Han Feng, like sharp swords, inserted between the bodies of these golden flood dragons. In the blink of an eye, these golden dragons were torn apart one by one. It is also the top level on the God King candidate list, which is also divided into 3, 6, and 9 ranks, and the Holy Wing Ancient God is at the bottom of the top level. And Hakyoji, at least at the upper middle level. Those who are stronger may have bloodlines of high-ranking or even top-level kings, with extraordinary strength and a stronger foundation. It will not be a problem to compete or even kill the 3-changing king. There are so many geniuses in the world of 3,000 gods. Today's Han Feng is already an ancient god against the sky, but he is not the strongest among the ancient gods against the sky. In the great thousand god realm, some anti-sky ancient gods even have immortal blood or immortal gods, which are enough to fight and even kill the 4 transformations god kings, and they are also the 4 transformations god kings with the foundation of Tianzuan. That kind of power is far from what the current Han Feng can contend with. Han Feng thought that he would never reach that level in the ancient god stage. Although his foundation was strong, his bloodline and divine body were far inferior to those geniuses. However, when he was promoted to God King and Gu Yan divine body and Luo immortal body gradually approached those geniuses, Han Feng believed that he would win in the end. What? The ancient god Xingyi saw his golden dragon being strangled with his own eyes, and his heart was shocked, and he immediately knew that Han Feng was more difficult than he imagined. Could it be that this person in front of him can already compete with the second transformation god king? Suddenly, ancient god Saint Wing's face darkened, and the golden eyes on the center of his brows radiated thousands of golden lights. An unparalleled soul attack broke into Han Feng's soul world like a storm. Spiritual attack? Han Feng couldn't help but laugh. His current foundation made his spiritual level infinitely close to that of the three-changing God King. This little spiritual attack could not damage his divine soul at all. You are not the only one with soul attack, Han Feng said lightly, and the big Luo Xiantong on his forehead also released his own soul attack. How powerful Han Feng's spirit is now, just one blow. It was Han Feng's careless blow, not even half of the strength, but it directly defeated the attack of the ancient god Xingyi's spirit, and even counterattacked back. Ah! He only heard the ancient god Xingyi scream, and the third eye covering his forehead rolled in the air. Indistinctly, traces of blood could be seen from the slits in the fingers of the ancient god Xingyi. The golden eye of the holy wing ancient god was blown away by Han Feng. All the ancient gods were stunned. Where the hell did this pervert come from? In just a few breaths, 3 god kings and an ancient god against the sky were severely injured. This strength, even if it did not reach the level of the second transformation god king, it was infinitely close. Han Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the void, and the 3 kings of Mantis King were imprisoned in midair. The 3 demon kings looked terrified, and they felt waves of terrifying spatial oppression coming from all around them. I'm afraid that if the opponent makes a fist, they will be crushed abruptly. The 3 demon kings didn't have the same demeanor as before. They begged for mercy loudly, as miserable as they could be. All the ancient gods were stunned again. The god king begged for mercy. Maybe they would only see this once in their lifetime. Little friend, stop. Suddenly, a faint sigh came from the sky, and the sound of the sigh seemed to ring in Han Feng's ears. These tactics made Han Feng's expression tense. Then, Han Feng saw an old man in a white robe flying from the sky on a green bull. When it came close, the green bull suddenly turned into a ray of blue light and shot into the center of the old man's eyebrows. It's the Xuanhuan God King. I didn't expect the divine weapon to be born, but it has already attracted the king of the second transformation. I heard that the Xuanhuan God King is a relatively powerful existence among the 2 transformation God Kings. I wonder if this heaven-defying ancient god can compete. Does the senior want to stop the junior? Han Feng remained expressionless, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The second transformation god king, with his current strength, is not afraid of it. As long as it is not the kind of god-defying god king, even if it is the top master among the 2 transformation god kings, it will not be his opponent. The second update. For example, the second transformation god king who can compete against the bottom 3 transformation god kings is not called the heaven-defying god king. Only the top master among the 3 transformation god kings is eligible to be called the heaven-defying god king. As I said before, when you reach the level of god king, there are very few who can fight beyond the level, especially when you reach the realm of middle god king and upper god king. All kinds of means can only be strong in the same level. At the level of the god king, there is only one way to fight beyond the level, relying on the foundation. Under the foundation of the same level, it is difficult for a low-level god king to compete with a high-level god king. So Han Feng is not afraid of this second transformation god king who suddenly appeared. The god king against the sky is so rare, even rarer than the ancient god against the sky. How could one suddenly appear? Even if there is a heaven-defying god king, he will not be in the West Spirit God realm, and he must be in the Spirit Emperor God realm anyway. In fact, the Xuanhuan God King is indeed not the heaven-defying God King. Anyone who knows the God King Xuanhuan knows that the God King Xuanhuan is a kind person who is willing to help others, even if the other party is only in the realm of the ancient gods. Therefore, the Cyan Bull God King not only has a lot of friends, but also has an excellent reputation in the hearts of many warriors. Seeing the appearance of the Cyan Bull God King, the three demon kings suddenly shouted for help. King Qingmiao looked at Han Feng with a cold face, and couldn't stop smiling wryly in his heart, not to mention that he vaguely felt that he was unlikely to be the opponent's opponent, and he couldn't do anything to make the opponent stop based on his character. After all, it was the three demon kings who provoked each other first. Only, my little friend, the old man has no malicious intentions. I just want to remind you that the master of these three demon kings is an incomparably powerful two-transformation god king. If these three demon kings fall, the ice flood demon ancestor, I will never let it go. The second transformation god king is not comparable to the first transformation god king, let alone the best among the second transformation god kings. As for the little friend of the Holy Wing ancient god over there, master is the king of three changes. If you want to make a move, you must also consider the situation you are facing. Han Feng's face was gloomy, and the second transformation god king didn't say anything. He didn't expect the third transformation god king to be the backer behind the ancient god Xingyi. Now that I am not afraid of the three transformations king, at least I won't be as embarrassed as I was when I encountered the 16th patriarch. But once the three transformations god king really strikes, he can only run away. I'm afraid that there will be no chance for the world artifact that is about to be born here. Ever since he came to the flame-falling sea, Xiaopeng has been absolutely certain that what was born must be a world artifact. If he can obtain this world artifact, his strength will definitely increase greatly, and he will have more confidence in facing the three transformations god king. Thinking of this, Han Feng took a deep breath, letting go of ancient god Xingyi and the three demon kings. At least before getting the artifact, it's better not to draw out the three transformations god king behind him. However, although the three demon kings were spared, Han Feng did not keep his mouth idle. It's just ridiculous to dare to call yourself the demon ancestor after being transformed into a god king. It is also thanks to the fact that there are not many monster races in the spirit world. If you are in the god realm dominated by monster races, unless you are in the Shaoqian god realm, the mere second transformation god king has no right to call yourself a monster race. If you dare to call yourself like this in the Daqian god realm, just wait for the demon king of the middle god king level or the demon king of the upper god king level to trouble you. Hearing Han Feng's merciless words, King Qingmiao could only smile wryly. The three demon kings escaped from death and secretly hated Han Feng, but they dared to whisper in their hearts because they were afraid of Han Feng's strength, not daring to say anything publicly. After letting go of the three demon kings and Saint Wing ancient god, Han Feng's expression was not good, and he flew aside with a cold face. The Cyan Bull God King didn't mind Han Feng's cold face, but because he was curious about Han Feng, an ancient god against the sky, he interjected a few words with Han Feng from time to time. Facing the smiling face of King Qingmiao, Han Feng couldn't keep his face cold, and would answer a few words from time to time. As for those ancient gods, they stayed behind after looking at each other. Seeing this, the three demon kings were a little angry, but after glancing at Han Feng, they gritted their teeth and endured it. Huh? Do you think this guy looks familiar? Ancient god Holy Wing resented Han Feng for embarrassing him, so he kept staring at Han Feng secretly. When the three demon kings heard the words, a trace of doubt flashed in their eyes, and then they shook their heads. The Black Snake King said, "Ancient god Xingyi, you must have remembered it wrong. I'm sure, I haven't seen him before, wait." Ancient god Xingyi shrank his pupils, and finally remembered where he had seen Han Feng. This Han Feng is clearly the person on the arrest warrant issued by the ancestor of the four transformation kings of the Purple Ape Empire more than 1,000 years ago. The three demon kings came from Luting Prefecture, quite far away from the Purple Ape Empire, but they also knew about the arrest warrant issued by the Purple Ape Empire more than 1,000 years ago, which caused turmoil in the entire West Spirit God territory. It is said that the other three empires are also interested in the wanted man. How can a mere middle-ranking ancient god have no secrets if he is wanted by the ancestor of the 4 transformation god kings of the Purple Ape Empire? Looking at it now, the secret is huge, and it took only 1,000 years to be promoted from a middle-ranked ancient god to a high-ranked ancient god. This speed is too fast. If it is an ordinary high-ranking ancient god with the foundation of a heavenly general, it is fine, but the foundation is likely to be a middle-ranked ancient god of Tianzuan or even a heavenly emperor, soaring to a high-ranking ancient god in a short period of time, or the mid-stage of a high-ranking ancient god. This speed is a bit scary. I didn't expect it to be him. The Mantis King sneered and gloated. If the news was passed to the Purple Ape Empire, the King of 3 Changes from the Purple Ape Empire would definitely come to arrest this kid. No matter how strong this kid is, he will still be the opponent of the 3 Transformations God King. But the problem is, we don't have the means to directly contact the Z family of the Purple Ape Empire, unless we go to the Z family now. When the Flame Lion King said this, the faces of several people turned dark, and they naturally wouldn't leave here go to the Purple Ape Empire, otherwise the artifact would be born not long after they left. Wouldn't it be a waste of money for others? It's not just the Purple Ape Empire that is interested in this person, but also the other 3 major empires. When the powerhouse from the 5 Sacred Mountains Empire arrives later, he will definitely make trouble for him. You don't need the powerhouse from the Purple Ape Empire to come in person. It's over for you too. Ancient God Xingyi grinned sinisterly. It wasn't just the ancient god Xingyi who also recognized Han Feng. Among the many ancient gods, some ancient gods also recognized Han Feng. Some ancient gods looked conflicted, hesitating between competing for artifacts and reporting. But they also left secretly. With so many ancient gods and god kings competing for artifacts, the possibility of them obtaining the artifacts is very slim. Instead of this, they might as well choose to report to the Purple Ape Empire and get rewards. However, Han Feng ignored the gloating looks of Xingyi ancient god and others, and ignored some ancient gods who left quietly. Han Feng's eyes fell on the central core of the Luoyuan Sea, where the flames from the outer space finally landed thousands of years ago. Strong waves of flames vibrated out, and the fluctuations of the power of the world became stronger and stronger. The second update. No, there is the power of heaven and earth blocking it. At most I know that the birth must be a world artifact. Xiaopeng said helplessly. That's it. But if this situation continues, I'm afraid that more and more powerful people will be attracted. Han Feng frowned slightly. Even with amazing fighting power, Han Feng doesn't want to encounter too many god kings. In the final analysis, the power of chaos is still too restrained against the power of the world. If it faces too many god kings and is suppressed by the power of many worlds, it may not even reach half of its strength. At that time, let alone contending against the 3 transformation god kings, it would be dangerous to meet some outstanding second transformation god kings. It would be great if the strange fire Jew could break through to the 9th floor. Han Feng sighed secretly. The 9th layer of different fire tactics can devour the power of the world, and even if he is only in the realm of ancient gods, the lower god kings will not be able to suppress him. In the middle stage of the 9th floor, the world power of the middle god king could not affect him. In the late stage of the 9th floor, the influence of the power of the world of the upper god king can be ignored. At the peak of the 9th floor, half a step of immortal power can be devoured. Unfortunately, I don't have enough resources now. Even if I have enough resources, I don't have world energy. After this time, I have to seek an opportunity to break through the different fire art. Han Feng turned his eyes and made a decision on what to do next. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, a month passed like this. More and more god kings gathered, all of them were God King Bian, and God King Cyanox was the only one who changed God King too. As for why the second changed God King has not arrived, maybe they are still waiting and watching, until a certain day, the fluctuation of the power of the world suddenly becomes violent, and the power of the great way of heaven and earth is like a torrent of light falling into a sea of flames. The huge power of the world made even the king of gods feel terrified. At this moment, those two transformation god kings finally couldn't sit still. At this moment, they were extremely sure that the artifact that was about to be born must be a world artifact. And at least it is still the best among low-rank world artifacts, and it may even reach the level of middle-rank world artifacts. The first ones to rush here were the second changed god kings in casual cultivation. These god kings were extremely ordinary in the same level. They also thought about driving away the ancient gods, but under the persuasion of the green bull god king, they still gave up. Immediately afterwards, the second god king of the four great empires has finally arrived, and along with them, the heaven-defying ancient god of their empires. The first to arrive was of course the second transformation god king of the Wuyue Empire, known as the Yanwu god king. King Yanwu followed a young man in a purple gold robe. He was the prince of the Five Sacred Mountains Empire. Both King Yanwu and Prince Wuyue recognized Han Feng, and both showed expressions of interest. King Yanwu was even more eager to move, and had a tendency to make a move. However, the Cyan Bull God King knew the Yanwu God King and had a good relationship with the Yanwu God King. For the sake of the Cyan Bull God King, the Yanwu God King did not make a move in the end. But King Qingyo knew that this was not because King Yanwu just gave up. Once he was not around in the future, King Yanwu would still attack Han Feng. Han Xiaoyu, you really shouldn't have come, and this old man can only do this. Once the birth of the artifact is over, the god kings of the four empires will definitely attack you. Xiaoyu, although you are against the sky ancient god, but it is still very dangerous to face the second transformation god king. If you are willing to listen to the old man's advice, you should leave as soon as possible. Han Feng could see that the Cyan Bull god king was persuading him sincerely, and smiled slightly. Thank you for your help, senior, but this junior will not leave. Don't worry, senior, nothing will happen to this junior. Seeing that Han Feng was still unwilling to leave at this point, the king of the Cyan Bull god sighed and shook his head. Yanwu god king is the best among the two transformation god kings, and the two transformation god kings of casual cultivators are showing vigilance, and some of the two transformation god kings have even joined forces. Seeing this, King Yanwu immediately sent a letter to the Wuyue Empire, asking for help. No matter how strong he is in the second transformation god king, it is impossible to deal with too many masters of the same level. After the Five Sacred Mountains Empire, people from the Inoue Empire arrived. What is surprising is that the current Inoue queen came here from the Inoue Empire. Judging by the power fluctuations in her body, she has already reached the level of the second transformation god king. Empress Inoue was accompanied by the former queen who was also in the realm of the second transformation god king, and some other masters who were in the realm of the first transformation god king. Prince Wuyue salivated, staring at one of the women in a goose yellow dress. The woman was elegant and refined, with a gentle temperament, her agile eyes bursting out with endless brilliance, and her black hair like a waterfall hung down to her waist, which added a bit of temptation. This woman is indeed the Empress Inoue, who is also an ancient god against the sky. Mother, that one over there, is it possible that he was wanted by the Purple Ape Empire a few years ago? If my daughter remembers correctly, his name is Han Feng? After Princess Inoue said this, Empress Inoue discovered Han Feng beside the Cyan Bull god king. It is true that there are too many god kings now, only an ancient god, and Queen Inoue will not pay special attention to it. But when Princess Inoue mentioned it, Queen Inoue naturally discovered Han Feng. My lord remembers that more than 1,000 years ago, the person shown on the arrest warrant was a middle-ranked ancient god? Why is he already a high-ranked ancient god? The look of surprise in Queen Inoue's eyes flashed away. Lady Inoue said, There must be something secret about this son, Empress, are we going to catch him? Queen Yingyue shook her head slightly, the birth of the artifact is imminent. It is said that it is likely to be a middle-grade world artifact. If this is the case, once we get it, the West Spirit God realm may return to the rule of our Yingyue spirit clan. Before that, everything else comes next. After hearing the words, Princess Yingyue stopped mentioning Han Feng's matter, but Princess Yingyue was a little puzzled, as if she had heard this name somewhere before. After about 3 days, the second God King of the Yunhao Empire and Prince Yunhao came here. So far, all the God Kings of the 4 great empires who are interested in the divine weapon that may be born in the Luo Yanhai are almost there. As for the 3 changed God Kings, the 4 great empires are also one of the few, most of them sit in the empire and rarely make a move. But among casual cultivators, there are almost no 3 changed God Kings. Therefore, among the many God Kings present, the second transformation God King is already a peak master. Prince Yunhao didn't pay much attention to Han Feng at first, because there were too many ancient gods, but someone told Prince Yunhao about Han Feng through sound transmission, and Prince Yunhao's eyes immediately scanned the crowd, and soon he found the figure of Han Feng. Prince Yunhao turned his head to a second changing God King beside him and said something. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, the second changing God King suddenly made a move, and the majestic power of the world turned into a giant hand, grabbing the Korean style. The third update. God King Tianyun's move shocked countless God Kings. All the God Kings present were waiting for the birth of the divine weapon. Who would have thought that a God King would suddenly attack? The whole atmosphere changed suddenly. Many of the God Kings were ready to deal with other God Kings with the power of the world in their bodies. Then they discovered to their astonishment that it was only a mere ancient god who was dealt with by the God King Tianyun. What's the situation? That is, some God Kings recognized Han Feng, and immediately understood why God King Tianyun made a move, and some God Kings didn't know Han Feng at all. At the level of the God King, most of the God Kings practice in seclusion for a long time. Thousands of years are not long for the God Kings. Therefore, many God Kings who have just finished their retreat practice have no idea of the arrest warrant issued by the Purple Ape Empire more than 1,000 years ago. The corner of ancient God Xingyi's mouth curled up. Finally, the second transformation God King made a move. He wanted to see how this guy named Han Feng resisted the second transformation God King. Both Queen Yingyue and King Yenwu's eyes froze. If Han Feng really had the secret to quickly increase his strength, they would never allow the Yunhao Empire to get it. Looking for death. Han Feng's expression became serious, he left some strength behind, and the majestic power of the world surged out. Han Feng, depending on the situation, the world artifact is about to be born, so don't bear it any longer. Even if we kill them and cause the King of 3 Changes to attack, by then we should have gotten the world artifact and escaped. Fatty sensed Luo Yanhai in the depths of the core. The general situation in the power of the Tao of heaven and earth was immediately transmitted to Han Feng. Hearing this, murderous intent flashed in Han Feng's eyes, and it happened that the King of Cloud God came to stand up on that day. Let others see, if you want to catch yourself, first weigh whether you have the ability. Gu Yan Divine Fist. The majestic power of chaos turned into a divine fist, broke through the void, and blasted towards Tianyun God King. King Tianyun's face changed drastically, his giant hand transformed from the power of the world was easily broken. Before the divine King Tianyun could react, Han Feng spread the mysterious dragon wings behind his back, appeared above the divine King Tianyun as if teleporting, and blasted out another Gu Yan Divine Fist. How is it possible? The face of King Tianyun was full of disbelief. The opponent's speed is so fast. Hastily displaying his defense, Han Feng's punch has already landed on Tianyun Xuanhuan. All kinds of methods of King Tianyun were completely useless, and Han Feng punched him hard. In fact, Han Feng is fully capable of killing Tianyun God King with one punch, but doing so is too high profile, and it is easy to cause other God Kings to join forces. Damn it. Prince Yunhao thought he was a small character who could be easily dealt with, but he didn't expect that the other party was also an ancient god against the sky. The next moment, Prince Yunhao immediately spread out his own bloodline, king rank primary bloodline, and the power of half a step of the world swept across the world. With the thought of Han Feng, the immortal golden flames in his dantian had already spread out, and Prince Yunhao's half-step world power was just approaching, and he was directly swallowed by the immortal golden flames. The power of half a step of the world can't be suppressed. Prince Yunhao's expression froze, and he immediately took out a sharp spear. As Prince Yunhao, he couldn't possess the world's artifact. This sharp gun is only the best chaos artifact, but it is the top among the best chaos artifacts. Ride the clouds and soar to the sky. Boundless dark clouds condensed around Prince Yunhao. These dark clouds were condensed together, and with the help of the sharp spear's power, they burst out in one fell swoop, rushing towards Han Feng violently. The primary bloodline of the king rank, the half-step god king skill and the best chaos artifact, plus the foundation of Tianzuan, the power of this move is infinitely close to the realm of the second changing god king. However, Han Feng just grabbed at the void, and the power of chaos had already torn Prince Yunhao's attack to pieces. Then, the power of chaos rushed away one after another like a raging wave, with an astonishing momentum, completely swallowing Prince Yunhao, who struggled helplessly in the turbulent waves of chaos. Junior looking for death. On the other side, just as God King Tianyun recovered, he almost went mad when he saw the scene where his junior was almost killed. At this moment, the heavenly cloud God King had no reservations anymore. The power of the inner world swept across the entire world, only the God King, and the God King of the same realm could resist this power. Under the influence of the inner world of the Tianyun God King, those Ichang God Kings all felt that their power was suppressed a little. Han Feng felt his body sank, the power of chaos in his body was suppressed, and it became difficult to even move. Immediately, the immortal golden flame surrounded him, burning blazingly, constantly swallowing the power of the world. The power of the world of the second God King, with the power of the inextinguishable golden flame at this moment, can only resist a small part, and most of it still acts on Han Feng, suppressing Han Feng's power. Die! Tianyun God King roared, as if thunder was roaring all around. A sharp sword that pierced the sky was already hanging in the sky. In the next moment, the sharp sword had already cut through layers of space and headed towards Han Feng. Sky Cloud God Slash. At this moment, the God King Tianyun pushed his blood to the extreme, and also used the inner world's influence on Han Feng to the extreme. Han Feng swung his fist, and instantly struck the sharp sword between heaven and earth. In an instant, the fist wind overflowed, the air of chaos rolled out, and endless sword energy and sword light fell like a torrential rain. Rumble. The earth trembled, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the whole scene seemed to be collapsing in space. Ting ting ting. God King Tianyun kept backing away, his body was filled with chi and blood, and he looked horrified. What a powerful force, not only took my strongest move abruptly, but also caused me to suffer such trauma in my body. This person is so terrifying. God King Tianyun finally understood why the arrest warrant issued by the Purple Ape Empire only required the information of the other party's location, and did not require anyone to catch the other party. Obviously, he knew how difficult the other party was. This kind of power can only be crushed by the King of Three Changes. As for the three transformation god kings, there are only 20 or 30 in the entire Western Spirit God territory. Han Feng also rolled a few times in the void, fanning wildly with the Xianlong wings, and stabilized his uncontrollable body in the void. As expected, it is considered to be a relatively strong existence among the two transformation god kings. Han Feng said lightly. In the situation of being suppressed by the inner world, Han Feng didn't use his magical skills just now, but he used all the power beyond the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. It barely gained the upper hand. Then, Han Feng's eyes flashed, and the immortal golden flame appeared at his feet, and then merged into the mysterious dragon's wings. Han Feng flashed, and even a strong person like Queen Yingyue couldn't perceive Han Feng's position. An extremely dangerous feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. Before the Sky Cloud God King had time to use defensive measures, a mouthful of blood suddenly spewed out, and his chest was completely pierced. Han Feng withdrew the Tianyan divine halberd, and the divine soul gushed out, destroying the divine soul of the Tianyun divine king. The heavenly cloud god king fell. Immediately afterwards, Han Feng suddenly turned his head, and his cold eyes fell on Prince Yunhao. Fourth update. Prince Yunhao's expression changed drastically, and he turned and fled without thinking. Han Feng threw out the Tianyan divine halberd directly, and the power of chaos in his body poured into the Tianyan divine halberd continuously. The heavenly flame divine halberd burst out with incomparable power of heavenly flame, instantly devoured Prince Yunhao, and in the blink of an eye, Prince Yunhao was gone without even a trace of residue. The entire space was silent, and many ancient gods watched this scene in horror, not daring to take a breath. God, that's the second transformation God King and Prince Yunhao. If you say kill, you will kill him. Not to mention this strength, even this courage is inhuman. Killing Prince Yunhao, how could the God King of the Yunhao Empire give up? Even if the ancestor Yunhao of the 4 transformations God King didn't make a move, the 3 transformations God King would certainly do so. King Yanwu's face changed, and Prince Wu Yue's expression also turned serious. At this time, they were glad that they hadn't chosen to make a move before, otherwise King Tianyun and Prince Yunhao would be a lesson from the past. Damn it, this guy is so strong. I will fight for the artifact later. This guy must be one of the great enemies. It seems that I need help. As soon as the thought changed in the mind of King Yanwu, he secretly sent a message to the other kings of the 5 Sacred Mountains Empire to seek the assistance of the 3-Change God King. Empress Yingyue looked solemn. My lord, if you encounter this son later, don't make a forceful move, and retreat if you can. Yes. Lady Yingyue replied with a dignified face. This time she didn't even dare to stare at Han Feng casually. The rest of the God Kings also took a deep breath, their eyes full of solemnity and vigilance. The Holy Wing ancient god gloated at Han Feng's provoking a behemoth like the Yunhao Empire, but was also frightened by Han Feng's strength. Especially when Han Feng's icy gaze swept over him, the ancient god Saint Wing felt as if he had fallen into a cellar of ice. His whole body was tense, and his breathing was in clusters. Han Xiaoyu, the old man has lost his sight. The Cyan Bull God King gave a wry smile, his expression a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he had persuaded the opponent to leave before, but he didn't know that the opponent's combat power could crush the 2nd transformation God King at will. No wonder he didn't pay attention to the 2nd transformation God King, Yanwu God King. Senior also has good intentions, so don't worry about it. Han Feng naturally knew that the Cyanox God King had good intentions, so he comforted the Cyanox God King, which made the Cyanox God King's embarrassment a lot less. At the same time, several startling rainbows came galloping from afar. When the startled rainbow fell, Han Feng raised his eyebrows. He was actually a member of the Purple Ape Empire. All in all, the Purple Ape Empire is the farthest away from here, so it is normal to come at the latest. Seeing the 2 transformation God Kings of the Purple Ape Empire and the new Purple Emperor coming, everyone's expressions became subtle, especially Yanwu God King and Yingyue Queen. Their eyes were on the God Kings of the Purple Ape Empire and Han Feng. Body turned. Some God Kings even showed a look of watching the show. Thinking about Han Feng's easy killing of the Sky Cloud God King just now, the 2nd changing God King of the Purple Ape Empire is unlikely to be Han Feng's opponent. The 2nd prince, that is, the new Purple Emperor, felt the strangeness of the atmosphere immediately, and then, the second prince felt a cold gaze falling on him. The second prince looked subconsciously, and his expression changed immediately. The owner of that gaze is none other than Han Feng. You. The second prince was surprised to see Han Feng here unexpectedly. It seems that the second prince was very surprised to see Han. Could it be that he did something to apologize to Han? Oh, I almost forgot, the second prince is Zidi now, so Han should call him Zidi. Han Feng sneered, especially when he emphasized the word Zidi. As the Purple Emperor, the second prince has been assisted by the most resources of the Z family for more than 1,000 years, but he has only been promoted to the early stage of the upper ancient gods. Compared with the gods and the princes of the 5 sacred mountains, they are also a lot worse. Han Feng deliberately said that the second prince was the Purple Emperor, which was like throwing salt on the second prince's wound. It's you. Beside the second prince, several second-changing god kings immediately recognized Han Feng. They were startled and furious, and then all of them were furious and murderous. Junior, if there is a way to heaven, you don't go, and if there is no way to hell, you come here. Now let's see where you are going. A second-changing god king with a dark complexion roared, and rushed towards Han Feng as soon as he moved. No. The second prince shouted immediately. Back then in the Purple Mirror world, Han Feng was able to explode with a power not weaker than that of the second transformation god king even when he was suppressed. Now that there is no suppression, not to mention strength, the second prince knows this very clearly, so he doesn't think that his second transformation god king can catch Han Feng, but is likely to be injured, which is extremely unfavorable for the next artifact competition. The next development was as expected by the second prince. Although the second king of the Z family made a quick move, he came back even faster. Han Feng slapped out with a palm, and the mighty power of chaos erupted, directly injuring the second king of the Z family, vomiting blood and flying out backwards. Han Feng wanted to continue to attack, but suddenly felt the world shaking. Rumble. Strains of power that terrified everyone burst out from the core of the Luoyuan Sea, sweeping across the sky. In an instant, the sky was about to shatter, and the earth cracked. Dazzling silver light shone in the sky, turning into a huge temple, and wisps of power from the great Tao shone. That's. Seeing such a situation, Han Feng couldn't care less about the God King of the Z family. The Qingyo God King quickly said, "The artifact has been conceived. This is the Tao shrine transformed by the artifact with the help of the power of the Tao that remains here, and the artifact is hidden in it. It seems that this artifact is not willing to be easily obtained by us." While the Xuanhuan God King was answering Han Feng's doubts, many God Kings suddenly set off, using their body skills one by one, and flew towards the great Tao shrine at the fastest speed. And as the God King flew away, the ancient gods couldn't remain indifferent, and a large number of ancient gods also flew to the Tao shrine one after another. Let you go for now. Han Feng snorted coldly, unwilling to let the other God Kings get there first, and immediately turned into a startled rainbow, and flew to the Tao shrine together with the Xuanhuan God King. King Yanwu, Prince Wu Yue, Queen Yingyue, and Princess Yingyue also left one after another, leaving only the second prince and others with ugly faces. Old ancestors, send a letter to the 16th and 13th ancestors. Now they are the only ones who can deal with this son. The second prince took a deep breath, fixed his eyes, and ordered in a slightly cold tone. "Then shall we still go in now?" said the ancestor of a second transformation God King. "Of course you have to go in, why not?" Although Han Feng is strong, but because of his strength, he will inevitably become the object of everyone's vigilance and hostility. When facing the attacks of many God Kings, even if he is the king of gods, he will only can fall with hatred. The reason why I notified Patriarch 16 and Patriarch 13 was because I was worried that Han Feng would escape midway. If Patriarch 13 and Patriarch 16 could arrive in time, even if Han Feng fled, he would be killed by Lao ancestor. Zhu block upright. With the strength of the ancestor, it is enough to capture that Han Feng. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the second prince. The first update. The ancestors of the gods and kings around the second prince thought about it and felt reasonable. Apex Fiction 23. No matter how strong the ancient gods are, there is one point that is fatal to their god kings, that is, the power of chaos will be restrained by their world power. The restraint of a god king is nothing. What about the 2? What about 4? What about 8? How about more? The next moment, the Z family god king unfolded his movements and rushed towards the Dao shrine one by one. And not long after the second prince and the Z family god king disappeared, 3 figures suddenly appeared on the spot. If Han Feng were here, he would find that these 3 people were also acquaintances, namely, the 8th prince, the black-browed god king, and the Yi demon king. Of course, at this moment, the black-browed god king and night demon god king are no longer incarnations, but the main body, possessing the cultivation base of the peak of the 2 transformation god kings. Catch up, it was almost too late. The second prince rejoiced, and then rushed into the Dao temple with the black-browed god king and the night demon god king. Yunhao Empire. In the imperial city, as soon as the soul lamps representing Prince Yunhao and Tianyun God King were extinguished, the guardians of the soul lamps frightened and hurriedly notified the high-level officials of the royal family. Patriarch Yunhao was furious, and during the cultivation of a prince, no matter whether it was manpower, mental energy, or resources, the consumption was extremely huge. The fall of a prince is equivalent to the waste of tens of thousands of years of hard work. In particular, the fall of King Tianyun represented the weakening of Yunhao Empire's top strength, and it was very likely that his ranking among the 4 great empires would drop, which made Yunhao's patriarch not angry. Yun Qi, go to Luoyanxi immediately and kill the beast on the spot. The majesty of my Yunhao Empire will never be trampled on. Patriarch Yunhao ordered immediately. A moment later, a powerful aura belonging to the 3 transformations God King rushed out of the sky and rushed to the Luoyan Sea in the east of the 5 Sacred Mountains Empire. Avenue Shrine. The power of the Great Way is everywhere here. The power of chaos and the power of the world are nothing in front of the power of the Great Way, and they are all suppressed by the power of the Great Way. All warriors who entered the Great Dao Shrine, whether they were ancient gods or god kings, all felt their bodies sink, as if some invisible force was oppressing them. Such oppression. It is difficult for them to even fly, only the King of God is better. And their spirits can hardly be extended to investigate the situation. Even if it is the King of 2 transformations, it can reach a few meters at most. Han Feng's soul surged, surpassing the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, making Han Feng's soul power infinitely close to the realm of the 3 transformations God King, so it was several meters longer than the 2 transformations God King. Han Feng sighed slightly. There is no advantage at all for a few extra meters, just use your eyes to see. Inside the main hall, the air is sticky, and wisps of the power of the Great Tao are floating in the void. Han Feng saw with sharp eyes that a ray of road slowly disappeared. The artifact has been conceived, and the power of the Great Way is disappearing. It seems that the suppression of the ancient gods and god kings here will become weaker and weaker in a short time. Han Feng guessed secretly. Suddenly, there was the scream of the ancient god, and everyone's expressions turned serious. Only then did they realize that the strands of power of the Great Tao that were originally floating in the void suddenly turned into clusters of flames of different colors. The ancient god who screamed was being swallowed by one of the flames, and it didn't take long for the screams to stop abruptly, and he was reduced to ashes. Not good. Careful. The flames are coming. Many ancient gods roared and adjusted their state to the highest level. Even so, many ancient gods were still swallowed by the flames. The targets of these flames are not only ancient gods, but even god-kings. The god-king finally made a move. The god-king, who was earth-shattering when he made a move outside, looked extremely ordinary here, and was greatly suppressed in all aspects. But the god-king is the god-king after all. These flames can swallow the ancient gods, so the effect on the god-king is not so great. The Yenwu god-king, the Inuit queen, the Z family's god-king patriarch, and other two transformation god-kings even extinguished these flames casually. A lot of flames also hit Han Feng here. Han Feng's eyes were fixed. It seemed that there was a powerful energy emerging in the void, and the flames were blown out by unknown forces before they approached. Han Feng withdrew his gaze, thoughtfully. Maybe it can only threaten ordinary high-ranking ancient gods, and they are still at the junior and middle stages. It is no longer a big threat to ordinary high-ranking ancient gods, or even half-step god-kings. Set against the ancient gods. Although the power is low, it is the first line of defense after all, so it's not too weak. Then, Han Feng saw the god-kings break through the flame defense line one by one, rushing to the deeper part of the temple. As for the ancient gods, just the flame attack on this line of defense caused a large number of ancient gods to fall. And those who did not fall also felt frightened, and hurriedly withdrew. Only a small number of high-ranking ancient gods still did not give up, and continued to run deeper into the temple. Little friend, we will be regarded as competitors from now on, so the old man will leave first. Qingyu God Dynasty Han Feng cupped his hands and left in a flash. In this way, Han Feng then became a solo action. Han Feng flapped the dragon's wings behind him, and disappeared in place in an instant. In the depths of the temple, there are 8 passages. Han Feng chose one of the passages and rushed in, turning all the way, but he couldn't find the exit. Maze? Han Feng frowned. The existence of a maze is not a big problem for true gods, ancient gods, and god-kings with souls. Once the spirit comes out, it will naturally know where to go, unless the maze is so huge that even the true god-level spirit, ancient god-level spirit, and god-king-level spirit cannot be explored. Such a maze is too large to exist. However, in the Tao shrine, suppressed by the power of the Tao, the soul cannot be detected at all, that is to say, the King of God can only rely on his eyesight. But unless you have a see-through eye, you can only turn around like a fly. If you are lucky, you may be able to turn out, but if you are not lucky, you may be able to turn in the maze forever. Little fatty, do you have a solution? No, although the power of the Tao here is very weak and the level is not too high, it is still the power of the Tao. Maybe your 9 flames and different fire art has reached the early stage of the 10th level. I can ignore the power of the Tao at this level. 10 levels. Han Feng smiled wryly. The 9 flames and different fire art has only 10 levels in total, and the 10th level is already the last level, which can swallow even the power of immortality. On the 10th floor, I am afraid that a large number of fetishes with the power of the Great Way or the power of immortality are needed to break through. Right now, it's only the peak state of the 8th floor, which is far away from the 9th floor. With a sigh, Han Feng knew that he still had to rely on himself, or luck. Although there was no good way, Han Feng didn't rush around like a 5-headed fly, but every time he passed a fork in the road, he recorded his own mark at the fork he chose. After half an hour, at a fork in the road, Han Feng saw the mark he had written down before, turned around and walked towards the other fork where he hadn't made a mark. Repeatedly, after about half a day, Han Feng finally stopped circling in situ and came to another maze. The second update. The labyrinth of this temple is huge. Han Feng naturally knows that he is still far away from the exit, but it is better than wandering around in a small place before. Top point small 2-3. Coming to another direction of the maze, Han Feng finally saw various places different from before, and even met strong men who also came to this temple maze at many corners. There are ancient gods, and there are also god kings. When these ancient gods and god kings saw Han Feng, their complexions changed drastically, and they turned around and fled without saying a word. Even the two god kings were no match for each other, let alone them. Seeing this scene, Han Feng was quite speechless. He is not a scourge. Is it necessary to be so afraid of him? If he didn't offend him, he was too lazy to do it. However, Han Feng also understood the psychology of these people. If it were him, if he faced an unmatched strong man, he would turn around and back away, and he could not place his hopes on the strong man's character for his own safety. No matter how good the character is, the strong will sometimes be in a bad mood, and if he vents his anger at that time, he may suffer disaster. About half a day later, Han Feng met another group of god kings at the fork in the road. When this group of god kings saw Han Feng, their faces showed fear, and they turned and ran away. This time, Han Feng did not allow the opponent to escape, but immediately chased after him. These god kings are impressively Mantis King, Black Snake King, Flame Lion King, and Holy Wing Ancient God. Outside before, there were so many god kings, Han Feng's mere ancient god would be discovered by the god king and Prince Yunhao of the Yunhao Empire, and someone must have informed him. The whistleblowers were probably the three demon kings and ancient god Holy Wing, and Han Feng would naturally not let the three demon kings and ancient god Holy Wing go. Where to run? Han Fengshuan's dragon wings spread out, extremely flexible, and almost instantly came to the top of the three demon kings, and punched down. With a powerful force, there was a booming sound in the oppressive surrounding space. You know, there is the suppression of the power of the Great Way here, and there can be such a sound, which shows the horror of Han Feng's punch. Bastard! Do you really think we are the ones you can rub? The three demon kings were furious, and the power of the inner world instantly oppressed Han Feng. The Holy Wing Ancient God also used his bloodline to influence Han Feng by relying on the half-step power of the world undulated by Wang Jie's bloodline. Han Feng smiled coldly, and the immortal golden flame stood in front of him, and the half-step world power of ancient god Saint Wing was immediately swallowed by the immortal golden flame. Although the immortal golden flame can't devour the world power of the three demon kings, but the three demon kings are just a change of god king, and this power of the world can't affect Han Feng too much. Han Feng's punch still landed, including the three demon kings and the Holy Wing Ancient God. Puff puff. For spurts of blood sounded, and the three demon kings and ancient god Xingyi were blown away by Han Feng's punch, vomiting blood again and again. The three demon kings and ancient god Saint Wing once again sensed the huge gap between them and Han Feng. Under such a gap, the three demon kings once again lost the power to fight again, and immediately begged for mercy. The ancient god Xingyi panicked, "My master has my soul lamp in his hand. If I die, the master will definitely come here to find the murderer. My master is the king of three transformations, you will not be an opponent." How big is the gap between the three transformations god king and the two transformations god king? Even if Han Feng can overwhelm the two transformations god king, ancient god Xingyi doesn't think that Han Feng will be the opponent of the three transformations god king. This is still the lower god king, and the gap between each level of the middle god king is even bigger, and there is almost no possibility of surpassing the level. Three transformations god king? I just want to see how much difference is there between me and three transformations god king. Han Feng snorted coldly. If he can get the world artifact, then there is no difference between him and three transformations god king. Questions will be much shorter. There are not many world artifacts in the West Spirit God realm, and there are only a few such forces as the Purple Ape Empire and the Z family. The master of the Holy Wing Ancient God is just a three-change god king in casual cultivation, and it is 80 to 9 out of 10 that he does not have a world artifact. Ancient god Holy Wing's face changed slightly. Apparently he didn't expect that he could not threaten Han Feng even with his own master. At this time ancient god Holy Wing heard Han Feng say again, "You were the one who transmitted the voice to Prince Xuanhuan before." Holy Wing ancient god was startled suddenly, guilt flashed in his eyes, and then Ching Chong said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Han Feng couldn't see the guilty conscience that flashed in the eyes of ancient god Xingyi, and a stern light flashed in his eyes immediately, and he sternly shouted, "Originally, Senior Cyan Bull God King said, I have already forgiven you once, no thinking that you still don't give up on me, then don't blame me for being cruel to you." If it weren't for the ancient god Xingyi's voice transmission to Prince Xuanhuan, Han Feng wouldn't be bothered to talk to the ancient god Xingyi and the three monster kings who just turned into god kings. But things have already happened, and Han Feng will not let go of such an ancient, holy-winged god who secretly plotted against him. Only now did the three demon kings know why Han Feng didn't let them go, and immediately cursed at ancient god Xingyi and begged Han Feng for mercy. "Your Excellency, everything is the fault of the Holy Wing ancient god, and has nothing to do with us." "That's right, we didn't know that ancient god Saint Wing secretly sent Prince Xuanhuan a voice transmission. Leave us alone, we are willing to exchange the treasures we have accumulated over the years for our lives." The three god kings did not threaten Han Feng with the ice flood demon ancestor behind them. No matter how powerful the ice flood demon ancestor was, he was not the three transformation god king. In the eyes of the three demon kings, the ice flood dragon ancestor might not be stronger than Han Feng. Seeing the three god kings pushing everything on him, ancient god Saint Wing's expression became distorted, and he also cursed, spitting out all kinds of obscenities. After being scolded like this, the three demon kings immediately sprayed back, tearing each other up. Han Feng looked at this scene with cold eyes, and said coldly after a long while, "Is the scolding over?" The three demon kings and ancient god Xingyi choked suddenly, and looked at Han Feng cautiously. Whether their lives can be saved now depends on Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes were cold. "Since the scolding is over, then go to hell." Han Feng killed the three demon kings first, and Han Feng was still a little afraid of the world power of the god kings. The three demon kings didn't expect that Han Feng would attack as soon as he said so. When they reacted, they were killed by Han Feng's punch, and even their soul power was blasted out. Holy Wing ancient god saw that Ichang god king was so fragile and vulnerable to being bombarded and killed, his face turned pale. Sensing Han Feng's murderous gaze, ancient god Xingyi yelled, "No, no, no, don't kill me. I admit that it was wrong for me to use Prince Xuanhuan's power to deal with you, but nothing happened to you, did you? Can't you spare my life?" When Han Feng heard this sentence, he smiled sarcastically. "I didn't have an accident, because my strength is stronger than Prince Xuanhuan and King Tianyun. What if I'm not as good as them? If you want to blame it, I'll blame you for your weak strength and want to die." With a finger popped out, the power of chaos had shot through the head of the Holy Wing ancient god like a sharp arrow. Looting Prefecture. From a huge mountain full of frost, there was an earth-shattering roar suddenly, and the huge aura swept the sky with a cold storm. All the creatures in the area covered by this breath trembled with fear. This is the power only a god king has. The next moment, the giant ice mountain split open from the center, and a 1,000-foot ice dragon roared out and disappeared into the sky. The direction towards which the ice flood dragon is heading is the 5 Sacred Mountains Empire. The first update. Artifact. 5 Sacred Mountains Empire is an element of Upright Arrow Vertex Fiction 23. An old man with disheveled hair stared at a cup of chaotic tears. The next moment, the old man's eyes shot out a shocking chill, and the endless killing intent rushed out of the 9 sky clouds, shocking the world. No matter who kills you, I promise to make his death even worse." The old man roared heart-piercingly. In the next moment, the old man burst out with a terrifying aura, turning into a rainbow of shock and leaving. Inside the Tao Shrine. After 3 days and 3 nights, Han Feng finally broke out of the maze and came to a huge palace. There are 8 entrances in this palace, and Han Feng ran out from one of the entrances. As soon as he ran out of the entrance, Han Feng saw several figures fighting in the air, with powerful breaths overflowing. If it was outside, such an attack would undoubtedly cause landslides and ground cracks, and stars would shatter, but inside this temple, even the walls and the ground could not be broken. This is also, of course, this temple is transformed by the power of the remaining Tao, and it is in existence above the power of the world. The power of the mere low-level God King, don't even think about causing damage to the power of the Great Way, even if it is a relatively low-level power of the Great Way that is dissipating. Han Feng recognized the God Kings who were fighting. One of the God Kings was Yanwu God King, and the others should be the God Kings of the Wuyue Empire, including the heaven-defying God King Prince Wuyue. But their enemies are more God Kings. The quality of these God Kings is obviously not as good as that of Yanwu God King, so they can only win by quantity. Even so, the two sides just fought on equal terms. Strictly speaking, it was the King Yanwu who had a slight upper hand. Han Feng turned his gaze and landed in the center of the temple, where there was a pool of flames, and a divine sword was inserted in the center of the pool, and powerful flames swept out. Also fluctuating, there is also a powerful power of the world. Could it be, this is the world artifact conceived not long ago? Han Feng's pupils shrank slightly. On this divine sword, Han Feng felt the unique aura fluctuations and power that only the world's artifacts have. The arrival of Han Feng also aroused the vigilance of King Yanwu and the others. They both stopped immediately and stared at Han Feng vigilantly. They have already seen Han Feng's combat power outside, that is an existence that can completely overwhelm the Tianyun God King and even kill the Tianyun God King. Fighting alone, I am afraid that none of them here will be Han Feng's opponent. King Yanwu and his opponent looked at each other, and they both saw the meaning of unity from each other's eyes. The next moment, many God Kings moved and blocked Han Feng. Yanwu God King said in a deep voice, "Although your excellency is strong, we also have a lot of God Kings here. If you don't want to be killed, it's better to leave now." "It's ridiculous, isn't everyone here, just for this artifact of the world? Why should Han retreat?" Han Feng said coldly. King Yanwu's expression sank. "It seems that your excellency is not willing to leave, so we can only keep your excellency here forever." Immediately, the temple was filled with the killing intent of many God Kings. Treasures are for those who are capable. If you can keep Han completely, you will naturally get the artifact. If you can't keep Han, then the artifact will naturally belong to Han. Han Feng looked indifferent and didn't care about the many God Kings. The killing intent came, but the power of chaos in the body was running, ready to go, and the plan to strike was already made. The first one to attack was a God King of Change, and when the Chaos Sword was released, an endless storm was released. The power of chaos in Han Feng's body burst out, and his fist blasted the opponent's endless storm, and the punch was like a torrent, rushing away. But at this moment, several God Kings attacked Han Feng's punch together, while Yanwu God King, the other God Kings, and the 5 mountain princes attacked Han Feng together. Han Feng slapped his left hand across the air, and an invisible force oppressed the space instantly, as if the space had turned into a giant palm, and slapped fiercely at King Yanwu and the others. Puff puff. King Yanwu and others spurted blood together and were shot flying. King Yanwu roared, "Everyone, don't keep your hands, use the power of the world to suppress each other." Han Feng killed King Tianyun, so King Yanwu didn't dare to underestimate Han Feng, but it wasn't until he fought Han Feng himself that King Yanwu knew that he still underestimated him. The quality of the opponent's chaos power has reached the level where he can kill them with a punch at will. This is definitely not the power that the foundation of Tianzuan can possess. The foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. It must be the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, or the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven at the peak level. King Yanwu roared in his heart. Seeing that Han Feng just slapped several god kings away, such as Yanwu God King, how could many god kings dare to hold back? Boom boom boom. In a short moment, all the god kings unfolded their bloodlines or divine bodies. The god kings of Sanqiu or other forces are obviously not as good as the Yanwu God King in terms of bloodline level. Most of them are chaos gods, and only one is a king rank god. On the side of King Yanwu God, all of them are of the blood of the king rank. All the god kings released their own power and reached the strongest state. At the same time, the power of each inner world intertwined together, forming a big net to cover the temple, without a single gap. As long as Han Feng is still in the temple, he will be suppressed by the inner world power of these many god kings. Suppressed by the majestic power, Han Feng only felt his body sank, and the power of chaos in his body was running slower and slower. Sure enough, as I expected, many god kings suppressing me together will have a serious impact on my display of strength. Han Feng felt his body's condition, and his heart trembled. If it was said that Han Feng's all-out blow could at least severely injure King Yanwu and even directly kill King Yanwu with his full strength before, then at most it is equal to the King of Yanwu who has exerted his full strength. Kill. Go to hell message. A mere ancient god, don't take yourself too seriously. Many god kings couldn't feel Han Feng's situation, and they were all inexplicably excited. Killing an ancient god against the sky made them more excited than killing a master of the same level. King Yanwu roared angrily, and unleashed a blow with all his strength, like an ancient stone monster, and his fist, which was as heavy as a giant mountain, smashed hard at Han Feng. Prince Wuyue drew out a sharp spear, which emitted a powerful aura that fluctuated violently, penetrated the space, and shot at Han Feng. No matter how you look at it, Han Feng is now in an extremely unfavorable situation. Drink. Han Feng gave a low shout, and the immortal golden flame blasted out vigorously, covering the sky and covering the earth. However, the inextinguishable golden flame, which is only at the peak level of the 8th layer, cannot resist the suppression of the power of the inner world of these god kings at all, and at most delay it. And the delayed ones can't play a big role in Han Feng's situation. Han Feng took a deep breath, retreated quickly, and finally displayed Gu Yan's divine body, and at the same time the immortal golden flame merged into it. Immediately, a chilling energy erupted from Han Feng's body. Although this force does not contain the power of the world, it is exactly the same as the king's bloodline in terms of level. Gu Yan's divine physique, which is infused with the indestructible golden flame, can improve Han Feng's strength, no less than that of the elementary divine physique of the king rank, and it is still the top existence among the elementary king rank. The second update. Boom boom boom. A powerful aura swept out, and Han Feng threw out another punch, but this time it was no longer an ordinary punch, but the Gu Yan divine fist that incorporated the inextinguishable golden flame. The suppression of Han Feng by many god kings seemed to be broken at this moment. Unleashing the Gu Yan divine fist, Han Feng is like an ancient god king in the senses of all the god kings at this moment. Puff puff. Led by King Yanwu, they spurted blood and flew out again. The horrified look on Yanwu God King's face, although Han Feng was strong enough to crush the second transformation God King before, but his strength is only close to the 3 transformation God King, and has not reached the level of the 3 transformation God King. But Hong Fei's punch has really reached the level of the 3 transformation God Kings. If they were not restrained by their world power, they would not only be injured by Hong Fei, but some of them must have fallen. A mere ancient god realm, how could he be so strong? Not good, retreat. Yanwu God King roared, and the God King, Prince Wuyue and other God Kings fled immediately. I've already shot, and you still want to escape? Han Feng smiled coldly. At this moment, many God Kings are no longer sincerely united, and the suppression of Han Feng in the inner world is naturally greatly weakened. Han Feng first used Gu Yan Xuanhuan to blow those first changing god kings, and the weaker second changing god kings away again, and then stretched out his black dragon wings, and directly chased Yanwu god king and others. King Yanwu god turned his head to look, and all the souls of the dead came out, but his mouth was threatening. Boy, you have been fully wanted by the Purple Ape Empire. Is it possible that you also want to be wanted by my 5 sacred empire? At that time, the West Spirit God territory, mate, there is no place for you. How could Han Feng be threatened by King Yanwu? If you can't gain a foothold in the Western Spiritual God realm, you just leave the Western Spiritual Divine realm directly. There are too many places in the entire spiritual world. Could it be that the influence of the Wuyue Empire can also affect the entire spiritual world? No? The 5 Sacred Mountains Empire is not the Linghuang Palace. King Yanwu's heart sank, knowing that Han Feng had already murdered them. He couldn't help running away faster. However, Han Feng, who was not suppressed by the power of the inner world, displayed his strength even stronger. With a speed comparable to that of the 3 transformation god kings, he approached Yanwu god king and others in a blink of an eye. Han Feng was the first to attack the other god kings. These god kings tried to stop Han Feng with chaos artifacts, but Han Feng swept the artifacts around with the heavenly flame divine halberd. Then the power of the heavenly flame divine halberd devoured these god kings completely. Xuanlong's wings spread out again, and Han Feng flew in front of Prince Wuyue. No. Don't. Prince Wuyue's heart was full of panic at this moment. How could he remember that outside the Great Tao Shrine, he once wanted to capture Han Feng and obtain the secrets from Han Feng? Han Feng punched down, and the power of chaos slammed fiercely on Prince Wuyue, smashing Prince Wuyue to pieces. Then the Tsangyan Zhanshan saber was thrown from Han Feng's hand, and shot into the head of Yanwu God King, and then burst out again. But King Yanwu fell to the ground with a plop. His soul and life breath had dissipated, and he had already fallen. From Han Feng's attack to the present, he was clean and neat, crushing the whole process, and killed many god kings, which made Han Feng more confident in fighting against the 3 changing god king. Now, he still has the whole card of Deluo Immortal Physique, which he has not used. As for the Great Sun Flame Physique, forget it. Without using the base seizing magic to raise the level of the Great Sun Flame Physique, the Great Sun Flame Physique, which is only equivalent to the level of the Intermediate Chaos Divine Physique, has little improvement on Han Feng. Basically, it is not a whole card. It can only be said that talking is better than nothing. Han Feng has already decided that once the matter is settled, it is time to consider improving the Great Rion body. Looking back at the God King who was severely injured by him before, he had disappeared. Obviously he escaped by taking advantage of the small gap when he killed King Yanwu and others. Han Feng didn't intend to chase after him either. After all, those God Kings didn't have much hatred for him. The reason why King Yanwu was killed was because Han Feng knew that since the Wuyue Empire was interested in him, he would not let him go. It could be said that the 3 transformations God King of the Wuyue Empire had already arrived outside Dao Dao Shrine. Since they will face each other sooner or later, it is natural to eradicate the God King of the 5 Sacred Mountains Empire and weaken the power of the 5 Sacred Mountains Empire. The entire hall was empty, and Han Feng finally set his sights on the divine sword in Huoheichi Tan. Han Feng walked over slowly, and then pulled out the Excalibur. In an instant, a violent flame power spread like a whirlwind, the powerful aura shook the sky, and the entire temple roared. In the sky above the main hall, the power of the great Tao began to become chaotic at this moment. Han Feng's face brightened. This kind of momentum, even if it is not a middle-rank world artifact, it is definitely the top low-rank world artifact. But... wait, what's going on here? Han Feng stared blankly at the aura in the temple, getting weaker and weaker. The halo of the divine sword in his hand was constantly flickering, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, until finally it kept blurring, and then turned into faint starlight, dissipating in his hand. Han Feng was completely dumbfounded. The artifact disappeared. I didn't expect this artifact to be capable. It's nothing more than using the power of the Great Way that has not dissipated between heaven and earth to transform into a shrine. It also uses the power of the Great Way to transform into a replica. Xiaopeng sneered. Twitching the corner of his mouth, Han Feng said, that means the divine sword in my hand is completely fake, forged from the real artifact of the world? Han Feng didn't expect that the divine artifact possessed such an IQ. It's not that Han Feng underestimated the artifact spirit of the artifact, for example, the artifact spirit of Zijing, which is obviously no different from a human being. But this artifact of the world has just been conceived. Even if it has an artifact spirit, shouldn't it be that innocent and immature like a child? From the point of view of making fake artifacts, it is simply cunning. I just said that what I got was too easy. Han Feng couldn't laugh or cry. Xiaopeng smiled. It is indeed quite cunning, but it also shows that this newly born artifact is not simple. Maybe it is not just like a low-rank or middle-rank world artifact. You mean? Han Feng gasped. Could it be that the divine weapon would be top-grade or even top-grade? If this is the case, once it is refined and mastered this kind of artifact, it should not be too easy to kill the 3 transformations God King. As for the 4-change God King, it is already at the level of the middle God King, and it is a level that can only be stepped into by the foundation of Tianzuan. It is extremely powerful and far surpasses the 3-change God King. The 3-transformation God King with the foundation of Tianjun, even if he has the top bloodline of the top king rank, it is difficult to touch the realm of the 4-transformation God King. Unless this 4-change God King is the foundation of the Heavenly King, but if the Heavenly King's foundation wants to break through to the realm of the middle God King, it is difficult to get 1 out of 100. Just like it is difficult for a general to reach a high-ranking ancient god, it is almost impossible to break through to a God King. Therefore, for the time being, or before breaking through to the God King, Han Feng has no intention of competing with the 4-transformation God Kings. The first update. Since he couldn't find the real-world artifact, Han Feng immediately broke into one of the passages and continued wandering around the Dao Shrine. Apex Fiction 23. Not long after, a white light flashed ahead, and there was another exit. This is another hall, exactly the same as the previous hall, and there is also a sea of fire pool in the center of the hall, and a divine sword is inserted in the pool. The difference is that it seems that no one has reached this temple yet. Han Feng leaped into the air and took out the Excalibur from Hu Keaton. Sure enough, the momentum was like a rainbow at first, then gradually weakened, and then disappeared. Han Feng shook his head, chose a passage and flew in again. Behind each passage is a maze. About half a day later, Han Feng came to the 3rd hall. There are several God Kings fighting fiercely in this hall, and the power of the world is like a violent storm, constantly raging in the hall. When several God Kings came to Han Feng, their expressions were all stiff and unsightly. These God Kings are the 1st transformation God Kings, and they know the gap between the 2nd transformation God Kings and the 1st transformation God Kings best. Regardless of how many of them there are, I really don't think I can win Han Feng. Han Feng didn't intend to make a move, but said lightly, if you want to fight, you have to see if this sword is real. What do you mean? A king of Yicheng was alert. Could it be that the artifact is still a fake? Another God King heard Han Feng's meaning. Han Feng nodded. How could the artifact be fake? Could it be that you lied to us? Are you going to take the artifact after we leave? Some God Kings expressed disbelief, and some God Kings directly suspected Han Feng's intentions. Han Feng smiled coldly, believe it or not. Saying that, Han Feng ran directly to another passage. Several God Kings looked at each other in blank dismay, and then jointly recommended one person to try the divine sword. Even if it is a world artifact, it needs a certain amount of time to be refined before it can exert its power. It is not possible to fully exert the power of a world artifact once you get started. So, even if the recommended divine king got the divine sword and wanted to kill them, it would be impossible. The recommended divine king took out the divine sword, and after a while, the divine sword turned into starlight and dissipated in the air. Immediately, these god kings were stunned, and their current appearance was similar to that of Han Feng before. Obviously, they did not expect that the bread artifact would make fake artifacts to deceive them. In another passage, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief after witnessing all this. Although it is certain that the divine sword is probably fake, what if it is real? So Han Feng didn't really leave without looking back, but stayed here and looked back after entering the passage. Seeing that the Excalibur was indeed a fake, Han Feng turned and ran to the next temple. And the several god kings in the temple also left separately. Since it is not a real artifact, there is no need for them to fight. Han Feng entered one passage after another and came to one temple after another. The divine swords in these temples are all fake, none of them are real. Up to now, not only Han Feng, but almost every god king and ancient god who walked into the hall have discovered that the Excalibur is fake. In this way, the battle between the gods and kings will be much less, unless it is confirmed that the sword is real. In a temple, the divine sword in the hands of the 8 princes finally dissipated, and he cursed angrily, "Damn it, this is the 4th one, don't let me find that divine weapon." Destroying Xuanhuan as if venting, Hakioji turned and ran towards one of the passages. 3 days later, Han Feng came to another hall. Up to now, Han Feng was a little numb. When he saw the same hall, he sighed in his heart, it was a fake Excalibur again. It is almost the same as Han Feng, and there are several high-ranking ancient gods and several god kings. The eyes of several god kings fell on a high-ranking ancient god, and motioned the high-ranking ancient god to take out the divine sword. For the king of gods, if the divine sword is a real artifact of the world, if it is taken by the ancient gods, it will be easily taken back by them. This high-ranking ancient god was obviously recommended many times, and those who were familiar with it went to get the divine sword in Huohechi, Tanii. But at the moment when this ancient god approached Xuanhuan, Han Feng clearly felt the space around him sink, and the power of the Tao and the void suddenly became violent. Han Feng's expression was shocked. Could it be? Ah! The high-ranking ancient god suddenly let out a scream, and saw that the power of the Great Way in the void turned into a red flame demon, and swallowed the high-ranking ancient god in one gulp. The scarlet flames burned fiercely, engulfing the entire ancient god. Then the red Balrog glanced at the throat, and the ancient god fell silent again. What? Why did a monster suddenly appear? What the hell is this? However, after the shock, everyone was ecstatic again. Being attacked and these red flame demons, but things that have never happened before, but now they just happened. Could it be that the divine sword in Xuanhuan is the real-world artifact? Han Feng obviously thought of this, too. In an instant, the god kings set off one after another, rushing towards Xuanhuan, trying to capture the god generals. But before many god kings and Han Feng approached, the power of the Great Way turned into red flame demons, blocking everyone. As soon as they fought, everyone discovered that these red flame demons had the strength between a half-step god king and a change god king. A few red Balrogs can probably stop a bottom-of-the-line Ichang god king. But for Han Feng, this kind of strength is obviously not enough. With 2 palms, any red flame demons blocking Han Feng will be killed by Han Feng. At the same time, hurried footsteps sounded in the passage of the hall, and then the Inui Empress, the Empress Dowager, the 8th Prince, the Night Demon God King, the Black-Browed God King, and some God Kings all appeared in the hall. Seeing the scene in the hall, they were surprised at first, and then all showed surprise. In the next moment, they shot one after another. Death. Han Feng slapped the red flame demon to death again, getting closer and closer to the location of the divine sword. The power of the Tao once again turned into a Balrog to block Han Feng, but this time the Balrog was no longer red, but blue. The strength of the blue Balrog is roughly equivalent to the realm of the I Chang God King. Do these monsters have different ranks? Han Feng was slightly startled at first, and then rushed forward indifferently. So what if he was comparable to a king of gods? He was still not his opponent. After killing a few blue Balrogs, the Balrogs transformed by the power of the Tao turned purple. The purple flames on the purple Balrog's body were burning violently, and the Balrogs raised their fire fists and hammered at Han Feng one after another. The strength of these purple flame demons are all comparable to the realm of the second transformation God King, but they don't have the power of the world. Except for Han Feng, everyone was in a hard fight, including the Night Demon God King and the Black-Browed God King. The two God Kings are the best among the two transformation God Kings, and their strength is only inferior to that of the Inuit Queen. But no matter how strong it is still in the realm of the second transformation God King, and its combat power has not reached the level of the third transformation God King. Strictly speaking, it is still far away from the realm of the three transformations God King. The two purple flame demons, with one head and two heads can still compete, but what about 5 or 6 heads? How about a dozen? When the two God Kings were surrounded, they fell into a difficult battle. The second update. Han Feng held the heavenly flame divine halberd, and every time a purple flame demon rushed towards him, Han Feng would smash the heavenly flame divine halberd without hesitation, smashing the purple Balrog to pieces. The purple Balrog is really not too difficult for Han Feng. Therefore, all the God Kings or ancient gods could only grit their teeth while seeing Han Feng approaching the divine sword continuously. When Han Feng approached the Excalibur less than 10 feet away, the Balrog transformed by Tao raised another level, from the purple Balrog to the golden Balrog. The golden Balrog is obviously more powerful than the purple Balrog, and although its aura is not as good as the level of the three transformations God King, it is far beyond the realm of the two transformations God King. Han Feng also felt the slightest pressure. Roar. A golden flame demon roared and grabbed Han Feng with a palm. Han Feng stabbed with the heavenly flame halberd. The power of chaos poured into the heavenly flame halberd, and the power of heavenly flame in the heavenly flame halberd exploded fiercely. But this was obviously extremely powerful, a blow that could kill the second transformation God King, but it only knocked the golden Balrog into the air, and did not cause the golden Balrog to suffer too much damage. This golden Balrog, so strong. Han Feng's pupils shrank, his face became more dignified. At the same time, more and more golden flame demons were transformed by the power of the Tao, and they all tried to stop Han Feng. While Han Feng's fighting power is comparable to that of the three-changed God King, and he was blocked by so many golden flame demons, and he was unable to break through the defense in a short time and take away the divine sword. In the entire temple, all the God Kings who wanted to seize the sword were blocked by Balrogs of different levels. Holy Sun, looking at the situation, I'm afraid we won't be able to rush to the front. Even if we do, only one golden monster will be able to resist me and the Night Demon. So many golden flame monsters are enough to blow us away. Kill. The Black-Browed God King quickly analyzed that the current situation was extremely unfavorable to them. Looking at the defensive situation of the Excalibur, the possibility of them being able to seize the Excalibur is very slim. To seize the Excalibur, unless many divine kings are united, this is obviously very difficult to achieve. The 8th prince gritted his teeth, and looked away from Han Feng with some jealousy and shock in his eyes. Damn it, but it's been thousands of years, how did this guy get so much stronger? The 8th prince asked himself that he had become much stronger these days. But even so, the possibility of being swallowed by one person barely resisting a golden Balrog is still relatively high. But right now, the opponent was able to resist so many golden Balrogs with his own strength. Thousands of years ago, they were evenly divided. Taking a deep breath, the eighth prince said in a deep voice, "Mother really has a foresight, and it's fortunate that she is, otherwise I really don't know what to do now." Taking advantage of the gap between the Night Demon God King and the Black-Browed God King blocking the Balrog, the eighth prince suddenly took a few steps back and took out a lifelike statue. The woman in the statue has a charming demeanor, but there are also traces of cruelty and viciousness in it. The eighth prince formed seals with both hands, and divine power poured into the statue. The next moment, the statue suddenly burst into monstrous demonic energy, filling the entire temple. At the same time, a huge aura swept out that made everyone tremble and suffocate. What? That is. Everyone watched this scene in shock, and many god kings were almost captured by the Balrog because of their shock. As for the ancient gods, many of them failed to react in time and were directly swallowed by the Balrog. Empress Inua's face was gloomy. This aura is definitely not wrong. It is the queen of the Dark Demon Palace. This empress has dealt with her before. She is the only aura that this empress hates. Lady Inua's complexion changed drastically. Queen? That is the powerhouse of the four change god kings. Empress Inua saw the face of Empress Inua changed greatly, and she mocked in a low voice, "So what about the four transformation god kings? It's just the foundation of Tianjun, and it is the lowest existence in the realm of four transformation god kings." Although the demon queen's aura is powerful at the moment, it is still not at the level in my impression. Presumably, it is just a temporary clone that appears with the help of some special gods, and it is not comparable to the main body. If there is a heaven-defying three-change god king, it is enough to kill this demon queen. The problem is, we don't have the heaven-defying three transformations god king here. The Inua Empress smiled wryly. Queen Inua sighed, "That's right, we don't have the god king of three transformations, not even a god king of three transformations. Even if it's just the clone of the demon queen, it's enough to deal with us. If the situation is not right, we will retreat immediately. The Dark Demon Palace is not afraid of our Inua Empire, but anyone who thinks that we are obstacles will definitely attack us." The god king of the Moon Empire retreated to the periphery calmly, and at the same time, his vigilant eyes fell on the statue that exuded the devilish energy of a stormy sea. The statue was swallowed by the devilish energy, and then a gorgeous woman in a black dress stepped out of the devilish energy. The one who guessed the identity of the queen sucked in a breath of cold air. I didn't guess it, just by feeling the suppression of the aura emanating from the queen's clone at the moment. I also know that the queen's clone is not an easy role. See the queen. See my lord mother. The black-browed god king, the night demon god king, and the eighth prince saluted respectfully. The black-browed god king and the night demon god king saluted so much, and the god kings who didn't recognize them knew that this gorgeous woman who suddenly appeared was the famous queen of the dark magic palace, the real four-changing god king powerhouse. In the entire Western spiritual god realm, the four transformation god kings will not exceed 2 palms. In the entire spiritual world, the four change god kings are only in their early 200s. The king of four changes is a figure who has almost stood at the pinnacle of the spirit world. Except for the spirit emperor god realm, there are many places in the world. No matter where he is a terrifying existence that no one dares to provoke at will. But now, such a strong man just appeared in front of them without any precaution. That's... Han Feng's heart sank in the face of wave after wave of oppression like a stormy wave. Han Feng never thought that he would face such a competitor. From the queen's clone, Han Feng felt a power stronger than that of the three transformations god king. Such power even made him a little desperate. Can he really fight against it? As soon as the demon queen came out, even if it was a clone, the power that swept out would directly shatter the red Balrog and the blue Balrog. The queen stared at the divine sword in the flame pool town with piercing eyes. What a world artifact, this artifact, I will order it. The Dark Demon Palace is definitely not inferior to the four great empires in terms of power, but in terms of accumulation, it is somewhat inferior. The importance of a top-notch low-grade world artifact to the Dark Demon Palace is self-evident. Why? A god king made a reservation for the sword directly after seeing the demon, and said angrily. Why? Just because I am the queen. The queen's eyes turned cold, and a terrifying murderous intent enveloped the entire temple. In the next moment, the demon queen pointed with her jade hand, and the voice-changing god king exploded in an instant, and his soul and body were wiped out in an instant. The first update. Sword, one more. A deep chill rose in everyone's heart. That was the god king of change, but he muttered unhappily for a while, and was directly killed by the queen. As expected, he was the queen of the dark magic palace, and his methods were very spicy. There was a sneer on the corner of the queen's mouth, and everyone who was oppressed by the powerful aura was breathless, including the Queen Inoue, who had to keep a low profile at this time. Suppressing everyone, the queen's eyes lit up, and she walked towards the real artifact, and the surging devilish energy squeezed out all the surrounding god kings and ancient gods. Ho ho! The purple Balrog and the golden Balrog roared and rushed towards the queen one after another. The queen's jade hand pressed against the void, and the terrifying power directly imprisoned the purple Balrog and the golden Balrog in the void, and then the queen's jade hand grasped it, and all the purple and golden Balrogs burst. The strongest golden Balrog is only close to the three-change god king. And at this moment, the demon queen, even if she is just a clone, her strength is definitely above most of the three-change kings. It is really too simple to destroy these Balrogs. The eighth prince moved his lips suddenly, not knowing what he had said to the queen through the sound transmission. When Han Feng saw this scene, his scalp exploded, and an unprecedented sense of danger rose from the soles of his feet, flooding his whole body, and his body turned cold, like falling into an ice cellar. Not good. Han Feng subconsciously operated Gu Yan's divine body, and the inextinguishable golden flame merged into it. At the same time, the mysterious dragon's wings flapped swiftly and swept towards the rear at a speed comparable to that of the three-changing god king. Humph, I lost my chance to advance to the bloodline of the king rank, and still want to run away? The queen's cold snort resounded throughout the temple, and the cold air in the temple became more intense. As soon as the queen was caught in the void, Han Feng felt that his whole body was firmly trapped by an irresistible force. Die. The queen's tone was cold, and the monstrous devilish energy surged towards Han Feng. The eighth prince seemed to have seen the fate of Han Feng's whole body exploding suddenly, with a look of schadenfreude on his face. If it wasn't for Han Feng, how could he lose the chance to be promoted to the bloodline of the king rank? If he advanced, he would be the owner of the 3 bloodlines of the king rank. It is much stronger than those who have the intermediate king rank. And by chance, he also got a heaven-defying technique, which can fuse the 3 primary bloodlines of the king rank into one, and will fuse into a powerful existence no less than the high bloodline of the king rank. At that time, once he advances to the god king, he will be an extremely powerful existence at the same level. Promoted to the Queen of 4 Transformations, she is stronger than the Devil Emperor. Unfortunately, all of this was messed up by Han Feng. Deluo, immortal physique, condense. Han Feng yelled in his heart, and the most powerful whole card so far, Deluo immortal physique, instantly unfolded, and a violent fairy power erupted from Han Feng's body. The radiant celestial power turned into a sky-filled golden color in an instant, full of holiness and fiery passion. The Deluo immortal physique, the realm of Xiaocheng, is comparable to the primary bloodline of the king rank, and the integration of the immortal golden flame has already surpassed the scope of the primary bloodline of the king rank. Such a terrifying improvement allowed Han Feng's power to reach a level beyond the most basic power of the three-change God King in an instant. What is the basic power of the three transformations God King? Han Feng's current power probably needs the three-change God King to use the king-level primary bloodline or the low-grade God King skill to achieve it. The soaring power at that moment instantly broke through the confinement of Han Feng by the queen. What? The ones who were shocked were not only the eighth prince, but also the god kings such as Queen Yingyue, including the queen. Their eyes were fixed. A mere ancient god, with such power, it's no wonder that my son was also defeated by you, but you are still far away from escaping from this palace. The devil's claws grabbed Han Feng. This queen is weaker than I imagined. Han Feng dodged in a bit of a mess, while a strange feeling rose in his heart. The four transformation god kings and the three transformation god kings are definitely one heaven and one earth, and they are no longer on the same level. Even if they are avatars, they shouldn't just have the power they have now. It's just the four transformation god king with the foundation of Tianjun. How strong can it be? Xiaopeng's disdainful voice sounded. The three-change god king based on Tianzhuan's foundation can probably be compared with the queen of the devil in its heyday. Tianjun Genji. A flash of astonishment flashed across Han Feng's face, and he immediately felt relieved. Although the possibility of Tianzhuan's Genji becoming the four-change god king is very small, since it is only very small and not zero, it is still possible to break through. This queen is obviously a lucky one. In this way, it is only natural that the queen's strength is weaker than he imagined. But even if it's just the foundation of the heavenly king, you can't compete with the avatar at the level of the four-changing god king. Xiaopeng sneered slightly. Han Feng naturally knew his situation, so Han Feng didn't even think about fighting the queen to the end. Even if he played all his cards, it would be impossible to win the queen's doppelganger. As for the artifact of the world, Han Feng sighed secretly and had no choice but to give up. The queen saw Han Feng's plan, and said in a low voice, "You little ancient god, do you also want to escape from this palace?" 8 bone spears suddenly extended from the queen's back, and a scorpion tail pierced the space, stabbing at Han Feng in an instant. Han Feng's pupils narrowed slightly, and he recognized this bloodline. One of the 2 king-level bloodlines of the 8th prince was in this form. Seeing the form of the demon queen, Han Feng didn't know that the 8th prince had inherited it from the demon queen. Gu Yan Divine Fist. Han Feng punched out without hesitation, and the inextinguishable golden flame rolled away, immediately bombarding with the queen's blow. Rumble. The entire temple was filled with powerful golden flames and demon energy, and the vast power made many god kings unable to stand still even in a battle. They looked at this scene in horror. Even if the queen's avatar was ignored, how could this ancient god be so powerful that it made them despair? The queen's face froze, and she failed to kill Han Feng once, twice, and 3 times, which made the queen unhappy. Damn it, if it wasn't for the avatar not being able to display the full state of the king's bloodline, how could it be like this? The queen cursed inwardly. In that case. This time, the queen no longer used the bloodline form to deal with Han Feng, and the clone's bloodline barely improved the clone's strength. The power of black evil. The surging devilish energy was like a ferocious monster. It opened its fangs and swallowed towards Han Feng. Guyan Xuanhuan. Han Feng roared. The golden fire fist seemed to burn all directions, and charged fiercely into the demonic energy. The demonic energy tumbling, actually swallowed the fire fist directly, and then blasted towards Han Feng. Puff. Han Feng turned pale and flew out backwards. The magic energy suddenly turned into a long spear and shot towards Han Feng, aiming at Han Feng's heart. Han Feng tried his best to dodge, but was still shot through the shoulder by the magic spear. Gu Yan's armor did not block the blow at all. Ah! With a scream, Han Feng was actually nailed to the wall of the temple. The first update. Queen Yingyue and other powerhouses can't leave the slightest mark on the wall of the temple with a full blow, but the queen's clone directly inserts the magic spear into the wall. It can be seen that the strength of the queen's clone is far from that of Queen Yingyue. The God King is comparable. Contour integral apex contour integral point contour integral small contour integral 2-3. Enduring the pain, Han Feng wanted to pull out the magic spear, otherwise his fate would not be good. The queen was about to attack again and kill Han Feng, but at this moment, a second changing God King of loose cultivation took advantage of everyone's attention on the queen and Han Feng, and jumped to the location of the sword. Take out the Excalibur directly, then turn into a meteor, and quickly rush towards one of the passages. Stop. Asshole. Dare. Many God Kings are super strong, even if the attention is on Han Feng and the Queen, it is impossible not to alarm them by the actions of the God King of Sanqiu. Therefore, the Night Demon God King and the Black-Browed God King, who noticed the behavior of the Sanqiu God King, cursed angrily, and made bold moves in an attempt to stop the Sanqiu God King. However, since the King of Loose Cultivators dared to make a move, he naturally had his own hole cards. The casual cultivator took out a disc from his arms and threw it out. The disc instantly condensed into a formation, automatically condensing various attacks to block the Night Demon God King and the Black-Browed God King. With the strength of the two God Kings, it is not difficult to break through this formation, but it will always take a few moments. But for the King of Gods, a few moments are enough to fly a long distance. This is the Tao Temple, the passages extend in all directions, and the soul is suppressed again. It is really difficult to find it after the Sanqiu God King turns a corner in the passage. Seeing this, the Demon Queen didn't care about killing Han Feng anymore. She leaped in the air nimbly, and at the same time slapped her palms, easily breaking the formation. Not good. Seeing this, the Sanqiu God King was horrified, and ran even more happily. Looking for death. The murderous aura on the queen's face condensed into a sharp sword, piercing through it. The God King, who had reached the level of the second transformation, God King, turned into nothingness, with a miserable hell. The divine sword that reached the level of a world artifact also fell into the hands of the queen. The divine sword is very ordinary, but the aura fluctuations it exudes are very powerful, and the queen's face is full of joy. Everyone sighed secretly. Unexpectedly, after a demon came out, he snatched the artifact. The Dark Demon Palace is definitely a behemoth in the West Spirit God realm, second only to the behemoths of the four great empires, and the four great empires dare not underestimate the Dark Demon Palace. If it falls into other forces, the four great empires dare to persecute it. Falling into the hands of the Dark Demon Palace, the four great empires could only endure it. However, things don't seem to be going the way everyone expected. The Excalibur fell into the hands of the Demon Queen, and the Demon Queen was about to drip blood to refine it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the Excalibur struggled violently, and amazing world fluctuation swept out. The devil's face turned cold. A mere low-grade world artifact dares to resist me. Terrifying power erupted from the queen's body, tightly suppressing the divine sword in her hand. Don't think that you are the world's artifact, the spirit Bengong, so you dare not attack you. Hurry up and submit to this palace, otherwise this palace will obliterate your spiritual wisdom. After all, it is a special innate artifact. Even if it falls to a lower level, it should be a little special ability. The big deal is that this palace can cultivate new weapon spirits, and it is still a weapon spirit that is extremely loyal to this palace. The queen threatened the sword spirit. The means mentioned by the queen is actually not uncommon. Many strong people won the divine weapon, but they may not necessarily be surrendered by the divine weapon spirit. Some weapon spirits are extremely proud. However, after so many years, warriors have also researched a way to subdue such a weapon spirit, that is to obliterate the weapon spirit, and then cultivate a new weapon spirit through other means. Of course, the means are also different, some have better effects, and some have worse effects. In this way, although it will affect the power of the artifact, the problem is not too big. Especially the special innate artifact in the hands of the queen, although its grade is a low-grade world artifact, its real effect may be comparable to a top-grade one. Even if it is affected a little in the end, it can still greatly enhance the strength of the queen. The demon queen threatened so much, not only did Excalibur not surrender, but the struggle became more intense. The queen's face was gloomy, and she gritted her teeth secretly. This weapon spirit is too dishonest. If so, then don't blame her. Humph, the king of four changes, who is based on the foundation of the heavenly monarch, is still a clone, and is also worthy to be the master of the young master? A childish voice suddenly came out of the divine sword, and the words were full of disdain for the queen. Many god kings gloated in their hearts. They were extremely jealous of the queen who got the sword, and they were extremely happy to see the queen get embarrassed. However, there are also smart people such as Queen Inua who are already preparing to leave secretly. The queen lost face, wouldn't she vent her anger? The queen was furious, she was despised by the little Qiling. Seeing his mother being insulted, the eighth prince's face was extremely ferocious. Damn Qi Ling, dare to say that about mother. Mother, destroy this Qi spirit, and we will cultivate one ourselves. The empress frowned, she was still a little reluctant after all, the spirits she cultivated by herself were weaker than those innate spirits after all. At this moment, the power of the Great Way in the hall fluctuated, and strands of the power of the Great Way were like sharp swords, emitting an endless chill, firmly locking the queen. Being locked by the power of the Great Way, even if the power of the Great Way is dissipating, it is still a relatively low-level power of the Great Way, which makes the queen feel extremely dangerous. Damn it, I almost forgot that the power of the Great Tao hasn't dissipated completely. The queen's face was gloomy. The divine sword has just been conceived, and the power of cultivating the divine sword has not completely dissipated. With the power of these avenues, the sword spirit can even compete against the weaker emperor in a short period of time. In an instant, the power of the Great Tao locked on the possessed queen started to attack. The attack from high-level energy made Hakioji's hair stand on end. The faces of the Night Demon God King and the Black-Browed God King changed drastically, and they immediately pulled the eighth prince away from the Demon Queen. Any attack from these avenue powers would be enough to kill them. Taking advantage of this moment, Han Feng rescued himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and turned around to run away, ignoring the battle between the Demon Queen and the power of the Great Tao. No matter how important a world artifact is, it cannot compare to his own life. But a scene that surprised everyone happened. The divine sword in the queen's hand took advantage of the opportunity of the power of the Great Way to attack the queen, struggled out, and turned into a stream of light, rushing towards Han Feng in an instant. Under Han Feng's astonished gaze, the Excalibur rushed into Han Feng's body. In an instant, breaths related to the divine sword poured into Han Feng's soul. There is too much information. Apart from knowing that this divine sword has reached the level of a low-grade world artifact, Han Feng is the name of the divine sword. Flame Demon Songling Sword. For other information, Han Feng didn't even have time to browse, because the queen was already full of anger and rushed over. The second update. Boy, hand over the Excalibur. The voice of the queen, Xuanhuan, was like ice piercing her buttocks, and her cold eyes stared at Han Feng firmly. Up left arrow top up left arrow point up left arrow small up left arrow 23. Han Feng turned around and fled. Although he didn't know why the artifact would choose him, since he had already obtained the artifact, a fool would hand it over. Death. The devil's energy rolled all over her body, turning into various attacks and slashing at Han Feng. However, these attacks were all intercepted by the power of the Tao. Before the demon queen bypassed the power of the Tao, the entire temple suddenly shook, and the power of the Tao also boiled violently like boiling water. The entire temple was filled with a vast force. In the next moment, including the queen, all the warriors who were still in the great Tao shrine were forcibly repelled by the power of the great Tao. Outside the Tao shrine, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. The development of the matter really exceeded their expectations, with twists and turns, and the ending was unexpected. Some god kings glanced at the demon queen, wondering if they were gloating that the demon queen did not get the Excalibur, or they were heartbroken that they were not the winner of the Excalibur. Huh? This great Tao shrine seems to be much smaller and more illusory, and the pressure on me is not so great. A god king gasped in surprise. The queen's tone was cold. The power of the Tao is gradually dissipating, and it took a lot of power to expel us before. Naturally, the Tao shrine is not as powerful as it was at the beginning. The queen stared at the palace with cold eyes. Even if there is a divine sword protecting it, when the power of the Great Way is completely dissipated, the divine sword may not even be able to change the king of gods. The ancient gods, without the help of the power of the Great Way, this palace is not at hand yet. Afterwards, the empress simply waited here. Seeing this, some of the other god kings left, but more stayed here. They really want to know the final result of the matter. Of course, it would be even better if they can make both the other party and the queen suffer and benefit from them. The Night Demon God King said weakly, "Master Queen, what if that kid has mastered the world's artifact during this time?" Once in the Purple Mirror world, the incarnations of the Night Demon God King and the Black-Browed God King were killed, and the two of them had no desire for revenge. But neither of them expected that when they met again, Han Feng was already so powerful. Thinking about it made them palpitate. If you get the world artifact again, is it still worth it? The queen's eyes flashed, and she said slowly, "The artifacts of the world are so easy to master, even if they are mastered, it is impossible to pose a threat to this palace." Saying this on the lips, the queen's heart tightened. The power of ordinary low-grade world artifacts is naturally clear to the Empress. If Han Feng has mastered such an artifact, the Empress is not worried at all. But the problem is that it is a special innate artifact. It is a world artifact level when it is born. Who knows what means? It must not take down the world artifact to measure the divine sword. I just hope that the effect of the Excalibur is weaker. The queen secretly said in her heart. Avenue Shrine. All warriors were cleared out, and Han Feng stopped his escape. With a swipe of his palm in the air, an ordinary divine sword appeared in his hand. "Tell me, why did you choose me?" Han Feng asked, curiously. The Excalibur suddenly burst into dazzling flame light, which swallowed Han Feng, and then Han Feng came to a world full of flames. In this sea of flames, a chubby boy smiled proudly. "It's your great honor to choose you, my lord." "There are so many reasons." Han Feng vaguely saw Xiaopeng's figure on the little poor boy, and couldn't help being a little funny. Raising eyebrows, Han Feng said, "If you don't give me a reason, I don't dare to refine at will. What if I get caught in a dirty trick?" The little boy froze for a moment, and then cursed, "Shit, you think the young master is your human being, always so insidious, and the young master is pure and innocent, so he is not so despicable. If you choose you, there is a reason for choosing you." "Then tell me." Han Feng crossed his arms. "Humph, when I entered your body, I already sent you a lot of information, go and see for yourself." The little poor boy said angrily. Han Feng was a little embarrassed. "That's it, then let me see." Saying that, Han Feng closed his eyes, and carefully browsed the information sent to him by the little boy. Seeing this, Han Feng was shocked. Even though Han Feng knew that the artifacts that were born as artifacts of the world were much more powerful than those artifacts that needed to be upgraded step by step, Han Feng never expected to be so abnormal. The point. Now even if someone exchanged top-grade or even top-grade world artifacts for Han Feng would never exchange the Flame Demon Songling sword in his hand. Ordinary artifacts generally only contain one type of divine skill inheritance, and some don't even have one. For example, the Xuanhuan Divine Slashing Knife and the Tianyan Divine Halberd have no inheritance of divine skills, which is not as good as the purple pattern Flame Divine Spear. However, the level of the Ziwenyan Divine Spear is too low, and in terms of power, it is naturally far inferior to the Xuanyan Zhanshan Saber and Tianyan Divine Halberd. In addition, Han Feng himself has powerful divine skills, so he doesn't care whether the Xuanyan Zhanshan Saber and Tianyan Divine Halberd have inherited divine skills. And this Flame Demon Songling sword has more than just one kind of powerful inheritance of divine skills. Strictly speaking, the Flame Demon Songling sword is divided into two parts, one is the Flame Demon Orb and the other is the Songling sword. The Flame Demon Orb was inlaid on the hilt of the Songling sword. First of all, let's talk about the Flame Demon Orb. The Flame Demon Orb has two major functions. One is to form the Flame Demon Domain, which is used to resist the power of the world of the God King, and it can also be used to suppress the power of the world. Now the Flame Demon Orb is a low-grade world artifact level, that is to say, the power of the world below the 4 transformation God Kings can no longer restrain his power of chaos, and the inner world cannot suppress him. Of course, all of this is within the domain of the Balrog, and if you leave the domain of the Balrog, you will return to the original state. The second function is to create Balrog. This Balrog is the Balrog who blocked Han Feng and others before, and it is divided into 4 levels. Red Balrog, Normal Balrog, Blue Balrog, Higher Balrog, Purple Balrog, Elite Balrog, and Golden Balrog, Ultimate Balrog. The Red Balrog has roughly 10% of the power of the person holding the Balrog Orb, the Blue Balrog has 30% of the power, the Purple Balrog has 50% of the power, and the Golden Balrog has 70% of the power. With Han Feng's current strength, the Golden Balrog probably has the ability to crush the second transformation God King. And there is no limit to the number of these Balrogs, as long as Han Feng has a steady stream of energy, they can be continuously created in the domain of Balrogs. That is to say, as long as the Flame Demon domain is big enough, Han Feng can contend against the army of the God King in this Flame Demon domain. The above is just the power of the Flame Demon Orb. Compared to the Songling sword, the efficacy of the Flame Demon Orb can only be said to be mediocre. The power of the Songling sword is truly powerful. The third update. Han Feng liked the Songling sword more than the Flame Demon Orb. The only thing Han Feng likes about the Flame Demon Orb is the Flame Demon Realm. The Flame Demon Realm can counteract the suppression of the next God King on his inner world, allowing him to welcome the God King in his heyday. But once the immortal Golden Flame is promoted, it will have the same effect, and it can even devour the world power of the next God King level to make up for itself. The effects of the 9th layer of the 9 flames and different fire Ju have somewhat overlapped with those of the Fire Demon Realm. As for the second effect of the Flame Demon Orb, to be honest, no matter which faction the level of the God King is, it is impossible to form a large army. 100 is too much. And it is impossible for these forces to send all these God Kings out to deal with one person. Therefore, it is not realistic to use the Balrog to fight against the army of the God King. If the opponent is a single God King with weak strength, Han Feng can contend by himself. But if the strength is strong, it is useless if there are too many Balrogs. The strong ones do not mean that they can be compensated by numbers. So the second function is a bit tasteless, at least for Han Feng. Therefore, Han Feng prefers the Songling sword, which is the real super artifact that can greatly improve Han Feng's combat power. The Songling sword contains 4 major skills, namely Songling Pendant, Songling Yin, Songling Lock, and Songling Pa. The 4 major moves have 9 levels. The first level is already equivalent to the level of the low-level Chaos Divine skill, and the 5th level is already comparable to the low-level Divine King skill. And the highest 9th floor, that is a powerful move that surpasses the skill of the King of Gods, and it is an immortal skill. The inheritance of 4 divine skills that can reach the highest level of immortality, how can Han Feng not be shocked? If this news spreads, let alone the level of the Devil Queen and Devil Emperor, even the powerhouses of the upper God King level will not be shocked. Definitely will grab it. It may even lead to super masters at the level of a first-order God Emperor. Moreover, the 4 moves are related to each other. It can be said that they can be used coherently. If they are mastered skillfully, they can constantly change back and forth between the 4 moves. The effect they can have is enough to compare with more high level of power. For example, the 4 unique arts are the first layer, so as long as the 4 unique arts are well coordinated, the power is still the first layer, but the effect against the enemy is no worse than the second layer. Although it's just a low-grade immortal skill. But in any case, it is also an immortal skill, and the inheritance of 4 magical skills that can be promoted to the level of immortal skill, this. Han Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the surging in his heart. Compared with the 4 unique skills, what Han Feng valued more was another ability of Songling Sword. Although the unique knowledge is strong, Han Feng also has Guyan's divine body and Deluo's immortal body. As long as he continues to improve, he can also be promoted to the level of immortal unique knowledge in the future. But the other ability of Songling Jian endowed Han Feng with a powerful unique skill no less than Guyan's divine body and Deluo's immortal body. The Songling sword can be fused with the holder, which is called the sword demon form. The sword demon form can improve the cultivation, spirit and body in all aspects, just like Guyan's divine body and Deluo's immortal body. In other words, if he mastered the sword demon form, Han Feng would be equivalent to gaining another divine body and blood. The sword demon form is also divided into levels, which are related to the degree of unsealing of the Balrog Songling sword. The flame demon Songling sword contains 9 layers of seals, and now it can be unsealed to the 5th layer by one's own ability, which is equivalent to a low-grade world artifact. The 5th layer of the Flame Demon Songling Sword, after merging with Han Feng to form a sword demon form, is equivalent to using the primary blood and divine body of the king rank. If the 6th level, 7th level, and 8th level after that are fused with Han Feng to form a sword demon form, it is equivalent to displaying the middle, high, and top bloodlines and divine bodies of the king rank. As for the 9th level of the highest level, it is naturally equivalent to unfolding the primary immortal blood and divine body. Immortal bloodline and divine body, that is the bloodline and divine body standing at the top of the 3000 god realm. Many god emperors do not have such bloodlines and divine bodies. It can be seen from this that what a heaven-defying ability the sword demon form is, it gives you a completely extra divine body and blood. Moreover, in the form of the sword demon, the strength of the Balrog domain and the Balrog will all increase, and this increase is as high as 50%. The golden Balrog possesses 70% of Han Feng's power in normal form, and it will directly increase to 10.5% in the form of sword demon. Of course, even so, it is impossible for the golden Balrog to be Han Feng's opponent. Because Han Feng has the great Luo immortal physique, the great Sun Flame physique, the Guyan divine physique, and various unique skills to increase attack power. These are all that the Balrog does not have. Even so, the golden Balrog's strength is strong enough. Not only the domain of the Balrog and the strength of the Balrog, but also the 4 unique skills of Songling Yin, Songling Pendant, Songling Lock, and Songling Pa can be used in the form of the sword demon, and the power is increased by 50%. It can be said that the true transformation of the flame demon Songling sword is this sword demon form. As long as he masters the form of the sword demon, even if it is the clone of the queen, Han Feng is absolutely sure to fight against it. As for how to unseal the Yanma Songling sword to a higher level, Han Feng also fully understood, and suddenly realized why the weapon spirit of the Yanma Songling sword chose him. If the flame demon Songling sword wants to unseal to the 6th, 7th, 8th or even 9th level, it needs to devour a large amount of divine fire, and it is a very high-level divine fire. Now the flame demon Songling sword is in the 5th level. If there is a flame equivalent to the middle level king level divine fire level, then it can be unlocked to the 6th level in a short time. If it is a low-level king rank divine fire, it will probably require a huge amount. Divine fire below the king rank has little effect on unblocking to the 6th level. However, how rare is the king level divine fire? It is a high-level flame that can directly threaten or even burn to death at the level of a god king. How many places in the entire god realm have such flames? As for the divine fire possessed by practitioners, there are even fewer who can continuously evolve to the king rank. The inextinguishable golden flame in Han Feng's body naturally cannot reach the level of the king's divine fire now, but it is already the strongest among the many warriors who have entered the Tao temple. Many people don't even have divine fire. Of course, this is not the reason why the flame demon, Songling sword spirit chose Han Feng. The artifact spirits of ordinary world artifacts are already very proud, let alone such artifact spirits as the flame demon Songling sword. If the conditions are not met, the flame demon Songling sword artifact spirit would rather have no master or even be sealed, than choose an ancient god or a god king at random. Those fake artifacts all over the temple are not only used to confuse many warriors, but also a means to induce many warriors. It was through this method that the Yanma Songling sword spirit sensed the inextinguishable golden flame in Han Feng's body. Qi Ling naturally didn't notice the mere inextinguishable golden flame, but Qi Ling felt the powerful potential contained in the inextinguishable golden flame. The first update. The immortal golden flame, the core comes from the 9 flames and different fire Ju, which is a powerful flame that has reached the 8th level of the 9 flames and different fire Ju, transformed from the Ziji heavenly fire. Less than over equal to Apex Fiction 23. Ordinary artifacts and spirits can't feel the 9 flames different fire art just from the flame of the immortal golden flame. But the flame demon Songling sword artifact spirit is not an ordinary artifact spirit. As a special innate artifact spirit, it is also the highest level that can reach the level of an immortal artifact. The flame demon Songling sword artifact spirit can feel the vigorous vitality in the immortal golden flame, as well as the terrifying power hidden in the extreme depths. Because of this, the flame demon Songling sword Qiling judged that the immortal golden flame definitely has a great future development, and it is not impossible to reach the level of the king-level divine fire in the future. Therefore, after making some choices, the flame demon Songling sword artifact chose Han Feng. So that's it, I finally understand. Han Feng opened his eyes and looked at the stinky kid in front of him. Then what should I call you now? Call me Songling. The little fat boy hesitated and said. Then the little chubby boy Songling curled his lips. You must be frightened by the powerful ability of the young master, but don't think that the young master will follow you in the future. In the end, you are only the ancient god, and this level is not worthy of you. Not the young master. When the young master unblocks to the 6th level, the 7th level, or even the 8th level, he may leave. Leave? Han Feng's face changed slightly. It seemed that the flame demon Songling sword did not really surrender to him, but just followed him temporarily for the sake of the immortal golden flame. Songling snorted softly, your flame has not yet reached the level of the king-level divine fire. Although the young master also knows that your flame potential is very strong, it is estimated that in the future it will reach the top-level king-level, and it may not even reach it. With such a flame, how can I unblock the young master to the highest level of Jiuzhong? From the 8th level to the 9th level, it was an unparalleled qualitative change, from a world artifact to an immortal artifact. How many immortal artifacts are there in the 3,000 gods? Some god emperors still use world artifacts. If you want to upgrade from the 8th level to the 9th level, no matter how many king-level flames there are, it is useless. Only the divine fire at the immortal level can help the Balrog Songling sword reach the 9th level, the highest level. As for the place with the immortal fire, I am afraid that only the God Emperor, or the powerful God Emperor, can reach it and help the flame demon Songling sword to advance to the immortal artifact. Although the flame demon Songling sword Qiling saw the difficulty of the immortal golden flame, he didn't think that the immortal golden flame would reach the level of the immortal divine fire in the future. It's just a mere world artifact, and its future growth limit is just a mere low-grade immortal artifact. What's there to be proud of? A cold snort resounded in the world of the flame demon Songling sword. Who is it? Songling's face immediately changed, and the previous proud expression was no longer there. He is the ruler of this world, but he doesn't know that someone has come in. In front of Han Feng, a bright light condensed, and a little fat boy who was no worse than Songling came out. You are. Songling felt the innate coercion emanating from Xiaopeng, and his body trembled a little. The current degree of unsealing of the Skyfire Tower has not yet reached the level of the world's artifact, and may not be as powerful as the Balrog Songling sword in terms of power. But in essence, the Skyfire Pagoda is an existence that surpasses the immortal artifact. As the artifact spirit, Xiaopeng can suppress the aura of the Songling. In Han Feng's view, Xiaopeng is just a little fat boy. But in Songling's view, Fatty is no different from an ancient giant, just standing there brings him unspeakable oppression. Is it a middle-grade immortal artifact? Or top-grade? Or is it the best? Songling thought in fear, and was even more horrified that there was such a high-level artifact in Han Feng's body. How could such a noble weapon spirit submit to a small ancient god? Or, this ancient god is unusual. Xiaopeng hooked his hands and let Songling come over. Songling hesitated for a moment, but still obediently walked over. Xiaopeng immediately pulled Songling to run aside, murmuring and didn't know what to say. When the two little fat boys came back again, Songling had already surrendered, and called Xiaopeng the boss, and Han Feng was no longer an unfamiliar name, but the master. Of course, he will no longer call himself a young master. Han Feng didn't care what Xiaopeng and Songling said, knowing that Songling had decided to completely surrender to him. Han Feng showed joy. In terms of development potential, the Flame Demon Songling sword is naturally not as good as the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower, but the sword demon form of the Yanma Songling sword is still a great help to Han Feng. Han Feng provided the blood, and Songling took the initiative to recognize the master, so the refining speed was naturally very fast. It didn't take long for Han Feng to know that he had initially mastered the Flame Demon Songling sword. Master, what are you going to do now? The power of the Tao in the Tao Shrine will dissipate at most in half a year, that is to say, you can hide here for half a year at most. After half a year, the power of the great Tao dissipates, and those people outside will not let you go, Master. After surrendering to Han Feng, Songling began to worry about Han Feng's safety. Han Feng nodded, that's true, so I need to master the sword demon form as soon as possible in order to compete with those outside, especially the queen. Sword demon form? Master, to be honest, Master wants to control the sword demon form for only half a year. The sword demon form is a trick that needs to be completely controlled by the Flame Demon Songling sword. Even with my help, Master, the chances of you wanting to have full control within half a year are also slim to none. Furthermore, even if he has mastered the sword demon form, he may not be able to fight against the demon queen, at most he can protect himself. Songling shook his head, not thinking that Han Feng would be able to control the Flame Demon Songling sword in a short time. Han Feng smiled, that's not necessarily the case. Skyfire Tower, inside the time room. Songling was incomparably amazed, able to control time and control the flow of time, unless it is a special divine body and blood, it is difficult for even a god emperor to control it. Even if it is mastered, it is extremely low-end, and it is difficult to reach the flow rate of the time room. As expected of the little fat boss, Sung Ling's admiration for Xiaopeng is like a river, and he has some confidence in becoming an immortal artifact in the future. Maybe he can completely transform himself, no longer just exist as an artifact, but become a real god emperor powerhouse. Master, even if you have practiced here for decades, it won't be long outside. Half a year outside, in this time, you can not only master the flame demon Songling sword, but you may even be able to practice the flame demon art to an extremely high level. Songlingpa's 4 unique skills can at least be promoted to the 5th level. The Balrog art is divided into 4 layers, corresponding to the red Balrog, blue Balrog, purple Balrog and golden Balrog. Every time one level is cultivated, a corresponding level of Balrog can be condensed in the Balrog domain. The second update. After such a long time, let alone the 5th floor, even the 6th or even the 7th floor can be reached. It's a pity that Song Ling Yin and other tricks are also restricted by the flame demon Song Ling sword. In the case that the Yanmat Song Ling sword can only be unsealed to the 5th level, Song Lingpa and other tricks can only be cultivated to the 5th level. Concentrated, Han Feng began to master the flame demon Song Ling sword in the time room. Time always passes inadvertently. When Han Feng came back to his senses, he had completely controlled the flame demon Songling sword. Looking at the time, almost 100 years have passed, but because of the time flow of the time room, it has not been long outside. With such a terrifying time flow rate, it is no wonder that there are restrictions on not being able to practice in it. If he could improve his cultivation in the time room, Han Feng would become the Emperor of God in a short time, referring to the outside. How could there be such a good thing? When Song Ling Yin, Song Ling Sua, Song Ling Pendant, and Song Ling Pa have been promoted to the 5th level, which are equivalent to low-grade God King skills, hundreds of years have passed in the time room. This is still assisted by the heaven and man effect of the time house, otherwise it will take several times more time to improve the 4 great skills to such a degree. The God King skills are already at a very high level in the unique arts. Even the next God Kings need a lot of time from comprehension to creation to mastery, and they are all calculated in thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or tens of thousands of years. Han Feng can master it in such a short period of time, which is already very abnormal. The flame demon Songling sword is fully in control and can display the sword demon form. Song Ling Yin's 4 unique skills have been upgraded to the 5th level, which is equivalent to the level of the low-grade God King skill. It has reached the limit that can be improved at present, and it cannot be improved anymore. Han Feng saw that there was still a lot of time, so he simply practiced the flame demon art. Compared with Song Ling Yin's 4 unique skills, the Yanma Ju is much easier to practice. Although the Yanma Songling sword begins with the word blame demon, in Han Feng's view, the Songling sword is its core component. The various abilities of the Songling sword are much stronger than those of the flame demon orb. Even the name of Qi Ling is Songling, not Balrog. For about 200 or 300 years, Han Feng had cultivated the flame demon art to the highest level, the 4th level. It's time to go out. Han Feng stood up. He left the time room directly. Avenue Shrine. Han Feng swept his eyes and found that the power of the great Tao in the entire temple had disappeared a lot, making the temple look a bit illusory. Song Ling said regretfully, I was bred by this power of the Great Way, and some of the power of the Great Way contains the source of flames. If you can absorb it, it would be great. Maybe it can make your master, your immortal golden flame, rise to a higher level? As for those avenue powers that do not contain the origin of flames, they are also extremely pure powers. If you can absorb them, your master's strength will also soar. Unfortunately, the time is too short, master, you can't suck it anymore. Han Feng's expression changed. Listen to you, can I absorb the power of the great Tao? Songling nodded. Master, you naturally cannot absorb the ordinary power of the Great Way. But these powers of the Great Way were conceived by me, and come from the same source as me. With my help, the Master will naturally be able to absorb it. Han Feng was overjoyed. He never imagined that there was such a great opportunity waiting for him. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly help me absorb the power of the Tao. Han Feng said impatiently. Songling wondered, Master, the power of the Great Way will dissipate in a short time. How much can you absorb in such a short time? It is true that the energy contained in the power of the Great Way is amazing, but it is also because of this that it is difficult to absorb. It is estimated that such a trace will take several years or even longer to refine. With such a short amount of time, even a tenth of it can't be refined. There won't be any significant improvement in your strength, Master, or even no improvement. If the power of the Great Way can be absorbed, it is conceivable that it can be improved, but even if the power of the Great Way is relatively low-end, it is not so easy to refine. It would be fine if the power of the Great Tao stayed here forever. It would be absorbed for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. But obviously, the power of the Great Tao that gave birth to the flame demon Songling sword has gradually dissipated after the birth of the flame demon Songling sword. Facing Songling's puzzlement, Han Feng smiled mysteriously and took out the artifact of time. Under Songling's dumbstruck, the power of the Tao around frantically surged towards Han Feng, and crazily drilled into Han Feng's body. At this moment, Han Feng seemed to have become a black hole, absorbing the power of the surrounding Tao like crazy. However, although these great powers surrounded Han Feng and were also sucked into Han Feng's body, there was no sign of being refined at all. Songling! Han Feng shouted in a low voice. Songling, the little fat man, immediately came to his senses, and he didn't know what he had done to the power of the Great Way around him. He was a little bit against the power of the Great Way refined by Han Feng, but he suddenly welcomed Han Feng. A steady stream of Tao power poured into Han Feng's body and was absorbed by Han Feng's refinement. Han Feng is like a bottomless pit, sucking in as much as he comes, and has no intention of stopping at all. How is this possible? Songling stuttered. The power of the Great Tao, even a powerhouse at the level of the God Emperor would not be able to absorb it so easily. How did a mere ancient god do it? Songling is worthy of being the spirit of a special innate artifact, and soon saw the clues from the artifact of time. The power of time, there is such power. My master's opportunity is too amazing. Songling finally understood, with a look of admiration. Han Feng has the power of time, and the time that needs to refine the power of Tao is directly offset by the power of time. As long as there is enough power of the years, the power of the Tao pours into Han Feng's body, which is equivalent to being directly absorbed and becomes the power of Han Feng. The third layer of the chaotic lotus in the Dantian originally only condensed 6 petals, but now the 7th petal was formed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Han Feng's aura instantly increased significantly, and then the 8th and 9th petals. Not long after, Han Feng rushed to the 10th petal. Breakthrough from the late stage of the Upper Ancient God to the peak of the Upper Ancient God. You know, Han Feng is the foundation beyond the Heavenly Emperor. Every time a petal of this kind of foundation is condensed, the energy it needs to consume is extremely frightening. However, after absorbing the power of the Tao, it was so easy to break through. However, the consequence of such a rapid breakthrough is that the Tao shrine is even more illusory, and it is about to collapse. At the 10th petal, Han Feng's improvement slowed down. It took Han Feng several times the time from the 7th petal to the 10th petal before Han Feng condensed the 3rd layer of the Chaos Lotus into 12 petals. So far, Han Feng has finally reached a peak, the peak of the realm of the ancient gods. The first update. From the ancient god to the half-step god king, and from the half-step god king to the real god king realm, it is not possible to break through simply accumulating energy. To be promoted from an ancient god to a half-step god king, one needs to have a one-sided understanding of the world and space. But to go from a half-step god king to a god king, one needs to penetrate the essence of the world and space, and break the lotus of chaos in the body to form the inner world. It is easy to be promoted from an ancient god to a half-step god king, but it is much more difficult to be promoted from a half-step god king to a god king. The lotus of chaos is not so easy to be broken to form the inner world. One mistake will cause the lotus of chaos to completely collapse instead of forming the inner world. Therefore, before breaking the lotus of chaos, one must have a very high understanding of the nature of the world and space. The deeper the understanding, the safer and the greater the possibility of successful breakthrough. And after becoming a god queen, she is constantly cultivating the inner world. When the inner world is stabilized to a certain level, the level of the inner world can be raised through the catastrophe of the world. If the inner world is not stabilized and the catastrophe of the world is attracted, it will undoubtedly be the end of the collapse of the inner world and the demise of the King of Gods. Therefore, the benefits of the foundation are manifested at this time. With the foundation of the heavenly general, there is almost no possibility of being promoted to the King of God. The foundation of the King of Heaven, the most common God King after being promoted to a God Queen, belongs to the level of a changed God King. It takes a long time to cultivate the inner world before it can attract world calamity and improve the level of the inner world. As for the foundation of Tianzuan, once it is promoted to the God King, the inner world will be extremely stable. It does not need to be cultivated, and it can actively attract the world's calamity to reach the level of the second transformation, God King. Not to mention the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. All ancient gods with the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, after being promoted to the God King, basically reach the level of the three-changing God King within 1,000 years. This is also where ordinary God Kings envy and hate ancient gods with powerful foundations. Ordinary God Kings don't have the accumulation of millions of years and tens of millions of years, so they don't dare to attract the world's calamity to reach the level of the second transformation God King. Not to mention the three transformation God Kings after that, the four transformation God Kings are even more difficult for them to reach in their entire lives. But the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven can reach the three transformations of the King in a short period of time. In the future, there will be no pressure to attack the four transformation God Kings. Thinking of the information about the God King in Han Feng's mind, he suddenly looked forward to himself. The ancient gods with the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven can reach the level of the three-changed God King in the shortest time, so what level can he reach as the foundation of surpassing the Emperor of Heaven? The peak of the three-changed God Kings? Or, the King of four transformations? Taking a deep breath, Han Feng suppressed all the thoughts that emerged in his heart. Right now, he is only the peak of the ancient gods, and he does not have a deep understanding of the world and space. There is still a relatively long distance from the real realm of the God King. There is no need to think about the God King or something for the time being. What I want to think about is how to get through this catastrophe now. With his cultivation at the peak of the ancient gods and the addition of a skill in the form of a sword demon, Han Feng is quite sure to fight against the clone of the queen. Only, it would be great if you can improve your own strength. Han Feng's eyes turned, and he fell on the remaining power of the great Tao around him. In order to give birth to the flame demon Songling sword, these avenue powers contain some flame origin. Although these flames are not flames, they can still improve the Nine Flames different fire art. Without saying a word, Han Feng began to absorb it, and the 9 flames and different fire art was running rapidly in his body. The peak of the 8th layer's heavenly fire Ju was running rapidly, sucking all the power of the Great Way around, absorbing the source of flames and the power of the Great Way. From the peak of the 8th floor to the 9th floor, it is a qualitative change, and the immortal golden flame will qualitatively change into a new type of flame, which is also the penultimate flame in the 9 flames different fire art. It is said to be the penultimate flame, but in fact it can also be said to be the last flame. The 9 flames and the 9 flames and different fire Ju refer to 9 kinds of flames. From Fanhua, Qinghuan Yuhua, Kanglan Xuanhuan, to the current immortal golden flame and the 9th flame. As for the 10th layer of flames in the 9 flames different fire Ju, it is a powerful flame formed by fusing the first 9 flames together, or in other words, the first 9 flames are the flames formed after the last one is separated. Therefore, the 9 flames in the 9 flames different fire Ju is not called the 10 flames together with the last flame, because the first 9 flames are part of the last flame. Sung Ling stared at Han Feng with piercing eyes, and saw that the inextinguishable golden flame burning around Han Feng was constantly fluctuating violently, and the golden flame was faintly changing. Sung Ling was overjoyed. Could it be that the master will raise the flames to the king level now? In that case, as long as I continue to provide me with flames, even if it is only the primary king level, tens of thousands of years later, it will be enough for me to advance to the mid-tier world artifact. As soon as Sung Ling finished speaking, he saw that the originally surging golden flames were quickly gathered, continuously compressed, and the number was getting smaller and smaller. In the end, Han Feng's eyes opened suddenly, as if 2 flames shot out from the eyes, causing the power of the Tao to become disordered. Immediately afterwards, Han Feng spread out his palm, and in the center of his palm, a mass of gray flames was burning. The gray flames suddenly swelled up, engulfing Han Feng, and swept towards the surroundings with Han Feng as the center, making chi-chi noises, and even the power of the avenue wanted to avoid it. A smile appeared on the corner of Han Feng's mouth, finally broke through, from the peak of the 8th floor to the early stage of the 9th floor. The indestructible golden flame finally changed from golden to gray flame, Hunyuan burning Tianyan. The different fire art in Han Feng's body is still running, the 9th layer of the different fire art is running, and the monstrous suction comes out, sucking the power of the great way into the body continuously. The level of Jiu Yeni Huiju is also getting higher and higher, from the initial stage of entry to the extremely stable state, and then approaching the middle stage. Hunyuan Fenqianyan's power and flame strength are getting stronger and stronger. Facing this Hunyuan burning heaven fire, even the power of the Tao seemed to be a little afraid. Of course, this is because the power of the Tao that is left now contains very little Taoism, and the power of the Tao is about to collapse. Otherwise, the power of the avenue at a high level does not have the divine fire that has reached the immortal level, so don't let the power of the avenue get out of the way. The strange fire Ju fully raised to the limit of the initial stage of the 9th floor, before it stopped. The remaining power of the Tao is extremely scarce, and the temple is about to collapse. In addition, the source of fire contained in the power of the Great Way is almost completely absorbed. Therefore, if it continues to be absorbed, it is impossible to advance to the midterm. The power of Hunyuan Fenqianyan can be said to have reached the pinnacle of the primary king rank divine fire level. It's time to face the God Kings outside. Han Feng's eyes were full of excitement and fighting spirit. Compared with the clone of the 3 transformation God King and Demon Queen, is he now stronger or weaker? If it is strong, with his current strength, can he crush the 3 transformations God King and the clone of the Demon Queen? The second update. At this moment, the Master is no longer just a clone of the Queen. The 16 patriarchs of the Purple Ape Empire, the Xianyun God King of the Yunhao Empire, and the Mountain God King of the Wuyue Empire, these are all masters at the level of the 3 transformations God Kings. Beside the 16th patriarch, there are the 2nd prince and the God King of the Purple Ape Empire. They were unlucky, and they were rejected by the Tao Shrine before reaching the real artifact in the Tao Shrine. The 2nd prince's expression could not be calm. Ever since he knew that Han Feng had obtained the world's artifact, the 2nd prince's heart trembled. He always felt that something dangerous was about to happen to him. But looking around, the 2nd prince forced himself to calm down again. So what if you get the world's artifact? There are so many masters here, not only the super powerhouse at the level of the three-change God King, but also the Queen clone. This one is better than the three-change God. If the king wants to be a lot stronger, then Han Feng will definitely not be able to escape. Among the casual cultivators, there was also an old man with disheveled hair, staring coldly at the Dao shrine. This old man is known as the Blood Poison God King, and he is also a master of the three transformation God Kings. As a casual cultivator, being able to reach such a state in the West Spirit God realm has reached the peak. In the entire Western Spirit God realm, among the three transformational God Kings, there are probably only 2 or 3 of them who were born as casual cultivators. The Blood Poison God King is the master of the ancient God Xingyi. Under the 3 transformation God Kings, there is also a second transformation God King leader like Bingjiao Patriarch, who is eyeing Han Feng. Ludingshao lost 3 God Kings at once, and its strength plummeted. Only the ancestor of Bingjiao was left to save face. How could he not be angry? There are many other masters who rushed over later. These masters have not seen Han Feng's power with their own eyes, so naturally they will not be afraid of Han Feng. Therefore, they all despised the King of Gods, who were watching the excitement around them. Even a mere ancient god can be afraid to such an extent, and his future achievements may be nothing more than a king of gods. The God King Xuanhuan was among the God Kings who watched the excitement, and his worried eyes fell on the Dao shrine. The Cyan Bull God King never expected that Han Feng would get the Excalibur in the end. Just looking at the God Kings emitting powerful auras in the sky, the Qingniu God King sighed, I don't know if Xuanhuan can survive this disaster. As for the Yinhui Empress and the Yinhui Empress of the Yinhui Empire, they left early and did not intervene in this matter. Empress Yinhui sees it incomparably far-reaching. Han Feng is only in the realm of the ancient gods, and his combat power is so heaven-defying, so there may be many opportunities. Generally, such warriors have amazing luck and are not so easy to be beheaded. If you don't kill them all today, the opponent will grow up in the future, and anyone who makes a move today will not end well. The power it belongs to will also usher in the disaster of destruction. What's more, being able to be recognized by the divine sword, which was a world artifact from birth, would not be an ordinary person no matter how you think about it. Queen Yinhui is even more sure that Han Feng's son will not die prematurely. Therefore, in order to avoid being angered and bringing disaster to the Yinhui Empire, it is better to stay far away. The Yinhui spirit clan used to be the strongest force in the West Spirit God realm, commanding the entire West Spirit God realm, instead of dividing most of the West Spirit God realm with the 4 empires of the Purple Ape Empire, the Yunhao Empire, and the 5 Sacred Mountains Empire. It is divided up by many other small and medium-sized forces. The Yinmun Spirit clan has fallen from being the only ruling force in the past to the current state. In addition to the small number of people and the difficulty of conceiving offspring, it is also the sin of a young genius, but was escaped by that young genius. After that young genius grew up, the Yinmun Spirit clan ushered in revenge. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yinhui Spirit clan had some relationship with the Ling Huang at that time, it would not have been impossible for them to be wiped out. Up to now, that young genius is still alive and well, and is still a very high figure on the list of God Kings in the spirit world, but the Yinhui Spirit clan can do nothing about it. Now that the Yinhui Spirit clan has learned their lesson, facing geniuses like Han Feng, they should either kill them all as soon as they make a move, or simply don't offend them at all. Obviously, Empress Yinhui finally adopted the second method through her own observation, and left here without provoking Han Feng. Rumble. When this world was filled with murderous intentions and chilling intentions, Dao Shrine finally couldn't hold on any longer and completely collapsed. Patriarch 16 was a little surprised. What's going on? It shouldn't collapse so quickly. The Demon Empress herself is the king of 4 transformations, with extraordinary eyesight, so the face of the avatar changed slightly, and said, obviously, the power of the Dao is consumed more than we estimated. It seems that this sun has some special means to consume the power of the Tao. Is it to increase strength? Impossible. The power of the great Tao, that is the energy that is difficult for ordinary god emperors to refine and absorb. How could it be possible for mere ancient gods? The one who blurted out was the Xuanhuan god king of the Yunhao Empire. It's just that before he finished speaking, a soaring aura pierced through the void and swept away. Peak of the ancient gods. Patriarch 16 gasped. Recalling that more than 1,000 years ago, the opponent was only in the middle of the ancient god realm, but now he has been promoted to the peak of the ancient god. What an incredible speed of cultivation! It is recognized that the stronger the foundation, the slower the cultivation, but the other party completely broke this perception. Even if it is the foundation of Tianjun, with sufficient resources, it is impossible to soar to the peak of ancient gods in just 1,000 years. Reminiscent of the Queen's avatar, the 16th patriarch couldn't guess that Han Feng must have absorbed the power of the Tao to rise to such a state. We must get the other party's secret method to absorb the power of the great Tao. Patriarch 16 breathed heavily. Not only the 16th patriarch, but all the strong people who had guessed, their eyes became blazing. Boy, pay back my apprentice's life. The first to strike was the blood poison god king. As soon as the blood poison god king made a move, the blood-red poisonous mist filled the sky like a ferocious monster, swallowing towards Han Feng. That trace of blood poisonous power spread away in the air, causing countless god kings to retreat. Even a strong man like Patriarch 16 showed a trace of fear. The blood poison god king is not strong in all aspects, only in the blood poison aspect. The other 3 transformation god kings can't match it. If the king of 3 transformations had already taken preventive measures, he could easily defeat the king of blood poison. But if the 3-change god king has no means to resist, then the top master among the 3-change god kings will also suffer a big loss. The majestic power of blood and poison covered the sky and the sun like a strong wind, stirring up the wind and clouds. However, the next moment, gray flames suddenly swept across the sky. It was Xuanhuan Fentianyan. Xuanhuan Fentianyan can devour the power of the world, and can also devour everything in the world. In the case that Xuanhuan Fentianyan is only at the junior king level, as long as the energy level of everything in this world is not as good as that of the 4-changing god king, no amount of strength could resist Xuanhuan Fentianyan's devouring. Although the blood poison god king's blood poison power is strong, it is not only inferior to the world power of the 4-transformation god king. The first update. Xuanhuan Fentianyan swallowed up the blood poisonous power of that large expanse, and he was powerless to resist. This scene changed the face of the blood poison god king. His methods were not blocked once or twice, but those were all 3-change god kings who had been famous for a long time, and some of them had suffered from his blood poison power. That's why they can resist his blood poisonous power when they fight again. And this mere ancient god, unexpectedly just met for the first time. Die. The blood poison god king roared, since the power of blood poison has lost its effect, then forcefully suppress and kill it. The power of the inner world rolled out in the void, instantly surrounding Han Feng and many god kings. Han Feng immediately felt a powerful force of the world suppressing him, and even Xuanhuan Fentianyan was stagnant and a little sluggish. However, when the power of chaos in Han Feng's body surged and he fully activated Xuanhuan Fentianyan, the power of the world suppressing Han Feng was instantly defeated. At Xuanhuan Fentianyan's current level, only the world power of the 4 transformation kings can suppress Han Feng. Or, at least 5 or 6 3-change god kings and even more god kings used the power of the inner world to suppress Han Feng. Blood poison god king, this old man is here to help you. The ancestor Bingjiao couldn't stand it any longer, and also rushed to attack. A force of the frozen world suppressed Han Feng. The queen's avatar and the others had eyes flickering, but they didn't plan to make a move yet. They obviously wanted to use the Ice Dragon ancestor and the Blood Poison God King to get a hold of Han Feng. If Han Feng really absorbed the power of the Tao, no one knows what level Han Feng's combat power has reached now. The inner world suppression of the two great God Kings failed to suppress Xuanhuan Fengtianyan. Han Feng controlled Xuanhuan Fengtianyan, but instead attacked the Blood Poison God King and the Ice Dragon Patriarch. Not good. The Blood Poison God King hurriedly dodged. When Xuanhuan Fengtianyan attacked, the Blood Poison God King felt a thick chill from the bottom of his feet up. Especially when Xuanhuan Fengtianyan was almost hit by Xuanhuan Fengtianyan, and when Xuanhuan Fengtianyan wiped away the body of the Blood Poison God King, cold sweat broke out on the Blood Poison God King's forehead. The Ice Flood ancestor on the other side was not much better either. The ancestor of the Ice Dragon immediately turned into its main body, its huge body flexibly dodged in the void, and sometimes used the power of ice to resist Xuanhuan Fengtianyan. But at the level of Xuanhuan Fengtianyan, even if the level of ice power of the ancestor of the Ice Dragon is not low, his own bloodline is as high as the king level, and he is still in a mess. No matter how he is a first-class or even top expert among the two Transformation God Kings, he is not the second Transformation God King against the sky. With his cultivation at the peak of the ancient gods, Han Feng's strength is no less than that of the three Transformations God King just by relying on his foundation of surpassing the Heavenly Emperor. Under the circumstances that the power of the world could not suppress Han Feng could easily suppress the Ice Dragon Patriarch and the Blood Poison God King with Xuanhuan Fengtianyan. Sure enough, it's much stronger. Patriarch 16's face was gloomy. The anxiety in the second prince's heart became more and more intense. Han Feng can't escape, right? It should be impossible. No matter how powerful the Ice Dragon ancestor is at the same level, he can't be the opponent of the three Transformation God King. Although the Blood Poison Patriarch is a three Transformation God King, but after the power of blood poison is restrained, he is an ordinary three-change God King, who doesn't even have a king-level blood, and is at the low end of the same level. The 16th Patriarch, the Xuanhuan God King, and the Mountain God King are extremely powerful among the three Transformation God Kings. They not only have the blood of the king rank, but also have the king-level skills, and even have other cards. Compared with the ancestor of the Ice Dragon, he is much stronger than the Blood Poison God King. No matter how powerful Han Feng is, he should not be the opponent of these three God Kings. As for the Queen's avatar, its combat power far surpasses that of the three Transformations God King. Thinking of this, the second prince felt a lot more relaxed. At this moment, the 16th Patriarch, the Xuanhuan God King, the Mountain God King, and the clone of the Demon Queen made their moves one after another. As soon as the suppression of the inner world of the four great God Kings came out, Han Feng immediately felt his body sink, and the movement of the power of chaos in his body froze a little. The 16th Patriarch turned into a huge purple ape, screaming and punching Han Feng. King Xuanhuan stretched out his hand and swiped in the void, and the surging cloud power turned into cloud monsters, howling and rushing towards Han Feng. The Mountain God King directly summons a holy mountain and descends from the sky. The Queen's avatar condensed all kinds of attacks with magic energy, and also attacked Han Feng. The four God Kings are indeed extraordinary God Kings, especially the Demon Queen clone, whose power far exceeds the level of the three-change God King. Facing the attack of the four great God Kings, Han Feng's face became more serious. Especially when the Xuanhuan God King, the Mountain God King, and the 16th Patriarch used their blood and displayed their God King skills, their destructive power had reached an extremely terrifying level, which was far from comparable to that of the Blood Poison God King. Han Feng unleashed Gu Yan Divine Body, Deluo Immortal Body, and Great Rion Body in an instant, and Xuanhuan Fengtianyan quickly blended into it. Shocking power erupted from Han Feng's body, sweeping across the heavens. Under such an explosion, the suppression of the four God Kings was instantly broken, and the violent power of chaos directly defeated the attacks of the four god kings. What? The four great god kings were directly swept away by the storm of chaos, and when they managed to stabilize their figures, their faces looked horrified. How could it be so strong? Patriarch 16 said in shock. The power of the opponent at this moment is several times that of the three-change god king, and it is directly catching up with the four-change god king. The thing that could only escape an embarrassment in his hands more than 1,000 years ago, now only relying on the explosion of the power of chaos, it almost hit him hard. This made Patriarch 16 almost go crazy. How could it improve so much? The Ice Dragon Ancestor and the Blood Poison God King were a little closer to Han Feng, and they were sucked in by these violent chaotic forces, and immediately screamed. Especially the Ancestor of the Ice Dragon, with large scales falling off his ice-white body, dripping with blood. These forces of chaos cut the body of the Ice Dragon Patriarch continuously like sharp knives. The power that far surpassed the realm of the three-change God King erupted, and the Ancestor of the Ice Dragon fell directly under the bombardment of the power of chaos. Although the Blood Poison God King did not fall, he was still dying. The God Kings around, especially those who didn't see Han Feng's attack with their own eyes, all looked stiff, and then panicked. These two transformation God Kings are far worse than the Ancestor of the Ice Flood Dragon. Even the Ancestor of the Ice Flood Dragon can't be killed easily, let alone them. These two transformation God Kings finally understand why those 1 and 2 transformation God Kings are so afraid of this ancient god. This is still an ancient god. Boy. You are really powerful. It seems that refining has absorbed the power of the Tao, and you have benefited a lot. The Queen's clone looked gloomy. The Queen's avatar, who had fought against Han Feng, had already noticed that Han Feng had changed not only in his cultivation, but also in the flames. However, if your method is only like this, you'd better go to die. The corner of the devil's mouth was sneering, and the devil's energy soared into the sky, straight into the sky, and the waves were turbulent. At this moment, the Queen finally looked at Han Feng squarely, and finally stopped holding back. The second update. 8 bone spears stretched out, and the slender and ferocious scorpion tail flicked wildly in the void, like a sharp sword, cutting through many spaces and stabbing Han Feng. However, the scorpion tail was only stabbed halfway, but was stopped by the huge and violent chaos force, and did not break through to Han Feng. However, the 16th Patriarch and other divine kings' eyes lit up, and they could naturally see that Han Feng's place was a bit difficult and not easy. True Devil Scorpion Claw. The Queen jumped in the void, and the next moment she came to the place where the power of chaos was the strongest. As long as she broke through the power of chaos, Han Feng's body could be hurt. At this moment, the Queen seemed to have turned into an ancient giant scorpion, and the scorpion's pincers stabbed Han Feng fiercely. Boom boom boom. This blow, as if piercing into the chaotic storm, rumbled in the void. That was the result of the violent contact between the power of chaos and the Queen's attack. Guyan Xuanhuan. Han Feng's face remained unchanged. The Queen's avatar is a super master whose strength is far beyond the level of the three-change God King. Han Feng never thought of defeating the Queen with only the power of a few great gods. Realistic. The reason why the Demon Queen was blown away by the power of chaos before was that the Demon Queen didn't use all her strength, and she didn't even use her magical skills. And even if they were blown away, they were not actually harmed, which is completely different from Patriarch Shirlu and others. Following the power of chaos, a huge fire fist like a bright star hit the Queen's huge scorpion pincers head-on. Rumble. The sky is about to split, and the stars are shattered. At this moment, the entire void and the earth fluctuated violently like never before. The terrifying aura that kept sweeping out shocked the 16th Patriarch, Xuanhuan God King, and Mountain God King, who were planning to intervene. This kind of power is too much beyond them, and it is no longer something they can intervene in. They need to use all their strength to resist the random power fluctuations. In the senses of many god kings, the entire void became two worlds. A world full of blazing blazes. A flaming god of war stood proudly in the void, smashing into the starry sky with his fists, and the stars shattered. In the other world, there is a surge of demonic energy, and an ancient giant scorpion keeps waving its scorpion pincers to contend against another world. No matter which world, it will bring them great oppression. The fighting level of Han Feng and the Queen's clone is already approaching the level of the four transformation god kings. Of course, this four-change god king refers to the realm of Tianjun. The four-change god king based on Tianzuan can still crush the current Han Feng with one finger. That is an insurmountable gap. Han Feng and the Queen's avatar fought fiercely, inseparable, making it impossible for the rest of the god kings to intervene, even the three-changing god king. The Queen's avatar had an extremely gloomy face. At this moment, she didn't hold back anything. She had already exerted the power of this avatar to the extreme, and she could only slightly gain the upper hand. Thinking that she could still crush Han Feng in the Dao Shrine not long ago, the Queen's avatar was upset for a while. In that case, with a flash in the eyes of the Queen's clone, she suddenly backed away quickly and left the battle area. Then the Demon Queen's clone quickly condensed a formation in the void, and a magic armor with purple light flew out of the formation quickly. That's Patriarch 16's pupils shrank. It's Zaishan demon armor. Divine King Xuanhuan took a slight breath. No, it's not the real Zaishan demon armor, but an imitation, and the effect is far less terrifying than the real one. The Mountain God King said decisively. The Zaishan demon armor is a very special low-grade world artifact, the treasure of the Dark Demon Palace, and a heaven-defying treasure that only the Demon Emperor can wear in the Dark Demon Palace. Wearing this Zaishan demon armor, no matter whether it is the spirit, cultivation base, or body, it will all be enhanced to a certain extent. Of course, the premise is that you must be a demon cultivator, and you must also be recognized by Ziyetian demon armor spirit. Because the Zaishan demon armor can increase the strength of the God King is too eye-catching, so the Dark Magic Palace has been secretly cultivating powerful craftsmen, collecting precious resources, and imitating the Zaishan demon armor. It is said that the Dark Demon Palace spent a lot of manpower, money, and resources to imitate one piece, but it was in the hands of the Demon Queen. At this moment, it was obvious that the Demon Queen summoned the imitation Ziyetian demon armor through some method. The Queen quickly put on the imitation Zaishan demon armor, which turned into streaks of purple streamers and attached to the Queen, covering her shoulders, wrists, abdomen, legs, waist, etc. stand up. If the previous Demon Queen was a bit seductive and ruthless, then now she has added a bit of heroism. As the Queen put on the imitation Zaishan demon armor, the whole aura of the Queen was obviously strengthened a lot. Huh? This is somewhat similar to the sword demon form of the flame demon Songling sword. All the changes were only in an instant, and Han Feng had no time to stop it. Seeing the change of the Demon Queen, the first thing Han Feng thought of was the sword demon form. Song Ling immediately disdained. Compared with the sword demon form, the opponent seems to have improved a lot, but in fact it is because the level of the Demon Queen clone is not high. When it reaches the level of the four-changing God King, it is still the four-changing God at the level of Tianzuan. Wang, this improvement is negligible. And apart from this method, there is no other ability at all. Han Feng thought it was reasonable. If he could really improve too much, the Demon Emperor of the Dark Demon Palace would have dominated the Western Spirit God realm long ago, and his ranking on the list of God Kings would not be too low. True Devil Scorpion Claw. The Queen snarled, instantly piercing through the incomparably violent power of chaos, and attacked Han Feng. Han Feng still used the Gu Yan Divine Fist, but was instantly torn apart by the Demon Queen. Behind Han Feng's back, the mysterious dragon wings waved quickly, and Han Feng also retreated rapidly. The next moment, Xuanhuan Fengqianyan merged into Gu Yan's divine fist, and the monstrous divine fist collided with the demon queen's attack in an instant like an eternity. In an instant, the endless power of chaos, flames, and demonic energy scattered, impacting everything around. The fluctuating power fell on the ground, instantly destroying the surrounding things on the ground. This time the collision, the two sides are still on par. No. Strictly speaking, the Korean style has a slight upper hand. Xuanhuan Fengqianyan was already at the level of the king-level divine fire, and when he integrated it into Gu Yan's divine fist, he immediately let Gu Yan's divine fist burst out with a power that far surpassed that of the chaotic divine skill, reaching the level of the divine king skill. Even surpassing most of the low-grade god king skills, the power is impressive. In this way, just the increase in the imitation Zaishan demon armor puts the demon queen at a disadvantage. If it was the real Zaishan demon armor, maybe the demon queen would have the upper hand now. The first update. Even if it's just a doppelganger, not his real power, but the opponent is just a mere ancient god. The avatar of the four transformation god kings has fallen to such a state against the ancient gods. What face is there? There was a ruthless and terrifying killing intent in the queen's eyes. If the demon queen killed Han Feng just to express her anger for her son, then now it is for the dark demon palace. The ancient gods are so powerful, and they can still get it when they reach the realm of the god king. If they reach the second transformation or even the third transformation god king in the future, it may be difficult for the dark demon palace to be destroyed. That's the only way. The back of the demon was covered with blue veins, and Jiao Shao was shaken by the soaring demon energy. That's... Han Feng's pupils shrank. From the demon queen, there was an unprecedented wave of powerful world power rolling out, and that power made Han Feng feel a little palpitating. Mid-grade God King skill. Han Feng immediately understood that this was the queen's plan to use the middle-grade God King skill. For a middle-ranked God King, it is not too difficult to comprehend the mid-grade God King skill, it just takes time. Some low-level God Kings with amazing comprehension can comprehend middle-grade God King skills at the level of low-level God Kings. For example, the 13th Patriarch of the Purple Ape Empire is much stronger than the 16th Patriarch. Why? Because the 13th Patriarch has initially comprehended and mastered the middle-grade God King technique. In fact, in the realm of middle God Kings, those who comprehend the top-grade God King skills are regarded as elites. As for the top-grade God King skills, a small number of middle God Kings, with amazing comprehension, can also do it, but basically only the upper God Kings can do it. It's just that when you reach the realm of a high-ranking God King, even the top-grade God King skills can improve you very little. When he reached the realm of the upper God King, he was still the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, and his power was already extremely terrifying. At that level, if you want to be invincible at the same level or fight beyond the level, you can only master the immortal art. At least it is half a step of immortality. The surrounding God Kings also noticed the difference in the Demon Queen, and they quickly judged that it was the Demon Queen performing a middle-grade God King skill. Low-grade God King skills and middle-grade God King skills are already at different levels. Right now, the Queen of Demons is just a vision of heaven and earth displaying the medium-grade God King skill, which has already made Han Feng feel the oppression of the heaven and earth space on him. Sword Demon Form. Han Feng merged with the Flame Demon Songling Sword without hesitation. Fused with the Flame Demon Songling Sword, Han Feng's appearance has not changed much, but his eyes are sharper, and radiant, as if they contain the meaning of the Great Sword, making people afraid to look directly at them. And around Han Feng, there was also a large amount of sword energy suspended. The sword energy seemed to pierce through the void, and the momentum was like a rainbow. At this moment, Han Feng, although still in the form of a human, can give the feeling of many god kings, but it is a divine sword that splits the world. Troll Poisonous Scorpion. The queen finally blasted her ultimate move at Han Feng. The previous demon queen gave everyone the feeling of being an ancient giant scorpion, but compared with the current demon queen, that ancient giant scorpion seemed to be underage, while the current ancient giant scorpion is in peak form, extremely ferocious. The Tsongling Pendant. Han Feng waved his hand across the air, and a large amount of Tsongling sword chi shot out one after another, overwhelming mountains and seas. With the increase in the form of the sword demon, the power of the Tsongling Pendant has increased by 50%, which is much more powerful than the Gu Yan Divine Fist that has been fused with Xuanhuan Fan Tianyan. There is also the increase in the form of the sword demon, allowing the queen's avatar to use the strongest strength now. A large amount of sword energy from the blue spirit and the giant scorpion transformed from the devil energy are entangled together, and there is no loss in the slightest. Tsongling Pa. Han Feng let out a low shout, and the overwhelming Tsongling sword energy suddenly gathered, forming a storm of sword energy, which swept the giant demonic energy into it, and strangled it. The queen's expression was extremely gloomy, and her heart roared even more. A clone is a clone after all, even if it is stronger than the 16th patriarch and other three-change god kings, it is still just a clone after all, and cannot be compared with the real body of a god king. Exercising the middle-grade god king skill, the load on the clone body has been overloaded, and it may collapse at any time. If Han Feng can be killed, the avatar will also collapse. But right now, it seems obvious that some can't do it. Seeing that the avatar's body is about to reach its limit, but Han Feng's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Since Han Feng couldn't be killed, the loss outweighed the gain by abolishing a clone. The queen's figure stopped, and she had the intention to retreat. As for what will happen to the 16th patriarch and the others after he leaves, that is not in the queen's consideration. However, now that things have come to an end, is it possible for the queen's avatar to leave as long as she wants? Song Ling Yin. Han Feng saw the movement of the queen's clone, and immediately used the third trick of the Tsongling sword. As soon as Tsongling came out, with Han Feng as the center, it swept out bursts of terrifying suction in all directions. Before the queen retreated, she was directly sucked by this suction and kept approaching Han Feng. Tsongling Lock. Han Feng held his palm in the void, and a large amount of Tsongling sword energy formed a cage, trapping the queen in it. Tsongling Pa. Han Feng activated the Tsongling sword's unique skill for the last time, and a storm of Tsongling sword chi rolled up in the cage formed by the Tsongling sword chi. In this cage of sword chi, the demon queen had nowhere to hide, so she could only bear the blow passively. The body of the avatar had already reached its limit, and then it was swept away by the storm of sword energy, and it was constantly strangled by the sword energy, and finally collapsed. As for the imitation of the Zaishan demon armor, it naturally fell into Han Feng's hands, before being sent back to the Dark Demon Palace by the Demon Queen. It's a pity that Han Feng is not a magician. This imitation is useless to Han Feng. Han Feng put away the imitation Zaishan demon armor, and planned to exchange it for some treasures containing the power of the world when he had time in the future, so as to help him break through the realm of the God King, at least to increase the success rate of the breakthrough. Immediately, Han Feng's eyes turned and fell on Patriarch 16 and others in the distance. The few people were horrified, and without saying a word, they turned into a few rays of light, fleeing to the distant sky. They are a little scared. Even the ranks of the Queen's avatar have been killed, let alone them. Han Feng's eyes were indifferent, and with a wave of his hand, a large amount of Tsongling sword energy burst away. After hearing a few screams, the auras of Patriarch 16, Xianyun God King, and Mountain God King disappeared in this world. Their bodies were riddled with holes from the Tsongling sword chi, and even their souls were directly strangled. Also, people from the Purple Ape Empire, such as Blood Poison God King and the Second Prince, did not escape such a fate. For the second prince, a treacherous person, Han Feng never gave the second prince a chance to beg for mercy or to defend himself. All of a sudden, the whole world froze, and many god kings dared not take a breath, for fear of stepping into the footsteps of the 16th patriarch and others. Especially some later god kings, who had a tendency to compete with Han Feng for the sword, felt a little uneasy. Han Feng didn't pay much attention to these people. After all, they haven't had time to make a move. Han Feng was just a pity that he didn't see the 8th prince, Night Demon King and others in the crowd. He probably left here long ago, which made him unable to deal with the enemy of the 8th prince. Forget it, let's talk about it when we meet later. Han Feng shook his head, and the mysterious dragon wings spread out, turning into a stream of light, and disappearing in the sight of many god kings. The second update. Some of the rest of the god kings were completely overwhelmed, and they didn't dare to have the slightest thought about Han Feng, and they also left after the departure of the Qingniu god king. And those who were still a little unwilling to get Han Feng's Excalibur could only leave with aggrieved faces. No matter how unwilling it is it possible to still grab it? God King Xuanhuan and those 3 transformation god kings are a lesson from the past. In the blink of an eye, a large number of strong men in this space disappeared completely. And everything that happened here soon spread throughout the entire West Spirit God territory. Han Feng was in the limelight for a while, and his fame moved the West Spirit God territory, which caused shocks among the major forces in the West Spirit God territory. Even some forces outside the Shilin God realm have heard of it. The heaven-defying ancient god, in some respects, is even more dreadful than the lower god kings, especially if this heaven-defying ancient god is top-notch at the level of the heaven-defying ancient god. Everyone knows that once such an ancient god advances to the realm of a god king, it will be terrifyingly strong. In the future, there will definitely be a place for an ancient god against the sky on the list of god kings in the spirit world, and the ranking will not be low. In the mere realm of the ancient gods, killing many god kings against the sky, including the clones of the king of 3 transformations and the demon queen of the realm of 4 transformations of gods, what a thing against the sky. In Shilin God realm, all warriors who heard this news were shocked. Some people believe it, some people don't. But after the news that the 4 changed god kings of the Purple Ape Empire, the Yunhao Empire, and the Wu Yue Empire became furious and personally searched for Han Feng in the West Spirit God realm, those who didn't believe it had to believe it. If Han Feng hadn't killed the 3 transformation kings of the 3 great empires, how could it have caused these old monsters who hadn't made a move for tens of millions of years or even longer to capture Han Feng himself? This time, the 3 major empires suffered heavy losses, especially the Purple Ape Empire, which not only lost the 16th patriarch, but also the second prince who was the last owner of the royal blood of the Z family. Moreover, these 2 princes are the new Zidi, and the current Ziyuan Empire is still worried about which ancient god from the Z family's descendants will be enthroned as emperor. As a last resort, the ancestors of the Purple Ape Empire could only support a descendant with a decent bloodline to become emperor. But compared with the other 3 empires, this Zidi is much weaker. Only the fact that his bloodline is only at the level of Chaos Divine grade makes this Zidi far behind Emperor Yunhao, Emperor Wu Yue, and Empress Yue. Therefore, in terms of hatred for Han Feng, the Purple Ape Empire is number 1. But the second person who hated Han Feng was not the Yunhao Empire, nor the Wu Yue Empire, but the Dark Demon Palace. The loss of a doppelganger by the queen is still secondary, but the loss of the imitation of the Zaishan demon armor is crucial. The Dark Demon Palace has gone through a long time and spent countless manpower and resources to produce such an imitation, but it was lost. For the Dark Demon Palace, it is equivalent to all the manpower and resources consumed in the previous years. It was all in vain. How could the Dark Demon Palace be willing? Not only did the 3 major empires arrest Han Feng on the surface, but the Dark Empire secretly issued a warrant for Han Feng, and many demon cultivators were ready to move. After all, there were only a handful of people who witnessed Han Feng's power with their own eyes at the time, so no matter how famous Han Feng was at this time, for many demon cultivators who had never seen Han Feng's performance, that reputation was still not enough to deter them. However, there are also calm people among the demon cultivators, so there are still a few demon cultivators searching for Han Feng. These demon cultivators have one thing in common: they are all notorious and cruel people. These people often have no limit, so what if they can't beat Han Feng? As long as they find Han Feng's friends, they don't have to worry about being unable to threaten Han Feng. It's a pity that these demon cultivators might not have imagined that Han Feng is not a person from the spirit world at all, and it hasn't been long since he came to the spirit world. In terms of acquaintances, there are only the second prince and others and Lin Qingshan. The second prince was killed by Han Feng long ago. As for Lin Qingshan, Emperor Tiangang Fendi had been searching for so long in the Western spiritual god realm, including the Purple Ape Empire, but he couldn't find the slightest clue, and it was probably not in the Western spirit divine realm. It's a dream for these magicians to find Lin Qingshan. So these magicians want to catch Han Feng, which is already infinitely close to zero. The ancestor of Ziyuan, the king of Yunhao, the king of 5 mountains and the king of 3 transformations, started a carpet-like search in the West spirit god realm. With their majestic spirit power, as long as they unite with each other, it is not too difficult to search the entire Shilin god realm. If it was more than 1,000 years ago, Han Feng would definitely not be able to escape. In the face of the power of the soul of these 3 great kings and 4 transformations, his little soul power is not enough to look at, even if it is the foundation of surpassing the Emperor of Heaven. However, now that Han Feng's cultivation has reached the peak of the ancient gods, his soul has naturally reached such a state. With his foundation beyond the heavenly emperor, he is not inferior to the level of the 3 change god king. Only this is not enough to escape the search of the 3 god kings, but don't forget that Han Feng also has Xiaopeng and Tianhua Pagoda. The 9 flames different fire Ju breaks through to the 9th floor, the inextinguishable golden flame becomes Hunyuan burning Tianyan, and the Skyfire Tower is further unlocked. In terms of various abilities, it is not inferior to the middle-grade world artifact. There are artifacts such as the Skyfire Pagoda that cover Han Feng's aura, unless it is the God King of 5 transformations or even 6 transformations, it is impossible to search for Han Feng. Therefore, the unscrupulous search by the 3 great gods and kings did not find any traces of their ass. Naturally, the 3 great god kings were not reconciled, and kept searching back and forth in the Western spirit god realm, each time becoming more careful. Even so, the 3 great kings did not find Han Feng. In the end, the 3 great god kings had no choice but to give up, thinking that Han Feng had left the West spirit god realm. Outside of the West spirit god realm, the 3 great god kings would not dare to unleash their soul power like they did in the West spirit god realm. If they really wanted to do that, they would have to wait for the powerful god kings from other god realms to trouble them. In desperation, the 3 great god kings could only entrust their friends in other god domains to find Han Feng. Han Feng is currently staying under a certain mountain range in the Western spirit god realm. It is conceivable that the friends of the 3 great god kings searched for it but found nothing. The 3 god kings can only let Han Feng go for the time being, but everyone knows that once Han Feng shows up, the 3 god kings will definitely come to the door like a cat smelling fish. Under the unknown mountains, 100 years passed by in a hurry. 100 years later, at the corner of the mountain range, a young man with a handsome face suddenly appeared, with an extremely stable aura around him. After 100 years, I have finally stabilized my cultivation. Han Feng's face showed a slight joy. The power of the Tao is extremely pure, but Han Feng still couldn't adapt to the soaring power so quickly by using the power of time to suddenly rise to the peak of the ancient gods. Then 100 years of silent cultivation is to stabilize the realm of the peak of the ancient gods. If it wasn't the power of the great Tao, but other fetishes, Han Feng's cultivation time might have doubled or tripled. At this time, Han Feng suddenly received a message from Emperor Tiangang Fendi. Han Feng took out the jade slip, his pupils shrank suddenly. I found Qingshan. The first update. I didn't expect the Inui princess to know Qingshan. It seems that I should go to the Inui Empire. But before that, I still need to wait for Tiangang Fendi and the others to come back. Han Feng simply found a place to sit down at random, recalling the information he browsed in his mind. Emperor Tiangang Fendi and other heavenly emperors who came out of the forbidden ancient realm have been wandering around the western spirit god realm these years, secretly investigating Qingshan's information. A few years ago, Emperor Tiangang Fendi made friends with a businessman who traveled in various god realms. The businessman accidentally knew from Tiangang Fendi that Tiangang Fendi was looking for someone, so he asked. After Tiangang Fendi answered, the businessman felt that Qingshan looked familiar, and then exclaimed. Seeing this, Emperor Tiangang Fendi didn't know that the businessman was shocked when he knew the news about Qingshan. However, this businessman didn't know Qingshan, which made Tiangang Fendi a little disappointed. The reason why this businessman recognized Qingshan was because when he was doing business with the Inui queen of the Inui Empire, he had seen Qingshan beside the Inui queen. It is said that it was already thousands of years ago. Tiangang Fendi got the information, sorted it out, and passed it on to Han Feng immediately. Half-year later, Tiangang Fendi and others all came to Han Feng. You have worked hard these years, and this is your reward. Han Feng rolled up his sleeve robe and distributed a large number of chaos stones to many heavenly emperors. The current Han Feng basically doesn't need chaos stone to practice. These stones of chaos are enough for you to be promoted to the ancient gods. Are you planning to break through in the spirit world or in the small world of Xuanhuan? Emperor Tiangang Fendi immediately said, in the small world. In the realm of forbidden ancients, they, as heavenly emperors, are the strongest at the apex. But in the spirit world, even if they are promoted to ancient gods, they are equivalent to ordinary middle-ranked ancient gods. The ancient gods with the foundation of heavenly generals, they can only compete against the peak of the lower ancient gods. This kind of strength is barely enough to protect himself in the West Spirit God realm. The West Spirit God realm is not peaceful, if they are disturbed during the breakthrough. That would be the end of it, so it's better to stay in the small world. Seeing that all the heavenly emperors made such a decision, Han Feng immediately took them back into the small world. Xuanhuan took a look in the small world. The Satan Emperor and the others are still in retreat. It is indeed not that easy for the Emperor of Heaven to attack the ancient gods. Han Feng was even hesitating whether to use the power of time to help Satan. After thinking about it, forget it. Even if Heavenly Emperor Satan and others break through, it will not help him much now, let them retreat. When the Supreme Gate is established in the God realm, it will not be too late to wake them up, just let them manage the Supreme Gate. The Inui Empire is located in the northeast of the West Spirit God realm. Han Feng flew all the way, entered the territory of the Inui Empire, and flew towards Inui City, the imperial city of the Inui Empire. Don't underestimate the intelligence capabilities of the Inui Empire. Not long after Han Feng entered the territory of the Inui Empire, the queen of the Inui knew Han Feng's location. It's actually coming towards Inui City. 100 years ago, the emperor didn't intervene in that battle. Could it be that he was also angered? Queen Inua's face was very ugly. Empress Inua had to admit that she, an upright god-king powerhouse, actually developed a fear of an ancient god. No, we must call people. One piece of information was sent out by the Inui queen, and it didn't take long for the strong men of the Inui spirit clan to gather together. Lady Inui is also among them. When Lady Inui heard that Han Feng was coming, her complexion changed drastically, showing panic. Why did he come? He didn't come here to trouble us, but we didn't do anything to him. During these days, Han Feng's reputation in the West Spirit God realm has always been very high. Not counting the strong Inua spirit race who often retreat, they have all heard of Han Feng's name, and all of them turned pale. On the contrary, a former queen of the Yin Moon Spirit clan, a powerhouse whose strength was as high as the three-change God King, said curiously, "It's just an ancient god, why are you all panicking like this? Even if it is an ancient god against the sky, breaking into the base camp of our Yin Moon Spirit clan is also one word, death." Queen Inua smiled wryly, "Old ancestor, that's not the case." As she said that, Queen Inua told some of Han Feng's situation to these ancestors who had been in seclusion for a long time and didn't know about Han Feng. These ancestors all turned pale with shock. What? Fighting against so many three-changing god kings alone, and destroying all the enemies. There is also a clone of the queen. This record made the ancestors of the Inua spirit clan feel their scalps go numb. Among them present, there were only three transformation god kings, and their overall strength was not as good as the 16th patriarch and others that Han Feng faced 100 years ago. Just one avatar of the queen is enough to beat all of them. The ancestors felt troubled, and finally realized the seriousness of the matter. "Queen, the only way to do it now is to disturb the Inui God King." An ancestor of the three transformations God King sighed. Of the four great empires, only the strongest of the empires can use the name of the country as their God King title. Carrying the hope of a country. That's the only way to go. I just hope that the Inui God King didn't go to the critical moment, otherwise our sin will be great. The Inui Queen said quietly. The Inui God King, the peak cultivation of the four transformation God Kings, has been in seclusion for a long time, in order to attack the fifth world catastrophe. When the Inua spirit race was about to disturb the Inui God King, Han Feng was about to arrive in Inua City. The four great empires have each other's spies. The news of Han Feng's appearance in the Inua spirit clan quickly spread back to the Purple Ape Empire, the Yunhao Empire, and the Wuyue Empire. In the Purple Ape Empire, the three patriarchs, the Purple Ape God King roared, and the demonic energy rushed straight into the sky. The Purple Ape God King had turned into the body of a purple-eyed demon ape and rushed towards the Inui Empire. God King Yunhao and God King Five Sacred Mountains also acted in the same way. Secretly, the queen who got the news also gritted her teeth and rushed to the Inui Empire. As the realm of the four transformation God Kings, their speed is extremely fast, and each of them uses various secret methods to increase their speed. I am afraid that they will be able to reach the Inui Empire in a few days and a half. Inua City. As soon as Han Feng fell, there were strong men sent by Queen Inua to welcome Han Feng. This was also Queen Inua's temptation to Han Feng. "Senior, the Empress knows that Senior is coming, so she specially ordered a maid to greet him." A woman with a delicate face saluted respectfully. Han Feng was stunned for a moment, a little surprised by the Inui Empire's intelligence system, and then, calmly said, "Miss, please." The woman didn't dare to neglect, and led Han Feng to fly to the palace amidst the curious and awe-inspiring gazes in the city. After a while, Han Feng was suddenly recognized by the spirit clan, causing an uproar in the city and panic. What is the so-called reason for this great evil god to come to the imperial city of their Inui Empire? The second update. While many strong spirit clansmen in Inua City panicked, Queen Inua in the palace breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the information obtained, the other party does not seem to be seeking revenge. If he came to seek revenge, he would have entered the palace long ago, so he wouldn't even talk to a servant. In the main hall, many senior experts of the Inua spirit clan learned about the temptation from the Queen of the Inua, and they let go of a lot of tension, but it is impossible to be completely unvigilant. What if the other party deliberately paralyzes them? On the other hand, Princess Inue frowned. "Mother, what do you think Han Feng came to us for?" Empress Inue shook her head. "If it's not for revenge, I don't know what it is for." A master of the Inue spirit race, who was a three-turn god king, said in a deep voice, "As long as there are no excessive demands, we can agree to them. There is no need for us to offend such ancient gods who defy the sky. Of course, if it touches our bottom line, we won't be afraid of that Han Feng. After all, there is our ancestor, the Inue god king, behind us. Although that kid is an ancient god against the sky, but he wants to compete with the Inue god king, it's not even close. The Inue god king, but the middle god king with the foundation of Tianzuan, is far from comparable to the median god king with the foundation of the heavenly king, the queen of demons. The same is the god king of four changes, and the god king of Inue can crush the demon queen with one finger." Han Feng followed the woman to the main hall in Inue Palace. Entering this hall, Han Feng was suddenly surprised. There are so many strong people in this hall. The main hall is surrounded by an invisible barrier, which was set up by the Inue god king himself. Therefore, even if Han Feng's soul surpassed the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, he was not aware of the situation in the hall before entering the hall, even if he was comparable to the king of three transformations. Therefore, Han Feng was naturally very surprised to see that besides Queen Inue, there were quite a few God King powerhouses in the hall. As soon as Han Feng turned his eyes, he understood the reason why these God Kings appeared here, and he was a little bit dumbfounded. It turned out that he treated himself as an enemy. A trace of pride also rose in Han Feng's heart. The realm of the ancient gods caused the lower God King level powerhouses to be so afraid. Presumably there are not many in this spirit world. Queen Inue coughed lightly, and said, "I don't know if little friend Han came to my Inue Empire. Is there anything that needs my help from the Inue Empire?" Han Feng came back to his senses. She leaned slightly to show her respect for Empress Inue, no matter what she asked for now. Several God Kings and powerhouses nodded slightly. Seeing Han Feng like this, they also felt very useful in their hearts, and felt that they were valued. This is also Han Feng's record and combat power are 2 against the sky. If other ancient gods were here, let alone leaning slightly, even kneeling directly on the ground, the God Kings would only take it for granted. And Han Feng's strength has far exceeded the level of the 3-change God King, and is stronger than any of the God Kings present, so Han Feng's move will make the God Kings of the Yin Moon Spirit clan feel hurt. Spoiled. Surprised. Empress Inua's complexion was also much gentler, and she quickly said, "Little friend Han, get up quickly, I can't be the emperor." After Han Feng stood up straight, he said, "To be honest, Han Feng came here this time for His Royal Highness." "For the princess?" Queen Inue and several God Kings looked at each other. Suddenly, an unbelievable thought rose in Queen Inue's heart. Could it be that you fell in love with the princess? Thinking of this, Empress Inue had a strange look on her face. She was a little embarrassed. She didn't know whether she should refuse or not. Sooner or later, the princess will inherit the great power, so what's the matter with becoming a woman of the human race? Furthermore, the spirit race and the human race are different races. In the final analysis, the spirit race is a spirit body, whether it is innate or acquired, they are all spirit bodies. The combination of the human race and the spirit race is doomed to be difficult to produce offspring. Empress Inue was somewhat displeased that the princess would have no children in the future. But if he is really with Han Feng, the benefits are obvious. Anyone who is not a fool knows that Han Feng has a bright future. Even if he ends up in the realm of the 3 transformation God Kings all his life, his combat power may not be inferior to the middle God Kings. If the Inue Empire has an extra 4 transformation God King, it will become the head of the 4 great empires. What's more, the foundation of the combat power displayed by the Han style is absolutely extraordinary and extremely strong. With such a foundation, Will he only stay at the level of a lower god king for the rest of his life? Therefore, Empress Yingyue was entangled. The princess and Queen Yingyue also thought about it together, and they couldn't sit still, and they didn't dare to look at Han Feng. Han Feng looked at the princess, then at the queen, and suddenly the corner of his mouth twitched, knowing that the two women were different. Han Feng hurriedly added, "The boy asked to see the crown lady, to ask the crown lady for information about a person. So I was asking about someone." Empress Yingyue breathed a sigh of relief, and the crown prince also breathed a sigh of relief. But there was a trace of dissatisfaction in the princess's heart, and she was acting affectionate when she co-authored. Putting away her complicated thoughts, the princess said slowly, "I don't know who you want to inquire about." Lin Qingshan. Under Han Feng's calm expression, there was unconcealable excitement. Qingshan? The princess was startled, her expression was vigilant at first, and then she seemed to think of something, staring at Han Feng's face with a look of disbelief. You are the lover of Sister Qingshan? I said why I felt so familiar when I heard your name at first, so. The princess was dumbfounded. Queen Yingyue didn't know that Qingshan had a lover, but she knew something about Qingshan, so she immediately took a deep breath. Qingshan, who knew who she was more than 1,000 years ago, is just a real god. But more than 1,000 years ago, this woman got a great opportunity, and even was accepted as a personal disciple by that adult, causing a storm in the spirit clan. It is said that this woman ascended from the lower plane to the spirit world, but she did not even arrive in 10,000 years. In less than 10,000 years, his cultivation has reached the peak of the ancient gods, and his combat power has surpassed the king of 3 transformations. Is this still a normal person? In the main hall, many god kings have been in seclusion for a long time, but they have never heard of Lin Qingshan. Empress Yingyue communicated with these god kings, and she didn't know what they said. The eyes of these god kings widened, showing shocking expressions. I didn't expect, you are the man of Sister Qingshan. The princess stared at Han Feng with an extremely complicated expression. Although Han Feng reckoned that the granddaughter probably knew Qingshan very well, he was a little worried that the two daughters were just acquaintances, and they didn't know where Qingshan was. But right now the princess even knows her relationship with Qingshan, so her relationship with Qingshan is not simple. In other words, the princess definitely knows where Qingshan is now. Han Feng's face was no longer calm, showing ecstasy. His Royal Highness, do you know where Qingshan is? Please tell me that Han owes His Royal Highness a favor. If Her Royal Highness asks for something in the future, as long as Han can do it, she will do her best to help Her Royal Highness. Han Feng asked urgently where Qingshan was. The first update. Of course I know where Sister Qingshan is, but if you want to see Sister Qingshan, I'm afraid you have to wait a while. That place is not something that anyone can enter casually. You must send a message to it in advance. Uptack Apex Fiction 23-inch. We can only go in after the news reaches Sister Qingshan and Sister Qingshan agrees. Although your relationship with Sister Qingshan is extraordinary, you still have to inform Sister Qingshan of the news. If you don't inform Sister Qingshan, and Sister Qingshan doesn't know, you won't be able to get in no matter what. Fortunately, our Yingyue spirit clan has some relationship with some elders in that place, but we can pass the information to Sister Qingshan through the relationship of the elders. It's just that it will take a little time. During this time, you may need to stay with me temporarily. Yingyue City is already inside. The princess said solemnly. Where is it? Han Feng was taken aback, what exactly was it, and he was so strict in wanting to see someone. Ling, Emperor, Palace. The princess stared at Han Feng and said word by word. Han Feng's pupils shrank, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Han Feng never expected that Qingshan would be in Linghuang Palace. Qingshan, why is Qingshan in Linghuang Palace? Han Feng's face darkened. The Spirit Emperor Palace, as the most powerful force in the spirit world, and the only God Emperor in the spirit world, the location of the Spirit Emperor, how can it be so easy to advance? Even if they want to recruit disciples, they will be extremely strict. In Wuzhou continent, Qingshan possessed the devouring spirit body through Xiaopeng's means. But Qingshan's devouring spirit body is extremely high level on the Wuzhou continent, and it is average in the spirit world. The growth limit is the high-level or top-level spirit body, and even the chaotic god-level spirit body cannot reach it. Such a spirit body, in the Linghuang Palace, might be treated like a servant. Or, he was forcibly taken away by that disciple of the Linghuang Palace, and the overall situation is absolutely impossible to be good. Thinking about it this way, Han Feng couldn't sit still, he couldn't even control the breath around him, and it leaked out. The aura of the peak of the ancient gods that surpassed the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, even if only a part of it fluctuated, it made the princes, empresses, and the kings of the first and second transformations feel the overwhelming aura oppressing them. Under this kind of aura, only the King of Three Changes can keep his face unchanged. The three changed kings looked at each other. They all saw the shock in each other's eyes. It's one thing to hear about it, another to feel it for yourself. No wonder there is such a strong record, just by the leaked breath, it is already very strong. Calm down. If Qingshan is really in a bad situation, how can she have a close relationship with the princess? You won't be able to tell anyone about you when she sees someone casually. Xiaopeng yelled at Han Feng through voice transmission. After being scolded by Xiaopeng, Han Feng finally calmed down and wiped off his cold sweat. That's right, even if the crown daughter's cultivation is not high, she is still the crown daughter of one of the four empires of the four spirits god realm, and the heir of the future empress. With such an identity, he is not as good as the core disciples of the Linghuang Palace, but ordinary inner disciples are not allowed to bully the princess when they see the princess. No matter what the princess is, she will never be a sister to a disciple of the Linghuang Palace who is of low status. The princess finally endured Han Feng's slightly leaked breath, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Han Feng apologized, "I'm sorry." The princess couldn't help but glared at Han Feng. "I know you are worried about Qingshan, but please listen to me to finish my speech." After a pause, the princess said with some melancholy, "More than 1,000 years ago, a secret realm was discovered in the Linghuang God realm. After many investigations, it was found that the secret realm was the place where a spirit king died a long time ago in the spirit world. There is also all the inheritance of the spirit king. This spirit king is also the only 9 transformation god king in the spirit world for so many years. He has reached the limit of a god king, and he is the foundation of a heavenly emperor. Less than one level above the god emperor, the name is passed down to the 3,000 god realm. The 9 transformations god king, who is the foundation of the emperor of heaven, once promoted to the god emperor, is also an invincible existence in the same rank as the god emperor. Unfortunately, the realm of the 9 transformations god king, the inner world has stabilized to an extremely perverted level. The success rate of being promoted to the God Emperor is not as good as the 6 transformations God King. This Spirit King is on the way to break through the God Emperor, and the immortal power can't resist it. The power of the world living in the inner world washed away, and under the fierce conflict, this Spirit King fell under the immortal calamity. I was very curious about the inheritance of this Spirit King, so I also went to that secret realm. It was in that secret realm that I met Sister Qingshan. To be honest, Qingshan's strength was very poor back then, she was only in the realm of true gods. Entering the secret realm in this realm is simply courting death. However, no one thought that Qingshan would be the one who finally got the inheritance of the Spirit King. Not only that, Qingshan also perfectly inherited the spirit body of that Spirit King, the creation spirit body. The creation spirit body is an extremely powerful spirit body, which has indescribable benefits for the promotion of the God King. It is because of this that the Spirit King can reach the highest level of the nine-change God King. Qingshan inherited the creation. It can be said that even if the spirit body does not have the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, it can at least reach the realm of the seven transformations God King in the future. With good luck, it is not impossible to be promoted to the 8 transformations God King or even the 9 transformations God King. Of course, it would be best if it had the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. With the creation spirit body, it is much less difficult to be promoted to a high-ranking God King than other God Kings. If you don't work hard to hit the foundation of the Emperor, it would be a waste of the creation spirit body. When Qingshan left the secret realm and the news spread that she possessed the creation spirit body, she was accepted as a personal disciple by an adult, so she could enter the Linghuang Palace. My lord? Could it be the Linghuang? Han Feng couldn't help asking. But the princess shook her head. It's not the spirit emperor, but a powerful God King who is honored as the Brahma Spirit King. The Brahma Spirit King not only possesses a powerful Brahma spirit body, reaching the top king rank, but also the 8 transformation God King, second only to the 9 transformation God King. Brahma Spirit King? The realm of the 8 transformations God King? Is there such a God King in the spirit world? Han Feng couldn't help frowning. If he remembered correctly, apart from the Spirit Emperor, the strongest in the spirit world is the 6 transformations God King. Even the Spirit Emperor, before breaking through to the God Emperor, was only the 7 transformation God King. In terms of the deep foundation of the God King, the Brahma Spirit King is still above the Spirit Emperor. That is to say, if the Brahma Spirit King advances to the God Emperor, and then reaches the second-level situation where the God Emperor and the Spirit Emperor are at the same level, it is difficult for the Spirit Emperor to be the opponent of the Brahma Spirit King, unless he realizes that he is superior to the Brahma Spirit King. Immortal knowledge above. The princess knew Han Feng's doubts, and smiled slightly. There are many spirit clans in the spirit world, which can be called the base camp of the spirit clan, but don't the spirit clan also have human races living? Therefore, there are also spirit clans in other god realms, but some spirit clans exist. Clans with large numbers of people are strong, while others with small numbers of people are weak. This Brahma Spirit King was born in other spirit clans of the god realm. The second update. At the same time, Han Feng also breathed a sigh of relief, becoming the direct disciple of such a big man. Even in the Linghuang Palace, no one would dare to bully Qingshan. Maybe, instead, there will be many core disciples of Linghuang Palace currying favor with Qingshan. The power of Linghuang Palace is huge, and the standards for recruiting disciples are extremely strict. Ordinary true gods can only be regarded as registered disciples, no different from servants, and have a low status in the Linghuang Palace. Ancient gods are the basic conditions for becoming outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. The ancient gods who are the foundation of the heavenly generals can only be disciples of the outer sect. The ancient god who is the foundation of Tianjun is the disciple of the inner sect. The foundation of Tianzuan is the core disciple. In fact, above the core disciples, there is the most honorable level, Dizzy. That is the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. So far, there are 7 emperors in Linghuang Palace. The strongest one is already in the realm of 5-change God Kings, followed by 2 emperors who are also in the realm of God Kings. One is the peak of 3-change God Kings, and the other has just stepped into the realm of God Kings. Realm. There are 3 emperors in the realm of ancient gods, and the last one has just become the Emperor of Heaven. In the entire Linghuang Palace, among the disciple ranks, there are probably only these 7 emperors who are more noble than Qingshan. As for the elders of the Linghuang Palace who are in the realm of the God King, as long as they are not at the level of the Emperor, unless they reach the realm of the middle God King, they are still inferior to Qingshan in terms of status. It's just because Qingshan is the direct disciple of the Brahma Spirit King, who inherited the creation spirit body of the Creator Spirit King, and is expected to become a god king 9 times in the future. Thinking about it, it was also because of the Brahma spirit king that Qingshan was able to stay in the Linghuang palace. Only, Your Majesty, since the Brahma spirit king is not a god king from the spirit world, why did he suddenly appear in the spirit world and accept Qingshan as his personal disciple? It is unlikely that the Brahma spirit king deliberately chased him after learning about it from other gods. Come on. If the creation spirit body is really so perverted, I think many geniuses at that time would not let Qingshan go easily. Whether it is to seize the creation spirit body or forcefully take Qingshan away and control Qingshan to work for them, Qingshan's situation will definitely not be good. Even if there is a strong man who wants to accept disciples, the Linghuang is so close, can he just watch Qingshan being snatched by the Brahma spirit king? Han Feng had many questions that he didn't want to understand. Ask again and again. The princess smiled bitterly. At this point, I can only say that Sister Qingshan is lucky. In fact, the situation of Sister Qingshan was really not very good. She wanted to catch Qingshan and figured out how to get the spirit of creation from Qingshan's body. It was taken out. There are also those who want to forcibly take Qingshan away and brainwash them to work for them. At the critical moment, the Brahma spirit king suddenly appeared and rescued Qingshan. It is said that the Brahma spirit king came to discuss something with the spirit emperor, and happened to see Qingshan, so he rescued Qingshan. If Brahma spirit king hadn't happened to pass by there, I can't imagine the consequences. Speaking of this, the princess was also a little scared. Han Feng's face changed slightly, even the princess said so, which shows how dangerous Qingshan's situation was at the beginning. Qingshan, the little true god, was able to sustain until the appearance of the Brahma spirit king, and this princess must have contributed a lot. Perhaps it was also because of this that Qingshan had a close relationship with the crown prince, which also caused the crown princess to learn about him from Qingshan. Thinking of this, Han Feng also flashed a few expressions of gratitude when he looked at the princess. Thinking that the Brahma spirit king happened to be passing by, Han Feng's heart moved, and he said, Your Majesty, I don't know why the Brahma spirit king is looking for the spirit emperor. The princess rolled her eyes directly. Your Excellency, how could this little girl know? Han Feng thought about it, and smiled embarrassingly. The princess said, Little girl, please send a message to the elder you met in Linghuang Palace, and then the elder will inform Qingshan. During this period, do you want to live in the palace or in the city? This. Han Feng hesitated. At this time, Queen Yingyue suddenly said, Little friend Han, let's live in the palace. With Xiao Han's current reputation, he might have been recognized by many people the moment he entered Yingyue city. The Purple Ape God King and the others knew Han Xiaoyu. Your information is a matter of time. I am afraid that you are on your way now. Staying in the city is not safe for you. Only staying in the palace can have a certain degree of protection. There is the ancestor Yingyue God King in the forbidden area of the palace. With the ancestors here, the Purple Ape God King and the others should be a little bit afraid. Okay, then I will trouble you seniors during this period. Han Feng also noticed that his behavior was inappropriate. At the beginning, I just wanted to find Qingshan quickly, but I was so excited that I forgot about it. Hey, I thought I would be able to leave after asking, but I didn't think I would have to wait for a while. If I knew it, I would have sneaked in secretly. Han Feng regretted it a little. Today, he is the 4 transformation God King without the capital and the foundation of Tianzuan contend. Empress Yingyue had intended to befriend Han Feng, but she was even more willing to befriend Han Feng when she learned that Han Feng was Qingshan's man. The princess led Han Feng out of the main hall and arranged the residence of the main hall. Perhaps because of Qingshan, Han Feng and the empress quickly called each other by name. After the arrangements were made, the princess said solemnly, Han Feng, if you really go to the Linghuang Palace, you have to be careful. How to say? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. The princess plucked her hair and said, "The status of Qingshan today is completely different from that of thousands of years ago, when no one cares about it or knows it. As a direct disciple of the Brahma Spirit King, she has created a spiritual body, and now she has broken through to in the realm of Tianzuan and true God. I don't know how many disciples of the Linghuang Palace are pursuing Qingshan. Even the 7 emperors are very interested in Qingshan, especially the eldest emperor among them, who has the intention of winning Qingshan. Once the matter between you and Qingshan is exposed, the eldest son will definitely trouble you." Han Feng's face darkened, and he sneered, "Han's wife, not everyone can get involved." The princess smiled slightly. "Qingshan told me about you. To be honest, I didn't like you at first, and I thought it was a good thing for the emperor to pursue Qingshan. After all, you are a genius against the sky in the lower plane. But it's nothing. But now I have to say, Qingshan's eyesight is really good, and I found a genius like you in the lower plane. It's not certain you can really surpass the eldest emperor's son. It's just, that's for the future after all. For now, you have to be careful with the eldest son." Han Feng said solemnly, "Thank you for reminding me, I will definitely be careful." The 4 transformations God King with the foundation of Tianzuan is already very powerful, not to mention the 5 transformations God King with the foundation of Heavenly Emperor. Han Feng clearly knew the huge gap between himself and the eldest emperor. "With my current strength, I'm afraid that a blow with all my strength will not hurt the eldest emperor at all. Maybe it's impossible to even get close." The first update. The Heavenly Emperor's foundation is extremely terrifying, and it is said that the spirit body of the great emperor has reached the top stage of the king rank. If my foundation exceeds the level of the Heavenly Emperor, I am afraid that I need to reach the realm of the 4 transformation kings to compete with the great emperor. Han Feng's eyes revealed. "Think for a moment." Then, Han Feng suddenly showed doubts. "Miss Yin, according to you, Qingshan should be very famous, why?" Han Feng told about the Purple Ape Empire. The Purple Ape Empire should also be secretly investigating and searching for Qingshan, but it has been fruitless for such a long time, it is too useless. Is this still the intelligence system that one of the 4 empires should have? This is the first time for the princess to know the reason for the conflict between Han Feng and the Purple Ape Empire, and she couldn't help being dumbfounded. "You actually broke the purple mirror world of the Purple Ape Empire, you simply..." The princess was extremely shocked, especially at that time. Han Feng was only in the realm of the Middle Ancient God, and he hadn't even reached the peak of the Middle Ancient God. It is unimaginable that a mere middle-ranked ancient god can escape from the hands of the 3-changed God King. Even the eldest son of the Linghuang Palace may not be able to reach such a level at the level of a middle-ranked ancient god. After the shock, the princess gloated. "Without the purple mirror world and the purple-eyed demon ape blood of the Purple Ape Empire, there is no way for generations to be born kings." For the Purple Ape Empire, the Empress didn't think much of it. If the Purple Ape Empire hadn't been able to give birth to king-level bloodlines through the Purple Mirror world, it would have been unable to become the 4 great empires. Whether it is the Inui Empire, the Yunhao Empire, or the 5 Sacred Mountains Empire, the king-level bloodlines of the descendants depend entirely on bloodline inheritance. Perhaps it is precisely because the Z family members of the Purple Ape Empire rely on external forces to improve their bloodlines, so the hereditary bloodlines are very poor. After gloating, the princess thought for a while, and then replied to Han Feng, "Qingshan is indeed very famous now, and many places know that there is a true god who inherited the spiritual body of Chuang, and was accepted as a direct disciple by Brahma Spirit King. But Qingshan's name has not been spread. Even under the influence of the Brahma Spirit King, even Qingshan's portrait is forbidden to spread everywhere. I think this is because the Purple Ape Empire has no connection with Qingshan. But at the beginning in the Linghuang God realm, when they were vying for the inheritance, many people had seen Qingshan. As long as the Purple Ape Empire expands the scope of its search from the West Spirit God realm to other God realms, it will be a matter of time before they know Qingshan's identity. Thinking of this, the princess smiled half a smile. I really want to know their expressions when the time comes. A moment later. After solving all of Han Feng's doubts, the princess said goodbye and left. As for Han Feng, he also stayed at the place where he lived and did not go out at will. Firstly, there are many forbidden places in the Yingyue Palace, and Han Feng didn't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings by wandering around. Secondly, Han Feng just used this time to study the third reincarnation formula. 10 days later. A vast force suddenly descended from the Yingyue Palace, and a monstrous devilish energy swept across the sky, like 10,000 black horses galloping. Empress Yingyue flew out of the hall. Suddenly, her eyes were awe-inspiring. Different from the Demon Queen's avatar back then, the one descending here at this moment is the real Demon Queen, the king of 4 transformations, based on Tianjuan's foundation. That turbulent aura is far from comparable to that of the Queen's avatar. Hand over Han Feng, the Queen said coldly. Empress, you are too presumptuous. This is the Yingyue Palace, not your dark demonic palace. Do you really think that my Yingyue spirit clan is afraid of you? In her own territory, the Yingyue Queen was more stubborn than ever. Streams of light shot out one after another, appearing in the void. He was clearly a strong man in the realm of God King of the Yin Moon Spirit Clan. The power of many God Kings collided in the void, rumbling, and the color of the sky changed. The Queen's face changed slightly. With so many God Kings, even she had to be cautious. After all, her foundation is only Tianjun, not Tianzuan. Furthermore, in the Yingyue Palace, there are still 4 transformational God Kings, such as the Yingyue God King. In the ranking on the Spirit King list, God King list, the Yin Moon God King is still above the Devil Emperor. Thinking of this, the Demon Empress restrained her attitude, softened her tone, and said lightly, this Empress has no intention of becoming an enemy of the Yingyue Empire, let alone offending Senior Yingyue God King. This Empress' purpose is nothing more than that Han Feng. Could it be that the Yingyue Empire has refused even this request? Then Han Feng has nothing to do with the people of the Yingyue Empire, right? At the end, the Queen's tone became a little threatening again. First of all, he said that he had no intention of offending Queen Yingyue and the others. As the God King of 4 changes, he had already given Queen Yingyue enough face. Face is given to each other, and the Queen has already given face to the Empress. If the Queen continues to reject the Queen's request and wants to protect a mere ancient human god from a foreign race, then she will not give the Empress any face. In this way, even if the Queen made a move later, there was a reason. The Queen sighed in her heart. If she didn't know that Han Feng had a relationship with Qingshan, she might not be hostile to the Queen or even the Dark Demon Palace, because of Han Feng. But now that she knows the relationship between Han Feng and Qingshan, she will keep Han Feng no matter what. Otherwise, if Qingshan learns that she has given up on Han Feng in the future, not only the Dark Demon Palace may be destroyed, but even the Yingyue spirit race may disappear in the long river of history. Knowing the relationship between Han Feng and Qingshan, the Queen faintly reminded the Queen, the backing behind Han Feng is not ordinary. Do you really want to continue? Let me tell you, if you really hurt the Queen, it will be extremely dangerous. It may bring disaster to the Dark Demon Palace. The Queen's face froze. So Han Feng has a big background? Thinking about it, it's true that a mere ancient god with such incredible combat power should have an extraordinary background. But the Demon Empress smiled coldly. So what if you have a background, and you're not a native of the spirit world? No matter how powerful your background is, you don't dare to do whatever you want in the spirit world. The Spirit Emperor will not tolerate it. From the mouth of the 8th prince, the Demon Queen already knew that Han the Wind came from the outside world, and it was reasonable to understand that the backer mentioned by the Queen of Demons was a strong man from other gods. Maybe it's the Middle God King, or the Upper God King. As for the Emperor of God, the demon empress does not think that Han Feng will be a disciple of the Emperor of God. There are so few God emperors, and there are not many direct disciples. How could she be so unlucky to meet one? The queen opened her mouth, wanting to explain, but she couldn't speak clearly. The queen knows that many emperors are interested in Qingshan. She can secretly support Han Feng, but she can't reveal the relationship between Han Feng and Qingshan, otherwise the emperor will come to make trouble, and the Yin Moon Spirit clan will still not be happy. Will be better. Moreover, the empress was convinced that the Brahma Spirit King would not become enmity with the emperor because of the Yin Moon Spirit clan. The demon queen's momentum became stronger and stronger, and her face was cold. Very well, it seems that you are firmly blocking me. I want to see, what are you capable of? Rumble. It was as if a jet of black thunder blasted down from the demon energy, and the shining demon queen's face became even more ferocious. The first update. No, the queen is going to attack. The queen was shocked, and immediately unfolded the Inua spirit body, to fight back. A three-changed god king of the Yin Moon Spirit clan yelled angrily, "Queen, do you really dare to make a move? Are you not afraid that the Yin Moon god king will kill you?" The 8 bone spears stretched out from behind the queen, and she said coldly, "Don't think that I don't know that the Yin Moon god king has been in seclusion for a long time, so how could I just say it out? It doesn't take much time for me to solve you." True Devil Scorpion Claw. As soon as he made a move, it was like thunder. The whole world seemed to be imprisoned by this claw. Wanfa Spirit Fist. The queen struck first, followed by the other god kings of the Yin Moon Spirit clan. The blows of many god kings were earth-shattering. The spirit race in Inua City could clearly feel the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the palace. All of a sudden, these spirits trembled, their eyes were terrified, and at the same time they were filled with anticipation, hoping that the Inua god king would make a move. Just as the queen was fighting with many god kings of the Inua Empire, the princess quietly came to where Han Feng was. During these days, Han Feng has been staying in the time room of the Skyfire Pagoda to comprehend the third reincarnation formula, so he is not clear about what happened outside. It wasn't until Tian V Fat kicked Han Feng out of the Skyfire Tower that Han Feng felt the oppression from the entire space. This familiar breath. It's the queen. Han Feng said decisively. Han Feng, the devil is coming, hurry up and leave the palace with me. The prince's anxious voice came. Han Feng walked out quickly, and said in a low voice, "Isn't there a Inua god king in the Inua Empire, and the demon queen dares to act recklessly in the palace?" The princess smiled bitterly, "Tell Han Feng the truth. In fact, before you came, we disturbed our ancestors, but who knew that the forbidden area of our ancestors' retreat was covered by an enchantment, and we couldn't get in at all. According to what my mother said, my ancestor may have reached the critical time of overcoming the world catastrophe, so I set up that layer of enchantment in order to prevent my ancestor from disturbing her breakthrough. At such a critical moment, all the attention of the ancestors is in the inner world, and there is no time to pay attention to the outside world. How can I know the current situation in the palace, so?" Han Feng was silent. "That is to say, the Yin Moon God King won't appear?" The princess hurriedly said, "The queen doesn't know the situation of the old ancestor yet, so she keeps her hands. Right now, mother and the others can resist for a long time, but once the queen guesses the situation of the old ancestor, I'm afraid she won't stay. If you do, you will probably try your best to disrupt the ancestor's breakthrough." Han Feng understands this. There are 2 four-changed god kings in the Dark Demon Palace, but one is the foundation of Tianzuan and the other is the foundation of Tianjun. Top players. Although there is only one god king of 4 changes in the 4 great empires, there are also many god kings of 3 changes, so the 5 major forces are barely equal. And once the Inua god king successfully breaks through and advances to the 5 transformations god king, the 4 transformations god king who will sweep the other 3 empires and the Dark Demon Palace will be invincible in the Shieling god realm. This is something that the Purple Ape God King, Yunhao God King, 5 Sacred Mountain God King, Demon Queen and Demon Emperor cannot tolerate. Aware of his situation at the moment, Han Feng didn't talk nonsense, and fled out of the palace, following the Empress Dowager. However, both the queen and the princess underestimated the wisdom of the queen. It didn't take long after the fight, and the queen saw something was wrong. The king of 4 transformations is completely capable of crushing the king of 3 transformations, even if the queen is only the foundation of the heavenly king. Unless one of the 3 changed god kings has the foundation of Tianzuan, it will be difficult to compete against the demon queen. Therefore, even if the queen was merciful and did not show her full strength, she still had the upper hand, making the empress and other low-ranking god king-level powerhouses miserable. The demon queen has also dealt with the Een Moon god king, so it is impossible to see the situation of the queen and others, and not act. Then there is only one possibility, that is, the Inuit god king is at a critical moment of breakthrough and has no time to be distracted. So that's the case. Fortunately, I made the move, otherwise I would have been fooled by you. A cold murderous intent shot out from the eyes of the demon queen. No matter what, the Inuit god king must not be allowed to overcome the catastrophe of the inner world and be promoted to the 5 transformation god king successfully. At that moment, the demon queen no longer held back her hands, and all the devilish energy in her body burst out, and the raging devilish energy, like an ancient giant beast, swallowed the entire palace. The Inuit aura of the queen and other god kings could not pass through no matter what. Let's all die for this palace. The demon queen no longer held back her hands, and all her attacks were extremely fierce, and the momentum was astonishing. Puff puff. Under the attack of the demon queen, the god king of transformation was the first to be unable to bear it, followed by the god king of transformation 2 and the god king of transformation 3. However, under the full organization of the 3 changes god kings, they did not let their side fall, but all the god kings suffered heavy injuries, and they were unable to fight anymore. The demonic energy enveloped the entire demonic palace, and the demonic empress had already spotted Han Feng and the Empress Dowager. With a flash of her figure, she turned into a cloud of black light and shot away. Not good. The queen's face changed suddenly, and she struggled to get up. There's no need to go. The 3 changed god king, the master of the Inuit spirit clan, sighed. Ancestor, how is this possible? The queen was anxious. But the master of the Inuit spirit race of the 3 transformation god kings said, we have tried our best. If Han Xiaoyu really had an accident, if you think about it, Qing Shan will not blame us, he will only blame the Dark Demon Palace. The implication is that they have already done their hands and their appearance is ready, so there is no need to risk their lives to save Han Feng. As for the princess, unless the queen can really interrupt the breakthrough of the ancestors, and kill the ancestors when they are backlashed, otherwise they dare not kill the princess. One example. The queen said she wanted to kill them, but what happened? It's just that they were severely injured and lost the power to fight again. The queen really wanted to kill them, so they didn't have the power to resist at this moment. The queen was silent, and sighed secretly, only hoping to escape. The other side. The queen and Han Feng have been caught up by the queen. With a wave of the queen's palm, the prince spit out blood and shot it backwards. The mere realm of the ancient gods, even the foundation of Tianzuan, is far inferior to the queen of demons. Han Feng instantly unfolded the Gaian divine body, the great Rian body, and the great Luo immortal body, and at the same time Hunyuan Fan Tianyan was integrated into the 3 great skills. Guyan Shenquan. Han Feng roared angrily, and punched out, pushing out all the devilish energy around him. The queen was disdainful. Do you really think that this palace is still the clone? A black light flashed, and Han Feng's fiery fist had been cut in half by the queen's scorpion tail, and the scattered flames fell on the ground, setting off a large wave of flames. Then the queen reached out to grab it, and Han Feng once again felt the feeling of being severely oppressed by the surrounding space, as if he wanted to squeeze himself into meat sauce. The second update. Swallow me. Han Feng roared in his heart. Xuanhuan and Tianyan crazily devoured the power of the world oppressing from all around. The queen's eyes narrowed, and the cold light flickered. I really don't know how you reached this level of flame. If you don't have other flames on your body, I would suspect that you are a member of the Yin clan. The people of the Yin clan possess many kinds of divine fires. Some of the Yin clan's god kings have 2 or even 3 or even more king-level divine fires. All the gods and kings were moved. People of the Yin clan don't have blood, but they have divine fire, and there are more than one kind. If the god king of the Yin clan has 8 kinds of divine fires that have reached the king rank level, even if they are all elementary, the power of fusion is no less than the boost to the cultivation base of the top bloodline of the king rank. Of course, it is not so easy to achieve Wang rank divine fire, otherwise the Yin clan would be 2 against the sky. Generally speaking, there are quite a few powerful beings in the 3,000 gods realm who have the divine fire in their bodies, but there are very few who have raised the divine fire to the king rank. Even in the Yin clan, not every member of the Yin clan can raise the divine fire to the king rank, and this is the reason why the demon queen was shocked. Not a member of the Yin clan, but also a mere ancient god, but raising Xuanhuan to such a level, it is truly terrifying. This kind of genius must be eliminated as soon as possible. Damn it. Han Feng was under unprecedented pressure at the moment. Xuanhuan and Tianyan was able to devour the world power of the 3-change god king, but he was somewhat powerless against the world power of the 4-change god king level. If it weren't for the fact that the queen was only the foundation of the heavenly monarch, Han Feng would not be able to swallow even a trace of the power of the world, and naturally he would not be able to resist the suppression of him by the power of the world. Sword demon form. Han Feng called out in his heart, and instantly merged with the flame demon Songling sword. The Songling pendant. Songling Yin. Songling lock. Songling pa. A set of combination skills was unfolded in the hands of Han Feng. In the sword demon form, the power of these 4 unique skills was increased by 50% out of thin air, and because the combination could exert a stronger power, its combined effect had already surpassed that of the middle-grade God King skills. The level is close to the top-grade God King skill. It is also thanks to Han Feng's foundation surpassing the Emperor of Heaven, otherwise he might not be able to insist on displaying the 4 unique skills. The Songling sword that covered the sky and the sun turned into its Songling prison, trapping the queen in it. Inside the cage, the sword energy of the Songling surged and turned into a storm of sword energy, swallowing the queen within. The queen's avatar, back then fell under this trick. It is indeed extremely terrifying, and it is very close to the normal state of the palace. Faced with this situation for the second time, the queen was still shocked. In the realm of the ancient gods, it is rare in the world to reach such a level of combat power. When they grow up in the future, they will all be superpowers that will shake the past and present, without exception. But that's the future, and now. With a wave of the queen's jade hand, the devil's energy surged, like thousands of black horses galloping straight to the sky. At this moment, the demon queen is not like the avatar, the blood displayed is the real king rank. With the increase of the king's bloodline, the power of the queen far surpassed the power of the sword storm at the moment. True devil scorpion claw. One claw tore through the sky, and the sword chi storm and the spirit cage were instantly torn to pieces. The surging demonic energy turned into scorpion pincers and slammed on Han Feng's body fiercely. Puff. Han Feng screamed, vomited blood, and was directly knocked into the air. The Gu Yan divine armor on his body made cracking noises one after another, and then completely collapsed and scattered. The sword demon form was also broken up by the demon queen in one fell swoop, and the flame demon, Songling sword appeared beside Han Feng, pointing at the demon queen with the tip of the sword, and uttered an angry sword cry. And after Han Feng fell heavily to the ground, the Deluo immortal physique, the great sun flame physique, and the Gu Yan divine physique also began to dissipate involuntarily. At the same time Mo Hong hit Han Feng, a magic power had already invaded Han Feng's body and wreaked havoc in Han Feng's body. After a moment of paleness, Han Feng's face turned pale green, which was the influence of the devil energy. It was only when Han Feng personally fought against the queen's body that he truly understood the horror of the four transformation god kings. The foundation of Tianjun is like this: how powerful the four-changing god king of Tianzun's foundation should be. What about the four-changed god kings, who are the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven? Humph, you've come to this point, why don't you surrender to me? The queen's face darkened when she heard the sound of the flame demon Songling sword. The palm of the hand slapped violently in the void, and the devilish energy rushed away. The flame demon Songling sword collided with the devilish energy without hesitation, and the sword light overflowed in an instant, dispelling the devilish energy. A cold light flashed in the queen's eyes, and she slapped her palm again. This time, the demonic energy was like an octopus, tightly bound the Yanma Songling sword. No matter how much the Yanma Songling sword struggled, it couldn't break free. A trace of demon energy invaded the Balrog Songling sword, and the spiritual light of the Balrog Songling sword gradually dimmed. Since you are disobedient, then this palace has no choice but to erase your will. After 10,000 years or even 100,000 years, the reborn will naturally be loyal to this palace. For the level of the queen, it is only 10,000 years. 100,000 years is really not a long time, she can afford to wait. Songling. Although they haven't known each other for a long time, Han Feng already has a deep relationship with Songling, so how can he tolerate the demon queen's will to erase Songling? Get lost. Facing Han Feng's sudden sneak attack, the demon queen yelled coldly, stretched out her hand, and Han Feng was fixed in the void. The next moment, as if he had been hit hard, his body was blown away again, and he fell to the ground with a sluggish breath. Under the blessings of various states, Han Feng still has nothing to do with the queen, and now the blessings of various states have disappeared, let alone the opponent of the queen. Not being crushed to death by the queen's finger, as an ancient god, is already very remarkable. Today, Han Feng has suffered severe injuries and is almost in a coma. The princess had no power to fight anymore, so she could only watch all this helplessly. No matter how hard Songling struggled, he could only watch helplessly as the demon energy continuously invaded the flame demon Songling sword. Just at this moment, a low sigh resounded above the palace, and the next moment, the spiritual light shot up into the sky, and the blue light swept straight into the sky. The devilish energy that enveloped the entire palace completely disappeared under the pouring blue light. The princess was stunned, and then she was overjoyed. Old ancestor. Moon God King. The queen's complacent expression disappeared, and cold sweat gradually broke out on her forehead. In the blue light above the palace, a gorgeous woman in a white dress came from the sky. The blue light behind her was like a blue dragon, looking up to the sky and roaring. A force of the world far greater than the queen descended, forcing the queen back again and again. Under such pressure, the demon queen felt like she was in a wooden boat in a stormy sea, and the boat would be destroyed and everyone would die. As the four transformation god kings, this is the gap between the foundation of Tianjun and the foundation of Tianzun. You actually passed the test. The queen's tone was difficult, and she said with some difficulty, I didn't expect that you would give up the breakthrough for the sake of other people. The third update. Don't think that I'm as selfish as your excellency. The Inuit god king has a sense of being a high-ranking queen, more like a queen than the Inuit queen, and even his tone is full of indifference. The queen's face suddenly darkened. She is selfish when co-authoring, but you are all selfless? She sneered in her heart, but the queen did not dare to speak out. On the one hand, her strength is far inferior to that of the Moon god king. On the other hand, it is impossible to refute. Most of the people in the dark magic palace are selfish. Ask yourself, if she is at a critical moment of cultivation, she will never stop cultivating because of the attack of the dark demon palace. At worst, she will come back after breaking through. As for the life and death of those people in the demon palace, her breakthrough is not as important. The moon god king glanced at the demon queen, and ignored the demon queen. With just one step, the moon god king came directly to the crown lady, pointed out, and spiritual light poured into the crown lady's body, recovering the crown princess injuries. At this time, the Inoue Empress and other experts from the Inoue spirit clan also rushed over. The queen secretly gritted her teeth. Perhaps the first thing the Inoue god king went to find was the queen, so she should have learned everything from the queen. My previous actions can be regarded as a slap in the face of the Inoue Empire and the Inoue spirit clan, and I am afraid that this matter will not be easy. But the demon queen has nothing to fear. As long as the demon emperor is still there, the moon god king will at most punish her slightly, and will never dare to kill her. Just like she said she wanted to kill before, but in the end she was still scruples about the existence of the Inoue god king, and didn't kill the queen and others. After saving the princess, the queen's gaze fell on the flame demon Songling sword. Even though the moon god king had extraordinary insight, he did not see all the wonders of the Balrog demon Songling sword. Another one fell into the sword, strangling the demonic energy, invading the flame demon Songling sword. Then, it was Han Feng's turn. This time, the moon god king paused. From the queen's mouth, the Inoue god king already knew that everything was because of this son. If it wasn't for this son, the queen wouldn't have attacked. But thinking of the potential of this son that the queen said, and the relationship between this son and the direct disciple of the Brahma spirit king, the moon god king endured the displeasure in his heart. Still saved Han Feng. Junior Han Feng, thank you senior for saving me. Han Feng woke up, and when he knew everything, he immediately thanked the Inoue god king for his action. The moon god king said indifferently, it doesn't matter. Han Feng saw the indifference of the Inoue god king, and after thinking about it again, he knew why the Inoue god king was displeased. Han Feng smiled awkwardly, and Han Feng didn't know what to say. Suddenly, the moon god king Dai frowned slightly, and her eyes fell on the shaky sky. There, 3 startling rainbows galloped one after another. The power of the terrifying world fluctuating in the surrounding area is undoubtedly the king of 4 changes. With the speed of the 4 transformation god kings, he quickly appeared in everyone's sight. Purple Ape God King, Yunhao God King, 5 Sacred Mountain God King. Seeing the 3 of them, Queen Inua's complexion immediately changed, a little bit bitter. All 3 of them are at the same level as the moon god king. One-on-one, the moon god king can still occupy the top after a battle. 3 against 1, but... On the contrary, it was the Queen of Demons who showed a look of joy, swept over Han Feng, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Only the God King Inoue remained calm from the beginning to the end without any change. Haha, it turned out to be His Royal Highness Inoue God King. I think His Highness already knows what Zima came here this time. I wonder if I can give Zima some face? Seeing the scene at this moment, a flash of light flashed in the eyes of the Purple Ape God King. With a different color, he quickly guessed that there was a big battle before. 80 to 9 out of 10 who made the move were the Queen. And Han Feng is still fine now, so it must be the Inoue God King who made the move. If he was alone and afraid of the Inoue God King, the Purple Ape God King might really retreat. But now that there are 2 powerhouses of the same level, the Purple Ape God King doesn't care about the Moon God King. As for the Demon Queen, the Purple Ape God King did not regard her as a powerhouse of the same level in his heart. From the time of his arrival until now, the Purple Ape God King has not paid any attention to the Empress. The same is true for the divine King Yunhao and the divine king of the 5 sacred mountains. God King Yunhao took a step forward, and the ethereal meaning fluctuated faintly, like clouds but not clouds, making people feel erratic. Only God King Yunhao said indifferently, "This seat has no intention of being an enemy of His Royal Highness Yunhui God King. It's just that this son killed my Prince of Yunhao Empire and King Tianyun. It's unforgivable. Please forgive me, Your Highness." "That's right, I'm here just for this purpose. Please don't obstruct Your Highness, otherwise." The king of the 5 sacred mountains said loudly, his words were full of threats. The crown lady snorted, "You guys didn't make the move first. If it wasn't for that, how could Han Feng kill people?" The purple ape god king stared, and the evil spirit in the eyes startled the princess. "Little girl, interrupting indiscriminately is not a good habit." The king Inu suddenly let go of his aura, and the purple ape god king was caught off guard, retreating again and couldn't help roaring, "God King Inu, what do you want to do?" The divine King Yunhao and the divine king of the 5 sacred mountains had a serious look on their faces. The Inu god king said indifferently, "Your Excellency is also a senior of the middle god king level. It is a bit bullying the younger generation to scare the mere juniors. And this junior in this seat is not wrong. It was your god kings who shot first. Could it be that only your god kings are allowed to kill, and this little friend is not allowed to resist?" The king of the 5 sacred mountains was displeased and said, "The king of the 5 sacred mountains is no match for any kid. On the other hand, the ancient gods are not as valuable as the king of the 5 sacred mountains. But it is such an ancient god who killed several god kings in your family." Inu god king said lightly, completely choking the 5 sacred god king. At this moment, Han Feng is thinking about how to escape from here. It was unexpected for Han Feng to fall into such a situation. It seems that killing the 3 transformation kings before really made the 3 empires completely angry. The 3 kings of 4 changes and the king of Yingyue, who are based on the foundation of Tianzuan, are invincible by themselves. How can they escape? Even if they use the Skyfire Tower, the possibility of successfully escaping in front of a powerhouse of that level is probably less than 10%. Han Feng sighed in his heart. At this time it was definitely the most dangerous situation since he entered the spirit world. "Hey, that's not necessarily true." Xiaopeng smiled. "Huh? How do you say it?" Han Feng's expression was startled. Could it be that Xiaopeng has a way to let him escape successfully? Just listen to Xiaopeng's meaningful way. "Han Feng, do you really think that the Inu God King is the 4 transformation God King?" "What? Could it be?" Han Feng's pupils revealed a hint of disbelief. After hearing Xiaopeng's affirmative reply, this incredulous look has turned into surprise. In the sky, the continuous persecution of several god kings finally angered the Yin Moon God King. "Although I just broke through, it's not easy to make a move, but since you are unwilling to retreat, I have no choice but to do so." The eyes of the Yin Moon God King became even colder. Suddenly, the energy of the whole world rioted. In the body of the Inu God King, a majestic world power far surpassing the purple ape God King and others suddenly broke through the body and swept all directions. That is, the power fluctuation of the world that only the King of 5 transformations should have. 4th update. 5 transformations God King. How is it possible? How do you? You actually made a breakthrough. The expressions of the 3 god kings suddenly changed, with disbelief and horror on their faces. In the realm of god kings, every time they pass through the catastrophe of the world, their strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. If the gap between the lower god kings can be made up by blood, god body, and god king skills, then the middle god king will be able to make up for it. The gap between them has reached a level that is difficult to make up with blood. Unless your bloodline can reach the immortal level, and you can perfectly display the power of your bloodline. Obviously, the bloodlines of the three god kings are not that high. Therefore, after feeling the greater world power of the Inuit god king, the three god kings immediately had no intention of making a move. The king of five changes can crush them easily, and if he stays here again, he may not even be able to guarantee his safety. The three god kings were extremely decisive, and immediately turned into three startled rainbows and wanted to leave. The Inuit god king snorted softly, "Just leave like this, don't the three of you take me too seriously?" The bright cyan aura shot away like thousands of sharp swords. Even though the shocking rainbow transformed by the three god kings screamed after a breath, they still flew towards the sky quickly without the slightest pause. "Humph, you are lucky. But even so, it will be difficult to recover without hundreds of years." After the Een Moon God King said, his eyes fell on the Demon Queen. The queen's body trembled. She never thought that just when she was about to get rid of Han Feng and disturb the promotion of the Inuit God King, the Inuit God King had already left the level, and it was after a successful breakthrough. Facing the Inuit God King at this moment, the queen's attitude was extremely frightened. Although the Demon Queen was far inferior to the Inuit God King before, she was still the four-transformation God King. Even though the Een Moon God King did not pay attention to the Demon Queen, the God King with the foundation of the Heavenly King, but for the Demon Queen, she was able to hold on to the four transformations. The God King realm still has the confidence to resist the Een Moon God King. But now, the Inuit God King is already in the realm of the five transformation God Kings. No matter in terms of strength or cultivation, they are no longer at the same level. The Demon Queen no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. What about having the Devil Emperor as a backer? The Devil Emperor will not be the opponent of the five transformations God King. Today I will not kill you. But I won't spare you lightly. Capital crimes can be avoided, but living crimes cannot be escaped. The Inuit God King waved his hand lightly, and bursts of cyan aura blasted on the Demon Queen, vomiting blood and flying away. In particular, the cyan aura penetrated into the Queen's body, destroying the growth of the power of the world in the Queen's body. It can be said that without thousands of years, it is difficult for the Queen to return to her heyday. You are dismissed. Thank you, Senior, for not killing me, the Queen said with difficulty. Seeing this scene, Han Feng felt a little disappointed. This is the change brought about by strength. Before, after the Een Moon God King appeared, although the Demon Queen's attitude immediately restrained herself and did not dare to be too arrogant, she was not as humble as she is now, and she even called herself a junior. Even when the Inuit God King directly asked the Queen to go, the Queen didn't dare to show resentment, so she could only obediently go away. After a while, the Demon Queen completely disappeared in front of everyone. Old ancestor, why? Let them go? Although the Queen didn't ask for the last four words, everyone understood what the Queen meant. In fact, this is what they don't understand. Suddenly, a three-changed God King noticed the slightest pain in the Een Moon God King, and immediately a thought arose. Old ancestor, could it be that you have just made a breakthrough and are still unstable? God King Inuit nodded slowly. That's right, I have just survived the fifth catastrophe of the world. Although the power of the world is unprecedentedly strong, the world in my body is weaker than ever after experiencing a lot of devastation. If I let go fighting with all the power of the world, the inner world that has just been ravaged by the catastrophe of the world is likely to be unable to bear it and collapse, so we can only let them go for the time being. Also, the Inuit Godly King glanced at Han Feng indiscriminately. The Inuit Godly King didn't have a good impression of Han Feng. Naturally, he was happy to spare the lives of those godly kings and cause Han Feng some trouble. If it weren't for Han Feng, she should be stabilizing her inner world now, instead of leaving the level before it is stable. Those god kings are not stupid, and they will definitely guess some clues afterwards. No matter how strong the five-changed God King is, the threat of a five-changed God King whose realm has not yet stabilized will weaken a lot. Because such a five-changed God King, he can't make a full-scale shot yet. The Inoue God King has already guessed that, in order to test those guys next, the Inoue Empire will have to be made things difficult for a while. After receiving the explanation from the Yin Moon God King, the queens became anxious. Old ancestor, hurry up and retreat, and leave everything here to the juniors. The queen said hastily. The Inoue God King didn't talk nonsense, knowing that his current situation could not be reckless, he stepped out and disappeared in front of everyone. The cyan aura that enveloped the entire palace also slowly dissipated. Han Feng stared at the place where the Inoue God King disappeared, touched his nose, and smiled wryly in his heart. This delayed the stabilization of a five-changed God King, and caused the inner world of the five-changed God King to collapse at any time. No wonder the other party didn't like him. The Inoue Palace suffered such a disaster, the Empress immediately ordered the reconstruction of the destroyed place, and some wounded were also treated in time. As for Han Feng, he was sent back to the place where he lived before, by the princess. Back at the residence, Han Feng was a little disappointed. In fact, facing today's situation, Han Feng could escape smoothly. Don't forget, when Han Feng left the Forbidden Ancient Realm, he got the Forbidden Ancient Seal. With the Seal of Forbidden Ancients, Han Feng can leave the spirit world in an instant and return to the Forbidden Ancient Realm. But there is one thing, when you return from the Forbidden Realm with the Order of Antiquity, wherever you teleported back to the Forbidden Realm, you will appear there. In other words, if Han Feng returns to the Forbidden Ancient Realm in the Inoue Palace, then when he returns from the Forbidden Ancient Realm, the place where he will appear will still be the Inoue Palace. The masters of the Inoue Palace are not stupid. They disappeared out of thin air without even being able to find the God King, but they reappeared at the same place, so they must have powerful hidden treasures in their hands. World artifacts have an inner world, which is known to all God Kings, but because God Kings also have the power of the world, ancient gods cannot find hidden world artifacts, such as Xuanhuan Temple, but God Kings can. If even the God King can't find it, then the grade of this treasure must be extremely high. Han Feng was not sure whether the masters of the Yin Moon Spirit Clan would become greedy, and he didn't want to test the bottom line of the Yin Moon Spirit Clan masters, so Han Feng was absolutely unwilling to use the Forbidden Ancient Order until the last moment. Of course, if it is really because of himself that the Inoue Palace suffers from the cooperation of several God Kings, and when the Empress, the Inoue God King and other strong men are about to be killed, Han Feng will definitely activate the ban on ancient times. It's just that at that time, these ancient gods and God Kings of the Yin Moon Spirit Clan might face the oppression of the Forbidden Ancient Realm. The first update. In the Forbidden Ancient Realm, the power above the true God is forbidden. If the ancient gods were reduced to the Forbidden Realm, the lotus of chaos in their bodies would be directly destroyed by the Forbidden Realm with the power of the Forbidden Realm. Perhaps only those ancient gods with strong foundations could retain some power. But this kind of power is only slightly stronger than the true God, and as time goes by, even this power will disappear. As long as you are in the realm of antiquity, as long as your power has power other than the power of the true God, you will be suppressed by the power of antiquity forever. You can resist 100 years or 1,000 years, but what about 10,000 years? What about 100,000 years? How much longer? Sooner or later, the power will still be suppressed to the level of the true God. The God King, if he persists to death, he will last a little longer than the ancient gods, and sooner or later he will fall to the level of the true God's power. Therefore, if the Queen and the Yin Moon God King really fell into the Forbidden Ancient Realm, they would definitely be impacted by the Forbidden Ancient Power and suffer heavy losses. Even if Han Feng took them out in time, the damage would not disappear out of thin air. At that time, the Queen and the Moon God King would be grateful to him? Not necessarily. After all, it was him who attracted the 3-4 transformation god kings. This is also the reason why Han Feng hesitated to use the ban on ancient times, to escape in the face of a crisis. He ran away, and suddenly appeared again in the future. Who knows if the Inui spirit clan will become greedy and think about his order to ban the ancient times. And if he brought the masters of the Yin Moon spirit race to the forbidden ancient realm, he might not get gratitude afterwards, but resentment. No one would have a good impression of a culprit who caused his foundation to be destroyed. Therefore, Han Feng has been thinking about a way to escape the pursuit of the 3-4 transformation god kings without using the forbidden ancient order, and at the same time not cause heavy losses to the Inui spirit clan. Fortunately, Han Feng was lucky. The Inui god king, who was originally only in the realm of the 4 transformation god kings, broke through. Breakthrough from the realm of the 4 transformations god king to the 5 transformations god king. The original crisis dissipated automatically at the moment when the Inui god king revealed the state of the 5 transformation god king. At that moment, Han Feng finally didn't have to worry about it anymore. Now, Han Feng stays peacefully in the residence, waiting for Qingshan's reply letter to arrive. Followed the princess to the Linghuang god realm. Go to the supreme ruling force in the spirit world, which is also where the Linghuang resides, the Linghuang palace. Purple Ape Empire. The Purple Ape god king fled back in embarrassment, his face still full of shock and disbelief. Damn it, how could she? It has been more than tens of millions of years since the Purple Ape God King was promoted to the 4 Transformation God King, and the inner world has also become extremely strong under the baptism of these years. But for the 5th world catastrophe, the Purple Ape God King is still not sure. The Purple Ape God King thought that the same was true for the Yin Moon God King. To be honest, the Yin Moon God King was promoted to the 4 Changes God King after the Purple Ape God King. But now, the Purple Ape God King is still in the realm of the 4 Transformation God Kings, and the Yin Moon God King has unknowingly stepped into a higher level. Old ancestor, I have something to report. The 13th ancestor's depressing voice came into the ears of the Purple Ape God King. 13, what do you want to say? Seeing Patriarch 13's face, Patriarch Xuanhuan's heart skipped a beat, and a feeling of uneasiness emerged from the bottom of his heart. The 13th Patriarch smiled wryly and said, I have found the news about Qingshan. Found it? Ancestor Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. Wouldn't he have a hostage to threaten Han Feng? However, the Purple Ape God King quickly noticed that the expression on the face of the 13th Patriarch was not happy, and the anxiety was even stronger. Only the 13th ancestor said, Ancestor, do you remember the person from the spirit clan who was accepted as a direct disciple by Brahma Spirit King more than 1,000 years ago? Ancestor Xuanhuan said, Of course I remember, there was a lot of trouble at that time, but it's a pity that after the Brahma Spirit King took that person away, he never appeared again, and I don't know why. Wait. Could it be? The Purple Ape God King's eyes widened. After seeing Patriarch 13 nodding, Patriarch Xuanhuan took a deep breath. That Qingshan was actually the direct disciple of the Brahma Heaven Spirit King. The ancestor of the Purple Ape sat down tiredly. How about this, threat? How to threaten? That's the direct disciple of the Brahma Spirit King. Grabbing that Qingshan is tantamount to angering the Brahma Spirit King. The anger of the 8-Change God King is not something that the Purple Ape Empire can bear. For a moment, the Purple Ape God King was at a loss, not knowing how to face Han Feng. If he continues to offend Han Feng, he will undoubtedly offend Brahma Spirit King's direct disciple, and the Purple Ape Empire may not end well. But if he doesn't target Han Feng anymore, when Han Feng grows up in the future, he may not let the Purple Ape Empire go. The Purple Ape God King angered the former Purple Emperor and even the 16th Patriarch in his heart. If he could have kept the other party directly at the beginning, there would be no trouble now. Etc. The Purple Ape God King stood up suddenly, his expression was startled, and he said in a deep voice, "I heard that those emperors are interested in the direct disciples of the Brahma Spirit King? The ancestor wants to." The 13th ancestor was thoughtful. The purple ape god king smiled softly. "I admit that I can't afford to offend Han Feng now. However, I can't afford to offend Han Feng, but it doesn't mean that other people can't afford to offend them. Those emperors are more important than Han Feng in terms of status. That Brahma Spirit King's direct disciple is even more important. If Han Feng dies at the hands of the emperor, then the woman named Qing Shan will have nothing to do." 13. I remember that you once rescued an inner disciple of the Linghuang Palace, so please tell that inner disciple. Presumably that inner disciple would be happy to tell the emperors about it. Rewarded. Junior, let's pass the message. The 13th patriarch couldn't hide his excitement. Ling Palace. The young man in black robe received a letter from the 13th patriarch, and his expression moved. "I heard that the great emperor once asked the direct disciple of the Brahma Spirit King to marry him, but he was rejected because the direct disciple had long been married. The man I like. I thought it was just a refusal from that personal disciple, but I didn't expect it to be true. If you tell the eldest emperor can send someone to eradicate that person. As the information provider, I will definitely be rewarded. Now that I have been trapped in the half-step God King realm for a long time, if I can get it from the eldest emperor, if I get some good things to be promoted to God King in one fell swoop, I will be able to break away from the position of inner disciple and be promoted to elder. At that time, both the status and the resources I enjoy will greatly surpass what I have now." Thinking of this, the man in black excitedly left his place of residence. The palace of the great emperor, the palace where the son of the great emperor lived. Very good, this information is very important to this emperor. Seeing that you are half a step into the realm of a god king, this emperor will reward you with 100 years of comprehension of the world essence stone. Whether you can break through the realm of a god king depends on you. As for that Han Feng, the emperor will send someone to eradicate him. A cold light flashed in the emperor's eyes. The black-robed disciple was overjoyed when he heard the words. After 100 years of comprehension of the Yuanchi, even if he failed to break through, he could still find the way forward, which greatly increased the possibility of breaking through the God King in the future. The second update. The Jiyuan stone is a special divine tool. Comprehending the Jiyuan stone may not be of much use to a strong God King, but for a half-step God King, who is only one step away from the realm of a God King, but it is a treasure. Through the Jiyuan stone, they can feel the power of the world more closely and let themselves break through. The black-robed disciples are only inner disciples, and their roots are only in the realm of the heavenly monarch. If they want to comprehend the world essence stone, they need to pay a huge price, whether it is contribution points or other treasures. The black-robed disciples can't get it now. The Jiyuan stone was originally a treasure for the core disciples. Outer sect disciples are not qualified to comprehend the world essence stone at all. Inner sect disciples also need to pay various prices, and there are various restrictions. For core disciples, they only need to contribute some contribution points. Without the approval of the great emperor's son, it would take at least hundreds of thousands of years for the black-robed disciples to accumulate the Jiyuan stone. After receiving the gift from the eldest emperor, the black-robed disciple withdrew happily, leaving only the eldest emperor in the hall with a gloomy expression. I didn't expect it to be true. After a long time, the eldest emperor's son mumbled to himself. It is impossible to say that the eldest emperor likes Lin Qingshan. For a person like the eldest emperor, cultivation and power are what he values. The reason why he pursued Qingshan was because he fell in love with the creation spirit body, and the second was because he fell in love with the power of Brahma Spirit King. The eldest emperor believed, and so did the other emperors. At their level and status, how can they talk about true love? Want a woman, what kind of woman does not have? The eldest son went to ask for marriage as a matter of course. From his point of view, a woman like Qing Shan, with the backing of the Brahma Spirit King and the Creator Spirit Body, should also find a genius who is in the same family as her. The eldest emperor was confident that he fully met this requirement, but he was rejected. Of course the eldest emperor was annoyed. The eldest emperor didn't believe that Qing Shan would have a man at all, but he was concerned about Brahma Spirit King. The eldest emperor did not show any dissatisfaction on the surface. Just kidding, the 8 transformations God King, before the Spirit Emperor broke through to the God Emperor, he was only the 7 transformations God King. Even if the Great Emperor has the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, he is not sure that he will be able to reach the realm of the 8-change God King. In other words, after breaking through the realm of the 7 transformations God King, I am not sure that I can resist the temptation to break through the God Emperor. Instead, I have accumulated at least hundreds of millions of years of foundation to attack the 8 transformations God King, but I may not be able to succeed. Many God Emperors did not have a deep foundation of God Kings before they broke through. It was for this reason that he couldn't resist the temptation to break through. Obviously able to break through, why keep suppressing the realm and constantly attacking higher-level God Kings? It should be noted that among the 9 transformations of the God King, the 6 transformations are more likely to break through the God Emperor. Whether it is the 4th transformation or the 5th transformation, or the 7 transformations, 8 transformations, or 9 transformations, the possibility is smaller than the 6 transformations. The first 2 levels are that the inner world cannot bear the scouring of immortal power. The latter 3 levels are too stable, and may have counteracted the power of immortality, or had a violent conflict with the power of immortality, causing the inner world to collapse. Most of the God Emperor powerhouses were at the level of the 6 transformation God Kings before they broke through. It is conceivable that it takes a long time for the Brahma Spirit King to be promoted to the 8 transformation God King. Similarly, at this level, its strength is incomparably terrifying. For a first-order God Emperor, if the foundation before the breakthrough is only the 6 transformations of the God King, and the foundation is the foundation level of the God of Heaven, it is estimated that it is not as good as the Brahma Spirit King. Maybe he will be crushed by Brahma Spirit King. If you really want to make a clear comparison of the strength of the Brahma Spirit King, then it should be between the 1st-tier God Emperor and the 2nd-tier God Emperor who broke through the 7 transformations of the God King. Of course, the premise is the foundation of Tianzuan. In terms of the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, it is stronger than the first-order God Emperor who has broken through the level of the 6 transformations of the God King, and far inferior to the first-order God Emperor who has been promoted to the level of the 7 transformations of the God King. In short, among the 3 realms of ancient gods, God Kings, and God Emperors, the comparison of combat power is not only a comparison of cultivation, but the foundation is the most important, and it is also the guarantee of being invincible at the same level or even fighting at a higher level. Therefore, even if she was rejected, with Qing Shan backed by the Brahma Spirit King, the eldest emperor would not dare to show embarrassment to Qing Shan, and could only pretend to be indifferent. But today, the eldest emperor suddenly learned that Qing Shan really has a man, that is to say, Qing Shan's decline was not a lie. The man who can make Qing Shan reject me, I want to see what kind of guy it is. If this sun falls, Qing Shan will have no excuse to reject the emperor. After contemplating for a moment, the emperor's son summoned the emperor's guard. Emperor guards are the guards subordinate to the disciples, and they are also the confidants of the emperor's sons. Usually, the emperor's sons personally recruit and train them. As the 5-change God King, the eldest emperor has many emperors and guards, and there are not a few powerful ones among them. Fourth, Robin killed his son on the way to prevent him from coming to the Linghuang palace. The eldest emperor ordered the man in front of him. Emperor, don't worry, my subordinates take action, and the ancient gods are nothing to worry about. The 4 emperor guards gave a low voice, and their figures twisted and disappeared. Ling Tian Palace. A ray of light fell into it. In the hall, a woman sat cross-legged, her face expressionless, and her body was filled with divine power far surpassing the level of the 9 tribulations true God. That is the power of God that has undergone a qualitative change. As expected of a creation spirit body, with the resources bestowed by Master, it allowed me to break through to the realm of heavenly venerable in a short period of time, and it also allowed me to stabilize completely. The woman opened her eyes with joy. Thousands of years ago, she could barely reach the level of a general. This is still a situation where there are many adventures, otherwise it will be a problem whether he can reach a high-level true God, let alone a heavenly general. At this time, Ling Guang came to the woman, and the woman gave a huh, muttered, "It's a message from the Master," and stretched out her hand to point to Ling Guang. In an instant, the information contained in the aura poured into the woman's soul. The next moment, the woman's face changed drastically, revealing a strong look of surprise. "It's Han Feng. Han Feng is here. And even went to the Inui Empire, and got acquainted with Sister Yin. No, I want to go to the Inui Empire myself." The woman, or how can Lin Qingshan wait, especially in the message, Qingshan learned that the request from the Inui princess was sent nearly a month ago. 1 month, Han Feng must be anxious and worried. Qingshan would not complain that Master notified her so late, after all, she was still in the critical moment of retreat and stable state. Qingshan knew that Master did not want to disturb her. Although she understood, Qingshan was still very urgent, for fear that Han Feng would misunderstand something if she didn't reply for such a long time. Qingshan got up decisively, but before she left Lingtian Palace, she saw that the surrounding space was in chaos. When the surrounding space became stable, Qingshan found that she had been transferred from Lingtian Palace to another place. The first update. This hall is not big, but it has a low-key luxury. In front of Qingshan, a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back looked at Qingshan with a smile. Seeing the familiar middle-aged figure not far in front of her, Qingshan respectfully said, "As a disciple, see Master." The middle-aged man has sword eyebrows and star eyes, and is indescribably handsome. Although the appearance is middle-aged, this makes the middle-aged man more mature and even more temperamental. This middle-aged man is indeed Brahma Spirit King. The Brahma Spirit King watched Qingshan complete the salute with a smile, and said, "As expected of my disciple, it is rare for someone who can stabilize the realm of heavenly venerable in such a short period of time." Qingshan shyly said, "Master's praise, this disciple is ashamed to receive it. If it wasn't for this disciple's luck to inherit the creation spirit body, I'm afraid." But the Brahma Spirit King waved his hand. "You can't say that. The road to practice sometimes requires luck and opportunities. Throughout the ages, those who have become powerful, although their own hard work is inseparable from talent and blood, but more still an opportunity. Luck is also a part of strength. Otherwise, with so many ancient gods at that time, and those geniuses on the candidate list of god kings, why did the creation spirit king finally choose you to inherit the creation spirit body?" "That's right, Master is right. Junior sister, don't underestimate yourself. You are no longer what you used to be. Don't set your sights on the previous level. You are not worthy of everyone. You can get it." It was a young man of Brahma Spirit King who spoke, and there was something in his words. "So it's senior brother Su." Only then did Qingshan notice the man next to Brahma Spirit King. It wasn't that Qingshan was being rude, but that in front of a king of 8 transformations like Brahma Spirit King, other people would be rendered incomparably bleak and ignored. Even if the eldest emperor stood beside the Brahma Spirit King, he would look overshadowed. But Qingshan listened to senior brother Su's words. Why did she feel something was wrong? This made Qingshan frown slightly. However, Brahma Spirit King didn't seem to hear the deep meaning of the words of his first personal disciple. Instead, he smiled and asked Qingshan about the doubts in the process of cultivation. While Qingshan asked, she secretly became anxious. It's a pity that although Qingshan wanted to leave Linghuang Palace as soon as possible, going to the Yingyue Empire, he didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of the Brahma Spirit King. Brahma Spirit King has actually been observing Qingshan, seeing the anxiety in Qingshan's eyes, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In fact, Brahma Spirit King had received that information long ago, but on the one hand he didn't want his disciples to continue to get involved with others, and because he didn't want to disturb Qingshan's stabilization of the realm of Tianzuan, he didn't pass the news to Qingshan for a long time. It's just that after Qingshan had completely stabilized her realm, Brahma Spirit King thought about it, but still didn't send any information directly, and chose to inform Qingshan. Brahma Spirit King is actually not optimistic about Qingshan and Han Feng. For one thing, Qingshan belongs to the spirit race, and Han Feng belongs to the human race. For the spirit race, King Brahma, he is more happy to combine Qingshan with the spirit race. For example, the eldest son, such as his own eldest disciple. Secondly, the Brahma Spirit King has already learned from Qingshan that Qingshan and Han Feng met and fell in love in the lower plane, but that is the lower plane can reach the realm of the ancient gods. Just like Qingshan before, no matter how good she is in the lower planes, in the god realm, she has almost reached the limit of being a general. If it wasn't for the sudden luck and inheriting the creation spirit body, it would be difficult to be promoted to the God King in the spirit world throughout his life. Not to mention the God King, even the middle ancient gods are hard to reach. In such a realm, unless it is a remote area, self-protection is enough. Then how can Han Feng be worthy of Qingshan today? Unless Han Feng also has the opportunity of Qingshan, but such an opportunity is not so easy to get. If the two insist on staying together, the gap in the future will only get bigger and bigger, and the gap between them will get deeper and deeper. If there is no common words at all, then the two are destined not to be happy. However, although the Brahma Spirit King was not optimistic, he didn't want to leave a bad impression on Qingshan, so he still passed the news to Qingshan. As long as the Yingyue Empire is still there, Qingshan will know the news from there sooner or later. If the news is really blocked, will Qingshan complain? Instead of this, it's better to let Qingshan see clearly the gap between herself and her former person. At that time, the relationship will gradually fade, and they will separate naturally. Why should he do such resentful things? Thinking of this, Brahma Spirit King sighed and said, Qingshan, do you really want to go to the Yingyue Empire? Qingshan nodded slightly. Senior brother Su's face darkened, and he was about to speak, but he saw Brahma Spirit King glaring at him from the corner of his eyes, and he was so frightened that he didn't make another sound. Brahma Spirit King said, Qingshan, you must know that you are different from before. Are you sure that person is still suitable for you? If one day, you are the king of 9 changes, but he is just a low-ranking, middle-ranking ancient god, will your relationship be okay? In the news, it didn't say what state Han Feng was in. The Brahma Spirit King took it for granted that Han Feng was just a true god, and it took him so little time to reach the god realm from the lower plane, the possibility of reaching the ancient god was not great. The great emperor's son actually only knew about Han Feng's cultivation, but not about Han Feng's level of combat power. This was the result of the Purple Ape God King deliberately concealing it. This shows the sinister intentions of the Purple Ape God King. Without knowing the level of Han Feng's combat power, the great emperor will inevitably suffer losses, and then he will really die endlessly. Hearing what the Brahma Spirit King said, Qingshan knew the Brahma Spirit King's concerns, but, Master, don't worry, this disciple believes that Han Feng will definitely have a better future than disciple. Qingshan said firmly. Okay, then you can go. Brahma Spirit King saw that Qingshan was determined, so he stopped trying to persuade her. Only, as a teacher, I don't worry about you going alone, so let your elder brother follow you. This? Qingshan was still thinking, and a person surnamed Su over there said excitedly, "Teacher takes orders." He would like to see, what qualifications does that surname Han have to make his junior sister fall in love with him so much? Su's heart smiled coldly. The corner of Qingshan's mouth twitched, seeing the senior brother like this. It was not easy to save the senior brother's face, so she nodded in agreement. The two first came to the elder who passed the news to the Brahma Spirit King, and after the elder passed the news back to the Yinhui Empire, the two left the Linghuang Palace. The two of them didn't know that before them, the 4 emperor guards had also gone to the Yinhui Empire in order to kill Han Feng. Both Qingshan and Su's surname turned into startled rainbows and disappeared into the sky. On the other side, the princess who got the reply immediately approached Han Feng. The empress is going to be in charge of the Yinhui Empire, so the only ones who go to the Linghuang Palace are the Empress Dowager and Han Feng. The two took the spaceship unique to the Yinhui Empire and flew to the Linghuang Palace. The second update. The blue sky, white clouds billowing. Above the white clouds, a majestic and huge spaceship flew across the sky quickly, heading in a certain direction. Inside the magnificent spaceship, there are only Han Feng and the Empress Dowager, without any guards. Just kidding, the strength of Ether Girl and Han Feng can only be threatened by the King of Gods, especially with Han Feng around. There are not many who can threaten the two of them, and they are the best among the kings of the spirit world. For a strong man who could threaten the two of them, or even make them unable to resist, no matter how many guards he had, it would be useless, and would instead add more casualties. The West Spirit God Realm is adjacent to the Spirit Emperor God Realm to the east, but the Spirit Emperor God Realm is the largest God Realm among the 5 great God Realms, almost comparable to the synthesis of the other 4 great God Realms. And the Linghuang Palace is located at the core of the Linghuang Divine Domain, so even the famous spaceships of the Yin Moon Empire will take a long time to reach the Linghuang Palace. Inside the spaceship, the princess and Han Feng were exchanging martial arts. Although Han Feng is powerful in combat, he is far inferior to the Tainu in terms of training time, so his understanding of certain cultivation bases is not as deep as that of the Tainu. Han Feng benefited a lot from the exchange with the princess, and gained a deeper understanding of his own cultivation. Faintly, this made Han Feng feel the signs of a half-step god king. It's a pity that the princess is not a half-step god king. No matter how deep she is in the realm of ancient gods, she can't help Han Feng understand the true meaning of half-step god kings. But even so, Han Feng was satisfied. From an ancient god to a half-step god king, one cannot break through by accumulating energy. Originally, Han Feng thought that he needed to practice for many years before he could break through to the half-step god king realm. But now, Han Feng is sure to break through within 10,000 years. If there is another opportunity during the period, this time will be shortened. As for the princess, the harvest is not small. In terms of understanding of cultivation realm, Han Feng is not as good as the Tainu, but in terms of comprehension of unique skills, the Tainu is not as good as Han Feng. Suffering from the continuous nourishment of the spiritual spring in the Tianhua Pagoda, Han Feng's comprehension is extremely high now. With the help of the heavenly and human realm in the time room, the low-grade God King skills are no longer so unfathomable in Han Feng's eyes. Even if it is the mid-grade God King skill, Han Feng can tell a thing or two. It is true that the princess is an ancient god against the sky, but she does not have a deep understanding of the God King skills. The most powerful technique she has mastered is half-step God King skills, which is still far away from the real God King skills. And after Han Feng's on-demand broadcast, the princess is sure to comprehend a real low-grade God King skill within 1,000 years. For the ancient gods, even with the foundation of Tianzuan, who can master a God King skill, the increase in combat power is obvious. 3 days later, the spaceship stopped suddenly. Before the Empress Dowager and Han Feng had time to check the reason, the spaceship shook violently, as if it had entered a viscous space from the free air, limiting the speed of the spaceship. very difficult. Immediately afterwards, several vast forces fell one after another, causing the space to rumble. God King. The princess and Han Feng glanced at each other, their faces froze. Based on the experience of the two, they didn't know that it was the God King who waved out their inner world power and enveloped the spaceship. The two quickly came out from the spaceship and stood at the bow of the ship. They saw several figures standing proudly in front of him. The leader was looking at all directions with his hands behind his back. God King Chaoyang? This is the Emperor's son's Emperor's Guard, how could he appear here? Seeing who it was, the princess gasped. Han Feng hurriedly asked via voice transmission, God King Chaoyang? What is Emperor Wei? The Emperor's guards are the most loyal followers cultivated by the Emperor's sons. This Chaoyang God King is the 4 Emperor's guards of the Great Emperor. It is said that the Great Emperor has 9 three-changing God Kings under his command, and the first 3 Emperor guards are the foundation of the Emperor, although the last 6 are only the foundation of heavenly monarchs. Their own spiritual bodies are all around the middle and advanced king ranks. This Chaoyang God King possesses a Chaoyang spirit body, which is a high-level spirit body of the king rank. Not only that, these 9 imperial guards are highly valued by the Emperor's children. Not only do they all master the world's artifacts, but they have also comprehended the spiritual body through various spiritual palaces. With the middle-grade God King skill, it is extremely powerful, far from being comparable to the 3-change God King of the 4 spirits God realm. Speaking of this, the princess looked worried. The 4 Emperor guards, that is, the Chaoyang God King, or the Chaoyang Spirit King, is far from comparable to the 3 Transformation God King like the 16th Patriarch. It's true that Han Feng is strong, but facing a strong man like Chaoyang God King, the princess still doesn't have much confidence. Didn't Junji's 4 transformations of God, King and Demon Queen crush Han Feng all the same? Although the Chaoyang God King's strength is also far inferior to the Demon Queen's, it is also a magical beast with various means. The Demon Queen in normal state may not be much stronger than Chaoyang God King. Han Feng took a deep breath. Each of the 3 subordinates has a world artifact? He is worthy of being the Linghuang Palace, worthy of being the son of the great emperor, and indeed a local tyrant. The background of this Linghuang Palace is really profound. For the first time, Han Feng felt unfathomable for such a huge monster as the Linghuang Palace. The 4 spirits God realm, the 4 great empires, each empire has only 3 or 4 world artifacts. In the Linghuang Palace, under the command of only one emperor, there are 9 cronies who control the world's artifacts. And these 3 subordinates are all of the foundation of Tianzuan, no worse than the Purple Ape God King and the Yin Moon God King. In other words, these 3 confidants grew up, and they might become the 3 Yin Moon God Kings in the future. The strength of these emperors can be seen. Similarly, Han Feng also felt the emperor's status and power in Linghuang Palace. With the foundation of Tianzuan, he can already become the core disciple of Linghuang Palace. Han Feng believed that with such a foundation, there would not be more than 100 in the entire Linghuang Palace, and a few dozen would be considered a lot. These core disciples will all be high-level members of the Linghuang Palace in the future, but now there are 3 who are only the emperor's cronies. While the princess was worried, Han Feng seemed calm and relaxed. From the mouth of the princess, Han Feng knew that the Chaoyang God King was indeed powerful, perhaps much stronger than the clone of the Demon Queen back then, but Han Feng also had confidence in himself. Part of the reason why he seemed so powerless in the face of the Demon Queen's body was that he could not resist the world power of the Middle God King. No matter how strong this Chaoyang God King is, his world power is still at the level of a lower God King. In the area where the spaceship is located, the space is somewhat distorted. In this space, there is a torrential long river flowing freely, and there is a thunderous thunder crashing down, exploding around the spaceship, and the thunder and lightning are everywhere. There are also endless giants of frost-like ice, swaying their roars to their heart's content. There is no doubt that this is a superimposed phenomenon produced by the superposition of the inner worlds of the Chaoyang God King and the other God Kings. Whether it is the torrential river, the shocking thunder, or the endless frost, it is the power contained in the inner world of these God Kings. Under the suppression of various God King inner worlds, the spaceship creaked. It is indeed the famous Inua spirit ship. It is said that it can resist the bombardment of the God King. Now it seems that it is indeed so. However, this time, the inner world of the three God Kings suppressed it. The famous Inua spirit ship should not be able to support it. Chaoyang God King chuckled and floated in the air, with indescribable confidence, as if the overall situation decided. To be honest, if I hadn't known that you would take the Inua spirit ship, the great emperor would not have specially sent me and the God King to stop the killing. The rubbish of the lower plane is also worthy of me and the God King? When saying these words, Chaoyang God King's eyes fell on Han Feng. The Crown Prince Chaoyang God King had seen it before, so the strange man next to the Crown Maiden was undoubtedly the Han Feng whom Chaoyang God King had learned about from the mouth of the great emperor. The Inua spirit ship was built with special materials, not only strong enough to withstand a blow from a God King, but the special power fluctuations contained in its materials were able to prevent the souls of the middle-level God Kings from investigating. Therefore, even though he recognized Han Feng, Chaoyang God King did not see Han Feng's current real cultivation level. The rest of the God Kings also made malicious voices, and swept towards Han Feng and the Tainu on the spaceship playfully, as if they were waiting to see Han Feng and the Tainu's final powerless struggle. The Queen took a deep breath, suddenly entered the spaceship, and turned on the attack mode. The shape of the Inua spirit ship changed drastically in the blink of an eye. A series of spiritual power cannons protruded from all directions of the Inua spirit ship, and then a large amount of energy was gathered at the muzzle of the cannon, and a powerful wave of power swept out. Chaoyang God King's face became serious. Everyone be careful, this is a spiritual power cannon, and it is a threat to the next God King, so don't be careless. The reason why Chaoyang God King brought the three God King Emperor guards was for this moment. The spiritual cannon Chaoyang God King was not afraid, but under the continuous bombardment of the spiritual cannon, it would be much more difficult and troublesome to kill Han Feng if he wanted to break the barrier on the Inua spirit ship. Boom boom boom. As soon as the Chaoyang God King finished speaking, pillars of cyan aura shot out from the spiritual power cannon one after another. These aura pillars had a tracking effect, and shot towards the Chaoyang God King and the other three God Kings one by one. These three God Kings are all in the realm of two transformation God Kings. Not to be careless, they unfolded their spirit bodies one by one, roaring like a torrent, violent like a thunder, or freezing the sky like frost. It is worthy of being a confidant cultivated by the son of the great emperor himself. The realm of the God King is not high, but he is all king-level intermediate spirit bodies. The level of the spirit body of the Een Moon God King is nothing more than that. One after another bombardments resounded throughout the space, and these pillars of spiritual light collided with floods, thunder, and frost one after another. The power of the spiritual light pillar is indeed good. With the power of these spiritual power cannons, a single one can directly kill ordinary high-ranking ancient gods. The gathering of so many spiritual power cannons can indeed cause heavy damage to the next God King, even if it is the three-change God King. However, that's a one-on-one situation. 1 to 4, the spiritual power cannon is divided into 4 parts, so the lethality of each part is greatly weakened. The Chaoyang God King can be said to be able to resist the whole process without injury. But it did hold on. On the other hand, when the Inua spirit ship was resisting the 4 God Kings, it was also constantly bombarded by the God Kings, and it was now crumbling. The inside of the spirit ship was also shaking violently, making it difficult for people to stand still. No, the barrier is about to collapse, and the Inua spirit ship is about to fail under the pressure of the inner world of the three god kings. The prince's face changed slightly. Han Feng took a deep breath, and his eyes brightened. In that case, leave it to me. Since you dare to attack me, I will make the emperor's heart hurt. Thinking of this, Han Feng glanced at the four god kings outside, and grinned ferociously. The four god kings who were cultivated with great difficulty, especially one of them who is still loved by the four emperor guards, if all of them fall, the eldest emperor will also feel heartbroken. The next moment, Han Feng spread his dragon wings behind his back and soared through the sky like a real dragon. He jumped out and turned into a startled rainbow, rushing fiercely towards one of the two transformation god kings. Not only was the second changing god king not afraid, but he also punched Han Feng with a grim face. At this moment, the second transformation god king seemed to have seen the scene where he killed Han Feng with one punch and was rewarded by the eldest son. However, at the next moment, a monstrous force suddenly rushed towards him. With that kind of power, the second transformation god king suddenly felt a chill all over his body, as if he was like a dwarf, facing the sudden change of waves and storms. When Han Feng attacked the second transformation god king, he restrained his own strength. With the mere level of the second transformation god king, he obviously couldn't see through Han Feng's realm. It wasn't until it was approaching that Han Feng suddenly exploded completely, and the power of chaos was rolled out of the lotus of chaos in his body. The power of the colorful chaos lotus that surpassed the level of the Emperor of Heaven was already comparable to the level of the three-changing God King. 3 changes against 2 changes, the result is self-evident. Even if the second transformation God King unfolded his spirit body, there is still a long way to go from the third transformation God King. What's more, this God King despised Han Feng from the beginning, and didn't even show his true skills. There is no doubt that this God King was knocked out by Han Feng in seconds, not even a scum was left. As for the inner world suppression of Han Feng. Just kidding, Han Feng only needs Xuanhuan Fengqianyan to ignite on the surface of his body. After killing the 2 God Kings, Han Feng rushed towards the 2 God Kings with lightning speed. One of the God Kings, who was obviously a spirit body of the thunder attribute, had just reacted, and Han Feng had already approached him before he could fully display his God King skills. As a last resort, the God King had no choice but to blast Han Feng with his not-so-perfect God King skills. Stab. Han Feng slashed down with his palm, and the extremely high-quality power of chaos directly broke through the terrifying thunder that contained the power of the world. 2 halves. The third God King, because the killing of the first 2 God Kings took a little time for Han Feng, so he was already fully prepared, the spirit body was pushed to the extreme by himself, and the powerful God King skills even violently slashed at Han Feng. An extreme ice force seemed to freeze the space. Even in normal state, Han Feng didn't care about the ordinary 2 transformation God King, and he could bombard and kill him at will. However, Han Feng, who was in a normal state, did not dare to be careless in the face of such a 2 transformation God King peak powerhouse with a king-level intermediate spirit body, who also mastered the top low-grade God King skills. Xuanhuan Fengqianyan was attached to the fist, and the monstrous flames carried the power of chaos, rolled out like a storm, and instantly collided with the power of ice. In a moment, the power of ice was completely devoured, and the third God King was also involved in the monstrous fire. So far, the 3 God Kings who have transformed into 2 have all fallen. But at this time, Chaoyang God King had just sensed Han Feng's true state. The peak of the ancient gods. /BR. Combat piracy and support genuine ones. Please go to One Romance mobile version M to read the latest content. Lu. M. Current, 220536160. Current username, P/M. It is indeed the famous Inua spirit ship. It is said that it can resist the bombardment of the God King. Now it seems that it is indeed so. However, this time, the inner world of the three god kings suppressed it. The famous Inua spirit ship should not be able to support it. Chaoyang God King chuckled and floated in the air, with indescribable confidence, as if the overall situation decided. To be honest, if I hadn't known that you would take the Inua spirit ship, the great emperor would not have specially sent me and the God King to stop the killing. The rubbish of the lower plane is also worthy of me and the God King? When saying these words, Chaoyang God King's eyes fell on Han Feng. The Crown Prince Chaoyang God King had seen it before, so the strange man next to the Crown Maiden was undoubtedly the Han Feng whom Chaoyang God King had learned about from the mouth of the great emperor. The Inua spirit ship was built with special materials, not only strong enough to withstand a blow from a God King, but the special power fluctuations contained in its materials were able to prevent the souls of the middle-level God Kings from investigating. Therefore, even though he recognized Han Feng, Chaoyang God King did not see Han Feng's current real cultivation level. The rest of the God Kings also made malicious voices, and swept towards Han Feng and the Tainu on the spaceship playfully, as if they were waiting to see Han Feng and the Tainu's final powerless struggle. The Queen took a deep breath, suddenly entered the spaceship, and turned on the attack mode. The shape of the Inua spirit ship changed drastically in the blink of an eye. A series of spiritual power cannons protruded from all directions of the Inua spirit ship, and then a large amount of energy was gathered at the muzzle of the cannon, and a powerful wave of power swept out. Chaoyang God King's face became serious. Everyone be careful, this is a spiritual power cannon, and it is a threat to the next God King, so don't be careless. The reason why Chaoyang God King brought the three God King Emperor guards was for this moment. The spiritual power cannon Chaoyang God King is not afraid. But under the continuous bombardment of the spiritual cannon, it would be much more difficult and troublesome to kill Han Feng if he wanted to break the barrier on the Inua spirit ship. Boom boom boom. As soon as the Chaoyang God King finished speaking, pillars of cyan aura shot out from the spiritual power cannon one after another. These aura pillars had a tracking effect, and shot towards the Chaoyang God King and the other three God Kings one by one. These three God Kings are all in the realm of the two transformation God Kings, and they dare not be careless. They unfold their spirit bodies one by one, or roar like a torrent, or be violent like a thunder, or freeze the sky like frost. It is worthy of being a confidant cultivated by the son of the great emperor himself. The realm of the God King is not high, but he is all king level intermediate spirit bodies. The level of the spirit body of the Een Moon God King is nothing more than that. One after another bombardments resounded throughout the space, and these pillars of spiritual light collided with floods, thunder, and frost one after another. The power of the spiritual light pillar is indeed good. With the power of these spiritual power cannons, a single one can directly kill ordinary high-ranking ancient gods. The gathering of so many spiritual power cannons can indeed cause heavy damage to the next God King, even if it is the three-change God King. However, that's a one-on-one situation. 1 to 4, the spiritual power cannon is divided into 4 parts, so the lethality of each part is greatly weakened. The Chaoyang God King can be said to be able to resist the whole process without injury. But it did hold on. On the other hand, when the Inua spirit ship was resisting the 4 God Kings, it was also constantly bombarded by the God Kings, and it was now crumbling. The inside of the spirit ship was also shaking violently, making it difficult for people to stand still. No, the barrier is about to collapse, and the Inua spirit ship is about to fail under the pressure of the inner world of the 3 God Kings. The prince's face changed slightly. Han Feng took a deep breath, and his eyes brightened. In that case, leave it to me. Since you dare to attack me, I will make the emperor's heart hurt. Thinking of this, Han Feng glanced at the 4 God Kings outside, and grinned ferociously. The 4 God Kings who were cultivated with great difficulty, especially one of them who is still loved by the 4 Emperor guards, if all of them fall, the eldest emperor will also feel heartbroken. The next moment, Han Feng spread his dragon wings behind his back and soared through the sky like a real dragon. He jumped out and turned into a startled rainbow, rushing fiercely towards one of the two transformation god kings. Not only was the second changing god king not afraid, but he also punched Han Feng with a grim face. At this moment, the second transformation god king seemed to have seen the scene where he killed Han Feng with one punch and was rewarded by the eldest son. However, at the next moment, a monstrous force suddenly rushed towards him. With that kind of power, the second transformation god king suddenly felt a chill all over his body, as if he was like a dwarf, facing the sudden change of waves and storms. When Han Feng attacked the second transformation god king, he restrained his own strength. With the mere level of the second transformation god king, he obviously couldn't see through Han Feng's realm. It wasn't until it was approaching that Han Feng suddenly broke out completely, and the power of chaos was rolled out of the chaos lotus in his body. The power of the colorful chaos lotus that surpassed the level of the Emperor of Heaven was already comparable to the level of the three-changing God King. 3 changes against 2 changes, the result is self-evident. Even if the second transformation God King unfolded his spirit body, there is still a long way to go from the third transformation God King. What's more, this God King despised Han Feng from the beginning, and didn't even show his true skills. There is no doubt that this God King was knocked out by Han Feng in seconds, not even a scum was left. As for the inner world suppression of Han Feng, just kidding, Han Feng only needs Xuanhuan Fengqianyan to ignite on the surface of his body. After killing the 2 God Kings, Han Feng rushed towards the 2 God Kings with lightning speed. One of the God Kings, who was obviously a spirit body of the thunder attribute, had just reacted, and Han Feng had already approached him before he could fully display his God King skills. As a last resort, the God King had no choice but to blast Han Feng with his not-so-perfect God King skills. Stab. Han Feng slashed down with his palm, and the extremely high-quality power of chaos directly broke through the terrifying thunder that contained the power of the world. 2 halves. The third God King, because the killing of the first 2 God Kings took a little time for Han Feng, so he was already fully prepared. The spirit body was pushed to the extreme by himself, and the powerful God King skill even violently slashed at Han Feng. An extreme ice force seemed to freeze the space. Even in normal state, Han Feng doesn't care about the ordinary 2 transformation God King, and he can bombard and kill him at will. However, Han Feng, who was in a normal state, did not dare to be careless in the face of such a 2 transformation God King peak powerhouse with a king-level intermediate spirit body, who also mastered the top low-grade God King skills. Xuanhuan Fengqianyan was attached to the fist, and the monstrous flames carried the power of chaos, rolled out like a storm, and instantly collided with the power of ice. In a moment, the power of ice was completely devoured, and the third God King was also involved in the monstrous fire. So far, the 3 God Kings who have transformed into 2 have all fallen. But at this time, Chaoyang God King had just sensed Han Feng's true state. The peak of the ancient gods. The second update. Combat piracy and support genuine ones. Please go to One Romance mobile version M to read the latest content. Combat piracy and support genuine ones. Please go to One Romance mobile version M to read the latest content. Faced with the sudden burst of bravery from Chaoyang God King, Han Feng was defeated steadily and seemed unable to support himself. Without hesitation, Han Feng took out the flame demon Songling sword and slashed out with a move of Kanglingpo. But this cut didn't have much effect and was smashed to pieces by Chaoyang God King. To be honest, taking out Songling Pa, Songling Pendant, Songling Yin, and Songling Lock on the 5th floor individually is not as good as mixing in Xuanhuan Fengqianyan's Guyan Divine Fist. Song Lingzhu's 4 unique skills have not exceeded the level of low-grade God King skills. Fortunately, the flame demon Songling sword was originally a low-grade artifact in the world, and the storm of sword energy slashed by this divine sword was still powerful. However, facing the Chaoyang God King who took out a low-grade world artifact and displayed a middle-grade God King skill, this power is still not enough to look at. Chaoyang God King violently blasted out punch after punch, shattering the storm of sword energy, and at the same time, kept approaching Han Feng. Han Feng's dragon wings flapped recklessly, just to keep Chaoyang God King from approaching. Such a terrifying force, if it is approached, what will happen? Gu Yanshijia couldn't bear a few punches. Songling Lock. The Songling Pendant. Songling Pa. If one trick doesn't work, then combine. Han Feng skillfully displayed the four great skills, and the transition in the middle was extremely smooth, without any disharmony. Under the combined attack of the four great skills, Han Feng barely withstood the brave attack of Chaoyang God King. This Chaoyang God King is indeed much stronger than the Queen's clone. Cold sweat gradually broke out on Han Feng's forehead, which was caused by the fierce battle. Han Feng didn't fight so hard when facing the Queen's clone. But God King Chaoyang was even more surprised. At this moment, Chaoyang God King has tried his best, but still can't take down Han Feng. Why not rush? If he left in such a disheartened manner, how could he be reused in the future? Bastard, I knew I would let the third child come. Chaoyang God King cursed in his heart. The son of the eldest son, there are 9 emperor guards at the level of 3 transformation gods and kings. The first 3 are all the foundation of Tianzuan, and their strength is stronger than that of the queen. This demon queen does not refer to the avatar, but to the main body. Although Chaoyang God King can't do anything to Han Feng in a short time, Han Feng is indeed in an extremely disadvantaged position. It seems that we can't do without fusion. Han Feng's eyes were like knives, sharp and cold, and a flash of light flashed across. The flame demon Songling sword quickly merged with Han Feng, and the human sword merged into one, opening the sword demon form. At this time, the sword demon form is only equivalent to the king-level low-level god body, which is far behind the king-level high-level spirit body of Chaoyang God King, but the gap between Han Feng and Chaoyang God King is not too big, and the sword demon form is already enough to smooth out this gap. In addition, in the form of the sword demon, the power of the Songling sword energy increased by half out of thin air, which turned Han Feng from a disadvantaged position, and instead gained the upper hand. Songling Yin. Songling Lock. The Songling Pendant. Songling Pa. The 4 great techniques unfolded, and the momentum was astonishing. The Chaoyang God King changed from a violent attack at the beginning to a passive defense. On the Inua spirit ship, the princess saw this, and couldn't help saying, the overall situation is settled. Facing Chaoyang God King, even with the sword demon form, Han Feng couldn't crush the demon queen's clone. The strength of Chaoyang God King has indeed reached a very high level, in the level of 3 transformation God Kings. Among the same level and the same foundation, there are not many who can overwhelm him. If you want to kill Chaoyang God King, although it is a bit difficult, it is not impossible. But in order to capture the Chaoyang spiritual body of the Chaoyang God King, it is necessary to capture the Chaoyang God King alive, at least to obtain a complete body, which is more difficult. On the Inua spirit ship, the princess gradually sensed something was wrong. Do you want to capture Han Feng alive? Although she didn't know what Han Feng wanted to do to catch Chaoyang God King, the princess still chose to help. Of course the crown lady didn't do it by herself. As an ancient god against the sky, the crown lady is still the peak powerhouse of the ancient gods. Naturally, her combat power is not much worse than that of ordinary god kings. Too far. If you intervene in it yourself, not only will you not be able to help, but it will cause trouble for yourself. Therefore, the princess directly controlled the Inua spirit ship to participate in the battle, and the spirit power cannon always exploded towards the Chaoyang God King when it aimed at the gap. After only one attack, Han Feng knew the plan of the prince, and deliberately joined forces with the prince, sometimes deliberately leaving some gaps for the spiritual cannon to attack. With Inua spirit ship shots from time to time, Han Feng relaxed a lot, but looking back at Chaoyang God King, the situation became more and more critical. God King Chaoyang realized that if things go on like this, he will be the one to have the accident, so he couldn't help roaring, "You really want to make enemies with the great emperor?" Humph, the emperor dares to covet Han's wife, and even intercepted Han halfway. He is already an enemy of life and death. In this case, why should Han give the emperor face? Han Feng smiled coldly, controlling the Zhongling sword Qi with both hands. The speed of cutting towards Chaoyang God King is getting faster and faster. "You are really Han Feng?" Chaoyang God King gasped. Until just now, Chaoyang God King thought that he had found the wrong person, and hoped that he had admitted the wrong person. It's a pity that now that Han Feng admits so much, it's useless for Chaoyang God King to comfort himself. He didn't admit the wrong person, but this was more terrifying than admitting the wrong person. A person who has cultivated to the peak of the ancient gods in less than 10,000 years from the lower plane to the gods, and an existence with such terrifying combat power at the peak of the ancient gods, if he grows up in the future, what will happen? And judging from the speed at which he cultivated to the peak of the ancient gods in less than 10,000 years, it doesn't seem to take long to grow up. For the first time, the Chaoyang God King felt that the great emperor might have kicked the iron plate, provoking an existence with extremely terrifying potential. Song Lingpa. The terrifying storm of sword energy shattered the sea of flames in the sky. Han Feng and the Inua spirit boat cooperated with each other, and finally, on the basis of killing the Chaoyang God King, preserved the integrity of the Chaoyang God King's spiritual body. With a look of joy on his face, Han Feng returned to the Inua spirit ship, and after a hasty confession with the crown lady, he began to retreat. The princess was also very sensible, so she didn't ask Han Feng what he planned to do. After resting for half a day, the Inua spirit ship continued to set off. In the Inua spirit ship, Han Feng used the sorcery of seizing the foundation to seize the origin of Chaoyang's spiritual body, and it didn't take much time. Afterwards, Han Feng transferred the origin of the Chaoyang spirit body into the body of the Great Rian, and suddenly, Han Feng felt the power belonging to the Great Rian body in his body begin to fluctuate. A few days later, Han Feng let out a breath, opened his eyes, and was full of energy. Although it has not yet broken through, it is not far away. It can be upgraded to a high-level Chaos Divine body in a few months at most. As for the top level, it depends on luck. Han Feng sighed slightly. The second update. C_T, Chaoyang's spirit body is a high-level spirit body of the king rank, and its origin is naturally not rare. However, the spirit body is a spirit body after all, not a god body or a bloodline, and its utilization rate is much lower. For more latest chapters visit www. Coupled with the fact that the source that can be absorbed by the seizing of foundations is the purest part of the source, it is even less. Therefore, in fact, there are not many origins of Chaoyang spirit physique absorbed by the Great Sun Flame physique. It is very easy to advance to the high-level Chaos Divine body level. The top level can only depend on luck. If you absorb well, you can break through. In this regard, Han Feng has nothing to regret, even if he only upgrades to the level of the advanced Chaos God body, the Xuanhuan Burning Sky Fire, which is now as high as the King rank Divine Fire level, can be integrated into the Great Sun Flame body. Let the Great Sun Flame body exert its power far beyond the level of the Chaos Divine body. After leaving the customs, Han Feng found that the attitude of the Empress Dowager towards him had changed slightly. Perhaps it was because the previous battle between Han Feng and Chaoyang God King was too shocking, and every time the princess faced Han Feng face to face, she would feel a little nervous. Huh? On this day, the queen suddenly found two startled rainbows flying towards her, and one of them had a somewhat familiar aura. Han Feng was so familiar with this aura that he couldn't be more familiar with it. It was Qingshan's aura. His Royal Highness quickly opened the barrier. Qingshan is here. Han Feng couldn't hide his excitement. At this time, the princess also remembered who the familiar aura was, and immediately opened the barrier to welcome Qingshan's arrival. Compared with Chaoyang God King and the others, Qingshan only set off a few hours later, but her speed was not very good, so she didn't meet the Yin Moon spirit ship until now. Qingshan also felt the aura belonging to Han Feng, and she also had a look of joy. Her speed suddenly increased, and she jumped into the Yin Moon spirit ship in a few moments. The elder brother surnamed Su followed closely with a stiff smile. On the Yin Moon spirit ship, Qingshan threw herself into Han Feng's arms, holding on to Han Feng tightly. After such a long time to meet again, Qingshan was very excited. Han Feng laughed loudly. He also hugged Han Feng tightly, wishing to integrate Qingshan into his body. Then, the two stared at each other with both eyes, and they could see the tenderness and love in each other's eyes. The concubine smiled at the side, while the other person looked unhappy. This little boy. The senior brother snorted coldly in his heart, and his spirit was swept away. Then, the senior brother became restless. The peak of the ancient gods? How is it possible? Han Feng had thousands of words in his heart to tell Qingshan, but the unceremonious inquiry of the senior brother woke Han Feng up. Putting down Qingshan, Han Feng said, "This is." The elder brother was about to introduce himself, but Lin Qingshan had already revealed his identity. Han Feng, this is my elder brother Su Yushi. Qingshan's original smile faded a lot when Su Yushi was mentioned. Qingshan is not a naive girl of 15 or 16 years old, so she can't see that Su Yushi is interested in her. Qingshan didn't like Su Yushi very much. Although she didn't have any bad feelings, she didn't have any good feelings either. If it wasn't for the master's words this time, Qingshan would never let Su Yushi come with her. It turned out to be senior brother. Thank you senior brother for taking care of Han's wife these years. Han Feng smiled and stretched out his hand, emphasizing the word wife. Heavy tone. Su Yushi said with a half smile, but not a smile, where is it? Taking care of my junior sister is my brother's responsibility. As soon as the two held hands, Su Yushi confirmed again that the other party had indeed reached the peak of the ancient gods. This is simply an incredible thing. It must be an ordinary foundation, and then use the Chaos Stone to forcibly raise it. It's nothing. Su Yushi hypnotized himself in his heart, unwilling to believe that Han Feng would have a strong foundation. Otherwise, it would be too shocking to reach the peak of the ancient gods in such a short period of time. Let alone him, it is absolutely impossible to talk about the eldest emperor. At this moment, Su Yushi completely forgot that with an ordinary 9th rank foundation, even entering a middle rank ancient god requires a great opportunity, let alone a high rank ancient god. Not to mention the peak of the ancient gods. As for Han Feng, although he had a smile on his face, he was extremely solemn in his heart. This Su Yushi just stood there, like a wild beast, bringing great oppression to Han Feng. Especially the short handshake made Han Feng aware of the terrifying power hidden in Su Yushi's body. This guy is definitely the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. Han Feng didn't dare to underestimate Su Yushi. The God King of Three Changes, who was the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, was accepted as a direct disciple by Brahma Spirit King, so it goes without saying that he understands nature. Even Chaoyang God King can master the mid-grade God King skill, so Su Yushi can naturally. And as a direct disciple of the Brahma Spirit King, the world artifacts he possesses should not be bad, and they are stronger than Chaoyang God King in all likelihood. As for what level the spirit body belongs to, Han Feng doesn't know, but even if the level of the spirit body is only the junior level of the king, the overall strength of Su Yushi is probably stronger than the first-class Purple Ape God King. As the eldest disciple of Brahma Spirit King, or a direct disciple, is the spirit level so low? Su Yushi is definitely one of the many god kings that Han Feng has come into contact with now, second only to the Yin Moon God King. Su Yushi is the god king of 3 transformations, while the Moon God King Yin is the god king of 5 transformations. Although Su Yushi just stood there, it brought great oppression to Han Feng, but Han Feng did not show any discomfort, and his face was calm. Qing Shan may have sensed something was wrong between Han Feng and Su Yushi, and subconsciously leaned towards Han Feng, showing apologetic expression. Senior brother, junior sister reunited with Mr. Xuanhuan after a long absence, and I have a lot to say, so. Su Yushi's face twitched, especially when he heard Qing Shan say the word Xuanhuan. The killing intent in Su Yushi's heart could not help but revealed. In order not to embarrass himself in front of Qing Shan, Su Yushi said stiffly, "That's how it should be, then senior brother won't bother junior sister and sister-in-law." The concubine stepped forward, His Royal Highness the Spirit King of Purgatory, my little girl. Before he finished speaking, Su Yushi waved his hand directly, "No need, I'll just find a room by myself." After saying that, as if he didn't want to see Han Feng and Qing Shan showing affection again, Su Yushi disappeared in front of the 3 of them. He was afraid that if he stayed, he would not be able to resist punching Han Feng in the face. Su Yushi disappeared, and the corners of Han Feng's mouth turned up slightly, very proud. Qing Shan said unhappily, "I know you must not like senior brother. Of course, I can't stand any man who covets my wife." Han Feng said, patting his chest. Qing Shan's heart warmed, but she still said, "I know what you mean, but senior brother is not simple, you must have felt it before. And senior brother not only has the top-level purgatory spirit body, but also masters the purgatory spiritual fire. Not long ago, the purgatory spirit fire was promoted to the king rank. Again, not to be trifled with. For the time being, it is not easy to conflict with the big brother." Han Feng's expression froze immediately. He knew that it would not be easy for the Purgatory Spirit King to be accepted by Brahma Spirit King as his personal disciple, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. The combination of the 4 transformation God King peak powerhouses based on the 3 great heavenly gods, the Purple Ape God King, the Yunhao God King, and the 5 Mountain God King, is probably a complete defeat against the Purgatory Spirit King. It is useless to have the power of the world of the Middle God King. The first update. C_T, Han Feng took a deep breath, bowed his head and kissed Qing Shan first, and then said with a smile, "Your senior brother is indeed powerful, but your husband and I are not bad. The update is so fast. Just watch, it won't be long, I can surpass your senior brother. And your senior brother is not my biggest enemy." The biggest enemy? Qing Shan wondered. "Of course it's the eldest son." Han Feng blurted out. "What?" Qing Shan gasped, and said quickly, "Han Feng, what do you want to do? Don't tell me that you want to deal with the eldest emperor. The eldest emperor is the king of 5 transformations, and he has the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, stronger than my senior brother. You are much more perverted. Now you are facing the eldest emperor, you are definitely courting death." Han Feng smiled softly, "Even if I don't trouble the eldest emperor, will the eldest emperor let me go?" Seeing Qing Shan's puzzled eyes, the concubine stepped forward and told Qing Shan what happened a few days ago. Qing Shan's complexion changed drastically. Even though she knew that Han Feng was fine now, she still had to investigate Han Feng carefully, and she was relieved only after confirming that Han Feng was not harmed. With a gloomy face, Qing Shan couldn't figure out where the eldest emperor knew about Han Feng. "Could it be that Master has informed you?" "No, people like Master, even if they don't like Han Feng, they will never do such a thing." "Or, senior brother?" Seeing Qing Shan's sullen face, the Queen Mother sighed, and after talking about the attack of the 3 kings of the Purple Ape God King that day in the palace, she said, "It's not just my Yin Moon spirit, the family knows the elders of the Linghuan Palace. It is not surprising that the three great empires have been able to stand in the West Spirit God realm for so many years. Some people in the Linghuang Palace know each other, full text without ads. I, the Yin Moon Spirit Clan, can inform you of the news through the elders, and the three empires can naturally pass the news to the eldest emperor through the people they know. Knowing that it wasn't Xuanhuan and her senior brother who informed her, Qing Shan breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that it was really Xuanhuan who made the move, and then things between her and Han Feng would be messed up. But how dare the great emperor? Qing Shan gritted her teeth, furious. Han Feng spread his hands. Look, now it's not a problem that I can't find trouble with the eldest emperor. It is the eldest emperor who has made up his mind to kill me, so I can only resist to the end. But Qing Shan wanted to say something else. Han Feng interrupted what Qing Shan was about to say. I know what you're going to say. Don't worry, for the time being, I'll only find trouble with the eldest emperor, and won't confront the eldest emperor directly. How could Han Feng not know the gap between himself and the eldest emperor? The current him is far from being able to match the Purple Ape God King, let alone the powerhouses of the Purgatory Spirit King and the Great Emperor. Seeing Qing Shan, Han Feng felt a lot more relaxed. Considering the threat of the eldest emperor, Han Feng decided to stay away from the Linghuang Palace and not confront the eldest emperor head-on. As long as the eldest emperor's son does not make a move, then those emperor guards of the eldest emperor's son will not pose a threat at all, unless the first three emperor guards make a move. But although the first three imperial guards are stronger than the Purple Ape God King alone, it is very easy for Han Feng to escape. No matter how bad it is, find a place where there is no one and directly return to the Forbidden Ancient Realm through the Forbidden Ancient Seal. In short, Han Feng is very relaxed and not too stressful. However, Qing Shan didn't know that Han Feng still had the treasure of escape, the seal of the Forbidden Ancient Times, and her face was full of worry. The law showed a smile. Suddenly, Qing Shan didn't know what to think of. Her eyes lit up. Han Feng, I know what to do. As long as you follow me to the Linghuang Palace, the eldest emperor will have nothing to do with you. The queen's cheeks twitched. Qing Shan, if you do this, don't you let Han Fengyang go to the tiger's mouth? That is the Linghuang Palace, the headquarters of the great emperor. Qing Shan said, of course I know this, but I have a way to make Master protect Han Feng. With Master here, even Ling Huang has to give some face, let alone the eldest son. What about the five-change God King? In front of the eight-changing God King like Brahma Spirit King, he is still as weak as a little sheep. The Brahma Spirit King made a move? That's true. If the Brahma Spirit King speaks, the Son of Heaven really doesn't dare to do anything, at least he doesn't dare to go too far. The Empress nodded. The deterrent power of the eight-change God King is just that terrifying. 9 transformations God King, not to mention, that has reached the pinnacle of God King. Once such a God King is promoted to a God Emperor, he will be extremely terrifying at the same level, and it is not difficult to fight at a higher level. This, alright. Seeing Qing Shan's expectant eyes, Han Feng agreed. After being separated for such a long time, it was not easy to meet each other, and Han Feng didn't want to separate from Qing Shan so soon. Go, don't show your affection in front of me as a single, hurry up and go. The queen may see that Han Feng and Qing Shan want to whisper something, she immediately waved her hands angrily, and drove them away. Han Feng and Qing Shan just followed the words of the queen, disappeared in front of the queen, and came to Han Feng's retreat on the spirit boat. There was no one around, and a barrier was set up to make sure that no one could find out what was going on with them. Both Han Feng and Qing Shan became short of breath. After coming to the God realm for many years, Han Feng also held back for many years. Now that he sees his wife, how can he bear it? After several kisses, Qing Shan's body softened and she collapsed on Han Feng's body. After a lot of ups and downs, the two engaged in it for a long time. Han Feng is the peak of the ancient gods, and Qing Shan has also reached the realm of Tianzuan. Her physical strength is amazing, and it is trivial to fight for days and nights. Perhaps because she guessed what Han Feng and Qing Shan were doing, the Empress blushed extremely, while Su Yusher, who had not seen Qing Shan for a long time, was also the Purgatory Spirit King. His face darkened and he was extremely ferocious. Damn bitch, I thought she was so chaste, but it turned out to be nothing more than that, so slutty. The Purgatory Spirit King roared and cursed in his heart, as if Qing Shan had done something to offend him. If Qing Shan knew what Su Yusher was thinking at this moment, she would definitely slap him in the face. Just kidding, what kind of shit does she have with Su Yusher? She and Han Feng are husband and wife, and they do what a husband and wife should do. It's disgusting for you, an irrelevant person, to make such an expression. Fortunately, Qing Shan didn't know, otherwise she would be absolutely incomparable. After a battle, the two finally began to talk about their experiences over the years. Being able to cultivate to the level of a heavenly general in the spirit world so quickly, Qing Shan's experience is also considered bizarre. It was not until later that she inherited the creation spirit body and was accepted as a personal disciple by the Brahma Spirit King that Qing Shan entered a new world. In a short period of time, he reached the realm of Tianzuan. But compared with Han Feng's experience, this is nothing at all. Han Feng told his own experience, among which the Forbidden Ancient Realm was the most important, and then took out the Zun-level Yuanjing and Emperor-level Yuanjing. Not all of these Yuanjing Feng were auctioned off, they were kept specially for Qing Shan and Yaqing. And NBS. But now it seems that Yaqing probably doesn't need it anymore. The second update. C_T, Qing Shan just worshipped the 8-change God King as her master, and she has a lot of resources to assist her, and she can be promoted to the realm of Tianzuan in a short period of time. As a member of the Yan clan, Yaqing will never be better than Qing Shan in terms of training, too bad. The Yan clan is a big clan, and it is also a well-known race in the Great Thousand God realm. There are not many God Emperors in the clan, but they are by no means few. Advertise. The Lord of the Flame God, that is a high-level God Emperor, and a God Emperor who is extremely close to the Master. He is one of the most powerful God Emperors under the Master, far from being comparable to the Spirit Emperor. Under the training of such forces, Yaqing may have already become the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven, maybe she is already an ancient god. The Yan clan does not lack chaos stones. As long as Yaqing breaks through to the ancient gods, she will be able to rise to the peak of the ancient gods in the shortest time, and then sprint to the realm of the God King. That's why Han Feng felt that Yaqing might no longer need any Yuanjing to improve her foundation. Listening to these experiences of Han Feng, Qing Shan let out an exclamation from time to time. I didn't expect that there are such good things as Yuanjing in the world. It's great. In this way, the possibility of my breakthrough to the Emperor of Heaven will be greatly increased, and the time will be greatly shortened. Qing Shan couldn't help but be happy. Even with the training of the Brahma Spirit King, Qing Shan can't guarantee that she will be able to rise to the level of the Heavenly Emperor. Perhaps it is because she knows that Han Feng has the seal of the Forbidden Ancients, through which she can return to the realm of the Forbidden Ancients at any time, so Qing Shan's worries about Han Feng are greatly reduced, and she feels a lot more relaxed. With the seal of Forbidden Ancients, as long as he can buy a little time, he can escape from the Ling Huang. The worry in her heart disappeared, and Qing Shan exclaimed belatedly, "Oh my god, I just found out that you actually killed Chaoyang God King." The corner of Han Feng's mouth twitched. Isn't your reflex arc a little too long? Only reacting now? Qing Shan also felt embarrassed, a little embarrassed, but quickly narrowed her eyes, and said happily, "Great, if I was only 2 or 3 points sure that Master would protect you before, now it's 100%. As long as you tell Master that you killed the Chaoyang God King, everything will be fine." At this moment, Han Feng also thought, before Qingshan said that there was a way for the Brahma Spirit King to protect him, could it be related to his strength? Before Han Feng could think about it, Qingshan hastily said, Han Feng, do you know why Master came to the spirit world? For what? Han Feng's heart moved, and he faintly felt that he might know why the stronger his combat power was. Brahma Spirit King will take action to protect him. Qingshan explained, Master and a god emperor named Luoyin discovered an inner world of a fallen god emperor together, and through various means found an immortal Tian Luo plant that had grown up in that small world. Tree, want to get the immortal sky fruit. However, although the god emperor in that world has fallen, it may not be long since he fell, so the immortal will of heaven in that small world is still terrifyingly strong, and it is not something ordinary god emperors can forcibly break into. Master and god emperor Na Luoyin tried their best, but they only opened a small gap, which can only accommodate people in the realm of ancient gods, even half-step god kings, but they can't enter the realm of god kings. So the stronger the combat power of the ancient gods who enter, the more likely they are to obtain the immortal Sky Luo fruit. Among the disciples under Master's sect, the elder brother is already a god king. The rest of the named and unnamed disciples add up, and there are only a few peak ancient gods. The foundation is not high, and the combat power is weak. So I want to unite with the Linghuang. After all, there are many peak ancient gods in the Linghuang Palace, with strong foundations and amazing combat power. For example, the four emperors not only have the foundation of a heavenly emperor, but are also half-step god kings. Their comprehensive strength is even higher than Chaoyang god king. Stronger. However, these are all disciples of the Linghuang Palace after all, so in the end, the immortal Sky Luo fruit, the Linghuang must take the lion's share, and the Master and the Luoyin Emperor can only get a small part. You are different. With our relationship, Master will naturally treat you as one of his own. The stronger you are, the greater the benefit to Master. So that's how it is. Han Feng completely understood. God Emperor, comprehending the will of immortality, what he exerts is no longer the power of the world, but the power of immortality. The immortal Sky Luo fruit originally contained extremely strong immortal power, and for the Linghuang, it was a treasure to improve the realm of cultivation. It is not necessary to break through to the third-order God Emperor in one fell swoop, but it is still possible to lock the time for promotion. And for the Brahma Spirit King, obtaining the immortal Sky Fruit can also absorb the immortal power in the immortal Sky Fruit. If you want to sprint to the realm of the God Emperor, the immortal power in the immortal Sky Luogua will be a great help. It can help the Brahma Spirit King to comprehend immortality, transform his soul into an immortal baby, and control the power of immortality. And if you don't want to sprint to the realm of the Emperor, you can also comprehend the immortal power in the immortal Tian Luo fruit and comprehend the unique art of immortality. It is extremely difficult to comprehend the unique art of immortality. It has been so many years since Emperor Ling became the God Emperor, and I am afraid that he has only comprehended a unique art of immortality. Because it is too difficult to comprehend the immortal art, before the immortal art, there are two levels of half-step immortal art and quasi-immortal art. The unique art of immortality can basically only be mastered by the Emperor, because only the Emperor can condense the immortal baby, and all the power in the body is the power of immortality. However, half-step immortal skills and quasi-immortal skills do not require the realm of the God Emperor, because if you want to use these two levels of skills, the immortal power you need can be the complete immortal power of the God Emperor, or it can be from the God Emperor. The immortal power extracted from the immortal fruit. This kind of immortal power is a consumable. Once it is used up, even if you have comprehended half-step immortality or quasi-immortality, you will not be able to use it. Such an amazing Brahma king, he has already comprehended half-step immortality and quasi-immortality. However, he does not have the power of immortality in his body, so he cannot use it. But this time, if one obtains the immortal Sky Luo fruit, one can absorb the immortal power in the immortal sky luo fruit and temporarily store it in the body. When performing the half-step immortality technique, these immortal powers can be used. If we go one step further in the future and reach the 9 transformation God King, if there is still some remaining immortal power, this remaining immortal power can also assist the Brahma Spirit King to sprint to the God Emperor realm. The immortal sky luo fruit is a treasure to the Brahma Spirit King and the Spirit Emperor, and they all want to share more. It's just that most of the disciples who went to that world to snatch the immortal sky luo fruit were the disciples of the Linghuang Palace, and they contributed the most, so the Linghuang naturally took the lead. Brahma Spirit King, even if he has an idea, he can do nothing about it, because if the disciples of the Linghuang Palace don't make a move, the possibility of him getting the immortal sky luo fruit is infinitely close to zero. As for the disciples of the Linghuang Palace, even if the number of immortal sky luogua they got might not be much, it was still better than none. The first update. C_T, according to the negotiation between Linghuang, Brahma Linghuang, and Luoyin Xuanhuan, the ancient gods who entered that world, after obtaining the immortal luo fruit, need to give half of each person to Linghuang, Brahma Linghuang, and Luoyin. Hidden God Emperor, 3 people. Please go to the latest chapter of this book. The update is so fast. Among them, Linghuang occupies 70%, Brahma Linghuang 20%, and Luoyin Xuanhuan 10%. And the remaining half of each ancient god depends on which power these ancient gods belong to. Whichever power it belongs to, it will naturally belong to that power. The Brahma Spirit King didn't have much confidence in the ancient gods he sent. That is to say, the Brahma Spirit King might only have the 20% share in the end. As for the Linghuang, not only did he get 70% of the share, but also half of the hands of the disciples of the Linghuang Palace belonged to the Linghuang. That world can only accommodate 10 ancient gods to enter. This is already the result of the Linghuang's move. Before Brahma and Luo Yin's actions, it only opened a very small gap, and only 3, the ancient gods entered. Out of the 10 ancient gods, Emperor Ling planned to send 7, Brahma Spirit King sent 2, and Divine Emperor Luo Yin sent 1. It's not that Brahma Spirit King and Emperor Luo Yin don't want to send more, but that they can't bring out more ancient god masters. It is useless to enter the weak ancient god peak, and it is a waste of quota. In addition, it was the Spirit Emperor's action that made the gap bigger and increased to 10 people. The 7 extra places were wanted by the Spirit Emperor, and Brahma Spirit King and Luo Yin God Emperor were powerless to refute. Although the Brahma Spirit King made the Linghuang fearful, that was all. On key issues, the Linghuang would never back down. Brahma Spirit King's foundation is strong, but no matter what, he has not been promoted to the God Emperor, and the Spirit Emperor is already a master of the 2nd level God Emperor, and if he takes another step, he will be the middle level God Emperor. Now you understand. You have killed Chaoyang God King. In terms of combat power, you may have rivaled the 4 emperors. If Master finds out, he will probably go crazy with joy. That means that the immortal sky luo fruit he obtained will more. Qingshan said happily. Han Feng really understood. Without him, the Brahma Spirit King would only have 2 components. With him, the Brahma Spirit King not only has 2 parts, but the half he keeps will also belong to the Brahma Spirit King. The more he got, the more the Brahma Spirit King gained. Only. Then who is the God Emperor Luoyin? The benefits he gets are too few, not even the Brahma Spirit King. Qingshan smiled and said, although God Emperor Luoyin is God Emperor. Before the breakthrough, he was only the king of 6 transformations, and his foundation was only at the level of Tianzuan. Naturally, he was weak, and even the master could easily crush him. Han Feng sighed, what's the point of being in front of such a God Emperor? By the way, do you know the information about that world? Han Feng suddenly became interested in the world of the God Emperor. According to what Qingshan said before, this is obviously not the world of the God Emperor that has completely declined in the small world of martial arts. Qingshan restrained her smile. Even if you don't say it, I will tell you. After all, it is the world of the God Emperor, and it hasn't fallen much. There are also powerful existences in it, and some can even threaten you. In that world, the natives call themselves the War Soul Continent. The master sent the ancient gods to investigate, and a few died, and finally one came back. In the continent of War Soul, cultivators are roughly divided into 9 ranks: Soul Venerable, Soul Emperor, and Soul Ancestor. Those who cultivate are souls, who possess battle spirits. Battle spirits are equivalent to our divine body, blood, spiritual body, etc. Levels 1 to 9 are equivalent to all levels below the true gods. The Soul Master corresponds to the realm of the true God, the Soul Emperor corresponds to the realm of the ancient God, and the Soul Ancestor corresponds to the realm of the ancient God. As the King of Gods. Among them, Han Zun and Han Emperor are only divided into lower, middle and upper ranks, but Han Zu is divided into 7 ranks. The Soul Ancestor is the powerhouse at the top of the Soul Continent. I don't know how many there are below the 7th level, but there is only one at the 7th level. He is called the Supreme Soul Ancestor, and he is the most powerful existence in the Soul Continent. The immortal Sky Luo tree is guarded by this strong man. The spirit of war is divided into 4 levels: bronze, silver, gold, and king, corresponding to the lower level of the gods, the chaotic gods, and the king. Master said that the creator of that world is very likely to be the God Emperor of the spirit race. Even if it is not the God Emperor of the spirit race, he must be the God Emperor who relies on the cultivation of the soul to be promoted. Otherwise, the cultivation of the Soul Continent, it is impossible for the system to focus on cultivating the soul, and there are some battle souls as a means of augmentation. The Soul Ancestor is equivalent to the God King. The 7th level Soul Ancestor is not equivalent to the 7-change God King. Han Feng's face was slightly distorted. Just kidding, the God King of 7 changes, what a terrifying powerhouse that is. The Brahma Spirit King is only the God King of 8 changes. Before the Spirit Emperor breaks through to the God Emperor, he is also the God King of 7 changes. If the Supreme Soul Ancestor is really equivalent to the King of 7 changes, it is absolutely impossible to snatch the immortal Sky Luogua from such a strong person. Qingshan nodded at first, affirming Han Feng's conjecture, and after Han Feng's face twitched, she said, "The Soul Continent is different from our cultivation system. What they cultivate is soul power, whether it is the Soul Masters, Soul Emperors, and Soul Ancestors in the first 9 ranks are all soul powers, and although they are gradually becoming stronger, they have not changed qualitatively. At this point, it is incomparable to our transformation from Saint Yuan to God Yuan, from God Yuan to the power of chaos, and then to the power of the world and the power of immortality. At the level of strength, we have to surpass them." Han Feng complained, "But as outsiders, we will also be suppressed by the heavenly law of that world. After all, it is just an even balance." Qingshan rolled her eyes. "Listen to me. As I said earlier, because the cultivation system is different, after the Soul Master there reaches the peak, which is equivalent to the realm of the 9 tribulations true God, there is no need to experience the heavenly general. The transformation of Tianjun, Tianzuan, and Tiandi can directly break through to the Soul Emperor, which is equivalent to the realm of the ancient gods. After that, as long as you work hard, you can be promoted to the peak of the Soul Emperor, and then break through to the Soul Ancestor, then the 2nd level Soul Ancestor, the 3rd level Soul Ancestor, the 7th level Soul Ancestor. If possible, it is possible to upgrade to the 8th level Soul Ancestors and even 9th level Soul Ancestors. At this point, it seems that they have an advantage. For example, in our place, it is difficult to upgrade to the Middle Ancient God with a 9th rank foundation. It takes a chance to upgrade to a high-rank Ancient God with a Heavenly General foundation, but they are insulated from the God King. Only Tianjun and Tianzuan and the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven can cultivate to the King of Gods. Among them, most of the foundation of Tianjun stops at the three-change God King, and most of the foundation of Tianzuan stops at the six-change God King. King Realm. There is no such restriction in the cultivation there, so it also makes them extremely weak in terms of combat power. A low-ranking Soul Emperor is equivalent to a low-ranking ancient god, but any low-ranking ancient god with the foundation of a heavenly general here can completely blow up a low-ranking Soul Emperor. Han Feng's eyes flashed, that is to say, although their realm is high, in terms of combat power, they are just. Qingshan nodded, that's right. Although the Supreme Soul Ancestor's realm is equivalent to that of the King of Seven Changes, his actual combat power is far from satisfactory. So that's the case. Han Feng was thoughtful. A king of 7 transformations who doesn't even have the foundation of a heavenly general, his combat power, how weak it must be. Is there an exact value? No. Qingshan sighed, the War Soul continent has already noticed something, that's why the ancient gods fell, and those who fled back have to return immediately to see if the situation is wrong, so they will be safe, otherwise. So, the specific level of combat power of the Supreme Soul Ancestor can only be felt by yourself. Knowing that the realm of the Soul Ancestors in the War Soul continent does not match the combat power, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and then smiled again, with the seal of the Forbidden Ancients, what are you afraid of? The big deal is to return to the Forbidden Ancient realm. Qingshan obviously also knew Han Feng's escape method, she smiled slightly, not worried. For the next time, Han Feng and Qingshan stayed together, exchanging martial arts from time to time, and when the passion came, they would turn the clouds upside down. In short, before arriving at the Linghuang Palace, the two of them didn't leave the room even a step. Undoubtedly, this made Su Yusher's face turn pale for a long time. Seeing that something was wrong, the concubine did not dare to appear in front of Su Yusher, for fear of being angered. Ling Palace. With Qingshan and Su Yusher coming forward, the Yingyue spirit ship entered the Linghuang Palace without being hindered. Under the leadership of Qingshan, the four came to the palace where the Brahma Spirit King was. And Han Feng finally saw a super master of Brahma Spirit King's level for the first time. The second update. The moment he saw the Brahma Spirit King, Han Feng felt his body tremble, as if what he saw was not the Brahma Spirit King, but a vast ocean, unfathomable. It's also like facing a huge mountain whose apex cannot be seen, and it is impossible to see where the limit of Brahma Spirit King is. The Brahma Spirit King just stood there, looking over faintly. Han Feng felt a heavy oppression coming, and he rushed forward, talking endlessly. Hiss. So strong. Han Feng finally had a clearer understanding of the horror of the 8 transformations God King. In front of these giants, his strength is as fragile as a newborn baby. This is because Brahma Spirit King didn't take the initiative to oppress himself, otherwise. 8 transformation God King, this kind of powerhouse, if he wants to kill me, it will probably only take a split second, or just a direct hand, a look is enough. God, the 8 transformations God King is just so terrifying, the Spirit Emperor will only be stronger. If I really face the Spirit Emperor, before the Spirit Emperor kills me, will I have time to communicate with the Forbidden Ancient Seal and leave? Han Feng, suddenly a little less confident. At the same time, Brahma Spirit King's heart also jumped, and his mood became unstable. As the second direct disciple of the Brahma Spirit King, Qingshan, it is impossible for the Brahma Spirit King not to value Qingshan. In the eyes of the Brahma Spirit King, Su Yusher, the eldest disciple, is already good enough to reach the level of the 7 transformations God King, and it is almost impossible to reach the 8 transformations God King, let alone the 9 transformations God King. But in Qingshan, Brahma Spirit King saw that possibility. Qingshan's future is undoubtedly bright, so Qingshan's loved one should also be worthy of Qingshan in the eyes of Brahma Spirit King. The eldest emperor's son was originally the right candidate in Brahma Spirit King's heart, but unfortunately Qingshan declined him politely. At that time, the Brahma Spirit King knew that Qingshan already had her own heart in the lower plane. The Brahma Spirit King didn't want to turn his master and apprentice against each other, so in the end he didn't refuse Qingshan to go to Han Feng, but when Han Feng really came, the Brahma Spirit King deliberately made things difficult for Han Feng, so he released some of his own power at the beginning. Pressure. As the God King of 8 changes, the Brahma Spirit King has been proficient in controlling this point of coercion. Among the 4 people who came in, only Han Feng felt this point of oppression. What surprised Brahma Spirit King was that the other party's face turned pale at the beginning, but then he recovered later. And when Brahma Spirit King felt it carefully, to his surprise, he discovered that the other party had already reached the peak of the ancient gods. Suddenly, Brahma Spirit King was not calm, nor could he be. What's going on? Brahma Spirit King looked at Qingshan suspiciously. Didn't it mean that the time for ascension to the god realm is about the same? How did you become the peak of the ancient gods? Qingshan said with a smile, Master, is it scared? My disciple just said that Han Feng will definitely be stronger than my disciple. Nonsense, how can my apprentice be inferior to others? The Brahma Spirit King is not Suyusher. Seeing that Han Feng is already the peak of the ancient gods, he already knows that Han Feng will not be simple. Maybe the opportunities and adventures in the god realm will not worse than Qingshan, maybe even stronger than Qingshan. After all, Qingshan is only in the realm of Tianzuan now. But hearing Qingshan belittle herself so much, Brahma Spirit King was still angry, and squinted at Han Feng. Boy, what do you think? Qingshan inherited the creation spirit body and was trained by her predecessors. No kid can compare to it. She will definitely be better than the kid in the future. Han Feng rubbed his nose and guessed that the Brahma Spirit King might not want to admit it. Qingshan was worse than others, so she flattered her a few times, which finally made Brahma Spirit King look a lot better. The princess smiled slightly, she didn't expect Brahma Spirit King to have such a side. Suyusher gave a sound in his heart, sycophant. Brahma Spirit King's complexion eased, and he didn't dislike Han Feng so much. My personal disciple will certainly be better than you in the future. But you are not bad, you have reached the peak of the ancient gods in such a short period of time, and you may be a great power in the future. At the end, Brahma Spirit King also amazed. The Brahma Spirit King can be called a great power, and only a powerhouse at the level of a god emperor. Not only that, Master, if you knew what happened next, I'm afraid you would be even more shocked. Qingshan said mysteriously. Oh? What's the matter? Brahma Spirit King became interested. Qingshan leaned forward and whispered to Brahma Spirit King about Chaoyang God King. None of the people present were weak, unless Qingshan had a voice transmission. No matter how soft her voice was, how could she really hide it from others? Therefore, apart from the princess who had known for a long time, Brahma Spirit King and Suyusher both exclaimed, Impossible! Qingshan was not happy. Why is that impossible? Could this disciple still deceive Master? This is simply unbelievable. Brahma Spirit King shook his head. Unexpectedly, Han Feng defeated Chaoyang God King at the peak of the ancient gods. Chaoyang God King, what kind of power is that? Among the 3 transformation God Kings, he is already at an extremely top level, second only to the heaven-defying God King. Unless the foundation is stronger than the Chaoyang God King, at the same level, there are very few 3 transformation God Kings who can beat the Chaoyang God King. Although the 4 emperors of Linghuan Palace are stronger than Chaoyang God King, they are still the foundation of heavenly emperors when they are built on the top spirit body of the king rank and the half-step God King realm. What about Han Feng? Based on what? Damn it! How could it be? This is absolutely impossible, mere ancient god. Su Yushir was going crazy with jealousy. The stronger Han Feng behaved, the less likely he would get Qing Shan. Qing Shan proudly said, Master, what do you think if Han Feng goes to the Soul of War continent? The Brahma Spirit King was still shocked by Han Feng's fighting power. Hearing what Qing Shan said, he breathed heavily, his eyes became hot, and he stared closely at Han Feng. That passionate gaze made Han Feng's scalp tingle. After a while, Brahma Spirit King laughed loudly, ha ha ha, yes, of course, why not? With a man with astonishing combat power like Han Feng entering the Battle Soul continent, how could Brahma Spirit King not know what benefits he would get? Originally, Brahma Spirit King could not understand Han Feng because Han Feng was Qing Shan's sweetheart, but now Han Feng has become a favorite in the eyes of Brahma Spirit King. In such a short period of time, he has been promoted to the peak of the ancient gods, and his combat power is so amazing, so what if he is a human race? He is completely worthy of Qing Shan. Before he knew it, the Brahma Spirit King had already recognized Han Feng in his heart. But at this moment, Su Yushir suddenly said angrily, no. Why? Qing Shan didn't expect that senior brother would stop her at this juncture, and she was slightly annoyed. And Brahma Spirit King also frowned slightly, sure, why don't you say it's not possible? The first update.